one of his other nephews who was the chief of the Central Security Forces. 219. More seriously, and again in apparent retaliation against Hadi, the Yemeni military had begun to suffer some of their worst losses at the hands of the local Al-Qaeda franchise, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, AQAP. 220 notable massacres included 185 soldiers killed in their sleep during a nighttime attack on a base near Zinhabar, the capital of the southern province, only a week after Hadi's succession, while 57 soldiers died in an audacious attack on their base in Abiyan province. A few months later. 221 in a suicide bombing in May 2012, on the eve of Yemen's National Day, another 100 soldiers were then killed as they practiced their parade for the celebrations. 222 As some have argued, pointing the finger at Saleh loyalists, it is hard to see how AQAP could have carried out these attacks so successfully without first obtaining detailed inside information from those with privileged access to restricted intelligence and facilities. 223 If this is true, in many ways it should not have come as a surprise, as there is evidence that during the height of the 2011 protests Saleh had already begun to flirt with an extreme version of Mubarak's February 2011 strategy of opening up prisons to destabilize the Tahrir Square protests. Having withdrawn Yemeni army units from Zinhabar in March, Saleh had effectively allowed nearby AQAP militants and their fellow travelers to enter and proclaim an Islamic state known as the Islamic Emirate of Abiyan. 224 Greatly reinvigorating the specter of Islamic fundamentalism, should Saleh fall to Arab Spring protests, the new Islamic State usefully issued a statement confirming that Sharia would be the basis of all of its laws and declared that from now on women who go out to the markets need to be accompanied by a relative, who must carry a proof by identity cards, or passport. 225 In a rare direct criticism of Saleh, former Yemeni Defense Minister Abdullah Ali Aliwa accused him of deliberately ordering the army to hand over Zinhabar to the jihadists in order to frighten people that if he goes, Yemen will become Somalia. 226 Also of concern for Hadi and the other regime remnants in cahoots with the JMP were the increasing tensions between their GCC patrons, especially in the build-up to the Egyptian coup d'état and during the eventual Riyadh-Doha standoff. Most in Sana'a had clearly hoped that Yemen's location, being too close for comfort for both Saudi Arabia and Qatar, would be enough to prevent any spin-off of the anti-Brotherhood war. After all, the UN Security Council's resolution seemed to indicate that Doha's diplomacy in Yemen had already been subsumed within the framework of the GCC's collective role in mediation. 227 Many, however, remain suspicious, including Saleh himself, who grudgingly warned the local media on his way to a meeting in Doha that Qatar has so much money they don't know what to do with it, and are setting a financial foundation to become one of the big players in the Middle East by funding all the unrest. 228 On a separate occasion he even denounced Qatar for having blatantly interfered in Yemen's affairs and once told a rally of his supporters that we reject what comes from Qatar or Al Jazeera. 229 Unsurprisingly, perhaps, his fears were later confirmed by a leaked Saudi diplomatic cable indicating that Saudi intelligence was already aware of Qatari efforts to pay $250 million to certain Yemeni tribal and Brotherhood leaders so that together they could foment rebellion and prevent the eventual election of a pro-Saudi president. 230 Unable to turn to the Yemeni military in the same way they had done in Egypt, and with no Yemeni equivalent of Abdel Fattah Sisi to push to the front as the country's hardman savior, Riyadh and Abu Dhabi had to become more creative in their choice of proxies if their control over the counter-revolution was to be maintained. Although the Zaydi Shia Houthi tribesmen of northern Yemen maintained religious and cultural relations with Iran, and although Saudi Arabia had militarily intervened against them in 2009, and the UAE had often supplied Saleh with weapons to fight them, by 2013 the Houthis were nonetheless still seen as potential allies. 231 Not only had they proved willing to launch repeated insurrections against Yemeni governments, but by the time of the Arab Spring their relations with Qatar were evidently sour, given Doha's earlier failed efforts to mediate in Yemen. 232 Moreover, by this stage the Houthis had not only gained considerable battlefield experience, but they had usefully organized themselves into a potent Hezbollah-like paramilitary force called Ansar Allah or Partisans of God. 233 Having been marginalized by the National Dialogue Conference, just like the Arab Spring activists. There are strong indications that by late 2013 factions within Saudi Arabia had sought to cultivate the Houthis alongside those parts of the army that continued to resist government control so that Riyadh would have a future counterweight against the JMP, and especially its Brotherhood-linked and possibly Qatar-backed constituents. As The Guardian reported, a prominent Houthi was flown to London at this time to meet and reach an agreement with Saudi intelligence chief Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud. 234 Meanwhile, as this rather odd alliance of convenience continued to develop, allegations were made that the UAE had provided one of Saleh's sons with $1 billion in funding and had sent a delegation to Sana'a to meet with other Houthi leaders alongside a group of Saleh loyalist army officers. 235 Bahrain, the Forgotten Revolution. As arguably the only other Arab state where there was a sufficiently broad-based protest movement in 2011 that represented the majority of the population, Bahrain and its prospective revolution was equally if not even more distressing to the status quo powers than the events in Egypt, Tunisia, and Yemen. As an island kingdom in the center of the Persian Gulf, it was not only next to some of the largest oil fields in the world, but was also still a key Western military outpost, especially since the revival of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in the 1990s. Moreover, with Bahrain only 25 kilometers across the King Fahd Causeway from Saudi Arabia's historically most restive eastern province, and not much further from the coastline of Qatar, the fall of its long-reigning Al Khalifa monarchy would have sent shockwaves across the Gulf states and perhaps even burst the bubble of invincibility enjoyed by the Western-backed Arab monarchies. Organized by various youth groups rather than established political societies, an estimated 150,000 streamed onto the streets of Manama following an initial day of rage on February 14, 2011. 236 With much the same demands as their comrades in Tunisia and Egypt, what was looking like it could become the highest per capita movement of the Arab Spring was nonetheless not yet revolutionary, with most initially campaigning for the ruling family to honor its earlier promises of political reform. Calling for the fulfillment of the National Action Charter signed a decade earlier, which was supposed to lead to a strengthened parliament and the release of political prisoners, the first waves of Bahraini protests were in many ways a pushback against the sort of half-hearted and autocratically created institutions that had long been used by the ruling family and its allies as fig leaves to disguise the lack of any real political participation. Notably, during another period of unrest in the late 1990s, British officials had claimed Bahrain was still moving forward on the basis that it had adopted a respected and accepted form of constitution, not perfect but we should not write it off, while after limited elections were held in 2002 amid mass boycotts and widespread accusations of human rights abuses and arbitrary detentions, Britain's Foreign Office argued that Bahrain is in many ways providing a lead to show that it is possible to create a more democratic state in the Middle East, with its head held high. 237. In this sense, the first few days of Bahrain's Arab Spring represented an attempted escape from the trap of liberalized autocracy earlier described by Georgetown University's Daniel Brumberg and, in John Stuart Mill's terms, a rejection of the sort of consensual domination that had previously allowed small and unaccountable elites to rule and make decisions while the masses were being constantly distracted by carefully managed and ultimately pointless elections. 238 But with the security services opening fire on the protesters on February 17, resulting in several deaths, hundreds of injuries, and even the arresting of doctors and nurses who had witnessed the atrocities, the protesters' demands soon morphed into down Hamad and other such calls for the overthrow of King Hamad bin Isa al Khalifa. 239 As Hamid Dabishi observed, it was evident that when regimes such as Bahrain's were at last faced with real challenges, they almost immediately scrapped those constitution documents and transformed themselves into killing machines defending garrison states. 240. As with most previous uprisings, the Sunni ruling family's knee-jerk response was to try to sectarianize the protests and attempt to re-establish societal divides so that, in Leon Trotsky's terms, the king could quickly re-emerge as Bahrain's inviolable super-arbiter. 241 Moreover, with the majority on the streets assumed to be Shia. Given their demographic superiority, there was the added purpose of attempting to frame the revolution as part of a broader Iran-sponsored plot to destabilize the region and thus endanger the West's long-standing allies. Having demolished at least 30 well-established Shia mosques along with other religious structures on the spurious grounds that they were operating without licenses, senior government officials even began to claim that the red and white Bahraini flags being waved by the protesters had begun to feature 12 triangles rather than the usual 5, thus symbolizing the Shia belief in there being 12 imams. However, as was soon pointed out, the flags in the photographs the officials were holding up only had 10 triangles, and this was because they were evidently just 2 flags that had been stuck together. 242. As many have since argued, there is little to suggest that the 2011 movement was ever sectarian in nature, with the New York Times correspondents reporting that there were many Sunni participants, and, according to eyewitnesses, one of the most popular slogans was "No Sunni, no Shia, just Bahraini." 243. As Chatham House's Jane Kinnenmont explains, there was no evidence of a link to Iran either, not least because most of Bahrain's Shia do not even subscribe to the Iranian doctrine of wilayat faqih or rule by clerics, and have instead historically looked to Iraqi Shia clerics for their guidance. 244. Putting it best, journalist Shireen Sadeghi explained that the so-called sectarian divide of Bahrain is a manipulative simplification of a far greater divide, that of the colonially installed government that has no connection or compassion for the people of Bahrain. 245. With the protests still advancing and having reached Manama's financial district, and predicted to soon reach palaces and government buildings, it was becoming obvious that the Bahraini forces on their own, short of committing a massacre, were in danger of losing control. On February 21, 2011, even the Bahrain Formula One Grand Prix, arguably the centerpiece of Bahrain's economic diversification strategy, had to be called off. 246. By March, rumors were rife that foreign troops had begun to arrive in the kingdom to buttress its already heavily expatriate-dependent security services. Spotted in Pakistani newspapers, adverts aimed at army veterans had started to appear declaring the urgent need of the Bahraini National Guard, while eyewitnesses began to report the arrival of other Arab soldiers. In fact, on March 14 approximately 1,500 Saudi Arabian National Guard troops and over 500 UAE security personnel had crossed the causeway riding in a convoy of British-manufactured armoured personnel carriers. 247. Although not without precedent, as small Saudi detachments had also been sent to Bahrain during the 1990s, it was the first official deployment of the Gulf Cooperation Council's Peninsula Shield Joint Force. Although it was ostensibly there to reduce the threat of foreign invasion, presumably from Iran, the Bahraini authorities did little to hide its real purpose, having stated that the foreign troops have started arriving to Bahrain in light of the regretful situation the kingdom is currently witnessing, and called upon all citizens and residents to cooperate fully with the GCC forces and welcome them warmly. 248. Furthermore, with the exception of some Kuwaiti naval patrols, there was no evidence that other GCC members had contributed, although according to recently leaked Saudi diplomatic cables, Bahrain had requested that Moroccan troops also be sent. 249. Despite some claims that the Saudi and UAE forces helped their Bahraini counterparts clear the streets, especially as they bulldozed the iconic pearl-shaped monument at Lulu roundabout that had become a sort of Bahraini version of Tahrir Square, it seems their primary role was to remain in the background and provide a reservoir of repression, as a team of U.S. political scientists has recently put it. 250. However, with martial law declared and sporadic violence continuing, there is evidence that the supposedly defensive GCC troops had soon begun to embed themselves with Bahraini National Guard units. Indeed, many reported hearing Saudi or UAE accents among the members of the nighttime house raiding squads, while over the next couple of years a number of the policemen killed during riot control duties, often by improvised explosive devices, were later revealed to be part of the GCC deployment. 251. Even though it had not contributed to the military intervention, there is little doubt that Qatar was fully on board with the GCC's counter-revolution. Al Jazeera's English channel admittedly produced a wonderfully evocative documentary on the Bahraini uprising called Shouting in the Dark, which should be required viewing for all students of Gulf politics, but it was only broadcast once, while the far more influential Arabic channel barely covered Bahrain at all, or if it did then it attempted to misrepresent it. 252 On one occasion Al Jazeera even barred a Bahraini human rights activist from appearing on a debate show on the request of the Bahraini government guest. 253 Indeed, for those watching closely, the way Al Jazeera and Qatari officials handled the obvious inconvenience caused by the Arab Spring reaching their own doorstep provides one of the best clues as to Qatar's underlying disingenuity. Fresh from his personal appearances in Tahrir Square, Yusuf al-Qaradawi began to use the same Al Jazeera show on which he had earlier lambasted Hosni Mubarak to brand Bahrain's uprising as sectarian, rather than about democracy. 254 Qatar Prime Minister Hamad bin Jassim Al Thani played it more cautiously, but his demand that the Bahraini protesters withdraw from the streets in order for dialogue to succeed was painfully inconsistent with his rhetoric on revolutionary North Africa. 255 Optimistic that the Gulf monarchies could sort out the mess in their own neighborhood, as they were also attempting to do in Yemen, the Western powers seemed relatively relaxed over the situation in Bahrain. As soon became clear, a deal had quickly been struck between the US, Britain, and Saudi Arabia, in which the latter would provide much-needed public Arab backing for a NATO no-fly zone over Libya in exchange for Washington and London trying to mute criticism of whatever was going on in Bahrain. 256 According to two UN diplomats, this was understood to require Saudi Arabia making sure that the Arab League delivered a yes vote to support NATO's actions, and then in return the kingdom would privately receive approval for launching an intervention in Bahrain. 257 Giving oral evidence to Britain's Foreign Affairs Committee 3 days after the GCC deployment began, Foreign Secretary William Hague made no mention of the plan and instead claimed he was very concerned about events in Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia has sent forces there. Moreover, he explained that I spoke to Prince Saud, the Saudi foreign minister, about this on Sunday evening, and he assured me that these were for the defense of installations and the external defense of Bahrain, while it would be the Bahraini forces and police that tried to restore order in their own country. 258 With some semblance of stability restored, by the end of the year the worst seemed to be over, with the path soon smooth enough for the US to remove a temporary block that had been placed on arms supplies to Bahrain, and with the king able to appoint another batch of senior Western expatriates as his latest security consultants. 259 Appointed in December 2011 to advise on police reform, former London Metropolitan Police Assistant Commissioner John Yates went on to describe Bahraini protesters as criminals on British television, while the British media has since alleged that former Miami Police Chief John Timoney, also brought in as an advisor, is to blame for the dramatic increase in the use of tear gas in Bahrain. 260 Summing up the situation in a keynote address to the National Democratic Institute, Hillary Clinton was remarkably frank with her explanation of how the US need for a secure supply of energy meant that the government would always have to walk and chew gum at the same time, and that this is our challenge in a country like Bahrain, which has been America's close friend and partner for decades. 261 Similarly blunt, a Congressional Research Service report explained that there was no real alternative naval base for the US as facilities elsewhere, even in the UAE, were just not big enough or would involve inconvenient sharing with commercial operations. 262 Having advised the Bahraini monarchy to commission an independent inquiry into the handling of the 2011 protests under former Union investigator Sharif Bashiani, Western officials effectively managed to buy even more time, as although the inquiry published its report towards the end of that year, US and British ministers were able to deflect most subsequent criticism of the Bahraini regime on the basis that the king was demonstrably serious about reform but simply needed more time to implement the inquiry's suggestions. Indeed, only weeks after its publication the king was invited to London to meet with Prime Minister David Cameron. According to the British government's press release, their discussion concluded with an exploration of how they could boost trade cooperation between the two countries and the opportunities for British business to invest in Bahrain, particularly in the infrastructure sector. 263 Despite overwhelming evidence to indicate that most of the inquiry's suggestions had been ignored, and just weeks after the arrest of prominent opposition leader Ali bin Salman, in January 2015 Britain's Foreign Secretary Philip Hammond was still stating that Bahrain is a country which is travelling in the right direction. It is making significant reform. 264 2 months later, the Bahraini embassy in the U.S. was even confident enough to circulate a letter to the U.S. Congress calling on it to approve pending sales of Humvees, rifles, ammunition, and tear gas, despite the latter having already been described by the Congressional Research Service as equipment that could be used against protesters in Bahrain. In full support of the letter, John McCain, chairman of the Senate's Armed Services Committee, resumed most of the original counter-revolutionary narrative by stating that I'm very concerned about Iranian penetration into Bahrain, that's their next target, and, without substantiation, claiming that there's no doubt that Iranian weapons are coming into Bahrain. Nonetheless, giving a good insight into the sort of contortions that had become necessary to keep portraying the Bahraini regime as a suitable partner, McCain did concede that there are several things I'm not happy about that Bahrain's government has done, but they need to be able to defend their country. His views were unsurprisingly shared by the chairman of the Senate's Foreign Relations Near East Subcommittee, Jim Risch, who reasoned that yes, I'd like the Bahrainis to do some things differently. But how can you have somebody in a coalition and say, okay, fight, but we're not going to sell you any weapons? 265. 7. Plan B, a fake Arab Spring. Containable protests. Beyond the full-blown revolutions in Tunisia, Egypt, and Yemen, and the thwarted uprising in Bahrain, most of the other protests against Western-backed Arab governments in 2011 were either too small-scale or too narrow in their demands to require an organized counter-revolution or armed intervention. In Morocco, for example, the crowds at demonstrations that had begun on February 20 may have reached hundreds of thousands, but the protests were effectively curtailed by a package of measures including constitutional amendments, the co-option of Islamist parties, and soothing noises from the loyal religious establishment. 1 As Ottawa University's Frederick Verrill has explained, the authorities managed to maintain a careful balance of toleration, repression, and containment of street mobilization, and avoided producing martyrs for the opposition movements to capitalize on. 2 In Jordan, similar protests that had focused on corruption, unemployment, and inflation were likewise appeased after King Abdullah II met with Muslim Brotherhood representatives and dismissed his entire cabinet, including the Prime Minister. 3. In both cases the treasuries of these monarchies also soon swelled, courtesy of $5 billion in development aid from the Gulf Cooperation Council. 4 This greatly increased the ability of the Moroccan and Jordanian kings to achieve a rapid reduction in unemployment while also maintaining hefty subsidies. As bizarre as it may sound, the GCC even invited the two struggling monarchies to join it as full members, despite neither being anywhere near the Persian Gulf. Some described this as a mutually beneficial deal, as Morocco and Jordan clearly needed the money, while the Gulf monarchies might someday need the military manpower of their poorer colleagues. 5. Equally manageable were the short-lived protests in Kuwait and Oman, with neither of their 2011 movements reaching anywhere near the same level of potency or revolutionary fervor as in Bahrain. In the former, the government made an early preemptive strike, barely hours after Zine El Abidine Ben Ali had fled Tunisia, by announcing that each citizen, including children, would receive a $3,500 handout as well as a year's allowance of basic food items including sugar and milk. 6 Officially this was a gift to commemorate Kuwait's February 1991 liberation, but given that it was nearly 2 months early, most interpreted it as yet another payoff. Visiting Kuwait a few weeks later, British Prime Minister David Cameron sought to shore up the monarchy's credentials further, stating in a press conference that the ruling family was overseeing the gradual development of a liberal democratic society and that it was taking vital steps on its journey to democracy. 7 Although later in the year there was a major wobble when substantial protests forced the resignation of the unelected Kuwaiti Prime Minister and demanded an investigation into his alleged corruption, these and various workplace strikes soon subsided after a record-breaking new budget was approved, complete with 25% salary increases for all public sector workers. 8. In Oman's case, the aging Sultan Qaboos bin Said Al Said still seemed to hold the respect of the majority of the population, and this almost certainly helped to keep the protests limited in their scope. Most who took to the streets focused on government corruption, unemployment, and the abolition of all taxes, with little evidence of any explicit revolutionary demands. Although some did die in clashes with the police, notably in Sahar in February 2011, the security services mostly seemed to hold back and waited for the government to make some sort of move. Sure enough, by the end of the month, promises of increased subsidies and pay rises for the public sector were made, along with social security benefits for the unemployed and other measures estimated to have cost $2.6 billion. Addressing accusations of corruption, Qaboos followed the King of Jordan's lead by sacking 12 ministers in a further effort to appease the opposition. Although there were repeated flare-ups for the next several months, the situation seemed to have stabilized by the autumn, after promises that the National Consultative Council would be granted more legislative power, and that 50,000 new jobs would be created. 9. Axis against Axis, faking the Arab Spring. In stark contrast to these fairly tepid and ultimately self-contained Arab Kingdom protests, the uprisings that had begun in the republics of Libya and Syria soon escalated into full-blown and brutal civil wars and, in Libya's case, the forceful and bloody toppling of its regime. Now commonly used as examples to reinforce some sort of structural argument that authoritarian republics are inherently weaker than traditional monarchies, the reality of course is that these two states were deliberately targeted in a calculated and sustained manner by external actors who saw a strategic use in supporting and boosting the ambitions of local oppositionists. With Tripoli and Damascus having long proven antagonistic to Western interests and Western allies such as the Gulf monarchies and Israel, a golden opportunity had presented itself in 2011 to oust these administrations once and for all under the pretext of humanitarian and even democratic causes. In this sense, a sort of rerun of the post-9/11 war on terror was launched. As with the earlier removals of the problematic Taliban and Saddam Hussein regimes packaged under the banner of destroying the spectral Al-Qaeda, this time the amorphous Arab Spring was exploited for its strategic silver lining. Although the mass nationwide uprisings in Tunisia, Egypt, and Yemen had clearly knocked out key Western clients, the idea was to give ostensibly similar but evidently much smaller-scale protest movements in Libya and Syria the sort of outside helping hand they needed to become full-blown and state-threatening insurgencies. Apart from the staunchest of anti-imperialists, few would dispute that the dictatorships of Muammar Gaddafi and Bashar al-Assad were equally if not more venal and repressive than those of Hosni Mubarak, Zine El Abidine Ben Ali, and Ali Abdullah Saleh. Few also would doubt that the world would be a better place without them, and that their supposed resistance to states like Israel was largely for show and primarily a function of their own legitimacy building. As Hamid Dabashi explains, by then both Libya and Syria, along with the Arab world's other authoritarian socialist states and Iran-aligned powers, were mostly united in hypocrisy as they offered no alternative to domination by imperialism. They are a condition of this domination. 10 But the fact remained that these two regimes, sitting astride vast natural resources and in command of key ports, rivers, and borders, were still significant obstacles that had long frustrated the ambitions of Western governments and their constituent corporations to gain greater access. With the Western public still mindful of the disastrous Afghanistan and Iraq campaigns, and with the stakes too high for Washington, London, or Tel Aviv to get caught directly supporting opposition movements in Libya and especially Syria, which was not only allied to Iran but had also long been home to a Russian naval facility, the solution was once again to use Arab proxy powers. In this sense, the same pro-Western states that had survived the Arab Spring and were already underpinning both the Islamist and militaristic strands of the counter-revolutions in North Africa and Yemen soon took on the concurrent role of funding and weaponizing a fraudulent and more violent Western-sponsored version of the Arab Spring. With Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar duly working together but separately against the Libyan and Syria governments despite their differences elsewhere on the regional chessboard, a sort of alliance of rivals had formed where, as per state cartel theory, the benefits of cooperation were clearly deemed to outweigh the costs. 11 Sometimes referred to as the axis of moderation, derived from a speech delivered by Tony Blair to the World Affairs Council in 2006 in which he called for an alliance of moderation in the Middle East to counter the arc of extremism, and clearly modeled on Condoleezza Rice's 2007 definition of centers of moderation that could fight those on the other side of that divide, that have made their choice to destabilize. These three proxies, along with Kuwait, Jordan, and others, were ready to take on the axis of resistance. 12. Libya, Gaddafi's strange regime. Surviving numerous assassination attempts and failed uprisings, including the MI6 organized Libyan Islamic Fighting Group plot in the 1990s, Muammar Gaddafi was not without enemies. Most Libyans seemed well aware of the glaring inconsistencies and political decay at the top of the regime, with almost all of Gaddafi's revolutionary credentials long since evaporated. Having purged his Revolutionary Command Council in the 1970s for fear of competition, he had already begun to move away from a Nasser-like image to that of a Qaid or guide that would lead the Libyan Jamahiriya or massacracy. Based on the ramblings of his Green Book, the anti-imperialist Jamahiriya was to be supported by the three pillars of socialism, democracy, and Islam and would ultimately provide Libya with a popular stateless government. 13 The reality of course was very different, with Gaddafi having secretly continued to sell oil, his regime's main source of revenue, to Western Europe, via the same small network of companies that had formerly served King Idris al-Senussi. 14 Moreover, despite professing his resistance to Israel and ostensibly supporting Palestine by funding various militant groups, Gaddafi was in fact the only Arab head of state that Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat refused to visit. 15 Meanwhile the Shia cleric Musa al-Sadr, who headed Lebanon's anti-Israeli Amal movement, simply disappeared after being invited to talks in Tripoli. 16 Although having claimed that the Jamahiriya would oversee the dismantling of tribal authorities, by the 1980s Gaddafi had reneged on this, too, after effectively rehabilitating tribal chiefs and playing them off against each other, so as to strengthen his own grip over Libya. In 1993, he even established the Popular Social Leadership as a new assembly to represent the tribes. Its delegates were reportedly encouraged to monitor their own tribesmen and denounce any who criticized the regime. 17 For those who did speak out, the Jamahiriya proved as ruthless as any of the region's dictatorships, with thousands believed to have died over the next decade and even the bodies of executed student activists being hung up for display on university campuses. Human Rights Watch claimed that in 1996 alone more than 1,200 prisoners were massacred at Abu Salim prison, with a corresponding grave later discovered nearby. 18 By 2010 Gaddafi's feared security services were also understood to have reprised their long-standing cooperation with the Tunisian dictatorship. After all, Zine El Abidine Ben Ali himself had once been the intelligence chief in the brief 1974 Libya, Tunisia Federation. 19 As far as democracy went, few could dispute that the Jamahiriya seemed to be badly failing, with Gaddafi's Libya effectively morphing into a sultanistic state with most of its committees proving inseparable from his own personal authority. Moreover, it was also becoming something of a dynastic monarchy, with most of Gaddafi's sons having assumed key positions of control over the security services, economic planning, and even Libya's foreign relations. With jet-setting, yacht parties, and playboy lifestyles, their behavior was soon indistinguishable from that of the most outrageous young Saudi princes. Nonetheless, and for all its faults, by the time of the Arab Spring the regime did still seem to enjoy a strong core of support. Blessed with oil wealth, and, much like the Gulf monarchies, having developed at least some mechanisms of wealth distribution, the Jamahiriya had clearly provided a substantial number of its citizens with a better standard of living than those elsewhere in North Africa. As Durham University's Matteo Capasso contends, it is too simple, almost unimaginative, to affirm that Gaddafi has ruled for 4 decades solely through a system of violence and repression, with contempt for institutions. As he demonstrates, the implementation of more socialist-inclined policies definitely allowed Gaddafi to establish a consensus among the Libyan population, which in turn helps us understand why his regime experienced several phases of popular consent. Point 20. As the Italian researcher Elvira Diana describes, from a social perspective, since 1970 the government increased the minimum wage and redistributed to Libyans the land once owned by Italians or the Al-Sanusi monarchy. Medical care became free for all and the standard of health became among the highest in Africa. She also notes how public education became free and new schools and universities were opened, and that this led to a Libyan literary spring as a result of the strong push Gaddafi gave to education. The Jamahiriya even set up mobile classrooms and prefabricated school buildings in desert oasis communities on the basis that education was for all. 21 Other accomplishments included several laws to improve the education of women and to encourage mixed gender classes. Moreover, girls were to have compulsory education until the age of 16 and the legal age of marriage was increased to 20, the highest in the Arab world. 22. Libya, flirting with neoliberalism. Despite all of Muammar Gaddafi's rhetoric and the apparent self-sufficiency afforded by its oil wealth, there is considerable evidence that by the mid-2000s Libya had tried to warm to the West and jump on the neoliberal bandwagon. Having witnessed Saddam Hussein's fate in 2003, and likely assuming the war on terror would soon reach Libya, some have suggested Gaddafi realized he had to switch sides, or at least had to pretend to do so. Others have pointed out that his increasingly rapacious sons and inner circle members were pressuring him to take advantage of the lifting of the sanctions that had been imposed by the UN on Libya in the early 1990s for suspected terror links. 23 Their aim was to facilitate foreign investment and the denationalization of state assets, much as Hosni Mubarak had been doing in Egypt, so that the assets Gaddafi himself had once nationalized could now be bought up by his cronies. Trying to spin this as an extension of the popular control called for in the Green Book, the reality it seemed was that Gaddafi's own relatives were angling for their share of Libya's global value. 24. Problematically, of course, on top of Gaddafi's earlier intransigent stances on Al-Qaeda, Saudi Arabia, and other Western allies, there were a multitude of other obstacles still preventing such a rapprochement between the West and Libya, even if it was strictly for business. With Gaddafi's intelligence services having executed numerous dissidents in Western Europe, they were thought to have been particularly active in London, where the Libyan embassy supposedly had a lengthy list of targets it was working through. 25 Moreover, the history of terrorism seemed difficult to forget, with the Gaddafi regime continuing to be blamed for a 1984 gun attack on demonstrators outside the Libyan embassy in London, which led to the death of British policewoman Yvonne Fletcher, and of course the downing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie in Scotland in 1988. With the plane now known to have been carrying at least 4 U.S. officials and their bodyguards, including the CIA's Beirut station chief and a Defense Intelligence Agency officer on secondment to the CIA, the mid-air explosion was likely seen by the U.S. government as a direct attack on its secret Middle East operations. 26. But with money on the table, all soon seemed to be forgiven, with even Gaddafi himself beginning to make qualified apologies. In 2003 his government formally accepted responsibility for Lockerbie, even though no direct role was admitted, and even if most fingers had by then already begun to point elsewhere. 27 In fact, only a year earlier the dying Palestinian militant Sabri Khalil al-Banna, also known as Abu Nidal, had told his aides that he, not Libya, had been responsible for Lockerbie, and that the reports which link the Lockerbie Act to others are false reports. We are behind what happened. 28 Indeed, Abu Nidal's claims tallied with the US's initial intelligence on Lockerbie, which between December 1988 and October 1990 had indicated involvement of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. 29 Trying to boost the Gaddafi regime's repentant reputation further, reports also began to circulate that Libya had hired the US-based Monitor Group to undertake a public relations cleansing campaign. One of the group's letters sent to a senior Libyan official promised that we will create a network map to identify significant figures engaged or interested in Libya today. We will identify and encourage journalists, academics, and contemporary thinkers who will have an interest in publishing papers and articles on Libya 30. From about this time Libya had also begun to cooperate heavily with Western intelligence agencies, including the CIA and MI6. According to the Jamestown Foundation, Gaddafi's intelligence chief Moussa Koussa had begun handing over names of Libyan Islamic Fighting Group members living in exile. Although hailed as a major intelligence windfall by the US, they were of course the same characters that MI6 had been working with during the 1990s. Nonetheless, according to documents later discovered in the former office of Koussa, who had defected to Britain almost immediately after the 2011 uprising and was then safely rehabilitated in Qatar, the Western powers had been deporting such Libyan dissidents back to Libya, where Western intelligence officers would then attend interrogation sessions. Bizarrely, the same captured documents detailed how British officials were even helping to draft Gaddafi's speeches, and how MI6 had sought to arrange a public relations stunt for Gaddafi and Tony Blair in 2004. This now infamous meeting in the desert was to take place in a Bedouin tent on the grounds that the English are fascinated by tents. The plain fact is that the journalists would love it. 31. On top of renditions, Gaddafi also appeared willing to alleviate the North African refugee crisis in the Mediterranean by offering to prevent forcibly African migrants from leaving Libyan shores, in exchange for $5 billion of Italian investments into Libya and 6 Italian-manufactured naval patrol boats. 32. Although clearly an act of extortion, with one of Gaddafi's sons warning a Western official that without his father in power Europe would face an unprecedented illegal immigration from Africa, and later Gaddafi telephone calls to Blair warning of a jihadist invasion of Europe, the Western intelligence agencies nonetheless sought to portray the regime's cooperation as further evidence of Libya coming in from the cold. 33. As a useful proxy, Qatar also had a role to play in smoothing such Libyan-European relations, in 2007 having helped facilitate the extradition of a number of Bulgarian nurses who had earlier been imprisoned in Libya on the charge of infecting children with HIV. And 2 years later facilitating the release of purported Lockerbie bomber Abdelbasset al-Megrahi from British custody. 34. With relations improving, at least on paper, the Financial Times reported that Western businessmen quickly found rich and willing clients among Libya's new generation of business elites. 35. Rising to the fore was Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, who, as the dictator's second eldest son and a postgraduate at the London School of Economics, was identified in leaked U.S. diplomatic cables as the point man for Libya's pending political and economic reforms. 36. As the Libyan equivalent of Gamal Mubarak, he had become a frequent visitor to the Western capitals as part of his self-proclaimed infida or opening strategy, and was regarded as ultra-cool, charming, a modernizer. Understood to have assumed control over the Libyan Investment Authority, the country's major sovereign wealth fund, he had paid Goldman Sachs $1.3 billion to manage its future investments in currencies and stocks. 37. Among the first big movers was Royal Dutch Shell, which pushed forward quickly from an initial 2004 agreement with Gaddafi and subsequently held 26 meetings over the next few years with British government officials hoping to facilitate a bigger deal. British Petroleum joined in, too, winning a Libyan concession in 2007 worth $15 billion, and by the end of the decade hundreds more British companies were operating in Libya in what had become an annual bilateral trade worth $1.50 billion. 38. From the US side the optimism was no less palpable, with Senator John McCain touring Libya in 2009 and noting the hydrocarbon producing potential and the high expectations of international oil companies. 39. Unsurprisingly, perhaps, with Gaddafi pictured shaking hands with world leaders and finally beginning to receive some good press in the Western media, Libya was also ripe for arms deals. Ahead of the competition were the British companies, with large quantities of advanced military equipment being sold to Libya from 2007, including all of the usual panoply of offensive crowd control hardware such as armored personnel carriers, sniper rifles, smoke canisters, stun grenades, and water cannons. A sophisticated communications system for Libyan tanks was also sold after being approved for export by the British government, which had already designated Libya a priority market worthy of high-level political interventions. 40 In 2009 alone, approximately $500 million worth of British, French, German, and Italian arms were believed to have shipped, and as late as November 2010, just weeks before the Arab Spring began, more than 50 British companies attended a Libyan arms fair held at an airport in Tripoli. Later interviewed by the Daily Telegraph, the spokesman for one of the companies explained why it was not embarrassing for us. The Libyans were a favored regime with our government. Tony Blair was out there and they had become a country we could trade with. Our politicians were more than happy to allow us to export out there. 41 Indeed, when Libyan regime offices were raided in 2011, a letter was found from Blair addressed to Gaddafi. Dated 2007, it began with "Dear Muammar, thanked Gaddafi for his excellent cooperation," and then ended with "Best wishes, yours ever, Tony." 42. Libya, not so supplicant. In parallel to the euphoria surrounding the oil-rich state's apparent reintegration into Western markets, there were, however, several early warnings that the Libyan regime was unlikely ever to be as compliant as Egypt and Tunisia. According to leaked U.S. diplomatic cables from 2007, the U.S. government was already becoming frustrated with the speed of Gaddafi's liberalization and complained of his merely lukewarm embrace of U.S. corporate interests. 43 The cables also indicated how U.S. officials were wary of lingering Libyan resource nationalism and had tried to demonstrate the downsides of this approach to the Libyan government. 44 In many ways, the U.S. Department of State was right to be suspicious, even if U.S. politicians were not, as there were soon ample indications that Gaddafi was not so supplicant after all. As soon as they had signed concessions with Libya, both ExxonMobil and Total had been strong-armed into signing up to a new oil-sharing agreement that gave them much less favorable terms and called for $5 billion in upfront payments to the Libyan government. A 2008 U.S. cable warned that a U.S. consortium that included ConocoPhillips would be next on the block, despite it having already paid out substantial sums to Tripoli. By 2009 things seemed to be getting even worse, with Gaddafi abruptly threatening to renationalize Libyan oil halfway through a video conference with Georgetown University students. 45 Behind the scenes, the sort of rhetoric was already translating into action, with Libyan ministers having begun to force U.S. oil companies to contribute to a new US Libya claims compensation agreement, which was supposed to support the victims of U.S. and Libyan bombings in both countries. Balking at such moves, the U.S. ambassador described them as red lines, although the Department of State was a bit more realistic, suggesting that smaller operators and services might relent and pay, and the New York Times noted that several did indeed begin to pay. European companies seemed to be faring no better, with Italy's hopes of winning development contracts seeming to hang on its government having to pay $200 million a year for 25 years as compensation for colonial injustices. Meanwhile, multinational corporations ranging from Caterpillar to Coca-Cola reported similar problems, including requirements that they had to enter into joint ventures with state-owned companies that were in effect owned by Gaddafi family members. 46 With history seeming to come full circle, this was exactly the sort of practice that the former king of Libya had been engaged in, with a declassified CIA document revealing the many scandals that erupted after his relatives and ministers had won contracts to build Libya's new highways. 47 Equally alarming for the Western governments was Gaddafi's apparent free-for-all approach to Libya's investment opportunities, with Tripoli increasingly beginning to grant oil concessions to Chinese, Indian, Japanese, and Russian companies. Beyond oil, China was also winning huge multi-billion-dollar contracts in construction and infrastructure projects, including a $2.6 billion railway contract which could just as easily have been awarded to a Western company. Meanwhile, in 2008, Russia agreed to forgive $4.5 billion of Soviet-era debt in exchange for first pick of various new Libyan development contracts. 48 Ruffling U.S. feathers even further, Gaddafi also seemed to have begun supporting the Kremlin's views on NATO expansionism in Georgia and Ukraine and, along with Nigeria, had publicly voiced his opposition to the expansion of the US Stuttgart-based AFRICOM onto the African continent. 49. Likely the final blows, the resistance to such cooperation with the US military was doubtlessly exacerbated by the Libyan National Oil Company's announcement in February 2011 that it would be granting no new oil concessions that year, and by the Libyan Investment Authority's decision a few weeks later to begin divesting its US and British assets on the grounds that it was too exposed to Western economies. 50. Moreover, as the Hillary Clinton emails since released by a special congressional inquiry have revealed, at about this time French intelligence had become aware of Gaddafi's plans to establish a new Pan-African currency which was to serve as an alternative to Western currencies. This was to be based on the Libyan golden dinar, and it was estimated that the Libyan central bank had amassed 143 tons of gold and a similar quantity of silver to back it up. 51. Libya, the uprising. Less than a week after Hosni Mubarak's ouster, Muammar Gaddafi's vulnerabilities also seemed exposed after an Arab Spring-like day of rage began on February 17, 2011. The protests started ostensibly as a response to the arrest 2 days earlier of a well-known human rights lawyer, Fethi Tarbal, who had begun to represent the families of victims of the 1996 prison massacre. Judges, lawyers, and students assembled outside a police station in Libya's eastern city of Benghazi and demanded his release. As eyewitnesses later described, Tarbal's arrest at this time was the regime's big mistake. 52. With protests soon spreading across the historically restive city, Gaddafi's old policy of keeping the East poor as a means by which to limit the potential political threat, as described in a leaked U.S. diplomatic cable from 2008, seemed to be proving a severe miscalculation. As U.S. officials had predicted, a poor Benghazi meant there would be many young Eastern Libyan men with nothing to lose by participating in extremist violence at home. 53. Peaceful at first, the demonstrators carried images of Omar al-Mukhtar, the martyred symbol of Libyan resistance to Italian occupation, and declared themselves the grandsons of Omar. 54. The Benghazi movement quickly appeared to grow into a much bigger insurgency, with mass labor strikes and a number of prominent tribal leaders announcing their support. 55. Making matters worse for Tripoli, and giving the uprising a harder edge, reports began to circulate of Army and Air Force defections in Benghazi and Tobruk, also in the east, with 2 pilots having even flown their planes to Malta. 56. In many ways, the nightmare of such a powerful but apparently leaderless movement had been foreseen by Gaddafi, with his catchy 1989 short story Firar ila Jahannam, or Escape to Hell, having warned of how cruel people can be when they flare up together. What a crushing flood that has no mercy for anyone in its way. In the book he first declares, "How I love the liberated masses on the march. They are unfettered, with no master, singing and merry after their terrible ordeals." But he later confesses that on the other hand, how I fear and apprehend them. They carry their favorite sons high on their shoulders, but how cruel they can be when they are angrily excited. 57. Still in command of the oil-producing regions, and following Saudi Arabia's example, Gaddafi's first response was to promise a massive $24 billion housing and development fund, most of which was to be spent on regenerating the restive and now rebellious eastern provinces. Fatefully, however, his firebrand personality seemed to be leading him into the same sort of trap as his counterparts in Tunisia and Egypt, especially after he took to the airwaves on February 20 and delivered an unrepentant speech that threatened bloody retribution against the dissenters. 58. Making matters worse, only a day later the once pro-reform Saif al-Islam appeared on television to deliver a disjointed, rambling, and threatening speech in defense of his father's regime. Blaming the Benghazi emergency on drunken or drugged Islamists along with coffee-drinking Arabs, he tried to whitewash the deaths of any protesters thus far, attributing them to planning errors, while at the same time promising rivers of blood for those that continued to resist. Ominously he concluded that the government would fight to the last minute and to the last bullet. 59. With the uprising soon reaching Tripoli and the state television headquarters being stormed, the collapse of the regime seemed imminent, at least according to international media outlets. As the days went by, however, the capital appeared to remain quite firmly in Gaddafi's hands, with the much anticipated nationwide revolution simply failing to materialize. Explained away with stories of pro-government thugs being unleashed in residential areas to keep people off the streets, along with busloads of paid Gaddafi supporters arriving in public squares and, according to Al Jazeera, even aircraft and helicopter gunships overflying and gunning protesters down. The true extent of the violence used by the regime during this crucial period has nonetheless been repeatedly called into question. Notwithstanding the Gaddafi family's incendiary speeches, the New York Times hinted nearly a month later that the regime's initial response may not have been as repressive as many had made out. Describing how the rebels feel no loyalty to the truth in shaping their propaganda, its correspondents believed the rebels were claiming non-existent battlefield victories, asserting they were still fighting in a key city days after it fell to Gaddafi forces, and making vastly inflated claims of his barbaric behavior. 60 Even U.S. Secretary for Defense Robert Gates, by then in his final months in post, along with the Department of Defense's Admiral Michael Mullen, stated in a press conference that they had read the media reports but agreed there was no confirmation whatsoever that the Gaddafi regime had been using air power to attack civilians. 61 After a lengthy investigation, the director of the International Crisis Group's North Africa project concluded that the stories of strafing of protesters were indeed untrue. 62 Apart from some accounts of Serbian guns being used by the regime's forces, there was little other mention in the media of the weapons its thugs were supposed to be using, and certainly no references to the millions of dollars worth of British and other European arms and crowd control equipment that had been sold to Libya up until a few months earlier. 63 There were, however, plentiful reports being filed that claimed the regime was clinging to power because it was deploying thousands of dark-skinned mercenaries from Mali, Niger, and Chad. Rebel eyewitnesses, for example, had described to Reuters in detail how French-speaking West Africans had attacked the protesters, while Libya's permanent representative to the UN, who had almost instantly defected in February, soon told the world, "We are expecting a real genocide in Tripoli. The airplanes are still bringing mercenaries to the airports." 64 The head of the Working Group on Mercenaries for the UN's High Commissioner for Human Rights was only slightly more cautious, stating that the evidence of mercenaries being used was not 100%, but it does seem likely, and it was reported that he was aware of accounts describing Eastern European as well as African mercenaries in Libya. 65 Others have been much more circumspect, with some suggesting the dark-skinned fighters may have been part of Gaddafi's deterrent battalion, a foreign legion set up nearly 20 years earlier to counter future tribal mutinies. 66 Some have been even more critical of the mainstream narrative, contending that the real genocides of the Libyan uprising were in fact the bloody and largely ignored reprisals and revenge attacks perpetrated by rebels against populations of black Libyans and African expatriates accused of fighting for the regime. As Concordia University's Maximilian Forte argues, this was aside to the conflict that the white, Western world, and those who dominate the conversation about Libya, have missed, and not by accident. 67 On February 26, for example, an apparently impartial Turkish construction worker told the BBC that we had 70 to 80 people from Chad working for our company. They were massacred with pruning shears and axes, accused by the attackers of being Gaddafi's troops. He also stated, "The Sudanese people were massacred. We saw it for ourselves." 68 Just 2 days after this, and thus only 11 days after the uprising began, it was reported that dozens of workers from sub-Saharan Africa, it is feared, have been killed and hundreds are hiding because angry opponents of the government are hunting down black African mercenaries, witnesses have said. Reuters too claimed that hundreds of black immigrants from the poorest African countries, who work mainly as low-wage day laborers in Libya, have been wounded by the rebels. From fear of being killed, some of them have refrained from going to a doctor. The victims also told Reuters that the rebels were using the pretext of revolution to accuse black Africans of being murderous mercenaries. But in reality they simply refused to tolerate us. Our camp was burnt down. Our company and our embassy helped us get to the airport 69 in March 2011. The Los Angeles Times published an equally disturbing account of how dozens of the rebels' prisoners, mostly black Africans, were being paraded in front of journalists in a clear breach of the Geneva Convention. Although its correspondents were prevented from speaking to the prisoners, they still recalled seeing one young man from Ghana bolting from the prisoners' queue. As they described, he shouted in English at them, "I'm not a soldier. I work for a construction company in Benghazi. They took me from my house." A guard had then reportedly shouted that he lies, he's a mercenary. 70. A few months later, with a bitter civil war raging, Human Rights Watch observed that dark-skinned Libyans and sub-Saharan Africans face particular risks because rebel forces and other armed groups have often considered them pro-Gaddafi mercenaries from other African countries. Its report noted that we've seen violent attacks and killings of these people in areas where the rebels took control. Amnesty International gave much the same warning, noting there was a disproportionate detention of black Africans in rebel-controlled Al-Zawaya, as well as the targeting of unarmed, migrant farm workers. 71 In August 2011 even the African Union warned that rebels seemed to confuse black people with mercenaries and that this meant for 1/3 of the population of Libya, which is black, they are mercenaries. Its chairperson further reported that the rebels are killing people, normal workers, mistreating them, and, making a broader point, complained that the rebels' attitude has been negative all along. I went to Benghazi. We have treated them equally. 72. While some dismissed the African Union's conclusions on the basis that Gaddafi had long been one of its most vociferous supporters, it was harder to ignore an investigative report that appeared a few weeks later in the Daily Telegraph. Describing the ethnic cleansing of the predominantly black and slave-descended inhabitants of the Libyan town of Taorga, it detailed how its population of about 10,000 had been collectively accused of remaining loyal to Gaddafi. The reprisal also led to a large number of houses, and virtually every shop, being systematically vandalized, looted, or set on fire, and with even the local hospital vandalized, the beds were dragged out of the wards and ripped. One nearby rebel unit was even described as having painted a slogan on the road leading into Taorga declaring they were the Brigade for Purging Slaves and Black Skin. 73. As the war dragged on, it was also clear that the majority of the regime's armed forces, mercenaries notwithstanding, seemed to have remained loyal. As Robert Springborg argues, in part this may have been due to the prominent role of the Kataib or special battalions that either answered directly to Gaddafi or were commanded by one of his sons. 74 Although some Libyan scholars have argued that by 2011 tribalism was only superficial. 75 The loyalty of tribes also seemed to matter. The Zintan, for example, had clearly embraced the rebel movement and had pushed their elders to end relations with Gaddafi, but many others such as the powerful Warf Allah had evidently continued to endorse the regime, even if they experienced some high-profile defections and had previously mutinied against Gaddafi. 76 In this sense the mainstream explanations put forward by Al Jazeera and other outlets for the revolution's marked lack of progress, namely that Libya simply had a better armed and financed military than had been expected, were largely bogus. 77 The inconvenient reality that few seemed willing to discuss at the time was that the Gaddafi regime, odious as it may have been, was still regarded by many Libyans as the least worst alternative when faced with the prospect of a rebel-led government. Libya, subverting the National Transitional Council. Even if it had no truly nationwide revolution behind it, and had little real control over the various rebel militias, the Benghazi-based National Transitional Council, NTC, still seemed to embody most of the values and ambitions of the Arab Spring movements elsewhere in the region. A progressive and wholly indigenous organization, it claimed in its first communiqué to represent the city councils in all liberated areas and to represent no foreign interests. 78 Staffed by a mix of Benghazi activists, tribal leaders, defecting army commanders, lawyers, and judges, it duly began to set up a parallel government complete with its own newspaper and television station. With almost Soviet-like organization, workers' committees were established to manage various parts of the economy and infrastructure. As Simon Asaf describes, Many observers, including Western journalists, noted the efficiency and energy of the councils and the relaxed air of freedom in the city. Moreover, he noted that in Benghazi, despite food shortages, the poorest citizens told of how they are eating better now than before the revolution 79. The NTC also seems to have withstood an early counter-revolutionary attempt when Muammar Gaddafi's supposedly defecting former Justice Minister Mustafa Abdel-Jalil declared himself leader of the provisional government before trying to cut a deal between the old regime and the Western powers. 80 Since then more has come to light about the nature of the deal, with the Hillary Clinton emails having revealed that French intelligence had already begun to cultivate particular clients amongst the rebels, and had held secret meetings with Abdel-Jalil. In return for weapons and guidance, along with promises of official French recognition for his government after Gaddafi was defeated, Abdel-Jalil was to ensure the favoring of French firms and national interests, particularly regarding the oil industry. Worryingly, at the time this relationship was secretly being built, the French government's official position was that it did not know who to support in Libya. 81. Likely aware of Abdel-Jalil's intentions, the core of the NTC declared on February 28, 2011 that it wished for no foreign intervention in Libya and expressed its fears that the West would use elements of the old regime to circumvent the real revolution. 82 Indeed, in a U.S. Department of Defense press conference the next day, the Secretary for Defense bluntly confirmed that the rebel leaders had made no request for a NATO intervention. 83 Less than a week later, however, in what the British media termed an embarrassing episode, 6 SAS soldiers and 2 MI6 officers were detained by the NTC after having been dropped by helicopters onto farmland on a mission to establish contact with anti-regime forces. Despite having bags containing weapons, reconnaissance equipment, and multiple passports, Britain's Foreign Secretary referred to them as a small British diplomatic team that had had to leave Libya after experiencing difficulties. The NTC again chose to make its position clear, with its spokesperson criticizing Britain's clandestine intrusion and claiming that the incident had fueled doubts about British intentions. 84 Interestingly, the NTC also claimed that the Western powers were doing nothing to block incoming Gaddafi supply flights, were refusing to unfreeze Libyan assets abroad and release the funds to the NTC, and were not allowing the NTC to import weapons on the grounds that they could fall into the hands of terrorists when delivered to Libya. 85 But with the uprising increasingly under pressure as regime units quickly began to regroup and focus their attention on rebel-held cities, it seemed Washington and London had already reached a decision to intervene on their own terms. The opportunity of removing the problematic Gaddafi leadership under the banner of the Arab Spring was too good to miss, even if it ran the risk of alienating the actual protesters who had first risen up against Gaddafi and whose leaders, so it seemed, were increasingly distrustful of the West. In contrast to his earlier radio silence on Zine El Abidine Ben Ali and Hosni Mubarak, as early as March 3, 2011 Barack Obama had already begun to call for Gaddafi to go, and just 6 days later both he and David Cameron were stating that they were preparing for military action. 86 In this sense, the prospect of forcibly installing a new and more supplicant post-Gaddafi administration had become a much more attractive proposition to the Western powers than any attempted rescue of their erratic trade partner of the past 8 years. Indeed, as The Independent reported, Cameron had little interest in a last-minute diplomatic intercession by Tony Blair, who had supposedly been contacted by a Gaddafi aide seeking a deal with the British. 87 Getting around the NTC and its publicly stated position against intervention required a multi-pronged strategy. The most obvious need was to frame the impending Western-sponsored military action as being primarily driven by humanitarian concerns. As Gaddafi's forces began to inch closer to Benghazi by the middle of March, they were already being described as on a murderous rampage, with the regime having promised no mercy. 88 Meanwhile, a sensational casus belli-style story was published by Al Jazeera claiming that the Libyan army was on a Viagra-fueled raping spree across the country. Picked up and republished by almost every Western outlet, and even referred to by the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, the U.S. ambassador to Libya then repeated the claim to the UN Security Council. 89 As the University of Texas Alan Cooperman and others noted, however, those towns being recaptured by the regime were not actually being subjected to massacres. 90 Moreover, as the New York Times made clear, Gaddafi's infamous no mercy warning had in fact been directed specifically at the rebel fighters, with the regime having promised an amnesty for those who throw their weapons away. 91 As for the Viagra mass rape story, U.S. intelligence officials did not quite seem to share the U.S. ambassador's position, with one having admitted to NBC News that there is no evidence that Libyan military forces are being given Viagra and engaging in systematic rape against women in rebel areas. Leading a UN human rights inquiry into the situation, Cherif Bashiani was even more circumspect and claimed that the Viagra story was the product of mass hysteria. Going even further, Amnesty International's spokesperson explained that Amnesty had not found cases of rape. Not only have we not met any victims, but we have not even met any persons who have met victims. As for the boxes of Viagra that Gaddafi is supposed to have had distributed, they were found intact near tanks that were completely burned out. 92. The strategy's second need was that the NTC itself needed to be co-opted and stripped of any genuinely revolutionary sentiments so that the post-intervention government would be suitably pro-Western and ready to get back to business. In some ways the problem took care of itself, as Gaddafi's forces appeared to be advancing on Benghazi faster than many had expected. Reaffirming the US strictly humanitarian motives, Clinton warned that Gaddafi would do terrible things. It's just in his nature. There are some creatures that are like that, while the New York Times reported that the NTC had little option but to mortgage the revolution in return for formally requesting Western intervention so as to prevent a massacre. 93 As Asaf put it, the revolution was forced into an unnecessary compromise with imperialism, and it had been panicked into its call for Western military intervention. Naturally, such intervention came at a significant price, with Abdel-Jalil emerging as the US choice to take over the NTC's chairmanship. 94 Tellingly, perhaps, a few weeks later the Italian media described him as a possible successor to Saif al-Islam on the basis that he was committed to the same sort of economic reforms. 95. Conforming to its Western proxy role, Qatar became the first Arab state to recognize the new Abdel-Jalil-led and pro-Western incarnation of the NTC as Libya's official government. Described as instrumental in engineering the old regime's suspension from the Arab League, Doha also began to campaign publicly and heavily for NATO strikes and an enforced no-fly zone over Libya. 96 In parallel, a new Qatar-based Libya TV was also set up. Funded by Libyan expatriate businessmen, it broadcast almost unrelenting criticism of the Gaddafi regime while at the same time throwing its full support behind the NATO-friendly NTC. 97 With Qatar in its corner and rejecting various peace initiatives, including one by the African Union, the new NTC soon made it quite clear that any premature end to the fighting would be unacceptable, a view quickly backed up by both the British Foreign Secretary and the NATO Secretary General, who had argued, respectively, that any ceasefire agreement with Gaddafi would be meaningless and that it would be impossible to put monitors on the ground to implement and enforce it. 98 Unsurprisingly, given its future raison d'etre, the NTC promised that it would abide by all international contracts that had earlier been signed by the Libyan government, with one of its spokesmen later confirming that all pre-existing contracts in the oil fields are absolutely sacrosanct. There's no question of revoking any contract. 99. Libya, NATO takes action. Proposed by Britain, France, and temporary member Lebanon, but with far from unanimous support, UN Security Council Resolution 1973 on March 17, 2011 paved the way for the first NATO airstrikes on Libya just 48 hours later. 100 premised on an earlier 2009 resolution on the responsibility to protect that had led to no interventions in far bloodier conflicts elsewhere in Africa. Resolution 1973 called for a no-fly zone to be enforced over Libya and authorized all necessary means to protect its civilian population, although without permitting any foreign occupation. 101 As Hamid Dabashi recalls, this was interpreted by most observers at the time as allowing everything short of putting troops on the ground. 102 With the bulk of Operation Unified Protector air power being delivered by Britain and France, and with the US famously choosing to lead from behind after purchasing the involvement of these allies in return for them receiving public credit, it seemed Muammar Gaddafi's long-held fears of Western plots to unseat him were being realized. As recently as 2009, a U.S. diplomatic cable had recorded his personally expressed suspicions that the real goal behind Western economic re-engagement with Libya was to engineer a regime change. 103 Indeed, the US Operation Odyssey Dawn, the name for its contributing mission as part of Unified Protector, was being managed exclusively by AFRICOM, the same U.S. military institution that Libya and Nigeria had earlier tried to block from entry to the African continent. 104 Reaching the soundest conclusion. Matteo Capasso and anthropologist Igor Cherstik have since contended that the 2011 uprising was seen as a crucial tipping point for a state on the cusp of entering into a civil war, and one which was exploited by the West and its allies in an effort to impose their ideological vision for Libya, which would be easier to pursue if Gaddafi were toppled. 105. With the described deal in place with the US and Britain to deflect criticism from its own parallel intervention in Bahrain, the GCC and its members had not only pushed for the Arab League's backing of Unified Protector but also soon began to join the NATO powers in policing Libya's skies. With Qatar providing 6 fighter jets and 2 strategic support aircraft, while the UAE provided 12 fighter jets, the GCC's combined contingent was almost as big as France's. 106 Helpfully for the first few waves of NATO strikes, the Qatar-based Libya TV not only provided a thorough whitewashing of the campaign but even began to broadcast purportedly intercepted telephone calls between Gaddafi regime officials that indicated they were deliberately moving the dead bodies of rebels to the sites of strategic NATO strikes so as to claim there were heavy civilian casualties. By then understood to be largely based in Doha, Mustafa Abdel-Jalil was given the sole platform on Libya TV to call for national unity and for the regime's remaining military units in Tripoli to stand down. 107. With the compelling humanitarian and responsibility to protect narratives in place and, as Maximilian Forte describes, a powerful circle of acclamation surrounding the intervention, few Western opinion makers beyond the strongest anti-imperialists were really able to put forward any meaningful condemnation of the NATO GCC campaign. 108 Influential critics such as Juan Cole argued that Unified Protector was quite safe on the basis that it did not involve boots on the ground and that this meant it was incomparable with the 2003 invasion of Iraq. He also claimed the intervention was being done in a legal way because the UN resolution was something of a gold standard, and argued that if we just don't care if the people of Benghazi are subjected to murder and repression on a vast scale, we aren't people of the left. 109 Meanwhile, although Davishi recognized the intervention as an initially counter-revolutionary development and understood it was using the pretense of humanitarianism, he saw some positives, as NATO's air strikes would challenge the very logic of military intervention in a democratic uprising on the basis that they would end up destroying the same military equipment that the NATO powers had earlier sold to Gaddafi. Others, it seemed, were simply tricked by the messages of qualified support for NATO from some of the most unusual quarters, with Hezbollah's Hassan Nasrallah himself having declared that what is taking place in Libya is war imposed by the regime on a people that was peacefully demanding change. The revolutionary people of Libya should be helped so as to persevere. 110 Too few had paused to consider that Hezbollah and other such axis of resistance powers were equally as anti-Gaddafi as they were anti-Western. With the strikes rolling on and the Libyan regime steadily eroding, it was perhaps the New Yorker that got it most wrong. In a lengthy and widely read essay that struck an overly optimistic tone, it disingenuously claimed that the new Libya's emergent institutions were being developed above all by Libyans, not by an Ahmet Chalabi, in reference to the Iraqi politician involved in the US invasion of Iraq in 2003, or the CIA. They are indigenous, they have legitimacy. Going further, the New Yorker also attempted to identify a silver lining to the lengthy and bloody civil war, arguing that an unintended consequence of the prolonged conflict was that the ragtag Libyan fighters improved their skills on the battlefield and enabled civil institutions to arise from the rubble of a reign of terror. 111. Libya, an international crime. Almost as soon as the dust had settled after the first NATO strikes, evidence began to mount indicating that the participating air forces had little intention of sticking to their UN mandate of enforcing a no-fly zone and protecting civilians. In particular, a video began to circulate of the aftermath of the inaugural French interdiction on March 19, 2011. Although the target was officially supposed to have been a substantial armored column advancing on Benghazi, the video instead depicted only a handful of military vehicles on an open highway, clearly heading away from the city, and thus traveling in the same direction as the rebel units that eventually arrived on the scene. Nevertheless, the Reuters report that began to circulate, apparently based on a mixture of official NATO press releases and National Transitional Council statements, described about 14 tanks, 20 armored personnel carriers, 2 trucks with multiple rocket launchers and dozens of pickups destroyed in the strike. 112. Most of the reports on subsequent strikes followed much the same format, even though many seemed to have had nothing to do with protecting civilians, and some had actually led to the deaths of civilians. Certainly there were strikes on key air defense and communications systems, but as the New York Times recorded, there were also strikes on Libya's state television headquarters, and, as CNN claimed, Apache helicopter gunships had ended up killing civilians in a public square. 113. In this context, Matteo Capasso notes that NATO's understanding of the need to protect civilians did not seem to extend to Muammar Gaddafi loyalists. Most obviously, as he points out, when rebel forces began to enter the city of Sirte, Gaddafi's hometown and one of the regime's last remaining strongholds, the extent of the atrocities committed against its civilian population would likely have been described as genocidal by the Western media if the circumstances had been different. 114. Sharing much the same view, Princeton University professor emeritus Richard Falk observed that the NATO forces were obviously far less committed to their supposed protective role than to ensuring that the balance of forces within Libya would be tipped in the direction of the insurrectionary challenge. 115. Indeed, NATO went far beyond protecting civilian populations, especially after May 2011 when it effectively provided air support for the destruction of the Gaddafi state. 116. Unsurprisingly, therefore, even after the regime made its last stand in Sirte, its scattered retreat on the afternoon of October 20 was heavily bombed, with US Predator drones and French jet fighters knocking out the last few vehicles. 117. Apparently pulled out of a big pipe after fleeing from his car and very much alive, Gaddafi's capture was videoed and broadcast around the world, despite the obvious barbarity of the crowd and the brutality of the scene. Very soon after, however, he was described as having died, but with no further information being given. According to Human Rights Watch, he had been stabbed in the rear with a bayonet causing catastrophic blood loss, but the doctor who performed the post-mortem had been threatened with death in order to keep his findings confidential. 118. In an even stranger twist, according to the disclosed emails of Hillary Clinton, the Department of State had been made aware that just 5 days before this final episode, the investigative reporter Seymour Hersh had been contacted by a source who was a former financial beneficiary of the Gaddafi regime who had offered him an exclusive interview with Gaddafi, who, by then, had already escaped to Chad. 119. As numerous Libyan bloggers have since speculated, this may mean that the man mobbed by the crowds was in fact one of Gaddafi's many very realistic body doubles. But if crimes were being committed from the air, then they were almost certainly being committed on the ground, too, despite the UN's restriction on the use of troops. Although the New York Times later claimed that the CIA only ever had a handful of operatives in Libya at this time, its own correspondents had reported in March 2011 that CIA operatives had been working in Libya for several weeks as part of a shadow force of Westerners, which can help bleed Gaddafi's military. This of course implied that they had arrived at some point in early or mid-February, long before the UN resolution and possibly even before the first days of the Benghazi uprising. Again without stipulating a date, but stating that it had happened several weeks ago, The New York Times also quoted U.S. officials as confirming that President Obama signed a secret finding authorizing the CIA to provide arms and other support to Libyan rebels. 120 This was despite earlier U.S. government statements that had claimed it was ready to honor the UN mandate, that confirmed there would be no boots on the ground, and that explained the Libyan uprising would evolve organically. 121 Quickly recovering from the embarrassment of having its agents captured by the first version of the NTC, Britain seemed equally willing to contravene the UN resolution, with Reuters reporting that SAS units had been deployed to help with target acquisition and had infiltrated Tripoli on behalf of the rebels to plant radio equipment. 122 Although barely mentioned on its own television channels or website, Al Jazeera footage that clearly showed several armed Westerners on rebel front lines was reported on by other media outlets, including The Guardian. 123 As Clinton's emails have since revealed, in March 2011 both British and French special forces were training Libyan rebels in western Egypt and were present to a limited degree in the western suburbs of Benghazi. 124 In many ways exemplifying the sort of international brigandage predicted by Leon Trotsky in the 1930s. 125 The illegally deployed Western forces in Libya soon seemed to be joined on the ground by those of their principal regional allies. In particular Qatar, which had earlier insisted it was only providing air support, later admitted in October 2011 that it had been sending hundreds of its special forces to every region of Libya. An NTC spokesman even revealed that the Qataris had planned most of the battles that eventually paved the way to victory. One extensive report described how Qatar had been providing training for rebel fighters in both eastern Libya and the western Nafusa Mountains, while some had even been brought to Doha for their instruction. It also claimed that Qatari soldiers were spotted in Tripoli at the same time Gaddafi's Bab al-Aziziyah compound was finally overrun. 126 Certainly, images of a big Qatari flag flying from the top of its buildings began to circulate widely, either raised by Qatari special forces or by rebels equipped by Qatar. Seemingly forgetting the terms of the UN resolution, British newspapers freely identified the role that British-trained Qatari special forces had played, with some even claiming that Qatari forces were pivotal in winning the final battles in Tripoli. 127 More mindful of the legal complications such admissions could lead to, the US and British governments were a little more wary, with Barack Obama rather evasively stating that the US needed more transparency about what Qatar was doing in Libya. 128 A number of commentators, meanwhile, seemed willing to buy into this idea that Qatar was somehow a free agent, with arguments being made that Doha had chosen to make a stand over Libya, that its successes marked a high watermark of Qatari influence, and that the campaign allowed Qatar to demonstrate an alignment of values with the international community. 129 More likely, of course, was that the home of CENTCOM was simply the proxy of choice to deploy Arab soldiers that would ensure rebel units capitalized quickly on the results of NATO air strikes. Indeed, at one point the Qatari Armed Forces Chief of Staff openly stated that his troops were the link between NATO and the rebels. 130 Libya, the scramble for assets. Long before the battle for Sirte, the revamped National Transitional Council under Mustafa Abdel-Jalil had already set about denationalizing state assets that fell under rebel control and had begun to promise lucrative contracts and concessions to the NATO powers and their proxies. Having transferred $400 million to the NTC to help with the war effort, Qatar was especially well placed, with its national bank group soon able to take a 49% stake in Libya's Bank of Commerce and Development. 131 Seemingly also underpinning the deal was an agreement, made only a day before Doha recognized the NTC as Libya's official government, in which Qatar was granted exclusive access to rebel-held oil and was allowed to market and sell it on behalf of the new Libya. As Manoucher Takin from the Center for Global Energy Studies pointed out, this was a landmine, legally speaking. He also posed the question, is this NTC representing the Libyan people? Only 2 countries have accepted that. 132 There is evidence that as early as April 2011 French businesses were also trying to move in. According to Hillary Clinton's emails, supposed French humanitarian flights into Libya were actually carrying executives from the French company Total, the large construction firm Vinci and the European Aeronautic Defence and Space Company. Subsequent flights allegedly carried representatives from the conglomerate Thalys and other large French firms, all with close ties to Sarkozy. The U.S. Department of State's understanding was that the French businessmen were holding meetings with the NTC before then leaving discreetly in convoys organized and protected by paramilitary officers to head across the border into Egypt. As a close advisor to Clinton put it in an email, French intelligence agents were describing Sarkozy's interests in Libya as being founded on a desire to gain a greater share of oil production, increase French influence in Africa, improve his internal political situation in France, and provide the French military with an opportunity to reassert its position. 133. With undoubtedly similar ambitions, the British government has since admitted that in May 2011 a secret Libyan oil cell had begun to meet. This comprised Foreign Office officials along with Britain's International Development Minister, and The Guardian made the allegation that the cell sought to control the post-regime Libyan oil market in conjunction with a company that had previously been investigated for supplying oil secretly to the Serbian regime in the 1990s and had then been fined after pleading guilty to providing kickbacks to the Saddam Hussein regime during the sanctions era. As the Libyan conflict dragged on, the secret cell and its commercial partner were described by The Guardian as helping to enforce the sanctions regime to prevent Muammar Gaddafi importing and exporting oil while allowing oil to reach the rebels in the east. 134. Italian energy giant Eni was also unwilling to wait for Gaddafi's ouster, with its executives arriving in Tripoli almost immediately after it fell under rebel control. Reportedly there to discuss the resumption of Libyan gas exports, they were barely hours ahead of visits from David Cameron and Nicolas Sarkozy, who jointly told the Libyan people that this was your revolution, not our revolution. 135. By the time the airstrikes came to an end, Western officials had become even more blunt, as the sense of competition between the NATO partners for the spoils of war undoubtedly intensified. The US ambassador to Libya stated that the war-torn country had a need for US companies on a big scale, while Britain's defense minister said that businessmen should start to pack their suitcases for Libya to secure reconstruction contracts. This was interpreted by the British media as the starting pistol for British firms to pursue contracts in Libya, as it also was for the leading mercenary network, which posted a message confirming there will be an uptick of activity as companies scramble to get back to Libya, follow the money, and find your next job. 136. The chair of Britain's cross-party parliamentary group on Libya even said that Britain should come first when it comes to awarding contracts, which would also pay back some of the cost of some £300 million we spent on military action. 137. Indeed, as Germany's Der Spiegel had already reported, both the British and French governments had come up with exact price tags for their interventions, believed to be $425 million in Britain's case and $1 million a day for France. 138. Certainly France's foreign minister claimed it was only fair and logical that French companies should benefit from the war. 139. According to France's Liberation newspaper, this assumption was likely based on a letter the NTC had sent to the French government in April 2011 that had offered France control over 35% of Libya's oil in exchange for French support for the insurgency. 140. Casting more light on this apparent oil for strikes deal, Clinton's emails have since revealed that on a follow-up trip to Libya in September 2011 Sarkozy had urged the NTC to honor the promised reservation of part of its oil industry for French firms. 141. As Oxford University's David Anderson points out, by this stage France and the rest of Europe were also likely viewing such unprecedented access to Libyan hydrocarbons as a good way of reducing their reliance on Russian gas. As he put it, Libya could release Western Europe from the stranglehold of high-pricing Russian producers who currently dominate their gas supply. 142. Either way, the NTC seemed to be fully on board. Although it had at one point claimed to the media that NATO's intervention was on a purely humanitarian basis, it nonetheless seemed fully aware of its obligations by the end of the campaign, having stated that it intended to reward those who showed support, with Britain and France likely to lead the way. Moreover, it also made clear that our hero revolutionaries wouldn't have made these achievements without the support of the Allies, chiefly France and the United Kingdom. 143. Libya, a role for Al-Qaeda. Despite the National Transitional Council's status as NATO's preferred partner, and notwithstanding its substantial backing from the Gulf monarchies, it was apparent even before the regime fell that not all of the Libyan opposition shared its vision for their country's future. Having risen up alongside Benghazi, the people of Misrata, for example, declared that even when Tripoli fell they would retain at least some form of independence from the new government, and especially one that contained Gaddafi-era remnants. 144. Crucially, the city's well-organized and pluralistic workers' associations and civil cooperatives, unlike those in Benghazi, made it clear they were unwilling to submit to any emasculation of their newfound powers. Similarly, a number of key Islamist leaders, including even the Qatar-based Libyan cleric Sheikh Ali al-Salabi, whose brother Ismail had helped in organizing Benghazi Islamist militias, began to denounce the NTC's new leaders for stealing the revolution and for having denied many of the rebel factions posts in the new government. 145. Others raised more general concerns over the new legislation the NTC and its successor organization, the General National Congress, were introducing. These included a law entitled Some Procedures for the Transitional Period, which effectively granted immunity for all those involved in serious crimes as long as they were deemed to have been military, security, and civilian acts required by the February 17 revolution and committed with the purpose of leading the revolution to victory. Furthermore, additional legislation was being introduced that would not have been out of place in Joseph Stalin's regime, including a law granting legal weight to interrogation reports collected by revolutionaries and another that criminalized any speech or gesture that could damage the achievements and the spirit of the revolution. 146. Far more serious for the NTC, however, was the growing realization that large numbers of heavily armed militias remained far beyond its control. With many such militias being avowedly extremist but having also clearly enjoyed considerable material and financial support from Qatar and other Gulf monarchies, officials in the new government were becoming increasingly aware that they had only ever been one part of a much bigger plan in taking down the old regime. Certainly, with so much at stake in the post-Gaddafi Libya, NATO's proxies had made sure, in something of a shadow strategy, that many of the same battle-hardened Islamic extremists they had cooperated with in the past would get to play just as influential a role in Libya as any self-proclaimed revolutionaries that might eventually turn their back on their patrons. In this sense, Libyan al-Qaeda members and any local proponents of an Islamic state could be relied upon not only to accelerate the demise of the old Libyan regime, but would also help ensure that any new Libyan state remained as fragile and dependent as possible on its outside protectors. There is considerable evidence that, by the time of the initial Benghazi uprising, Western intelligence services were well aware of the extent of the jihadists' influence in Libya. As well as remnants of the al-Qaeda-linked Libyan Islamic fighting group, there were believed to be entire towns and suburbs under the sway of similar such organizations, some of which were home to Libyan veterans of the 1990s foreign legions that fought in Bosnia and Kosovo. In 2009, for example, a Canadian intelligence report had already concluded that Benghazi was an epicentre of Islamist extremism from which extremist cells operated. With the report's contents leaked in time for the 2011 intervention, the Ottawa Citizen newspaper described how this led to Canadian pilots participating in Operation Unified Protector joking privately that they had become al-Qaeda's air force on the basis that their bombing runs helped to pave the way for rebel groups aligned with the terrorist group. 147. Barely a month into the NATO intervention, the Wall Street Journal profiled three prominent Libyan jihadists, one being an earlier Guantanamo detainee and the other two being veterans of the Afghan campaign. Although NATO's supreme allied commander in Europe dismissed these and other such fighters as being a minor element among the rebels and representing only a flicker of al-Qaeda among the Libyan opposition, the Wall Street Journal's correspondents nonetheless described them as quickly emerging at the forefront of the fight against Gaddafi because they were understood to be training new recruits for the front and protecting against infiltrators. Interviewed by the paper, one had replied that our view is starting to change of the U.S., If we hated the Americans 100%, today it is less than 50%, 148. In fact, the fighter being quoted was none other than LIFG member Abul Hakim al-Hasadi, who had trained for 5 years in Afghanistan and had then been captured in Pakistan and handed over to the US before being released. In an interview with Italy's Il Sole 24, he even stated that after 2003 he had recruited Libyan fighters to go to Iraq and fight US forces there. 149 But by 2011 he was reportedly leading the training of anti-Gaddafi rebels in Darna, east of Benghazi, alongside another LIFG member who had earlier run an Al-Qaeda holding company in Sudan and had worked for an Al-Qaeda-linked charity in Afghanistan. As The Independent reported, the circumstances surrounding al-Hasadi's earlier mysterious imprisonment and release by the U.S. remain secret, with the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State having told Congress that he would only discuss the matter in a closed session. 150. Other key resurfacing LIFG figures included Adel Hakim Belhaoui, whose Ferrari 17 Brigade was believed to be particularly well resourced. 151 Named after the initial uprising and its access to lavish funding, the militia was understood to be backed by Qatar, with even the Qatari military chief accompanying Belhaoui on his triumphant arrival in liberated Tripoli. Of the 18 shipments of approximately 20,000 tons of Qatari weapons imported into Libya over the course of 2011, the Wall Street Journal's sources estimated that only 5 shipments were destined for the NTC, with the rest having gone to Belhaoui and other such commanders. 152. Much like al-Hasadi, Belhaoui had a long history of alleged Al-Qaeda links and had briefly spent time in U.S. custody after being captured by the CIA in Bangkok in 2004. Later handed over to Libya as part of the described U.S. rapprochement with Gaddafi, he had been rehabilitated by the regime in 2007 and then released from prison in 2010 as part of Saif al-Islam's short-lived efforts to reconcile with elements of the opposition. 153 By 2011 U.S. officials claimed he had turned into a moderate politician, and photographs continue to circulate of him apparently receiving some sort of award from Senator John McCain. In an especially painful BBC profile, Belhaoui was described as a Libyan rebel commander and as the rising star of the Libyan leadership. Importantly, he was also reported as having been part of the same Qatar flag-raising group that had earlier stormed Gaddafi's Bab al-Aziziyah compound in Tripoli. When asked about any extremist links, the NTC spokesman seemed temporarily on board with the US and British narrative, explaining that everyone knows who Abdel Hakim Belhaoui is. He is a Libyan rebel and a moderate person who commands wide respect. 154. Unsurprisingly, by this stage it seemed that the LIFG was on the road to full rehabilitation, despite its belated designation as a terror group by the US and Britain a few years after September 11. Indeed, in 2011, the US West Point Academy stated that the LIFG had an increasingly cooperative relationship with the US military, while other prominent LIFG members living in Britain had had their Home Office control orders dropped, presumably so that they could travel back to Libya. 155. Beyond the LIFG, there is evidence that Qatar had also been financing the Rafala al-Sahadi militia. Named after one of the first martyrs of the February 17 uprising, it was described in a report prepared for the European Parliament and then later by the New York Times as having jihadists in its ranks and having helped spawn the aforementioned Ansar al-Sharia group. On September 11, 2012, the latter was believed to have played a role, complete with rocket-propelled grenade launchers and other heavy weapons, in an attack on the U.S. diplomatic compound in Benghazi that led to the deaths of the U.S. ambassador to Libya, Christopher Stevens, and 3 other Americans. 156 Although the attack was initially framed by the Department of State as an unstoppable and spontaneous eruption of violence triggered by an offensive anti-Muslim video, a successful Freedom of Information Act lawsuit later led to the release of a Department of Defense email revealing that the U.S. had forces in the vicinity that were ready and waiting for the green light to deploy. Either way, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton fell quiet after the event, with the U.S. ambassador to the UN publicly left to pick up the pieces, and with an email received by Clinton a few weeks later indicating that some sort of Benghazi-related Google and YouTube blocking request had earlier been made and would remain in place until the end of the month. 157. With the knowledge that such empowered jihadist organizations were growing freely in Libya, it is a little easier to understand why, at the time of Gaddafi's fall, visitors to Benghazi claimed to have seen hundreds of jihadist black flags being waved in celebrations. 158 Other eyewitnesses reported seeing, and provided photographs of, a large Al-Qaeda flag mounted on the roof of Benghazi's courthouse, the scene of the initial protests. Benghazi residents have also stated that there were Islamists driving brand new SUVs and waving the black Al-Qaeda flag driving the city's streets at night shouting. As one journalist reporting from the area mused, this helped explain why, only a few days earlier and in an apparent act of appeasement, the NTC had made the out-of-character declaration that Libya was to be an Islamic state, and Sharia law is the source of all our laws. 159. Behind the scenes, however, there is little doubt that the NTC was deeply worried about the deal it had been pushed into. A 16-page report in English was prepared and sent to U.S. officials detailing the weapons it believed Western allies were supplying to dangerous groups. 160 By the end of 2011 even Mustafa Abdel-Jalil had begun to criticize publicly what he believed was Qatar's dangerous role, claiming that Doha was doing things in Libya that the NTC had no control over. The NTC's acting oil and finance minister, Ali Tarhouni, was soon similarly outspoken, complaining that Qatar had been giving out armaments to people that we don't know and describing how they paid money to just about anybody. They intervened in committees that have control over security issues. 161 After Tarhouni assumed the role of interim prime minister, he then made the demand that anyone who wishes to come to our house should knock on the front door first. 162. By 2012 the LIFG, Qatar faction nevertheless seemed a fait accompli, with Belhoi's new Islamist Al-Watan or the Nation Party announcing it would contest GNC elections. Understood to be receiving huge funding from Qatar, even the colors of the party's flag, purple and white, were the same as those of the Qatari flag. 163 Although the international media predicted it would do very well, and it had the resources to establish 27 offices across Libya, Al-Watan performed incredibly badly and won only 3% of the eventual vote and no seats in the GNC. 164. Attempting some necessary public distancing from a plan that the U.S. had clearly been a party to, a few months later U.S. officials told the New York Times that Qatar had strengthened militant groups in Libya, allowing them to become a destabilizing force since the fall of the Gaddafi government. A former Department of Defense official was also quoted describing the unpopular Islamists as more anti-democratic, more hardline, closer to an extreme version of Islam than the main rebel alliance in Libya. Moreover, citing the case of an Arizona-based arms merchant who had earlier supplied $200 million of weapons to Qatar for the purpose of running them into Libya, the report claimed his pipeline was eventually blocked on the basis that the Qataris imposed no controls on who got the weapons, they just handed them out like candy. 165 Almost laughably, a Libya-focused meeting of the U.S. Deputies Committee, a panel made up of deputies from the various intelligence agencies, had even stated that Qatar was supposedly a good ally of the U.S., but the Islamists they support are not in our interest. 166. Libya, searching for a SISI. With the popularity of the Islamists and their allied militias continuing to wane throughout 2013, there seemed a real risk that a secular and nationalist General National Congress could somehow still form. Although cooperative with NATO during the uprising, many of the GNC's increasingly empowered politicians seemed potentially unpredictable and perhaps even obstacles to the billions of dollars worth of Western and Qatari investment deals that had been signed over the past 2 years. With hundreds of protesters convening in Tripoli's Algeria Square, which had briefly been renamed Qatar Square but was then switched back again, demands were being made for the Islamists to retreat from the capital, as they were seen to be undermining Libyan values, while mass online petitions were collected to reject any further Qatari involvement in Libyan affairs and to block any future Qatari donations. 167. Having one more go at the ballot box in summer 2014 with even greater funding behind them, Adel Hakim Belhaoui and his associates still won only 30 out of the 200 available seats. 168 Unwilling to accept a marginal role in the new Libyan state, their still powerful and heavily armed paramilitary brigades duly seized control over Tripoli under the banner of the Libya Dawn and formed their own self-declared GNC. 169 Without the firepower to match the renegade government's forces, the elected Congress had little choice but to flee the capital and even Benghazi, eventually re-establishing itself as the House of Representatives in the easternmost city of Tobruk. 170. Weakened, and evidently unable to defend itself, the retreating government had little choice, it seemed, but to gravitate towards a secular strongman that both it and the National Transitional Council before it had earlier tried to keep at a distance. In many ways mirroring the Egyptian counter-revolution, in which different reactionary forces supported by different Gulf monarchies had wrestled for control over Cairo, it appeared that Qatar and the Islamists were again poised to lose out to an Abdel Fattah Sisi-style national savior who could prove more effective at holding the state together and ensuring business as usual with Libya's newfound foreign partners. Although General Khalifa Hifter was likely never viewed by the Western powers as the best solution for post-Gaddafi Libya, with a popular Islamist-dominated and Qatar-financed GNC almost certainly the primary objective, there are nonetheless indications that elements within the US had been backing him all along as an alternative safe pair of hands. With a lengthy history of dealing with US intelligence, in 1987 Hifter had arranged for himself and 1,700 Libyan troops to defect after their forces were captured by the US and French-backed Chadian army during what was supposed to be an attempted invasion of Chad. In forming the National Front for the Salvation of Libya, then the main opposition group to Gaddafi, that he was on their side, Hifter was understood to have been cooperating with the US, with 350 of his men trained by US intelligence agents in Chad so that they could become a commando force capable of bringing down Gaddafi. Unable ever to carry out the operation, Hifter and his men were reportedly brought to the US, with Hifter having then settled in a town in Virginia about 5 miles from the CIA's headquarters. 171 After then receiving little further media coverage for several years, in 1996 the Washington Post mentioned Hifter in one of its reports on Libya and described him as the leader of a Contra-style group based in the US called the Libyan National Army. This was confirmed by a subsequent Congressional Research Service briefing which stated that Hifter and the Libyan National Army is in exile in the US. 172. Referred to by Britain's Independent as one of the shady men backed by the West to displace Gaddafi, Hifter had re-emerged in Libya in April 2011 with the rather presumptuous claim he was the new chief rebel army commander. Before his departure he had reportedly met with the US ambassador to Libya and the CIA, both apparently being keen to find out what they could about the opposition. As the Washington Post revealed, Hifter had requested from them cutting-edge weapons including missiles, rockets, armored personnel carriers and reconnaissance vehicles, but was ultimately left frustrated after not having received anything. 173 Unable to assume command of the NTC forces, with key defector Abdul Fattah Yunus standing in the way, Hifter's position nevertheless grew much stronger after the death of Yunus and his two deputy commanders in Benghazi in July 2011. Described by the French media as being shrouded in mystery, the multiple assassinations were ascribed to rebel infighting and, in particular, an alleged attempt by Yunus to organize a ceasefire with Saif al-Islam Gaddafi. 174 According to Hillary Clinton's emails, notably an August 2011 memorandum entitled Who Killed Yunus and Why, the U.S. Department of State seemed willing to go along with the media narrative, claiming that Mustafa Abdel-Jalil had given a direct order for the assassination. On the basis that Yunus was entering into a dialogue with the old regime. 175. Sensing the NTC's and then the elected GNC's growing weakness, by the end of 2013 Hifter had begun to plan for a Libyan version of the correctional coup d'état that had worked so well in Cairo. With Hifter increasingly well equipped, the UAE had clearly stepped in to assume the same sort of US-approved role it had also begun to play in Egypt. Indeed, although Abu Dhabi's initial request to ship US-manufactured weapons to Libya was understood to have been rejected, A former U.S. official described how it was still told that it's okay to ship other weapons in a presumed reference to third-party equipment that could not be traced back to the U.S. Meanwhile, the New York Times reported that NATO air and naval forces patrolling the Libyan coastline had been issued with instructions not to intercept any arms-laden cargo planes or ships originating from the Persian Gulf. 176 In fact, an earlier NTC briefing supplied to U.S. officials that had identified masses of weapons, including tanks and surface-to-air missiles, arriving in eastern Libya had also noted that NATO has given permission to a number of weapons-loaded aircraft to land at Benghazi Airport and some Tunisian airports. 177. Launched in February 2014, Haftar's coup failed to gather momentum, as did his distinctly NATO-sounding Operation Dignity, an armed campaign his forces had then begun to fight against the Islamist militias. 178 In many ways, Haftar's actions may have swung public opinion further away from such military solutions, especially after stories began to circulate of apartment blocks being indiscriminately shelled and, at one point, even Tripoli's airport being bombarded as passengers were waiting to take off. 179 But with a much better opportunity to take a leading role after the summer 2014 elections, and now able to present himself as the guardian of the exiled Tobruk government, it seems Haftar and his backers were prepared to escalate in order to see off the Qatar-backed Libya Dawn. Almost certainly seeking and quietly receiving U.S. approval, the UAE along with Saudi Arabia began to provide Haftar with air cover for his new wave of attacks on the GNC. With details remaining sketchy, it seems the UAE flew several aircraft out of Egyptian bases, perhaps alongside Egyptian aircraft, and had then struck a number of targets across Libya. Although Egypt denied any role, the UAE did not, while the 4 U.S. officials who confirmed knowledge of the strikes merely added the disclaimers that they had caught the U.S. by surprise and were unconstructive. 180. Beyond assisting Haftar himself, the UAE's role also seemed to encompass the financing and mobilizing of a number of tribes to aid Haftar's cause. 181 According to residents of Tripoli, heavily armed members of the Zintan, the Sawak, and the Al-Qaqa began to arrive in the city and attempted to take control over the airport. Accused of all sorts of subversive actions ranging from the stealing of fuel canisters to attempted power cuts, the pro-Haftar tribes were described as trying to create the type of resentment that drove the Egyptians to the streets so that the army took advantage of it. One resident remarked that the UAE was trying the same thing they did in Egypt. Before Morsi was toppled, there were lots and lots of lines in front of gas stations in Cairo. Another described how Libya Dawn forces had found a camp previously used by the Zintan which had a huge operations room containing huge printers and Xerox machines producing anti-GNC banners and slogans. 182 Meanwhile, and unbeknownst to most Libyans at the time, it was alleged by The Guardian that the UAE had already offered the UN special representative in Libya a $50,000 a month job in Abu Dhabi. Although since claiming that there was no conflict of interest, the UN official had nevertheless already made clear he was unwilling to treat the GNC as an equal actor and was not working on a political plan that would include everybody. As The Guardian reported, he had also talked of breaking the very dangerous alliance that kept the GNC afloat and of having a strategy to completely delegitimize the GNC. 183. With neither side able to deliver a quick victory or gain nationwide trust, Libya was soon on the cusp of full-blown civil war. As Jacobin magazine put it, it had really become an imperial bloodbath given that both major factions were ultimately the counter-revolutionary arms of competing Western proxies trying to fill a vacuum left behind by the collapsing Libyan state. 184 Indeed, by the beginning of 2015, the Union estimated that somewhere between 100,000 and 300,000 Libyans were bearing weapons. With this thought to be more than 10 times the number of combatants there had been prior to the NATO intervention, UN representatives claimed it had become impossible to stem the fighting due to the regional powers who really hold the tap of weapons and money. 185. Syria, parallel plans. With little chance to enter Syria's markets or reshape its foreign policy under the long reign of Hafez al-Assad, the Western powers saw great opportunity in the succession of his son Bashar in 2000. An ophthalmologist who had trained and lived in London, his British wife, Asma Akraz, was soon described by the Sunday Times as the fragrant, London-born First Lady of Syria and later by Vogue as the Rose in the Desert and the Lady Diana of the Middle East. 186 The hope, of course, was that Bashar and his princess-like spouse would try to follow the same sort of path as Muammar Gaddafi's sons, with the rest of the al-Assad dynasty, many of whom were monopolizing entire sectors of Syria's economy, inevitably pressing Bashar to open up the economy from the inside. In this sense, it was anticipated that the young new president would pin his future legitimacy on neoliberalism and, as Chicago University's Lisa Whedon put it, promote the fantasy of upward mobility for those around him. 187 By 2008 even British Foreign Secretary David Miliband had paid him a visit, ostensibly as part of a British policy to ease Syria back into international respectability. Declaring in Damascus that it's very important that we continue to engage countries like Syria, which wants to be a secular state at the heart of a stable Middle East, Miliband seemed to be handing out honorary membership of the Axis of Moderation. 188. Making things easier, and in contrast to Gaddafi's relative isolation during the 1980s and 1990s, was Hafez's long legacy of accepting financial support from the Gulf monarchies. Despite his parallel reliance on Soviet and Iranian aid, and despite Syria having never fired a shot in anger against Israel since the early 1970s, his regime's purported role as a front-line state had certainly helped boost donations from the wealthier Arab states that, publicly at least, were also supposed to be in some sort of confrontation with the Zionist entity. Saudi Arabia, for example, had pledged a massive $350 million to Syria in 1975 and, along with its neighbors, it had helped to bankroll Syria's invasion of Lebanon under the banner of an Arab deterrence force so as to counter the shared threat of the Palestinian Liberation Organization and other leftist groups in Beirut. As Jean-Pierre Filio notes, even after the Camp David Accord, Syria may still have received up to $2 billion in Gulf aid and, whenever such aid was slow to arrive, Damascus would issue veiled threats to the monarchies via friendly terrorist organizations such as the Islamic Jihad movement in Palestine within their orbit. 189. With the least historical baggage in its Syrian relations, Qatar soon emerged as the driving force behind the Gulf, Syria rapprochement of the 2000s. With Bashar and Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani frequent visitors to each other's capitals, with their high-profile wives reportedly friends and often spotted in the high-end fashion boutiques together, and with the al-Assads often holidaying in Qatar, too, it seemed the alliance was getting stronger. Plowing more than $12 billion into Syria between 2006 and 2010, mostly in joint ventures in tourism projects, state-backed Qatari companies and even the Qatar Investments Authority almost overnight became the principal foreign investors in Bashar's gradually liberalizing economy. 190 Moreover, with the Reach Out to Asia aid organization run by Hamad's wife Moza bint Nasser al-Misnad having launched a number of Syria-based projects, including one to promote environmental education in more than 170 schools, there was also strong evidence of parallel soft power relations being established. 191 Most spectacularly, the Al Thanis even set about building a lavish multibillion-dollar home close to Palmyra. With locals describing its floors as made out of the same marble as in the Grand Mosque in Mecca, the resulting Moza Palace stood briefly as a testament to the Syrian regime's tentative reforms. 192. As with Libya, however, with so much at stake there needed to be other plans in place in the event that Bashar failed to live up to expectations. According to the Wall Street Journal, the US had already established secret communications with elements in the Syrian regime in order to explore ways in which Bashar might relinquish power. 193 Moreover, as with the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group and the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, Syria's Islamists were also identified as potential allies in waiting. Although the Syrian branch of the Brotherhood had long been considered a terrorist organization by U.S. intelligence agencies, its potential usefulness had not gone unnoticed. After all, it had once led the biggest resistance movement to Hafez's regime when its more radical Jordanian and Israeli-backed breakaway group, Al-Taliya al-Muqatila or Fighting Vanguard, had launched a violent guerrilla campaign in 1982 and quickly managed to take over the northern third of the country. As a former CIA analyst put it, Hafez was going down at the time. He was really in trouble. 194 with the Vanguard killing all BAATH officials in the city of Hama and, according to the US ambassador at the time, hundreds of others. The regime eventually managed to counterattack and put down the uprising after a bombardment that killed over 20,000 and the eventual capturing of over 30,000 suspected Brotherhood members. 195. By 2006, even as Qatar's palace was being built and Bashar's wife was still the toast of London high society, there were strong indications that the Brotherhood was being built up as an insurance policy by the British government. Bashar had, after all, recently publicly insulted the King of Saudi Arabia over his weak stance on Israel. By the end of the year, a Brotherhood contingent had been invited to London, ostensibly as part of a National Salvation Front which was staging a conference that called for regime change in Syria. 196 With their presence by then openly tolerated by the British security services, the Syrian Brotherhood's exiled leader told the Guardian newspaper that the organization did not see itself as the alternative to 40 years of corrupt dictatorship, but as partners with others in the coming age. And that it sought a civil, democratic state, not an Islamist republic. 197. By 2007 the US seemed firmly on board, with a former CIA officer recalling how the Brotherhood began to receive US and Saudi financial support, and with former US diplomat David Long explaining that the US Bureau of Intelligence and Research had begun to consider it being merely benign but risky. 198 What seems to have been a covered plan to forge, if need be, a new Islamist state in Syria has now been largely corroborated by former French Foreign Minister Roland Dumas, who recently revealed that during a visit to Britain in 2009 he met with top British officials, who confessed to me that they were preparing something in Syria. Britain was preparing gunmen to invade Syria. 199. Syria, the uprising begins. Given their respective foundations in neoliberalism and Islamism, both of the West Syria strategies were severely interrupted by a series of peaceful, secular, and social justice-oriented protests in the wake of the region-wide Arab Spring. Although much like Libya's initial uprising, they were somewhat localized and appeared to have much narrower support bases than those in Tunisia or Egypt, they nonetheless placed the al-Assad regime in a defensive and vulnerable position. At first it seemed everything could be easily contained without the need for Gaddafi-like crackdowns. After all, a candlelit vigil held in solidarity with the Egyptian revolution in late January 2011 had been quickly broken up by police, while a Syrian Day of Rage planned for February 5 saw only a few hundred turn up. 200 On February 17, the same day as the Benghazi protests began, things seemed more tense following an argument between police and protesters in Damascus holding banners saying, "The Syrian people will not be humiliated." But when the Interior Minister visited the scene in person to assure the crowds that the police officers involved would be investigated, and when Bashar al-Assad announced a range of new social welfare programs along with the unblocking of social media platforms, it still seemed likely Syria could avoid the fate of Libya. 201. By March, however, things seemed to be getting more out of control as the increasingly heavy-handed and undoubtedly nervous regime proved unwilling to take many more chances. After 15 youths were arrested in Daraa for painting on walls "The people want the regime to fall," much bigger protests started to grow, and by March 17 there were eyewitness reports of civilians being shot while claims began to circulate of horrific torture being used on those who were captured. 202 With the dissidents standing firm, Syria's southernmost city seemed poised to become the epicenter of an urban revolt. 203. As the Syrian equivalent of Benghazi, Daraa's message soon spread to the historically restive Hama along with Homs and even parts of Damascus. A Day of Dignity was held on March 18, with an even bigger protest staged the following Friday. 204 As with Cairo's Tahrir Square, protesters in Homs were heard chanting peaceful, Muslims, and Christians along with other non-sectarian slogans such as God, Syria, freedom, and nothing else. Meanwhile, newly formed committees declared that the freedom and dignity of our citizenship can only be accessed through peaceful demonstration and, although there were some reports of public buildings and BAATH headquarters being burned down, in many cases the protests remained peaceful, with some even marching without their shirts to prove they held no concealed weapons. 205. Although Bashar made what seemed a last-ditch attempt to avoid more direct confrontation by pledging to end the 48-year-long state of emergency, increase public sector salaries, and allow new political parties to form, by April it seemed the die was already cast, with thousands of troops beginning to lay siege to Daraa, and tanks entering Homs. 206. Galvanized by the martyrdom of Hamza al-Khatib, a 13-year-old boy who had been arrested and whose mutilated corpse was afterwards returned to his family, the protests gained a much harder edge and even reached Aleppo, which, as Abdel-Bari Atwan contends, had long been considered relatively apolitical given its more commercial focus. 207. With dozens being killed every day. 208. And reportedly more than 8,000 arrested in just 2 months, mobile phone video footage began to go viral of soldiers haphazardly shooting protesters, including women and children. 209. Making matters worse, the regime resorted to temporarily disconnecting the internet and broadcasting television reports that claimed videos depicting brutal attacks on villages were in fact from Iraq and involved Kurdish militias, even though they clearly contained local landmarks readily identifiable to many Syrians. 210. Beyond such repression, the regime also engaged in 2 other strategies in an effort to keep its core constituency as loyal as possible and also, so it hoped, to ward off any attempted external interference. With much the same goal as Ali Abdullah Saleh's encouraging of al-Qaeda militants to take over certain towns, Bashar duly began a highly selective amnesty of prisoners. 211. According to a report prepared for the European Parliament, these were known to include numerous prominent jihadists such as Muhammad al-Jawlani, known as Al-Fatah or the Conqueror, Abu Khalid al-Suri, who had been a courier for al-Qaeda, and perhaps even the infamous Abu Musab al-Suri, who had not only been a member of the 1980s fighting vanguard and, as earlier described, a leading light of the 1990s Londonistan scene, but had then gone on to be an administrator for Osama bin Laden. Having been sidelined by al-Qaeda for supposedly trying to poach their recruits, he had begun to work for the Taliban's Mullah Omar while also authoring a lengthy and influential text, a call to a global Islamic resistance, which had pushed for jihadism to be more decentralized and without an al-Qaeda-style core organization. 212. Others released included Awad al-Maklov, who went on to become a governor for the eventual Islamic State in the northern town of al-Raqqa, and Abu al-Athir al-Absi, who first formed his own jihadist group before becoming an Islamic State governor in Homs. 213. Meanwhile, in Lebanon, with the authorities appearing to act on Syrian instruction, approximately 70 other jihadist prisoners were understood to have been set free, including some that had taken part in a deadly uprising only a few years earlier. 214. Adding further weight to claims that Bashar was trying to radicalize the opposition by emptying extremists into their ranks, there were reports that even before their release such inmates had already been moved to more comfortable prisons so that they could mingle with other political prisoners, including students. According to one jihadist fighter later interviewed by The Guardian, this was because the regime wanted them to be radicalized. If this stayed as a street protest, it would have toppled the regime within months, and they knew it. 215. Indeed, within months of Bashar's spring amnesty, suicide bombings had begun in both Damascus and Aleppo, and by February 2012 al-Jawlani formally established a Syrian al-Qaeda franchise known as Jabhat al-Nusra or the Support Front. 216. Now more easily able to frame opposition attacks as terrorism and marginalize any remaining peaceful protesters, Bashar likely felt on much safer ground. Some regime defectors, including Syria's former ambassador to Iraq, even claimed that during this period elements of Syrian intelligence had been collaborating with the jihadists to mount even larger-scale terror attacks. 217. Much like the Gaddafi family's implied threats to Western politicians that they might one day turn a blind eye to refugees crossing the Mediterranean to Europe, by this stage Bashar and his cronies were clearly trying to supplement the al-Qaeda specter with the prospect of another refugee crisis. With 2% of Syria's entire population being camp-dwelling Palestinians, in some cases only a few hundred miles from the Israeli border, one of Syria's top businessmen and a cousin of Bashar stated in a 3-hour interview with the New York Times, "If there is no stability here, there's no way there will be stability in Israel, no way, and nobody can guarantee what will happen after, God forbid, anything happens to this regime. When asked if he was making a threat, he replied, "What I'm saying is don't let us suffer, don't put a lot of pressure on the president, don't push Syria to do anything it is not happy to do." 218 Seemingly a public warning to the US-Israel lobby, the interview was soon followed up by action when a few days later, on the anniversary of the creation of the State of Israel, the Syrian regime transported hundreds of refugees to the Golan Heights and set them free. Although Israeli border guards killed several, a few weeks later exactly the same thing happened with a further 23 refugees being killed. 219. Syria, preparing for intervention. Although soon outlasting Muammar Gaddafi, the increasingly brutal and divisive Bashar al-Assad regime's long-term survival prospects seemed little better. Despite much fragmentation and the growing jihadist menace, what Syrian blogger Shadia Safwan describes as a domestic nucleus of opposition was nonetheless forming. 220 Even if most of the Syrian population remained loyal to the government, as also initially seemed to be the case in Libya, it became increasingly apparent that such a nucleus was to serve as the conduit for external support and perhaps even a full-scale intervention. Certainly with a number of so-called moderate opposition groups coalescing into a Free Syrian Army, their new shadow government, known as the Syrian National Council, seemed well placed to assume the same sort of pro-NATO role as the Libyan National Transitional Council had eventually done. Unsurprisingly, given their recent US and British dealings and the role they were probably intended to play if the Arab Spring had not begun, even the Syrian Muslim Brotherhood's several fighting brigades, by then known as the Commission of the Shields of the Revolution, had quickly subordinated themselves to the bigger Western-backed FSA despite many of their preachers continuing to call the US the world's leader in terrorism. 221. With Bashar's family and many of his key military and security commanders being Alawite, a minority Shia sect which accounted for about 12% of the Syrian population in 2011, it seemed that the quickest way for the Western powers and their regional allies to boost the prospects of both the FSA and the Brotherhood was by adding a stronger sectarian edge to the conflict. In this sense, regardless of the non-sectarian slogans of the original protests in Daraa, Hama, Homs, and elsewhere, it was reasoned that if the regime could be portrayed as a cadre of Shia overlords, then it could more easily be overwhelmed by a full-scale nationwide revolution led by a Syrian Sunni majority. Leading the charge were prominent preachers in the Gulf monarchies, some of whom had online followings in their millions. Kuwait's Nabil al-Audi, Saudi Arabia's Muhammad al-Arafi, and the Saudi-based Syrian cleric Adnan al-Arur all jumped on the bandwagon by repeatedly describing the Syrian uprising as a jihad against the polytheist Alawite regime and, more broadly, as part of an international Sunni struggle against Shia oppression. 222 Although most US officials were naturally too cautious to offer their opinions, a number of key opinion makers nonetheless seemed firmly on board. As one of the most influential supporters of the US invasion of Iraq in 2003, Stanford University's Fuad Ajami perhaps unsurprisingly chose to rationalize the Syrian conflict as a revolt that fused a sense of economic disinheritance and the wrath of a Sunni majority determined to rid itself of the rule of a godless law. 223 Similarly, as early as August 2011, the University of Vermont's Gregory Gause had already described the sectarian element of the Syrian confrontation, with an ostensibly secular and Alawite Shia-dominated regime brutally suppressing the Sunni Muslim majority. 224. Although European government briefings noted how such efforts to sectarianize the conflict were fueling the image of a regional Shia conspiracy, the problematic reality in Syria was quite a bit different, helping us understand why the Sunni masses did not immediately shift their allegiances away from the regime to the rebels. As one rebel fighter wistfully told the New York Times, "Before the revolution, we never had this feeling toward any section." 225 In Ziauddin Sardar's words, for all its faults, the al-Assad regime was a bit more inclusive, sharing power between Sunni, Christian, Druze, and Alawite elites. As he has since reflected, this is perhaps why Bashar still has support from members of all communities. 226 As others have pointed out, Not only is Bashar's wife's family Sunni, but so too have been many high-ranking officials in the Syrian government, including Walid Muallim, who, as foreign minister, is arguably the second most public face of the regime. 227 Leading Sunni clerics also remained loyal to the regime, although, as Edinburgh University's Thomas Bierut has astutely demonstrated, this was mostly a result of the government having earlier co-opted much of the religious establishment into the political fold. 228. Likely hoping NATO airstrikes could be avoided, not least given Syria's complicating alliances with Iran and Russia, the Western governments sought at first to keep their support for the opposition as discreet and as limited as possible. While some have accused the Western embassies of having stirred up the original uprisings, there is little hard evidence to support this view, although there is no doubt they had made early expressions of solidarity. In July 2011, for example, the US and French ambassadors had visited the opposition stronghold in Hama, which led to a strong condemnation from the Syrian government. According to the Interior Minister, Ambassador Ford's visit to the restive central city of Hama was proof that Washington was inciting unrest. He also claimed that Mr. Ford met with saboteurs and incited them to violence, protest, and rejection of dialogue. Defending the episode, U.S. officials have explained that Robert Ford and his French counterpart, Eric Chevalier, had indeed traveled to Hama to meet with demonstrators but had left shortly before the protests began. They claimed that when the two men entered the city, their car was immediately surrounded by friendly protesters who were putting flowers on the windshields, they were putting olive branches on the car, they were chanting "Down with the regime." 229. But by 2012, with the Syrian uprising still not having evolved into a fully national revolution or even a sectarian civil war, there was a growing realization that much more direct support was required. At the very least, the opposition needed to get more weapons and funding so they could keep fighting, and ideally they needed sufficiently sophisticated battlefield equipment so that they could enjoy a qualitative advantage over the much larger Syrian government forces. According to Seymour Hersh, a CIA and MI6-sponsored rat line for weapons duly began, with arms that had originally been sent to Libyan rebels, mostly supplied by Qatar and the UAE, then being re-exported to the Syrian conflict. As he explains, Australian front companies earlier set up in post-Gaddafi Libya took care of the logistics, while the CIA's inclusion of MI6 as its partner was designed to enable the agency to classify the operation as a liaison activity and thus allowed it to circumvent the layers of congressional oversight that had been installed in the wake of the Nicaragua campaign. 230 As later reports in the Washington Post and IHS Janes indicate, by 2013 this had evolved into a more comprehensive CIA operation, while in parallel the White House announced a more public $500 million program to train and equip the right militants and the moderate rebels, a process which apparently involved some sort of screening for extremist views and then the transfer of heavy weapons including US-manufactured anti-tank missiles. 231. Syria, enter the proxies. In an almost carbon copy of the leading role they had undertaken in Libya, so too were the Gulf monarchies encouraged to enmesh themselves in the politics and financing of the Syrian opposition. As far as these and other nearby Western proxies were concerned, there seemed little downside to having Bashar al-Assad ousted, even if some, such as Qatar, had to swallow the loss of recent investments. The spoils to be found in a post-Ba'ath Syria would, after all, more than make up for this. Moreover, having witnessed the speed and success of NATO's intervention in Libya, it is likely that even if no promises had been made by Washington, the Gulf rulers nevertheless expected a similar intervention, at least in the form of a no-fly zone. In this scenario, they could be confident that the conflict would be wrapped up within a few months, thus giving Iran and Syria's other allies such as Hezbollah as little opportunity as possible to mount a counterattack. As they had in Libya with Mustafa Abdel-Jalal's version of the National Transitional Council, the Gulf monarchies began by using the Arab League as a vehicle to endorse the Syrian National Council and expel the Syrian government. Under Qatari chairmanship, the organization had already agreed to do this in November 2011, albeit with Lebanon and Yemen voting no, Iraq abstaining, and Algeria raising serious objections on the basis it would complicate future peaceful solutions. In parallel, the Arab League was also used to lobby the UN Security Council to do the same, but with only limited results given the vetoes of both Russia and China. More successful were Saudi Arabia's efforts to use its UN Human Rights Council membership, which the British government had helped it to secure, to call for concrete, immediate, and comprehensive reforms to address the deplorable situation of human rights in Syria. 232. Writing soon after the Arab League decision, Columbia University's Joseph Massoud made it clear that the League and imperial powers have taken over the Syrian uprising in order to remove the al-Assad regime. 233. Taking a similar position, so it seemed, was the UN and Arab League's joint peace envoy, who chose to drop his Arab League affiliation on the basis that it was backing the opposition at all costs and preventing key powers such as Iran from participating in negotiations. Nonetheless, by the beginning of 2013 the Arab League had begun inviting the head of the SNC to sit as Syria's representative under the Syrian flag in its meetings, while it succeeded in freezing Syria's assets in most of its member states and blocking further Arab investment in Syria. 234. Co-founded by a grandson of the previously described former military dictator who had been backed by the CIA and MI6 in their attempt to overthrow the Syrian government in 1957, the SNC was by this stage running a de facto shadow government from bases in Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Turkey. 235. On a state-to-state level, the Doha regime certainly began to assume one of the biggest roles, much like in Libya. Suspending all diplomatic relations and trade agreements with Damascus, and thus abruptly reversing the once burgeoning relationship between the Al-Thani and Al-Assad dynasties, Qatar and Al Jazeera soon sought to portray the Syrian uprising as yet another instance of the Arab Spring, just as it had done with the Benghazi protests. Described by Bashar loyalists as broadcasting exaggerated and dishonest coverage, Al Jazeera's intensive coverage of Syria was, as Mark Lynch notes, seen by many as an energetic media campaign organized outside Syria, largely divorced from realities on the ground. 236. More importantly, there is compelling evidence that the US CENTCOM hosting Qatar also became the principal NATO link to the conflict, being best placed to provide substantial levels of funds and weapons to the Syrian rebels far beyond the cautious and modest assistance provided by the CIA and MI6. As with its similar job in Libya, however, this was initially obscured by attempts to frame Qatar's intervention as a natural step up in the scale of Qatari diplomacy, as an opportunity for Doha to take a stand against tyrannical rule, and as a convergence of Qatari and Western responses. 237. Sultan Barakat of the Brookings Doha Center, for example, described it as something of a natural shift to a more interventionist foreign policy due to the opportunities of the Arab Spring, while the Economist explained Qatar's actions as part of its pursuing an aggressively non-aligned foreign policy. 238. Others even tried to present Qatar's intervention as part of stepping up to play a role in the context of Mubarak's demise and the US having lost in a way its central diplomatic partner in the Arab world. 239. Much closer to the truth, however, was the investigative reporter Elizabeth Dickinson, who wrote in an extensive foreign policy essay in 2014 that Qatar had such freedom to run its network for the last 3 years because Washington was looking the other way. Putting it more precisely, she also stated that in fact, in 2011, the US gave Doha de facto free rein to do what it wasn't willing to do in the Middle East, intervene. 240. In an article for the BBC, King's College London's David Roberts, who had previously been based in Doha, similarly concluded that there is no chance that Qatar is doing this alone. The US and British governments will certainly be involved in or at least apprised of Qatar's plans. 241. Syria, arming the rebels. Getting money to the rebels was relatively straightforward, with Qatar having set up a number of funding channels for the Syrian National Council and in some cases directly to the Free Syrian Army. In early 2012, for example, it was reported that the Qatar-backed Libyan National Transitional Council had recycled $100 million to anti-al-Assad officials in Syria, ostensibly as Libyan humanitarian aid for Syria. With further donations made, many also originating from Qatar, The SNC promised that they would reduce any confusion by serving as the link between those who want to help and the revolutionaries. Qatar's Prime Minister gave his public blessing to such assistance on the grounds that the Syrians are right to defend themselves. I think we should help these people by all means. 242 In late 2012 he further justified his country's support on the basis that Syria was no longer just in a state of civil war, but that the government had begun to carry out genocide. 243 Naturally, as with its Libya strategy, Qatar was not only backing the formal opposition, but was also making sure funds reached the more extremist groups, including even Al-Qaeda's Jabhat al-Nusra franchise. As brazen as Qatari officials had been about contravening the UN resolution on Libya, by admitting the deployment of their special forces on the ground, so too were they quite open about the sort of groups they were willing to finance in Syria. Speaking at a conference in late 2012, Qatar's deputy foreign minister explained to the audience that I am very much against excluding anyone at this stage, or bracketing them as terrorists, or bracketing them as Al-Qaeda given Qatar's perceived necessity of removing al-Assad at all costs. 244 Indeed, in a 2012 interview with a German correspondent, one al-Nusra member stated bluntly that his organization's evocative name was a great name, we get money from the Gulf with it. 245 Designated a terror fundraiser by the U.S. Department of the Treasury, an Iraqi cleric had already appeared on Al Jazeera praying at the opening ceremony of Qatar's state mosque and standing only a few feet away from the Qatari Crown Prince. 246 Similarly, Qatar's Ministry for Islamic Affairs was understood to have invited a Kuwaiti cleric known for his running of a Syrian opposition support network. Allowed to preach in a Qatari mosque, he argued that mere humanitarian assistance to Syria was insufficient and declared that the priority is the support for the jihadists and arming them, or, as the New York Times reported him saying, give your money to the ones who will spend it on jihad, not aid. 247 After he had returned to Kuwait, collections were raised on his behalf by an individual whose Twitter biography described himself as loving Sunni jihadists who hate Shia and infidels and whose Twitter timeline was flush with praise for Osama bin Laden. When particularly big donations were received, such men tweeted them, including pictures of expensive Qatar-bought jewelry. One Al-Qaeda-linked brigade even released a video in which the Kuwaiti cleric personally appeared to thank the kind people of Qatar, "O people of the Gulf, your money has arrived." 248 Some Syrian rebels were also reported to have deliberately grown the long, scraggly beards favored by hardline Salafist Muslims after hearing that Qatar was more inclined to give weapons to Islamists, while others were understood to be using the money to buy weapons in large quantities and then burying them in caches, to be used after the collapse of the al-Assad government. 249 The New York Times also claimed that members of the Qatar funding and tweeting circle had appeared on Al Jazeera and had received favorable coverage, while perhaps even more remarkably others reported that al-Nusra's leaders had begun to visit Doha in person and, according to both U.S. officials and those of other Arab governments, had held meetings with senior Qatari officials and key financiers. 250 As far as the U.S. was concerned, there only seemed to be one limit on what Qatar could help supply. Likely fearful of civilian aircraft being brought down, a request was reportedly made that no heat-seeking shoulder-mounted anti-aircraft missiles be delivered to Syrian rebels. But by 2013 even this seemed to have been ignored, with U.S. intelligence officials claiming to have knowledge of Qatar's shadowy arms network, stating to the New York Times that at least 2 batches of such missiles had been sent to Syria since the beginning of the year, one being Chinese manufactured, and the other Eastern European and previously part of Libya's arsenal. A few months later some of the videos produced by rebel units, including known extremist groups, rather embarrassingly featured such missiles, none of which were known to have been part of the Syrian government's inventory nor to have appeared in the Syrian conflict before. 251 According to data supplied by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, over the course of late 2012 and the first half of 2013 approximately 160 military cargo flights arrived in Turkey and Jordan laden with a total of 3,500 tons of weapons and equipment destined for Syria. As the CIPRI has stated, by far the largest number of flights, 85, originated from Qatar. 252 Helping explain this, U.S. officials later confirmed that the CIA had been involved in a consultative role and that Qatar's activeness in the global gray market for arms had been greatly enhanced by its acquisition of C-17 military transport planes from Boeing. These aircraft, described as capable of intercontinental flight and landing on short, poorly equipped runways, were understood to be being used for both military and humanitarian missions and had been delivered to Qatar in 2009, making it the only Middle Eastern state at the time in possession of durable long-range aircraft. 253. Going through the motions, as they had done with Qatar's well-known equipping of Libyan militias, a batch of U.S. officials had tried to place some distance between the two countries, stating that the U.S. had growing concerns that, just as in Libya, the Qataris are equipping some of the wrong militants. 254 Other officials told the media that the Syrian opposition groups that are receiving most of the lethal aid are exactly the ones we don't want to have it, and claimed that the weaponizing of the Syrian opposition was an operation that was going awry. Complaining to the New York Times, they explained that hardline Islamists have received the lion's share of the arms shipped to the Syrian opposition through the shadowy pipeline with roots in Qatar, and, to a lesser degree, Saudi Arabia. 255 More realistically, however, a few months later a White House official explained that Syria is Qatar's backyard, and they have their own interests they are pursuing. 256. Less is known about the extent of arms flowing into Syria from the other Gulf monarchies during this period. However, the CIPRI's data from late 2012 and early 2013 indicates that 37 of the incoming military cargo flights originated from various parts of Saudi Arabia. 257 Jordanian officials also claimed to have seized several lorry loads of arms destined for Syria that had come from Riyadh, indicating a land route had also been established of which they did not entirely approve. 258. Raising funds for such equipment seemed to be no problem, with reports circulating of numerous Saudi clerics soliciting donations. In one case, a Syria-based Saudi preacher who was known to be close to Al-Qaeda was discovered to be running a campaign called Wage Jihad with Your Money. As part of this, donors could earn silver status by giving $175 for sniper bullets or gold status for giving $350 to help purchase mortar rounds. 259 In another case, a Saudi citizen known as Sanaf al-Nasr was reportedly killed in northwestern Syria after having served as an Al-Qaeda recruiter and having moved funds from the Gulf into Iraq and then to Al-Qaeda leaders in Syria. 260. According to a Wall Street Journal investigation, the bulk of Syria-destined Saudi weapons seem to have been procured from third-party countries. Their correspondents explained that, in line with the CIA's long-held preference for false flag signaling, in September and October 2012, the Saudis approached Croatia to procure more Soviet-era weapons. The Saudis got started distributing these in December and soon saw momentum shift toward the rebels in some areas. Again, as with attempts to establish some distance from Qatar so as to insulate themselves from any possible fallout from such risky moves, U.S. officials were cited as cautioning that this has the potential to go badly wrong. Because of the risk that weapons will end up in the hands of violent anti-Western Islamists. It was also claimed that not everyone in the Obama administration is comfortable with the new U.S. partnership with the Saudis on Syria, with some officials apparently balking at the role being played by Saudi intelligence chief Bandar bin Sultan al Saud. Notably, there was a fear Syria carries the same risk of spinning out of control as an earlier project in which Saudi Arabia was involved, the 1980s CIA program of secretly financing the Contras in Nicaragua against a leftist government. 261. On top of its clerics visiting Qatar, there are also strong indications that Kuwait itself was serving as a logistical and financing hub for Syrian opposition groups, including extremist organizations. Described in one particularly detailed report as the rebels' back office and as one of the main back channels for private weapons transfers. 262 The Emirates' reputation was not helped when a Kuwaiti preacher openly bragged on a Saudi-owned television station in 2013 of having personally bought up weapons from the Western-backed councils in Syria. As he put it, when the military councils sell the weapons they receive, guess who buys them? It's me. Later identified by U.S. officials as a leading supporter of al-Nusra, he also usefully confirmed on television that all the Gulf intelligence agencies are competing in Syria and everyone is trying to get the lion's share of the Syrian Revolution 263. Much of the Kuwaiti funding for such individuals and their networks seems to have come from a mix of informal mosque collections and those held in family-owned divan meeting houses. In 2013, for example, the New York Times described how one such Kuwaiti effort raised enough to pay 12,000 rebel fighters $2,500 each. When interviewed about this, one former Kuwaiti soldier reasoned that now we want to get Bashar out of Syria, so why not cooperate with Al-Qaeda? 264. According to Elizabeth Dickinson, social media also played a prominent role in touting their cause. As she explains, in this way a deep Rolodex of Kuwaiti business contacts, clerics, and other prominent Kuwaiti Sunnis raised hundreds of millions of dollars for their clients. 265. As a briefing prepared for the European Parliament alleged, one such preacher was able to raise so much money in this manner that an entire Syrian brigade named itself after him, the Katibat al-Sheikh Hajjaj al-Ajami. 266. Beyond the wealth and apparent sympathy for such causes expressed by many of its citizens, others have also pointed to the usefulness of the Kuwait government's still lax counter-terrorism financing laws, and the sense of impunity that extremists continue to enjoy. Numerous accounts exist of Kuwaiti jihadists remaining at large, while reports abound of known al-Qaeda members being released early or given unusually light sentences. In one uncomfortably high-profile case, Kuwait's Muhsin Fadli, who it had been assumed was dead, was identified by the U.S. Department of State in 2012 as having become al-Qaeda's leader in Iran. Despite a US-issued reward for his capture, he was then known to have traveled to Syria in 2013 to become part of al-Qaeda's purported Khorasan Group. 267. Reportedly killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2015, it transpired that the Department of Defense held him responsible for attacks more than a decade earlier on U.S. Marines based on the Kuwaiti island of Failaka. 268. In fact, according to the Arabic media, he had also been accused of playing a part in al-Qaeda's USS Cole operation and in 2002 had stood trial in Kuwait along with 3 of his compatriots. Despite substantial evidence of them having fought in Afghanistan, Chechnya, and Kashmir, they were only charged with having joined a foreign army, not with being members of a terrorist organization. Fadli was then understood to have had his conviction overturned and his travel ban lifted on the grounds that his crimes had taken place outside Kuwait. 269. Syria, searching for the red line. By the beginning of 2013, with the Syrian conflict entering into its second year, there was a growing feeling that much more needed to be done in order to deliver a knockout blow against the al-Assad regime. Having substantially regrouped, with seemingly significant portions of its armed forces remaining loyal, and with frequent reports circulating of Hezbollah and even Iranian commanders and soldiers taking part in counter-offensives against rebel-held cities, the Syrian government appeared in a much stronger position than before. Heavily exposed given their overt backing for the opposition and with no victory in sight, the Gulf monarchies and in particular Saudi Arabia and Qatar had begun to call much more loudly for a Libya-like NATO intervention. Although well aware of the Western powers' hesitancy given Syria's fairly strong external alliance structures, at least compared to Muammar Gaddafi's relative isolation, Riyadh and its neighbors nevertheless had taken the view that the United States and Britain had to get more involved whether they liked it or not. Latching on to comments made by White House officials a year earlier that any use of chemical weapons in Syria would represent a red line for the U.S., it was reported by the Wall Street Journal that in late 2012 the Saudis started trying to convince Western governments that Mr. Assad had crossed what President Barack Obama a year ago called a red line, the use of chemical weapons. Giving plenty of detail, the report explained that Arab diplomats say Saudi agents flew an injured Syrian to Britain, where tests showed sarin gas exposure. It also stated that Prince Bandar's spy service, which concluded that Mr. Assad was using chemical weapons, relayed evidence to the U.S., which reached a similar conclusion 4 months later. 270. In April 2013, Qatar made much the same claim, with its prime minister contending that the Syrian regime had already crossed red lines, including the limited use of chemical weapons in small pockets. He then made the case that the US had to do more. 271 Over the next few months, a number of similar claims and then counterclaims were made, as the Gulf monarchies and Damascus seemed to fight over what had really happened and whether red lines had really been crossed. In many ways this period was eerily analogous to the narrative wars fought between the embattled Afghan government and the Uzbek jihadists in the 1980s. Complete with detailed death tolls and photographs of chemical warfare victims, a determined effort had been made to frame and denigrate the still surviving Soviet-backed state. 272. On August 21, 2013, the moment of truth seemed to have arrived, with reports emerging of a serious sarin nerve agent attack on the Ghouta suburb of Damascus. With almost all of the international media pointing to the al-Assad regime, given that Ghouta was in rebel hands, some prominent Western newspapers preemptively even declared war on Syria. According to a well-placed journalist, NATO strike plans had already been drawn up and militaries were simply waiting for the green light from their governments. 273 With the US again holding back, as it had done over Libya, it appeared that the British government was to take the lead, with Parliament holding a vote on August 29. Despite widespread predictions that Prime Minister David Cameron would win the vote, a substantial number of his own party's members rebelled, leading to what was later described as a historic defeat, and incomparable to anything in British politics since the 1855 resignation of Prime Minister George Hamilton over his government's role in the Crimean War. 274. Apparently unimpressed by Cameron's case and the intelligence made available to them, the dissenting British MPs were not alone, as in the wake of the attack serious doubts began to emerge from other quarters. Many questioned whether the Syrian regime was really responsible or, if it was, whether there were really sufficient grounds for another Western military intervention. Arriving in Damascus to cover the story, even one of the BBC's most experienced journalists tweeted that it just did not seem to make sense for the regime to have launched such an attack given that there were UN inspectors already in the city, in such close proximity to Ghouta. 275 In fact, just 5 days after the attack the inspectors had attempted to visit Ghouta but had to turn back after unidentified snipers opened fire on their convoy. 276 Meanwhile, on the same day of the British vote, the Washington Post revealed details of a secret sensor system in Syria that was already in place. Funded from the $52 billion US black budget, details of which were earlier leaked by former intelligence contractor Edward Snowden, the advanced system was understood to be monitored by the U.S. National Reconnaissance Office, which is responsible for controlling all U.S. intelligence satellites. 277 Speaking to Seymour Hersh, former U.S. intelligence officers with knowledge of the system explained that the sensors had earlier been implanted near all known chemical warfare sites in Syria. They are designed to provide constant monitoring of the movement of chemical warheads stored by the military. The former officials also claimed that far more important, in terms of early warning, is the sensor's ability to alert US and Israeli intelligence when warheads are being loaded with sarin. According to them, the system was understood not to have detected any unusual activity in the months and days before 21 August. 278. Handed out to journalists and then subsequently referred to by Secretary of State John Kerry, a White House intelligence assessment report nonetheless claimed that by August 18 the Syrian regime's chemical weapons personnel were on the ground, in the area, making preparations. As Kerry stated, "We know that regime elements were told to prepare for the attack." Declining to reveal its methods on the grounds of protecting sources, the assessment report provided little substantiation of its findings and made no reference to the sensor system, but did state that it had relied on unverified classified intercepts of communications along with thousands of social media reports, journalist reports, and reports from highly credible non-governmental sources. 279. Most mainstream media outlets regurgitated the assessment report uncritically, with the Washington Post even claiming on its front page that U.S. intelligence had been able to record each step of the Syrian army attack in real time, from the extensive preparations to the launching of rockets to the after-action assessments by Syrian officials. Basing its analysis on the assessment report, it reported that a team of Syrian specialists gathered on August 18 in the northern suburb of Adra for a task that U.S. officials say had become routine in the third year of the country's civil conflict, filling warheads with deadly chemicals to kill Syrian rebels. The newspaper also chose to highlight the assessment report's suggested death toll of 1,429, even though this was 4 times higher than a British casualty estimate released only a few days before. Buried in the article, however, was a concession that while it was unusually detailed, the assessment report does not include photographs, recordings, or other hard evidence to support its claims. It also admitted that it did not offer proof to back up the administration's assertion that top-ranking Syrian officials were complicit in the attack. 280. Casting much more light on the situation in Syria at this time than the White House's assessment report were a number of intelligence briefings from earlier in 2013. Surprisingly extensive, they presented a very clear picture in which the Syrian regime by no means had a monopoly over chemical weapons. A May 2013 CIA briefing, for example, had informed the White House about Jabhat al-Nusra's interest in such substances while also claiming that another Sunni fundamentalist group active in Syria, Al-Qaeda in Iraq, also understood the science of producing sarin. It further noted that al-Nusra was believed to be operating in areas close to Damascus, including Ghouta. A month later, a 4-page secret talking points report summarizing al-Nusra's chemical weapons capabilities was understood to have been forwarded to the Deputy Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Its contents were described as being extensive and comprehensive. It was not a bunch of we believes. Not only did it confirm that al-Nusra had the ability to acquire and use sarin, but it also revealed that a sample of sarin in al-Nusra's hands had been recovered by an Israeli agent. 281. Worryingly, one of the DIA talking points described al-Nusra as having one of the most advanced sarin plots since al-Qaeda's pre-9/11 effort and claimed that Turkey and Saudi-based chemical facilitators were attempting to obtain sarin precursors in bulk, tens of kilograms, likely for the anticipated large-scale production effort in Syria. This seemed to tally with a 130-page Turkish legal indictment from May in which 10 suspected al-Nusra members arrested in southern Turkey were described by local policemen as having 2 kilograms of sarin in their possession. Although the prosecutor requested 25 years imprisonment for the ringleader, he was released pending trial while the 9 co-accused were freed after only a brief detention. According to Hirsch, by this stage U.S. intelligence was already aware that Turkish intelligence along with the militarized Turkish gendarmerie were helping al-Nusra. As a former U.S. intelligence official described, Turkish intelligence was running the political liaison with the rebels, and the gendarmerie handled military logistics, on-the-scene advice, and training, including training in chemical warfare. 282. Question marks also seemed to hang over the extent to which al-Nusra and other such organizations had really sided with the Syrian people. Although in 2012 many of the anti-regime Friday afternoon protests had included "We are all Jabhat al-Nusra" among their slogans, by 2013 the relationship seemed more strained. As the Brookings Doha Center's Charles Lister points out, although al-Nusra's targets were primarily government-linked, it was civilians that bore the brunt, making the group unpopular with the Syrian opposition. 283 According to an extensive McClatchy investigation and the research of Abdel Bari Atwan, it is unclear how close al-Nusra actually was to Ghouta at the time of the August 2013 attacks. However, it was believed that a similar organization, Liwa al-Islam, or Brigade of Islam, controlled much of the district. Importantly, it was led by Zaran al-Ash, one of the released Syrian jihadists who had then gone on to denounce democracy, call for an Islamic state, and threaten the cleansing of Alawites and Shias. With al-Ash's father being a Saudi-based cleric, Liwa al-Islam was known to be receiving Saudi backing. 284. Weakening the Red Line case even further, in December 2013 a team of security and arms experts published an extensive report entitled Possible Implications of Faulty U.S. Technical Intelligence. Led by former UN Weapons Inspector Richard Lloyd and Theodore Postal, a multiple award-winning professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, they arrived at the conclusion that the range of the sarin-carrying rocket involved in the largest of the Ghouta attacks was too small for it to have flown from government-held territory in Damascus, as the US government had asserted. As such, although the team did not investigate the smaller attacks and had no interest in assigning blame to specific perpetrators, its findings did strongly contradict the White House's assessment report and a follow-up statement by Kerry in September 2013 in which he claimed, "We are certain that none of the opposition has the weapons or capacity to effect a strike of this scale, particularly from the heart of regime territory 285. Commenting on the research, MIT's Postal explained that my view when I started this process was that it couldn't be anything but the Syrian government behind the attack. But now I'm not sure of anything. The US administration narrative was not even close to reality." Lloyd meanwhile disputed the assumption that opposition groups were less capable of making rockets than the regime, arguing that the Syrian rebels most definitely have the ability to make these weapons. "I think they might have more ability than the Syrian government." The two experts also contended that Kerry's insistence that US satellite images had shown the impact points of the chemical weapons was unlikely to be true, as the rocket charges were too small to create detonations big enough to show up on satellite images. 286 Although the publication of the Lloyd Postal report was covered by the New York Times, it was done so in a manner that did not reflect the researchers' aims or even the report's contents. Instead, the New York Times correspondents described how there was new analysis that could point to particular Syrian military units involved, or be used by defenders of the Syrian government and those suspicious of the US to try to shift blame toward rebels. They also repeated the Kerry and White House claims that satellite detections corroborate that attacks from a regime-controlled area struck neighborhoods where the chemical attacks reportedly occurred. 287. Lending more weight to the Lloyd Postal research, in April 2014 the London Review of Books published a detailed essay that alleged MI6 had earlier obtained a sample of the sarin used in Ghouta and that Britain's Porton Down laboratory had concluded it did not match with samples of the batches it knew to be in the Syrian regime's possession. This knowledge, it was claimed, was shared with the US and may help explain why, on top of the British government's parliamentary defeat, the White House was reluctant to authorize its own air strikes against the Syrian state. Quoting a former senior US intelligence official who still had access to current intelligence, the essay further contended that there were members of the Turkish government who believed they could get al-Assad's nuts in a vice by dabbling with the sarin attack inside Syria, and forcing Obama to make good on his red line threat. 288 Interestingly, by this stage it appeared that even the BBC was preparing to backtrack on at least some of the original 2013 narrative. Although in August 2014 its flagship Newsnight show repeated BBC footage of victims from exactly a year earlier, with its presenter explaining that by chance, just as MPs were voting, these images of a chemical attack were shown for the first time, its complaints team had already admitted to a member of the public that the BBC was aware these were victims of incendiary weapons rather than chemical weapons. 289. By 2015 it was even clearer that multiple groups in Syria had had at least some opportunity to acquire chemical weapons over the past 3 years. Leaked documents belonging to the Saudi Foreign Ministry indicated that in early 2012 the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons was aware of several hundred artillery projectiles in Libya which, according to handheld detectors, were filled with chemical agents. 290 Given that this was at the same time the Libya-Syria rat line was being established, and given the hundreds of military cargo planes known to have been flying into Syria, the possibility that at least some of these warheads found their way from Libya to Syria seems high. Indeed, multiple reports have since suggested that the eventual Islamic State and other groups have been using such munitions. In summer 2015, for example, German special forces who had been training the Kurdish Peshmerga militia reported that chemical weapons had been fired on Kurdish positions, with many men suffering from severe burns and respiratory problems. An official Peshmerga statement claimed that 45 120mm mortar shells tipped with chemicals led to the injury of a number of Peshmerga forces with burns on different parts of their bodies. Other Kurdish commanders have reported similar earlier attacks, describing projectiles containing unknown chemical agents. 291 In September 2015, anonymous U.S. officials even told the BBC that the Islamic State was making and using chemical weapons and had evidence it had used them at least 4 times and had set up an active chemical weapons research cell. 292 Syria, back to the battlefield. With formal NATO intervention an increasingly distant prospect, by the end of 2013 the Western powers and their regional proxies returned to the strategy of strengthening the rebels on the ground. With Bashar al-Assad's Iranian allies now clearly playing a pivotal role on the battlefield, and with Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah having already declared of Syria that this battle is ours, and I promise you victory, 293 The United States' fallback option seemed to be a massive and urgent ramping up of direct backing for those opposition groups it still felt were publicly supportable, alongside turning an even blinder eye to the type of Syrian rebels that the Gulf monarchies were continuing to support. Greatly reinvigorated and expanded, the US program of supplying the right militants spawned a string of statements over the course of 2014 promising further weapons. In February 2015 the US then announced that teams of such rebels would be brought across to Jordan and Turkey for training, and would be supplied with Toyota Hilux trucks. The Toyotas were to be outfitted with a machine gun, communications gear, and global positioning system trackers enabling them to call in air strikes, along with mortars. 294 In October 2015, just days after Russia began to conduct air strikes on behalf of the Syrian government, U.S. officials informed the media that they had begun to make airdrops of small arms ammunition to unspecified Syrian rebels in northern Syria. They explained this was part of their revamped strategy. 295 As well as the US-supported units often turning on each other, including the worryingly named Knights of Righteousness eventually fighting the Syrian Democratic Forces. A more serious problem for the US renewed efforts was that most of the fighters the CIA had chosen to back had already suffered numerous defeats, with many having had their weapons seized by Jabhat al-Nusra or other such groups. 296 According to one Arab intelligence officer, extremist organizations say they are always pleased when sophisticated weapons are sent to anti-al-Assad groups of any kind, because they can always get the arms off them by threats of force or cash payments. 297 Similarly, as per the US's own intelligence assessments from late 2014, funding from the US and its allies that was flowing to anti-regime rebels was still consistently ending up in the hands of the most virulent extremists. 298 As a former Defense Intelligence Agency official described, once US-backed fighters crossed back over the border into Syria, you lose a substantial amount of control or ability to control their actions. 299 An even bigger issue for the US, however, was whether its favored moderates were ever really moderate to begin with. Department of Defense officials had reportedly been aware for some time that the vast majority of moderate Free Syrian Army rebels were in fact Islamist militants. 300 Also critical of the FSA's credentials was Britain's former ambassador to Syria, who stated bluntly in television interviews that the so-called FSA is just a footnote. Let's be clear here, we're talking about jihadists, most of the opposition groups are jihadists. 301 Similarly, as a former director of French intelligence warned, either the intelligence services had been given bad information or it was the government's policies that, despite the information, wanted to go in a direction that was not the reality. In particular, he worried that we will be manipulated into helping people, supposedly rebellious, whereas in reality they have been pushed by Al-Qaeda. 302 Pointing out that well-known FSA commanders had already publicly defected to the Islamic State or other, more militarily successful extremist groups, Abdel-Bari Atwan was equally suspicious. 303 Published in summer 2013, a report prepared for the European Parliament stated that al-Nusra's fighters had operated many times alongside FSA formations on the battlefield, earning public praise from prominent rebel leaders. It also described how many Salafists are believed to fight within FSA units, but these rebel formations portray the uprising as a national struggle against an oppressive dictatorship rather than as a Sunni jihad against an Alawite regime. 304 An international crisis group report from 2012 had made much the same suggestion, arguing that mainstream rebel groups eager for more effective weapons and tactics likely find that benefits of such collaboration with extremist groups outweigh any long-term political and ideological concerns. 305. Others also questioned the FSA's ability to police criminality within its own ranks. Writing for Middle East Policy, counterterrorism specialist Ahmed Hashim noted how the undisciplined and brutal behavior of the FSA stood in contrast to the much more disciplined Jabhat al-Nusra, which often set up efficient food and medicine distribution systems in areas under its control. 306. Similarly, a British journalist familiar with the region accused the FSA of engaging in looting and banditry. 307. While Arabic media correspondents reported that former peasants had been enriching themselves through the FSA, allowing them to buy huge new homes and expensive cars. 308. Giving more detail, an extensive Daily Telegraph report featured interviewees in Syria describing how FSA commanders had been focused on profiteering, gun running, and the extracting of tolls from road checkpoints. One interviewee even described how the FSA was taking bribes from the Syrian regime to allow government forces to get supplies to besieged units. The report concluded that in northern Syria at least the FSA has now become a largely criminal enterprise. 309. Disturbingly, in 2015 NBC News even had to revise its official account of the brief 2012 kidnapping of its chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel. 310. Having originally stated that Engel was captured by the pro-regime and predominantly Alawite Shabiha or Ghosts militia before then being rescued by Sunni rebels, NBC News' position dramatically changed following an investigation by the New York Times. Having interviewed NBC News employees and Syrian activists, it was suggested that Mr. Engel's team was almost certainly taken by a Sunni criminal element affiliated with the FSA, the loose alliance of rebels opposed to Mr. Assad. The New York Times correspondents concluded that Engel was likely misled by his captors so as to discredit the Syrian government. 311. To make matters worse, there was considerable evidence that known extremist groups in Syria were actively trying to sanitize their images and present themselves alongside the FSA as suitable candidates for U.S. support. In journalist Patrick Coburn's assessment of such groups, and especially those close to Damascus, those that had earlier given themselves Islamic-sounding names to attract Saudi and Gulf financing had by this stage opportunistically switched to more secular-sounding titles in a bid to attract U.S. support. 312. According to a European Parliament report, one such organization based close to the Lebanese border had changed its name to the Rafik Hariri Brigade in reference to the pro-Western former Lebanese Prime Minister. 313. Moreover, the Yarmouk Brigade and other such groups, which ended up becoming part of the US and Saudi-sponsored Southern Front based out of Jordan and eligible to receive advanced weaponry such as anti-aircraft missiles, had frequently been spotted fighting alongside al-Nusra. 314. In 2013 the Yarmouk Brigade was also understood to have repeatedly detained UN peacekeepers in the Golan Heights. And in late 2014 a Lebanese newspaper accused it of having already secretly pledged allegiance to the Islamic State. 315. The Syrian Islamic Liberation Front seems to have tried to follow the same sort of path, having recognized the FSA and fought with it but then disbanding within a year after many of its ultra-conservative members had joined al-Nusra or the Islamic State. 316. Moreover, in a widely read January 2014 Foreign Affairs article a group called Harakat al-Sham al-Islamiyya or the Islamic Movement of the Free Men of the Levant was openly described as an al-Qaeda-linked group worth befriending, with the three U.S. think tank authors trying to place it temporarily within the US-friendly camp. But although it had cooperated with the FSA in military actions, others have noted how many of its fighters later moved over to the Islamic State and that it was still very much an al-Qaeda-style organization, having been co-founded by Abu Khalid al-Suri. Indeed, U.S. federal prosecutors have since described it as frequently fighting alongside Jabhat al-Nusra and as having the goal of installing an Islamic State in Syria. Nonetheless, as recently as July 2015, al-Sham's spokesman wrote on the Washington Post's website that it still favored a moderate future for Syria that preserves the state and institutes reforms that benefit all Syrians, while a few months later Qatar's foreign minister claimed in an Al Jazeera interview that it was not an extremist organization but rather a Syrian group looking for their liberation, and they are working with other moderate groups. 317. The most remarkable attempt at a volte-face has, however, been the Saudi-backed Jaish al-Islam or Army of Islam, an umbrella for dozens of rebel groups created in late 2013. 318 Giving an interview on its behalf in May 2015, former Liwa al-Islam leader Zaran Alish tried to backtrack completely on his earlier sectarian and anti-democratic statements. As the University of Oklahoma's Joshua Landis observes, this was evidence of Alish's increasing savviness as every major player wants to be acceptable to the West and to the international community. 319 Not all, however, were convinced, as a few months later the Jordan government reaffirmed its designation of the group as a terrorist organization, while Al-Hayat newspaper reported that Jaish al-Islam's fighters in Ghouta were putting Alawite civilians in iron cages and using them as human shields. 320 Since then Russia has attempted to add Jaish al-Islam along with Ahrar al-Sham to the UN terror sanctions blacklist, but its efforts have been blocked by the US, Britain, France, and the Ukraine, with a US spokesman stating that now is not the time to shift course, but rather double down on our efforts towards a reduction in violence, and with an anonymous Western diplomat stating that such a designation would provide a pretext for yet more moderate groups to come under target. 321. More information is slowly coming to light about Britain's support for such Syrian rebels, as it seems to have followed the same trajectory as the US, with the definition of moderate being stretched extremely widely. Following an investigation by The Guardian, it transpired that since 2013 the Foreign Office and the Ministry of Defense had been hiring contractors to produce videos, photos, military reports, radio broadcasts, print products, and social media posts branded with the logos of fighting groups. According to the investigators, which had seen government contracting documents, Britain was effectively running a press office for opposition fighters, and the materials it circulated online were posted with no indication of British government involvement. The campaign appears to have been funded by the Conflict and Stability Fund and to have been based in Istanbul under the guise of delivering strategic communications and media operations support to the Syrian moderate armed opposition. Worryingly, the contracts seen by The Guardian included references to Jaish al-Islam and a group called Harakat Hazm or Steadfast Movement, which had disbanded in March 2015 with most of its weapons being seized by Jabhat al-Nusra. 322. Further light has been cast on British involvement by the circumstances surrounding the collapse of the London trial of a Swedish citizen accused of attending terrorist training camps, receiving weapons, and working with a group considered to be Al-Qaeda in Syria. With the evidence supplied to the court having reportedly made clear that Britain's security and intelligence agencies would have been deeply embarrassed if the trial had gone ahead, the suspect's lawyer had stated, if it is the case that the British government was actively involved in supporting armed resistance to the al-Assad regime at a time when the defendant was present in Syria and himself participating in such resistance, it would be unconscionable to allow the prosecution to continue. Another lawyer involved in the case agreed, arguing, given that there is a reasonable basis for believing that the British were themselves involved in the supply of arms, if that's so, it would be an utter hypocrisy to prosecute someone who has been involved in the armed resistance. 323. As for the Gulf monarchies, the pre-Ghouta dual strategy of providing formal support for US-approved groups, while in parallel allowing private citizens to generate informal support for some of the most extremist organizations, seemed to continue unabated, with likely even larger supplies of weapons and funding in the absence of any NATO-led intervention. Formed at the end of 2013, the Islamic Front was an alliance of 6 or 7 existing Sunni Islamist groups that were widely understood to be backed by Saudi Arabia along with NATO member Turkey. Morphing into the Levant Front by the end of 2014, and then the Army of Conquest, it not only included the Al-Qaeda-aligned Harakat Ahrar al-Sham al-Islamiyya, but by 2015 it was understood to have more openly adopted a jihadist position and to have suffered major defections to the Islamic State. 324. Meanwhile Qatari and Kuwaiti citizens, as before, were also clearly at the forefront of arming such militias. In March 2014, U.S. Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence David Cohen stated that a number of fundraisers operating in more permissive jurisdictions, particularly in Kuwait and Qatar, are soliciting donations to fund extremist insurgents, not to meet legitimate humanitarian needs. He described the recipients as being terrorist groups, including al-Nusra, and stated that Qatar has become such a permissive terrorist financing environment, that several major Qatar-based fundraisers act as local representatives for larger terrorist fundraising networks that are based in Kuwait. Speaking to the media, he also took the opportunity to reaffirm the Department of the Treasury's designation of a Qatari national as being a Qatar-based financier who secured funds and provided material support for Al-Qaeda and its affiliates. He stated that this man was understood to have supplied Al-Qaeda in Syria with $600,000 in 2013 alone. 325 Specific to Kuwait, Cohen claimed that our ally has become the epicenter for fundraising for terrorist groups in Syria. He even pointed out that Kuwait's Minister for Justice and Islamic Endowments had a history of promoting jihad in Syria. In fact, his image has been featured on fundraising posters for a prominent al-Nusra financier. 326. Illustrative of the ongoing culture of impunity for terror financiers in these states, in October 2014 a Department of the Treasury spokesman identified 2 Qatari citizens as being designated terrorist financiers that had not yet been acted against under Qatari law. Accused of employing Jordanians who had been using fake Qatari identification documents, they were alleged to have been transferring cash to Al-Qaeda operatives. In fact, one of the Qataris was a former employee of Qatar's central bank who had earlier been sanctioned by the US and the UN for his role in assisting the alleged 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Although arrested in 2008, he was released after just 3 months, which, according to leaked US diplomatic cables, had caused great concern. 327 By the summer of 2015, Qatar had failed to arrest 2 more of its citizens whom the U.S. Department of the Treasury had designated as terror financiers following their social media activity in support of al-Nusra. Although a U.S. official claimed that the cooperation that we have received from the Qataris on this matter is a testament that our relationship is improving and growing, he also had to admit that the men were still at large. 328. Beyond the facilitation of arms and funding channels to Syrian extremists, it is also very clear that Qatar was actively engaged in trying to improve and normalize the public image of al-Nusra, presumably because by then it had cemented its reputation as the most potent anti-regime fighting force. In early 2015, Reuters even reported that al-Nusra was considering switching its formal affiliation from al-Qaeda to Qatar, with which it had good relations. Its correspondents also described how al-Nusra was to merge with a smaller jihadist group composed of local and foreign fighters led by a Chechen commander, and together the new alliance would be rebranded by Qatar so that it could receive more money and support than before. 329 A few weeks later, the BBC corroborated much of the story, explaining that Qatar was bringing al-Nusra in from the cold and that the new al-Nusra had pledged to fight only al-Assad's forces and thus would have no interest in attacking the far enemy of the US or its allies. Only a day after this remarkable al-Nusra promise, one of its senior commanders was killed in heavily disputed circumstances. While some pointed to a US drone strike, others claimed he was assassinated by the Syrian regime's special forces. In a BBC article, however, speculation was made as to whether he was killed because of an internal disagreement about the putative negotiations to eschew al-Nusra's al-Qaeda affiliation or not. 330 Writing a few months later, as al-Nusra began to lose its grip over one of its key bases in Idlib, Charles Lister contended that the organization was enduring a consequential internal struggle to define its identity. In this context, a contest was taking place within al-Nusra between those committed to a more pragmatic position, allowing it to cooperate more openly with Qatar, and those who sought a return to a harder line al-Qaeda stance. 331. Apparently also on board with the normalization strategy, even Israel seemed to have seen value in improving its low-level relations with al-Nusra, especially in areas close to their mutual borders. According to a report prepared by the UN Disengagement Observer Force which detailed 18 months of border activity, Sightings were made of uninjured Syrians being allowed through fence openings along with the transfer of unspecified supplies from Israel to rebel units. The UNDOF also noted that Israeli Defense Force soldiers had been holding meetings with Syrians east of the demilitarized Green Zone and that a small tent city had been set up only a few hundred meters from the border for the families of Syrian army deserters. Although claiming that all Syrians entering Israel were infiltrators and that Israel had not given one shekel or one bullet to al-Nusra members, a senior IDF officer nonetheless conceded that Israel had been treating injured al-Nusra fighters on Israeli territory. 332. In a remarkable May 2015 Al Jazeera interview, al-Nusra's Muhammad al-Jawlani sat on a lavish jeweled throne with his face shrouded and answered a series of fawning questions from a prominent Qatar-based journalist. Using his platform, al-Jawlani explained that al-Nusra's primary purpose was to remove the grossly oppressive Syrian regime, while also making the bizarre claim that its al-Qaeda affiliation made it somehow more moderate than other groups fighting in Syria, on the basis that it offered protection to minorities and had little interest in sectarian warfare. He reiterated the organization's earlier purported promises by stating that al-Nusra had no intention of attacking the West unless provoked. 333 In a gross violation of journalistic ethics, Al Jazeera then followed up on its al-Jawlani exclusive by broadcasting an interview with a Syrian pilot held in custody by al-Nusra. 334 For keener observers, however, the prospect of a more moderate al-Nusra was already known to be something of a scam. Stating in late 2014 that it had entered into a truce with other extremist groups, or at least that it shared the same goals, the organization was still being described by the media in 2015 as having launched offensives against Western-backed groups and having pledged common action with other jihadists against the Crusaders. 335 Most embarrassingly for Qatar, less than a month after the al-Jawlani interview, al-Nusra broke its silence by publishing a 45-minute documentary entitled The Heirs of Glory. Repeating several of Osama bin Laden's statements, it concluded with al-Nusra justifying 9/11 on the basis that the choice to respond to the West in the same manner was found to be the most effective solution, so the West may know that the Muslims will never remain silent to the crimes committed against them, and that they will resist oppression and tyranny. 336. Following much the same format as their attempts to distance the US from Qatar's roles in financing extremists earlier in the conflict, and of course also in Libya, a variety of US officials had already half-heartedly begun to point their fingers at the murky activities taking place in the CENTCOM hosting nation. In September 2014, a meeting in the U.S. Senate had heard representatives and witnesses suggesting measures to dramatically recast U.S. relations with Qatar, including further terror designations for some of its citizens and charities, and even the possibility of disrupting its financial system. The idea of moving the US military facilities out of Qatar was also reportedly mooted, along with the possibility of blocking a pending $11 billion US Qatar arms deal. 337 A few months later, the Wall Street Journal then broke the story that during Barack Obama's first term in office, the National Security Council had supposedly already lobbied the White House to pull the U.S. Air Force out of Qatar in protest against its support for militant groups. 338 Whether the NSC claim was true or not, in summer 2014 the U.S. Army's retired Vice Chief of Staff had in any case made the same sort of suggestion, arguing that it is time to confront Qatar and that we have alternatives to our combined air and operations center in Doha, other bases and prepositioned materiel. We should tell Qatar to end its support for terrorism or we leave. 339. Sparking a fresh round of debate on Qatar, in February 2015 a letter signed by a group of lawmakers began to circulate in the U.S. Congress. Addressed to the new Secretary for Defense, Ashton Carter, the letter included calls from a member of the Senate's Armed Services Committee to identify Qatar as the world's safe haven for terrorist groups and militia leaders. It also urged U.S. officials to reassess and reevaluate the US multibillion-dollar military alliance with the country and explained that U.S. reliance on Qatar's support, such as the Al Udeid base in Qatar, has emboldened the Qataris to believe they can undermine and damage U.S. interests and efforts in the region without consequence. The letter concluded that the US strategic interests should not be undercut or held captive, and that the new Secretary for Defense must begin a serious exploration of positioning some of our military assets with other allies in the region. 340. Naturally, the latest bout of criticism and grandstanding went nowhere, with Qatar's strategic usefulness to the US in several regional theaters continuing to trump all other concerns. The $11 billion arms deal went on to become one of the US's biggest defense industry successes of the year, with the Department of Defense and Qatar's Defense Ministry then signing off on the transfer of Apache attack helicopters, Patriot, and Javelin air defense systems, and various other weapons. 341 Justifying the deal and its ongoing relationship with Doha, the Department of Defense argued in February 2015 that the regional military command the U.S. maintains in Qatar was vital to American operations in the region. The Wall Street Journal further explained that, in any case, the issue was already decided in late 2013 when the U.S. extended its lease on the base and didn't pull out any planes. 342. Just 2 days after the 2015 deal went through, and on the eve of his scheduled visit to the U.S., Qatari ruler Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani helped to smooth the situation further by publishing a New York Times opinion piece that explained how Qatar was united with our partners in the Gulf to combat violent extremism in all its forms. Al Thani also argued that in order for the Middle East to move forward, Qatar and its allies must have a bold commitment based on a long-term vision of justice, security, and peace for all the people of the region. He even managed to squeeze in a reference to ending the tyrannical rule of the likes of Bashar al-Assad of Syria and blamed the Syrian regime for carrying out genocide against its own people. Rather ironically, Al-Thani concluded that we must avoid deepening the sectarian divisions that have weakened governments and nations, and fueled the fires of violent extremism. This should begin with a conscious effort to combat cynical attempts to deepen and exploit the Sunni, Shia divide for political ends. 343 For those paying close attention, this was of course hypocritical, as only 3 weeks earlier a prominent Saudi preacher had been hosted in Qatar's state mosque and had delivered a Friday sermon that called on God to destroy the Jews, destroy the Christians and Alawites, and the Shia. The vicious sermon was understood to have been promoted by Qatar's Ministry for Religious Affairs on both its website and on Twitter. 344. Syria, the media war. In parallel to the increased funding and weapons supplies for Syrian rebel militias and jihadist organizations, since 2013 there were also renewed and substantial efforts to win the media war. Not necessarily aiming to provoke fresh debate about a NATO intervention, most of the secret information operations conducted by the Western powers and their regional allies were instead focused on further damaging the Syrian regime's international reputation while at the same time deflecting attention away from the identities and behavior of their more extremist proxies. In this context, the objective was not the establishing of new red lines, but rather the weakening of the Bashar al-Assad administration's ability to portray itself as a legitimate guardian of the Syrian state. In turn, this would make it easier on moral grounds to prevent the Syrian regime and its partners from participating in peace negotiations or future transitional governments. In January 2014, with the Syrian army holding its ground on the battlefield and even advancing in some areas, there was a very real danger that impending Geneva II talks would allow Damascus and Tehran to press for favorable terms. Funded by Qatar and prepared by a leading London law firm, a substantial report on torture under the al-Assad regime was released to CNN the day before the talks were due to begin. With graphic and gruesome contents, the report's primary source was an anonymous defector, codenamed Caesar, who had been smuggled out of Syria. Endorsed by a team of lawyers, the report sparked international outrage and resulted in the Iranian government having its Geneva invitation withdrawn. It likely also contributed to the eventual Geneva outcome, with the only terms offered to Bashar requiring him to leave power completely, despite the government still controlling 13 out of Syria's 14 provincial capitals. 345. Alluding to the thousands of foreign fighters in the ranks of the opposition, a spokesman for Damascus tried to rationalize the government's brutality on the grounds that we have professional killers inside Syria from around the world. We are defending ourselves 346, but as a good example of the sort of politics of the last atrocity that had frequently been used at the last minute to derail peace talks in Northern Ireland 347. The Qatar report naturally made no reference to other extensive investigations that had described horrific acts of torture and sectarian cleansing being perpetrated by rebel groups. Published the same week, for example, Human Rights Watch's annual World Report had described how armed opposition forces, including a growing number of pro-opposition foreign fighters, have also carried out serious abuses including indiscriminate attacks on civilians, executions, kidnapping, and torture. The report also documented how an opposition attack in the Latakia countryside in August 2013 had led to the deaths of at least 190 civilians, including 57 women, at least 18 children, and 14 elderly men. Many of them were summarily executed. 348. In December 2015, Human Rights Watch published a follow-up investigation on torture and detentions in Syria after reviewing all of the available Caesar evidence. Although it noted that 28,707 of the photographs were of those understood to have died in government custody, it also stated that another 24,568 of the photographs were of dead government soldiers and crime scenes including incidents of terrorism, fires, explosions, and car bombs. 349. Pushing the same sort of message as the Qatar report, often with a focus on regime atrocities, or making sure that most civilian deaths were blamed on the Syrian Air Force, a number of bespoke human rights organizations and media outlets were also set up to gather and disseminate supposedly seized evidence and on-the-ground eyewitness accounts that the international media could then use as source material. With mixed success and varying levels of refinement, most of these entities have tried to present themselves as neutral and objective and thus as credible conduits to a war-torn region mostly inaccessible to bona fide journalists. A good example has been the Commission for International Justice and Accountability, which even has a specific regime crimes team. Comprising 60 investigators, it describes itself as an independent organization that receives funding from Western governments and has had its staff trained at UK-funded human rights seminars in Turkey. With two of its directors speaking at a Chatham House seminar in May 2015, the CIJA claimed to have recently completed a case file addressing individual criminal responsibility at the superior level for crimes committed in Syrian regime-controlled detention. According to a detailed Guardian investigation, during their training program the CIJA's employees were understood to have been staying in small hotels in Istanbul that did not require guests to show passports, before then being asked to cross the border from Turkey into Syria to find documents implicating the regime. Given the apparent inexperience of the employees, the CIJA's Canadian training organizer explained that his intention was to take these activists, young, enthusiastic, self-appointed, social media savvy, with considerable personal courage and then sensitize them to the sort of evidence that is required to inform an international criminal case. 350. Interviewed by a Guardian correspondent in an unnamed Gulf monarchy, one of the CIJA's investigators who claimed to have returned from Syria gives a good insight into the organization's methodology. Describing how in the city of Al-Raqqa the leaders of the local Salafist militia offered to help collect what he was looking for, over the next few days, they came with plastic bags and cardboard boxes full of papers. He also explained how the situation in Deir Ezzor was more complicated because Jabhat al-Nusra was the dominant force, but thankfully one of the group's local commanders, a man of grace and education, agreed to covertly provide assistance. The investigators' experiences with the Free Syrian Army in Aleppo seem to have been no less haphazard, as after an FSA unit informed him that regime records had already been burned, they then seemed to change their minds after he had explained how useful they would have been. He described how a few days later they shamefacedly brought him a few plastic bags full of documents they had salvaged. From this batch he was then able to rescue a few scraps, including a potentially significant series of exchanges between government political commissars in the military before then stuffing them in his computer bag, and being driven out of the area in a black FSA Mercedes. 351. Of the various websites and social media feeds set up to focus solely on pro-rebel news, most have been rather crude, with little detective work needed to determine their source of financing and mission objectives. Syria Direct, for example, has been frequently cited as a source by the Western media, perhaps due to its stated claim that as a result of agenda-free funding, our focus is on providing credible, original, relevant, and immediate news and analysis of Syria 352, but with no advertising on its website. It appears to have been funded entirely or at least partly by the U.S. Department of State, with transactions of $165,720, $226,520, and $237,020 having been made in September 2014, June 2015, and January 2016 under the banner of a U.S. government program called Investing in People in the Middle East and North Africa. 353. Other news outlets have, however, been much more sophisticated. The Syrian Civil Defense, which is also known as the White Helmets, is described as being made up of regular Syrian civilian volunteers who serve as emergency service providers in the absence of state control and who, according to its website, are prepared to help people on all sides of the conflict. As with Syria Direct, this has proven enough of a qualification for the organization to be widely used by the international media as an on-the-ground and objective source. However, almost all of its press releases have sought to portray the Syrian regime, rather than any opposition group or even jihadist militias, as the main destabilizing force in the country. In October 2015, for example, its website's first headline claimed that the regime's infamous barrel bombs have been the biggest killer of civilians. 354, while earlier in the year the New York Times reported that the organization was campaigning because the West is so focused on the Islamic State that it is ignoring the far greater killing by al-Assad. 355. In another New York Times report from 2015, the White Helmets were also described as trying to bring evidence of chlorine gas attacks directly to the French, British, and U.S. governments for testing. The aim is to give states a solid basis for action against the attacks. 356. Within hours of the first Russian airstrikes in Syria, the White Helmets were again quoted by the New York Times stating that one of their volunteers had been killed by such a strike. The White Helmets have, thus far, never claimed that any of their personnel have been harmed by any of the U.S. or rebel-led actions. 357. In one of the New York Times' many other features on the White Helmets, a very brief mention was made that the organization survived on modest financing from the U.S., Britain and private donors. 358. And in January 2016, Britain's Foreign Office published a short video on Twitter featuring the Foreign Secretary visiting the UK funded at Syria Civil Def Training Center in Turkey. 359. Other reports have claimed that the US has provided $13 million so far in humanitarian aid to civil defense teams. Like the Syrian Civil Defense, with a senior Department of State official explaining that it enables Syrian civilians to do something tangible in the face of the regime's atrocities. There's nothing that brings a community together more than efforts to rescue people. 360. Yemen, a painful intervention. Although unlike in Libya or Syria there was no axis of resistance regime to remove, by the end of 2013 the situation in Yemen was nevertheless looking bleak for the nearby Gulf monarchies and, in turn, the Western powers. The Gulf Cooperation Council's United Nations-backed political solution was in danger of unraveling, and although some sort of Qatar-sponsored Islamist rebellion had not materialized, the arguably more powerful Houthi movement had ultimately proven unwilling to deal with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. To make matters worse, the Houthi leaders and their Ansar Allah paramilitary force seemed to be gravitating to regime remnants closer to Ali Abdullah Saleh than those of the interim president Abd Rabbo Mansur Hadi. Thus, despite the escalating emergency in Yemen having very different foundations to the Libyan and Syrian wars, the West's principal regional allies soon seemed to have little alternative than to adopt many of the same interventionist Plan B strategies they were pursuing in North Africa and the Levant, including a rekindling of their relationship with local extremists. In September 2014, with most of Yemen's armed forces having disintegrated and with military power really resting with tribes and militias, The GCC's worst nightmare seemed finally to come true when the Houthis began to occupy large parts of the capital city of Sana'a, including the airport. 361 Almost uncontested, their advances were smoothed considerably by several large protests demanding that the government lower the price of fuel and restore legitimate rights. With Houthis' retreating forces responding by opening fire on protesters, many expected Abdul Malik al-Houthis' victory speech in Sana'a to be incendiary and divisive, but instead he urged calm and patience, and, in language not dissimilar to that of the Arab Spring, he declared, "Our people will not back down from their legitimate demands." Seemingly in tune with Sanaa's streets, he also called for the dissolution of the GCC-backed government, a rebooting of the long-stalled National Dialogue Conference, and, as a populist measure, the return of fuel subsidies. 362. Even more disturbingly for Hadi and the GCC, the Houthis were clearly not on their own, as it soon transpired there were approximately 3,000 Saleh loyalists alongside the 2,000 Ansar Allah who had entered the capital. Indeed, it is thought to have been a nephew of Saleh and members of Saleh's Sanyan Hashid tribe, most of whom were former soldiers in the Yemeni army and the Republican Guard, who actually led the offensive. 363 Having set up a new presidential council to serve as Sanaa's de facto government, and with their forces moving further south, the Houthi-Saleh alliance soon pushed the sidelined internationally recognized government all the way down to Aden. 364 Even though the two winning camps clearly had a shared objective, and even though reports had circulated ever since the Arab Spring claiming that Saleh's relatives had not only tried to meet with the Houthis, as had Saudi Arabia and the UAE, but also with Iranian officials, the apparent strength of the Houthi-Saleh deal nonetheless caught many by surprise. 365. According to numerous declassified and leaked secret documents, Saleh had earlier attempted to paint the Houthis as terrorists as part of his previously described efforts to position himself as a pro-US ally in the war on terror. Then, as the US had sought to curtail Iran's influence in the region, Saleh had tried to reframe the Houthis as an Iran-backed fifth column. Receiving part of a $5.5 billion GCC aid package as reward for this new stance. 366 In 2006 Saleh told the visiting U.S. CENTCOM commander that Iran's recent support for insurgents in Yemen was unacceptable and, along with other activities in the region, constituted proof of Tehran's desire to re-establish the Persian Empire. As a U.S. diplomatic cable noted, Saleh also warned that if the Houthis became too powerful then they were likely to attack Saudi Arabia's oil fields. He even claimed his government had seized documents indicating that the Houthis were being encouraged by Iran to assault the U.S. embassy in Sana'a and assassinate the ambassador. On this basis the U.S. was requested to launch an airstrike on a Saleh-identified Houthi compound. 367 Although the U.S. demurred, a year later Saleh seemed even more determined to embellish the Houthi-Iran threat, with his foreign minister claiming to U.S. diplomats that Tehran had been culturally preparing the Houthis since the 1990s and had become their main source of funding. Keen to connect the Houthis to other infamous U.S. bogeymen, no matter how implausibly, the minister even claimed Muammar Gaddafi was funding the Houthis. 368 By 2009, in receipt of over $155 million in U.S. security aid and with his forces having launched a full-blown scorched earth offensive on Houthi positions, Saleh's new foreign policy seemed to be working. 369. Not all U.S. officials were convinced, however, with one U.S. ambassador to Yemen stating he was cautious about taking a leap of faith over Saleh's claims of Iranian involvement and explaining that the same holds true for the Yemenis' allegations regarding the Libyans. 370 His successor was similarly circumspect, arguing in 2009 that whether the Houthis are the instrument Iran has chosen to establish a beachhead in the Arabian Peninsula with remains unclear, although the fact that after 5 years of conflict there is still no compelling evidence of that link must force us to view this claim with some skepticism. Moreover, in the same cable his embassy staff referred to extravagant claims that had been made by Saleh about an Iranian ship seized off the coast which was supposed to contain weapons but which, according to sensitive reporting, contained no weapons whatsoever. 371. Either way, By the beginning of 2015 Saleh appeared to have maneuvered himself skillfully back into power, but this time with the help of old foes. Reaffirming their anti-GCC credentials, the Houthis, and by association Saleh, duly accused Riyadh of seeking to split Yemen along sectarian and geographical lines, especially after Saudi Arabia and most of the other Gulf monarchies relocated their embassies to Aden, and Hadi then declared it the country's new capital. 372 Noting the close parallels between the beleaguered Hadi administration and the Saudi-backed Libyan government hold up in Tobruk, Abdel Malik al-Houthi warned the Yemeni people that our elder sister, the Saudi kingdom, doesn't respect the Yemenis and wants to impose here in Yemen the sequence of events and divisions that happened in Libya. 373. As with their support for the Tobruk administration and Khalifa Haftar's forces, and as with the backing given to the Free Syrian Army and other moderates fighting against the Bashar al-Assad regime, the Gulf monarchies' first plan was to defeat the Houthi Saleh alliance by arming and financing what remained of Hadi's forces along with any other local groups that could still somehow be characterized as pro-Western and willing to resume the old GCC-sponsored transitional plan. These included the Southern Movement separatists, still committed to restoring the short-lived Saudi-backed Democratic Republic of Yemen that had been based in Aden in 1994, and, so it seems, the various tribes and Islamist groups that had earlier accepted the Hadi interim presidency. With Qatari competition having subsided in the wake of the Egyptian coup, Saudi Arabia and the UAE were even willing to push to one side their own domestic demonization of the Muslim Brotherhood in order to do business grudgingly with its potentially useful Yemeni equivalent. 374 Even Tawakkul Karman, the Nobel Peace Prize winning Yemeni face of the Arab Spring and a former critic of Saudi Arabia, who by 2015 had risen to become a senior member of an Islamist party, soon made clear in an Al Jazeera interview that she laid the blame for Yemen's instability on the Houthis and, in vague terms, blamed Iran for orchestrating their role in the conflict. 375. Nonetheless, with considerable territorial losses and the defection of Hadi's Special Forces commander to Saleh, the situation looked increasingly desperate for the makeshift Aden Islamist alliance. With a growing realization that only a significant external intervention could save the day, in early March 2015 Hadi met with the U.S. ambassador and various GCC officials, and a few days later preparations were underway for Aden to serve as a launch pad for a much more forceful GCC-led and Western-backed response. 376 For external consumption, the Saudi ambassador to the U.S. justified the impending campaign on the basis of UN approval and even a Syria-style pro-democracy platform. He explained that Hadi has agreed to a process that is supported by the international community, that is enshrined in several UN Security Council resolutions, and would lead them from where they were to a new state with a new constitution and elections and checks and balances and so forth. Without naming the UN resolutions he was referring to, he also argued that the Houthis were a spoiler for such a process. As historian John Willis notes, the ambassador's remarks were remarkable given that no mention was made of the Yemeni people, and they sidelined the issue that sizable portions of the population would never be willing to trust a renewed GCC-sponsored political process that likely intended to restore the status quo. 377. The first step of the GCC intervention was to make sure that the same sort of airborne campaign that had softened up the Libyan regime's forces also took place against the Houthi Saleh alliance. With Hadi having already fled to Riyadh, on March 25, 2015 the Saudi and UAE air forces began to strike what they claimed were Houthi military targets up and down the country. Dubbed Asifat al-Hazim or Operation Decisive Edge, the imagery coming out of the Riyadh-based command center was uncannily similar to that of the US-old War on Terror operations. Moreover, the Saudi statements that the GCC would keep on bombing until some sort of political result was reached were reminiscent of those expressed by Tony Blair during the strikes on Serbia in 1999, when he said, "We will carry on pounding day after day, until our objectives are secured," and those of Britain's Chief of Defence Staff, who stated on the eve of the 2001 invasion of Afghanistan that NATO would bomb until the people of the country recognize that this is going to go on until they get the leadership changed. 378. Promising a joint planning cell to help with intelligence and logistics, the US clearly sought to display solidarity with the intervention, even if it preferred to maintain the same kind of arm's-length position as it had done with the British and French-led NATO strikes on Libya in 2011. Following the Houthis' seizure of Houthi government documents towards the end of March 2015, there was nevertheless some considerable embarrassment as details of Houthis' close cooperation with the CIA drone program operating from Saudi Arabia were revealed and published. 379 Britain was a little more open with its support, with officials rather unguardedly promising to support the Saudi operation in every way it can. But in many ways London's response was understandable given that many of the missiles being launched by the Saudi Air Force were British manufactured. Indeed, a few months later Britain's Ministry of Defence confirmed the supply of precision-made weapons to the Saudi air campaign, while Defence News claimed the ministry had even requested Raytheon UK to swap its Paveway 4 missile delivery line positions so that the Saudi Air Force would get priority over Britain's Royal Air Force. 380. Apart from some GCC personnel who were quickly deployed to Aden to establish a beachhead and prepare for Houthis' return, the bulk of the intervention's ground troops were not supposed to come from the wealthy Gulf monarchies. The intention instead was for Saudi Arabia to invoke the numerous oil-financed regional alliances it had built up over the years to ensure that infantry from friendly but poorer Arab and Muslim-majority states would bear the brunt of any heavy fighting against the Houthis. To this end a coalition was announced that included Egypt, Sudan, Morocco, and Jordan, the common thread being that all were in receipt of Saudi funding. 381 Soon after, Pakistan was added, likely in an effort to portray the operation as a Sunni front against the supposedly Iran-backed Zaidi Shia Houthis. But in all cases these fair-weather allies dragged their heels, with Cairo carefully declining its role, Khartoum limiting itself to airstrikes despite substantial Saudi deposits being placed in its central bank. 382 and Islamabad stating it was only willing to help defend Saudi Arabia's borders. Reflected in the Pakistani press, there had begun to emerge immense public pressure to block any further entanglement in the kingdom's affairs, despite the long history of Saudi aid and subsidized oil. 383 In many ways Pakistan's perceived betrayal should not have come as a surprise, with agents France Presse having described earlier in the year how a wave of criticism of Saudi Arabia had already begun, and, as the Financial Times reported in March 2015, how suspicions of the kingdom's role in funding extremists were running high. As one Pakistani official put it, Saudi Arabia is both a friend and a source of the continuing problem. 384. More willing to serve as mercenaries, it seemed, were soldiers from non-Arab countries, with Senegal's foreign minister putting an end to much speculation in May 2015 by announcing that 2,100 troops were to be sent to join the GCC's coalition. The news was not met with support in Senegal, with many using social media to question their country's involvement. But given recent announcements that Saudi Arabia was intending to heavily invest in a new long-term development plan, the government's hands seemed tied. 385 Hundreds of Latin American fighters were also soon reported to have arrived in Yemen, including Colombians, Panamanians, Chileans, and Salvadorians. In fact, so many Colombians were involved that the Colombian defense minister complained that his best soldiers were being poached. 386 Most were understood to have been hired by a private security company employed by the UAE and originally co-founded by Blackwater's Eric Prince. Mercenaries from several other countries were also spotted in Yemen, with 1,500 Moroccans understood to have been mobilized in coordination with the US, while veteran Australians and New Zealanders arrived as commanders. According to a UN report, even Eritreans had begun to turn up after the UAE compensated the Eritrean government. The New York Times reported that the presence of such Eritreans violated UN resolutions restricting Eritrean military activity, but within a few weeks of the criticism the Hadi administration simply declared the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights persona non grata in Yemen on the basis he had lost professionalism. 387. Handing out money, weapons, and even uniforms, the GCC's own ground forces, mostly made up of Saudi and UAE soldiers, seemed primarily focused on strengthening their Yemeni allies, with Houthis' remaining police and security forces being sent in batches of 300 back to the UAE to receive training, and with thousands of new local fighters recruited by summer 2015. Joining the Salman Decisiveness Brigade, so called after the Saudi king, many of these, along with other Saudi and UAE-paid tribal irregulars, at first seemed sufficient, as alongside the various foreign mercenaries they were strong enough to liberate Aden and then push back the Houthi, Saleh alliance towards Marib in central Yemen. 388. In tandem with their important organizational roles close to battlefields, it was clear that the Saudi and UAE forces were also busy securing and even building strategic assets for themselves far behind the front lines. In August 2015, for example, the UAE media began to report that the Saudi Navy had been shipping across hundreds of Asian workers to build a naval base on the Yemenite island of Socotra, a World Heritage Site nearly 400 kilometers from the mainland. This development, indicating GCC geostrategic drivers far beyond the mere restoration of the Houthi government, seemed to tally with the contents of a Saudi Foreign Ministry document leaked that summer which, in a presumed reference to the Indian Ocean, had called for a naval port for Saudi Arabia on the open sea. 389. Meanwhile, the UAE soldiers were reported to have been heavily concentrating on establishing a strong presence around the perimeter of Aden's port district in advance of a ministerial visit in October 2015 to discuss the restoration of critical marine and trade infrastructure. Importantly, the UAE's delegation also included representatives of Dubai Ports World, the company that had won a lucrative 30-year contract back in 2008 to manage two of Aden's terminals but had then had its rights revoked 3 years later on the basis it had not fulfilled its investment obligations. 390. Yemen, bringing back Al-Qaeda. Despite the capture of Marib and Abd Rabbo Mansur Hadi's brief return in September 2015, there were already signs that the ragtag alliance of Gulf Cooperation Council-led ground forces was unlikely to be able to advance on Sana'a and, even with air cover, was in danger of losing its hard-won territory. Of particular concern were the tribal irregulars, many of whom were described as barely out of adolescence, and, so it seemed, were not entirely trustworthy. After the shattering loss of 45 Emirati and 10 Saudi soldiers on September 4 to a missile attack on their base in Marib, the GCC forces reportedly began to camp separately from their Yemeni counterparts due to fears of tip-offs being passed on to their enemies. Interviewed by Reuters, one GCC soldier complained that the Yemenis were nuts. They fire around indiscriminately, not disciplined fighters. I don't like to fight where they are. Another from the UAE explained that the irregulars were being paid $100 a month, along with being given new assault rifles and ammunition, but joked that they kept asking for more guns, more body armor, and a Toyota Hilux, but it has to be a 2015 model. 391. Of greater concern was the fact that the longer the war went on, the more likely it was that Iran would attempt to supply the Houthis with sophisticated equipment so that Yemen could serve as a second front in the same Tehran-Riyadh proxy war that was fast developing in Syria. At first there was skepticism about the sort of role the Houthis would be willing to play in such a broader conflict, not least given the obvious disinformation Ali Abdullah Saleh had earlier been supplying to the US. Moreover, as many pointed out, there seemed no incentive for the Houthis to fall into Saudi Arabia's and indeed the Western media sectarian framework given their alliance with the predominantly Sunni Saleh loyalists and given that many of the tribes in fiercely Sunni areas of Yemen were understood to have welcomed their advances earlier in 2015. 392 As the Canada-based Ruba Ali Al-Hassani neatly tweeted, within Yemen, the conflict is political, not sectarian. Beyond its borders, the conflict is more sectarian than political. 393 A recent Saudi defector and former head of air operations at an air base near Dhahran has largely corroborated this view, arguing this was not about sectarianism but rather a war against the Yemeni nation and against Yemen becoming independent. 394 As anthropologist and Yemen specialist Gabrielle von Bruck has similarly pointed out, the Houthis want Yemen to be independent, that's the key idea, they don't want to be controlled by Saudi or the Americans, and they certainly don't want to replace the Saudis with the Iranians. 395. Some US officials also seemed reluctant to buy into the Iran-Houthi specter, with those familiar with the intelligence on the Houthi. Saleh advances in 2014 stating that the Houthis had actually ignored Iranian advice to not go as far as taking control of Sana'a. On this basis they claimed it is wrong to think of the Houthis as a proxy force for Iran, and argued that the Houthis cared more about corruption and the distribution of power in Yemen than the spreading of Shia influence across the region. Moreover, as late as April 2015, a spokeswoman for the U.S. National Security Council confirmed that it remains our assessment that Iran does not exert command and control over the Houthis in Yemen. 396. With regard to the supply of weapons, much of the dispute in the U.S. intelligence community still seemed to be hanging on the story of an Iranian dhow seized off the Yemeni coast in early 2013. Understood to have been carrying Chinese-designed heat-seeking missiles bearing markings indicating their manufacture in either Iran or Pakistan, along with Bulgarian, Russian, and other Iran-manufactured equipment. The dhow was monitored by U.S. satellites as it left Iranian waters and then sailed into the Arabian Sea. Eventually halted by a U.S. destroyer, it was boarded by a Yemeni Coast Guard team. However, given that the confirmed point of contact near Al-Gaida was only just into Yemen's easternmost territorial waters and very far from the Houthis' power base in northern and northwestern Yemen, and given that there was no evidence of the dhow's intended destination, the accusations seem weak. Indeed, a subsequent report from the UN Security Council's monitoring group on Somalia and Eritrea indicated that the diesel on board the ship was likely being smuggled to East Africa. 397. Moreover, at that time Iran was still known to have been supplying weapons to Sudan, a supply route that would have likely used the same path as the intercepted dhow, and according to a report published in 2014 by a Swiss weapons tracking organization, these included Chinese-manufactured arms. 398. As the war progressed into summer 2015, speculation nonetheless persisted that Iran was getting more heavily involved. According to a leaked letter published by a London-based Arabic newspaper, the Iran Martyrs Foundation had promised its Houthi-controlled equivalent $3.75 million in support after being encouraged to do so by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. 399. More seriously, in September, the Associated Press reported that another unregistered dhow had been intercepted close to Yemeni waters while carrying arms. With the U.S. Navy claiming it had originated from Iran, the unnamed country that performed the interception was thought to have been Oman, given that it seized the weapons but also freed the sailors, likely in an effort to appease its fellow GCC members while also maintaining good relations with Tehran. 400. With the relationship exposed, less than a week after the incident, Iran's state media reported that the vice president and several other members of the Houthi, Saleh-installed Sana'a administration had turned up in Tehran to take part in a number of high-profile meetings. 401. Either way, from the Saudi and UAE perspective, their growing concerns over the loyalty and efficacy of their ground forces, coupled with the heightened risk that Iran might try to turn the Houthis into a sort of Yemeni version of Lebanon's Hezbollah, meant there was even greater urgency to wrap up the conflict in their favor. In this context, and very closely following the pattern of the stumbling Free Syrian Army and the Gulf monarchies' resulting need to back ever more radical and battle-hardened groups to accelerate the demise of the Bashar al-Assad regime, Saudi Arabia had clearly begun to reach out to more extremist Sunni elements to get the job done in Yemen. At first it seemed such help might come from outside, as in April 2015 the old Saudi-sponsored jihadist networks in Afghanistan had been quick to pledge their support for the GCC's coalition. Awkwardly for Riyadh, given its supposedly pro-Western plans for Yemen, Gulbuddin Hekmatyar himself issued a statement offering to dispatch thousands of jihadists to go to Saudi Arabia to frustrate the Iranian sinister designs in Yemen. 402. Similarly, the elderly Jalaluddin Haqqani and his son Sirajuddin, who was effectively in operational command, were also believed to have promised to send fighters. 403. Causing great embarrassment, the leaked Saudi Foreign Ministry documents in summer 2015 revealed that the Haqqani network's relations with Riyadh had been continuous, despite the US having belatedly designated it a foreign terrorist organization in 2012, and despite it being accused of having sponsored suicide bombings and spectacular attacks on US forces still in Afghanistan. 404 Notably, Haqqani family members had been meeting with the Saudi ambassador to Pakistan, and on one occasion had requested permission for Jalaluddin to visit Saudi Arabia to receive hospital treatment. According to a follow-up Saudi memorandum, the ministry recommended the visit should go ahead. Most interestingly, the leaked documents also indicated that Jalaluddin had held a Saudi passport ever since the Afghan jihad in the 1980s and had held onto it even after being placed on the UN sanctions list in 2001. In 2012 his passport was handed to the Saudi ambassador and, as Pakistani analysts reasoned, this was likely so it could be renewed and then returned to him. 405. More useful to Saudi Arabia than promises from far-flung jihadists, however, was the potent but dangerous Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula franchise. Despite having crossed swords with the kingdom in 2003, when it launched a series of deadly assaults on expatriate compounds and oil installations and, as discussed, having harassed the transitional Yemeni government in 2011 and 2012, perhaps in collusion with Saleh loyalists, by 2015 it was nonetheless one of the most powerful potential counterweights to the Houthi-Saleh alliance. As one of the biggest beneficiaries of Yemen's slide into chaos, AQAP had been able to take over vast tracts of the eastern part of the country while at the same time strengthening its presence in the suburbs of many cities outside government control. In this sense, it was likely viewed by Riyadh not only as the most important indigenous Sunni paramilitary force capable of playing a part in a broader sectarian war, but also as a necessary ally if the GCC-led coalition hoped to protect its flanks and push further into Houthi-held territory. Already anticipating such a GCC, AQAP front forming, given the evidence on the ground in Libya and Syria, Abdul Malik al-Houthi went public with accusations as soon as the airstrikes began, claiming that Saudi Arabia was financing acts of terror in the Middle East region and beyond, and declaring that his forces' drive to the south of Yemen was in order to root out Al-Qaeda and other extremist groups. Meanwhile, the New York Times described him portraying Al-Qaeda as an instrument of a broad international conspiracy. 406 By June 2015 al-Houthi's suspicions seemed confirmed when a Hadi administration delegation sent to take part in unbrokered negotiations in Geneva included an alleged AQAP financier. In fact, the man had been added to the U.S. Department of the Treasury's blacklist 2 years earlier with the explanation that he was establishing a political party as cover for AQAP. He was also described in the U.S. designation as being at the center of global support networks that fund and facilitate terrorism, and he was understood to have played a role in a 2012 multiple car bombing in Yemen. 407 According to Saudi Foreign Ministry documents leaked the same month, Yemeni activists had earlier complained that the Hadi government was the one supporting the presence of Al-Qaeda in Yemen and using them as a means to receive financial and military aid. 408 By July, the Wall Street Journal was stating bluntly that local militias backed by Saudi Arabia, special forces from the United Arab Emirates and Al-Qaeda militants all fought on the same side this week to wrest back control over most of Yemen's second city, Aden. The report cited senior Western diplomats in the region as agreeing that the Saudi-backed militants were receiving support from Al-Qaeda. Although a qualification was added that the GCC's forces and AQAP were not necessarily fighting together in the same areas of the city, the interviewed eyewitnesses painted a murkier picture. One described how he was confused over who has captured Aden, seeing Al-Qaeda flags flying in some parts of the city and on dozens of armored vehicles. Another explained, "We were surprised to see some fighters raising Al-Qaeda flags and dragging some rebels on the streets of Crater, a district of Aden, tonight." Other locals claimed that those who were ruling the city jointly with Al-Qaeda were receiving Saudi fuel in order to keep the city running. 409 Arguing that Saudi Arabia and AQAP had become strange bedfellows against a common enemy, the nature of the deal was well explained by the Wilson Center's David Ottaway in a report published the following month. Noting that the GCC air forces had been bombing Houthi targets all over the country, he pointed out that the AQAP strongholds in Hadramaut had been left completely untouched. 410 Interviewed by the US media, the UAE's commander in Aden tried to give things a different twist, stating that everywhere in Yemen, you have Al-Qaeda. What I hear is that they are not attacking the UAE forces because they know that we are not here to take their country or do something bad, and because we are popular. Nevertheless, another GCC coalition commander interviewed at the same time simply argued that we cannot afford to have a second front for 11. By August 2015 the deal was very much an open secret, with Reuters reporting in the wake of Saudi and UAE forces arriving that residents had been seeing dozens of Al-Qaeda militants patrolling the streets with their weapons in total freedom. Moreover, in an eerie parallel to the Libyan Islamic fighting group's temporary takeovers of Benghazi buildings a few years earlier, many claim to have seen the black flag of Al-Qaeda hoisted above Aden government buildings. 412 On the very same day this report was filed, the UAE oddly claimed that they had conducted a military operation against AQAP to free a British hostage. Although Abu Dhabi's assertion was repeated by Britain's Foreign Office, Aden residents told journalists that the hostage was not being kept by AQAP at all, but rather by Yemeni tribesmen who had then been paid off by the GCC coalition. 413 This version of events was quickly substantiated after an AQAP spokesman told Al Jazeera that the incident that the UAE government claims took place with its special forces did not happen and stated that they had not been holding the hostage. 414 Even so, posting a slick promotional video in November 2015 highlighting its capture of Taiz from the Houthi, Saleh alliance, AQAP seemed more than willing to stick to its end of the bargain, as its assault on the city was exactly concurrent with that of the Saudi and UAE-led forces. 415 By this stage several more districts in Aden were known to have fallen under AQAP control, while Abiyan was also soon overrun, despite local officials having earlier requested help after observing suspicious Al-Qaeda movements. Following much the same pattern, by the end of the year the city of Azan was also apparently handed over to the group with no contest, with local residents claiming AQAP had openly set up checkpoints, taken over government buildings, and had begun distributing leaflets asking people to abide by Islamic teachings. 416 Remarkably, by February 2016 the BBC was bluntly reporting that it had evidence that troops from the Saudi-led coalition and Al-Qaeda militants are both fighting Houthi rebels in a key battle. It further explained that a documentary maker who had been filming coalition troops including UAE soldiers on a key hilltop had been warned not to film one of the groups because they were members of AQAP and were angered by her presence. As a woman. 417 Facing mounting criticism, efforts were soon made so that the coalition could be seen as doing something about AQAP, with the Saudi state media claiming in April 2016 that a UAE-led advance into the southern port of Mukalla had killed several hundred of the militants. As Reuters reported, however, hardly any shots were fired as AQAP had already negotiated with local clerics and tribesmen so that it could exit quietly. 418 8. Enter the Islamic State, a phantom menace. Al-Qaeda's limits. Emerging in Libya, Syria, and then Yemen as the most capable if unsavoury proxies on the ground against the remains of resisting nation-states or other potential axis of resistance forces, Al-Qaeda's local affiliates seemed firmly in the driving seat. By the beginning of 2014 Jabhat al-Nusra was arguably the most powerful jihadist organization in Syria, while soon after Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula gained control over huge swathes of Yemen and, by any measure, was stronger than it had ever been. Only a few years earlier, however, prominent analysts had confidently predicted the demise of Al-Qaeda, or at least its core leadership, as for multiple reasons it was deemed unfit for purpose, especially after the advent of the Arab Spring. Hamid Dabashi, for example, described how the power of nonviolent civil disobedience in 2011 had buried Osama bin Laden under Tahrir Square, and that pathological entities like Al-Qaeda are now entirely dead and discarded figments of imagination that the US had manufactured and in the end destroyed. 1. Jean-Pierre Filliou's The Arab Revolution, 10 Lessons from the Democratic Uprising devoted a chapter to how the jihadists could become obsolete too, while Fuad Ajami saw Al-Qaeda as merely part of a terrorist fringe that hurled itself in frustration. Published in summer 2011 by the London School of Economics, Fawaz Gerg's The Rise and Fall of Al-Qaeda drew much the same conclusion, arguing that the democratic revolutions that swept the Middle East show that Al-Qaeda today is a non-entity which exercises no influence over Arabs' political life. 3. What little data there was at the time seemed to strengthen Gerg's case, with the U.S. National Counterterrorism Center's annual report stating that most indicators pointed to the demise of the global jihad phenomenon, while a Pew survey conducted in Jordan showed that support for Al-Qaeda had dropped from 61% in 2005 to just 13% in 2011. 4. In this sense, the 2011 uprising seemed to have pushed Al-Qaeda to the sidelines of regional and international news, effectively undoing years of accumulated influence building as Al-Qaeda websites and forums were upstaged by televised public protests and widespread social media usage by a full spectrum of activists. As Philia put it, the Arab public's apparent indifference to subsequent Al-Qaeda statements was devastating for a network as narcissistic as bin Laden's. 5. Certainly bin Laden seemed to have nothing to say as the revolutions unfolded, even when bitter enemies such as Hosni Mubarak were ousted. 6. To make matters worse for Al-Qaeda, bin Laden's apparent assassination by U.S. Special Forces in May 2011 suddenly left it with a significant leadership deficit. Although held in high esteem due to earlier imprisonment and torture under the Mubarak regime in the mid-1980s, and despite being considered the real brains behind Al-Qaeda after merging his Egyptian Islamic Jihad with Al-Qaeda in 1998, bin Laden's long-serving deputy Ayman Zawahiri was far from a consensus candidate. In fact, it took 6 weeks of heated debate within Al-Qaeda's Central Council before he was finally appointed as the new chief. 7 Most obviously, he lacked the charisma and timing of his illustrious predecessor, either delivering rambling and belated speeches or going silent for several months on end. One Zawahiri's statement on Egypt was so out of date it did not even refer to Mubarak's fall, while declarations on Syria that described the nascent conflict as an Islamic battle and as a front for jihad and martyrdom were considered out of touch and irrelevant. As extremism expert J. M. Berger notes, Al-Qaeda's public media output dropped precipitously. 8. More seriously, Zawahiri was also blamed for having allowed too many franchisees to operate under Al-Qaeda's banner. As many saw it, this dilution of the brand had led to greater disorganization and confusion, as well as accusations that the core leadership had little idea anymore of what was happening on the ground. 9 As something of a final straw, at least for Zawahiri's claims to the mantle of global jihad, Al-Qaeda's Central Council was also soon caught out in a significant lie. Having told its affiliates in summer 2014 to renew allegiances to the Taliban's Mullah Omar as their spiritual leader, and having even dedicated the first edition of a new Al-Qaeda magazine to the topic, it soon transpired Omar had actually died in 2013, a fact almost certainly known to Zawahiri and his lieutenants. 10. The need for national jihadists. For those trying to co-opt the jihadists most capable of waging wars against the Syrian state and other such rivals, the post-Osama bin Laden Al-Qaeda understandably looked a bad bet, at least initially. To put it another way, despite the eventual successes of some of its affiliates, Ayman Zawahiri's command hub seemed unlikely ever to direct the same sort of battlefield victories its precursors had delivered against the Soviet-backed Afghan government in the 1980s and had contributed to against Serbia in the 1990s. Moreover, given Zawahiri's apparent lack of a coherent political roadmap, Al-Qaeda also seemed unable to offer real alternatives to the people of Libya, Syria, Yemen, and elsewhere, thus impeding the formation of more religiously conservative states to replace the regimes of Muammar Gaddafi, Bashar al-Assad, and Ali Abdullah Saleh. For this purpose, much more useful jihadist organizations would be those that could concentrate better than Al-Qaeda on fighting conventional military campaigns against regular armed forces, such as those in Syria and Yemen, and could also commit to making these near enemies a higher priority than far enemies such as the Western powers or their regional allies. In this scenario, the Plan B conflicts could be won, or perhaps victories accelerated, by more nationally focused jihadists that would be less likely, at least in the short term, to perpetrate 9/11 style blowback attacks on the United States or other apostate entities. Furthermore, given the Western powers and the Gulf monarchies' well-documented history of cooperating with the Taliban and equally fundamentalist regimes, if such jihadist organizations ended up holding on to bits and pieces of the uncooperative nations they had helped destroy, then the Islamic states they eventually governed would likely prove just as compliant. On top of any military and political capabilities, it was increasingly clear that these national jihadists could also usefully be a lot more sectarian in these conflicts than the historically more restrained Al-Qaeda was willing to be. Most obviously in Syria, from 2011 onwards the efforts of the Western powers and their regional allies to sectarianize the conflict by pitting the majority Sunni population against a supposedly Alawite-dominated regime had created a golden opportunity for the expansion of, and recruitment to, groups more willing to obligate themselves to the goal of Sunni supremacy. Similarly, by 2014 the Gulf monarchies' efforts to widen the sectarian fault line between the Zaydi Shia Houthi movement and the rest of the Yemeni population had also created the conditions for a more avowedly Sunni extremist organization to gain a foothold alongside Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. The rise and potency of such Al-Qaeda alternatives had in many ways already been predicted, with evidence of considerable awareness of the characteristics and policy implications of more sectarian national jihadists among U.S. planners more than 3 years before the Arab Spring began. In 2008, for example, the RAND Corporation produced an extensive report entitled Unfolding the Future of the Long War. Commissioned by the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command's Army Capability Integration Center, the report's ostensible aim was to assess the motivations, implications, and prospects for the U.S. military in its long war against opponents in the Middle East who sought to form a unified Islamic world to supplant Western dominance. In this sense, the U.S. Army was continuing to develop the same concept of the long war that had originally been conceived by the Highlands Forum, a think tank set up by the Department of Defense in the 1990s and whose members have since been described as holding the reins of Obama's military strategy. Although much of the 2008 report is unexceptional, it is noteworthy that it identified only 2 events likely to fundamentally reshape the region. The first of these, rather predictably, was a significant improvement or deterioration in the Israel-Palestine situation, but the second was an extreme change resulting from the creation of new Islamic states that impose Sharia law. 11. The report acknowledged that such a powerful Sunni Islamic state may prove even more troublesome than Iran, would give outright support to terrorism, and warned that the more militarily and economically powerful the state, the more potentially dangerous the situation would be. Intriguingly, however, elsewhere in the report an explicit case was made for the U.S. to actually co-opt national jihadists so as to counterbalance the more dangerous global jihadists which, in a clear reference to Al-Qaeda, it described as posing a much greater threat to international security than the sum of that posed by local jihadist groups. 12 With truly remarkable prescience of the jihadist infighting that was soon to rage across the Arab world, the report went on to state that the United States and the host nation could even help the nationalist jihadists execute a military campaign to stamp out Al-Qaeda elements that are present locally and, along with other strategies, suggested how the U.S. could help national jihadists as part of a scenario of narrowing the threat and divide and rule against global jihadists. 13. Most disturbingly, the 2008 report also explained that the U.S. had already begun to provide carrots in the form of weapons and cash to some of the same nationalist insurgency groups in Iraq that its forces had earlier been fighting against, with the justification that the U.S. and these national jihadists now shared the common threat of Al-Qaeda, and that the divide and rule strategy might allow the U.S. to reduce its efforts in one region to focus on another. 14 The authors, it seemed, were not willing to heed Robert Dreyfus's warning from 2 years earlier that CIA officials preferred to see Islamic activists only in relation to the country in which they were stationed, and that the truly transnational reality of jihad continued to elude the CIA. 15 Nor, it seemed, was the British government, with London unsurprisingly quick to match the US's willingness to support such al-Qaeda alternatives. In the context of negotiating with the Taliban as the Afghanistan conflict worsened, its foreign secretary reached the identical conclusion that global jihadists needed to be separated from more benign, nationally focused Islamic states. In 2009, for example, he informed NATO that Britain's strategy involved separating those who want Islamic rule locally from those committed to violent jihad globally. The only British requirement for such local jihadists appeared to be that they must be prepared to shut out al-Qaeda. 16. Iraq, the incubation chamber. By the time the Libyan and Syrian conflicts began, it was already clear that powerful al-Qaeda alternatives existed in the region, especially in Iraq. In many ways, the rise of such a nationally focused and openly sectarian jihadist organization in the country was grimly predictable given the especially deep-rooted tensions between its Sunni and Shia populations that had been repeatedly exacerbated by foreign interventions. Even under Saddam Hussein, a long-standing fear for Iraqi Sunnis and neighboring Sunni states, including most of the Gulf monarchies, was that any new Iraqi state, and especially one dominated by the Shia majority, would likely gravitate towards Iran and engage in reprisals against the old elite. In this context, Washington's indifference to Saddam's brutal response to the 1991 Shia uprisings, despite the U.S. having earlier spent $40 million on flying Iraqi Shia insurgents to Saudi Arabia for training, can be seen as a function of the George H. Bush administration's ultimate unwillingness to pave the way for a new revolutionary regime in Baghdad that might ally with Tehran and place the US's regional Sunni allies at a disadvantage. 17. Nonetheless, after the 2003 invasion, the Sunni fears of such a Shia state seem to have been realized. Leaked logs of U.S. Army field reports demonstrate how a mass cover-up of torture, rape, and the mistreatment of detainees had taken place and that the new Iraqi government was engaged in the sectarian-motivated killing of both civilians and soldiers. As Muhammad Idris Ahmed put it, the Saddam regime had simply been replaced by another repressive and murderous authoritarian state, albeit under a more representative sectarian setup. 18. Lending more weight to the leaked logs, a survey carried out by the UK-based medical journal Lancet revealed that of the 650,000 or so Iraqi deaths between 2003 and 2006, only 31% of deaths were attributable to US-led military actions. 19. Although the survey's methodology has since been disputed, it seems likely that a very substantial number of the total deaths were at the hands of the government's security services. 20. While the killings may have slowed after the election in 2006 of Prime Minister Nouri Maliki, his policies seemed further confirmation that the new Iraq was still poised to become a sectarian battlefield. According to a classified U.S. National Security Council memorandum from later that year, the U.S. was already blaming Maliki's government for the non-delivery of services to Sunni areas, for stopping military action against Shia insurgents, and for removing army commanders on a sectarian basis. 21. The former U.S. soldier and now imprisoned whistleblower Bradley, Chelsea, Manning seemed to have reached similar conclusions after being asked to investigate 15 detainees held by the Iraqi Federal Police Force. Discovering that the evidence being used against them, supposed anti-Iraqi literature, was in fact a pamphlet containing a benign scholarly critique of Maliki, he had complained but had been told to shut up and explain how to assist the federal police in finding more detainees. 22. In parallel to its domestic sectarianism, the Maliki administration's apparent efforts to seek support from Tehran seemed further proof to Iraqi Sunnis and the Gulf monarchies that Baghdad was willing to turn into an Iran-backed Shia power. As Seymour Hersh observed in The New Yorker in 2007, to the distress of the White House, Iran has forged a close relationship with the Shia-dominated government of Nouri Maliki. As he argued, this was particularly upsetting for U.S. officials as they had assumed that the post-Saddam state, even if Shia-led, would primarily provide a pro-American balance to Sunni extremists, since Iraq's Shia majority had been oppressed under Saddam Hussein. 23. U.S. think tank analysts even contended, in the context of a U.S. redirection in the Middle East against Iran and its allies, that ties between the U.S. and moderate or even radical Sunnis could put fear into the government of Prime Minister Maliki. In this scenario, seemingly confirmed by the carrot strategy referred to in the 2008 Long War Report, it was reasoned that a U.S. Sunni extremist alliance would make Maliki worry that the Sunnis could actually win the civil war there, and that this would encourage him to cooperate with the U.S. 24. If anything, however, the Baghdad government chose to sectarianize further and move even closer to Iran, indicating its willingness to confront rather than negotiate with any renewed Sunni insurgency. Taking measures to promote Shias to key military and security positions, it also offered legal protection for Shia militias and began to turn against the Sunni Sons of Iraq who had earlier fought alongside government forces against al-Qaeda-linked jihadists. Notably, in 2007, 25 out of the 31 tribes in the Sunni-majority Anbar province had agreed to help Maliki and had formed the Anbar Salvation Council after the U.S. had promised their leaders future administrative or security roles in the Iraqi government along with greater economic largesse for Sunni areas. 25 Baghdad then not only set about stripping them of these positions, often without compensation, but some were arrested after old charges against them were resurrected, while surviving Sunni police chiefs claimed repeated assassination attempts. This has since been described as part of a campaign of intimidation by Maliki officials. 26. Baghdad also soon moved against the Mujahideen-e-Khalq or People's Mujahideen of Iran, an Iranian opposition movement that had been operating in exile from Iraq and whose presence had been quietly tolerated by the U.S. Attacking its main camp in 2009, the Iraqi government's forces killed and injured many of its members and thus ignored the US's stated preference for a nonviolent solution. 27 Despite his coalition failing to win an outright majority in the 2010 national elections, Maliki shored up his position further by appointing himself as defense minister and began referring to himself as commander-in-chief of the armed forces. A new militia known as the Baghdad Operations Command was established and, as further evidence of his reaching out to Tehran, within days of the U.S. withdrawal from Iraq in 2011 Maliki installed a member of the pro-Iran Badr organization as the new interior minister. Remaining Sunni politicians, or those critical of Iran, came under increasing pressure, with an arrest warrant issued against Iraqi Vice President Tariq Hashemi for terrorist offenses, and with even Maliki's deputy prime minister Saleh al-Mutlaq warning that Iraq was spiraling into a dictatorship with a one-party show and a one-man show. 28. Iraq, the emerging Islamic State. Of the national jihadist Sunni groups able to form and expand in the sectarian crucible of post-2003 Iraq, the most significant was that led by Ahmed Fadhil al-Khalala, a Jordanian from Zarqa, near Amman, who went by the nom de guerre of Abu Musab al-Zarqa'i. 29 After suffering a troubled youth involving drugs and crime, his mother had enrolled him in various religious courses, and he had eventually left Jordan in 1989 to join the final phase of the Afghan Jihad. 30 Meeting with Gulbuddin Hekmatyar and others, including the editors of jihadist magazines, he trained at some of the biggest al-Qaeda camps before returning to Jordan at some point in either 1992 or 1993. 31 Having then met and been inspired by Abu Muhammad al-Maqdisi, the author of a prominent jihadist text entitled Democracy, a Religion, he went on to take part in a number of poorly planned terrorist operations that led to the capture and imprisonment of both men. 32 Released in 1999 following a mass amnesty, al-Zarqa'i had gone back to Afghanistan before then being involved in the failed Millennium Plot at the end of the year to blow up a hotel and 2 Christian sites in Jordan. 33 During this second trip to Afghanistan he met with al-Qaeda's leadership and received a $200,000 start-up grant to set up a camp in Herat so that he could train up Jordanian, Syrian, and Palestinian fighters within his network. Importantly, even at this stage Osama bin Laden was understood to have expressed reservations about al-Zarqa'i due to the latter's apparent closeness to scholars who favored national jihads for fighters returning home, rather than al-Qaeda's grander vision of the global jihad. 34 Moreover, al-Zarqa'i's fast-growing organization, by this stage known as al-Tawhid wa al-Jihad or Monotheism and Jihad, had reportedly not yet pledged full allegiance to al-Qaeda due to al-Tawhid's stricter theology and more fervent sectarianism. In a letter later written to bin Laden, al-Zarqawi even tried to persuade him that the Shia were the primary enemy, rather than the US, as they were an insurmountable obstacle, the lurking snake, the crafty and malicious scorpion, the spying enemy, and the penetrating venom. Prophesizing the region's future, he also wrote of how sectarian warfare could be a useful mechanism for awaking inattentive Sunnis to the prospect of imminent danger and annihilating death at the hands of Shia governments. 35. Despite its misgivings over such sectarian rhetoric, with Ayman Zawahiri contending that Shia could be forgiven for their theological errors, and bin Laden's mother after all being a Syrian Alawite from Latakia, Al-Qaeda continued to recognize al-Zarqawi's group in what was something of a marriage of convenience. As some suggest, this was likely because bin Laden feared that potential rivals such as the Londonistan veteran Abu Musab al-Suri would otherwise be able to recruit from the same pool. 36. With his men having fought alongside al-Qaeda units after the US invasion of Afghanistan, in early 2003 al-Zarqawi then moved through Iran to prepare resistance cells in the event of a US invasion of Iraq. Corroborating much of this, U.S. Department of the Treasury statements and papers later discovered in bin Laden's Pakistani hideout have described how al-Zarqawi's forces along with al-Qaeda units led by Syrian jihadist Yassin al-Suri had been allowed to train in Iran for months. 37 With al-Zarqawi seemingly able to put a temporary hold on his anti-Shia views, Jordanian intelligence has described how he even received weapons and equipment while in Iran before taking these with him to a jihadist Kurdish enclave in Iraq run by the Islamic Movement of Iraqi Kurdistan and then later a group called Ansar al-Islam or Helpers of Islam. 38 Understood to have received funding from Saudi Arabia, Ansar al-Islam had also been designated as eligible for US covered aid on the basis it was a potential threat to Saddam. Moreover, its representatives were known to have met with Britain's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and it continued to operate an office in London until the beginning of 2003, despite the BBC having reported it as commanding an armed militia of several hundred men. 39. Outgrowing Ansar al-Islam, by 2004 al-Zarqawi had renamed his forces Al-Qaeda in the Land of the Two Rivers, or more simply Al-Qaeda in Iraq, and thus appeared to have finally given his full allegiance to bin Laden. 40 However, this was understood to have needed lengthy negotiations and may have been as much about al-Zarqawi sending a signal of resistance to the US, which had stated only 2 weeks earlier that al-Zarqawi was not linked to al-Qaeda, as any meaningful rapprochement with al-Qaeda's core leadership. Certainly, the policy gap on sectarian tactics was as wide as ever, with AQI apparently more interested in perpetrating mass attacks on Iraqi Shia and Christians than attacking US forces. Furthermore, AQI seemed more than willing to kill civilians using suicide attacks, a strategy that earned al-Zarqawi the nickname Sheikh of the Slaughterers, and began to pioneer the filming and distribution of beheading videos. 41 According to the CIA, it was al-Zarqawi himself who chopped off the head of captured American radio engineer Nicholas Berg. 42. As the black sheep of al-Qaeda, AQI soon came in for heavy criticism, with al-Zarqawi's former mentor al-Makdisi urging his protege to scale back attacks on civilians and to stop indiscriminately using takfir, a practice that sanctioned the killing of apostates and which had already been censured by bin Laden's mentor, Abdullah Azzam. 43 Intercepted by US forces, a letter supposedly sent by Zawahiri to al-Zarqawi urged AQI to refocus on winning the hearts and minds of the Iraqi population and argued that the fight against the Shia could wait. Zawahiri also warned al-Zarqawi that his reputation for brutality was becoming bad for al-Qaeda's public relations. 44 In 2005 bin Laden himself is thought have issued a furious response after learning of AQI's role in a triple suicide bombing in Jordan in which innocent wedding guests in a hotel were killed. 45 Despite such cleavages, however, the White House was merely framing AQI as a simple subordinate to bin Laden, with George W. Bush referring to declassified intelligence indicating that the merger between the two groups gave al-Qaeda senior leadership a foothold in Iraq to extend its geographic presence. He also claimed that the same folks that are bombing innocent people in Iraq are the same ones who attacked us in America on 11 September. Reporting on these statements, the New York Times nonetheless acknowledged that the White House and intelligence officials declined to provide any detail on the reports Mr. Bush cited. 46. Notwithstanding bin Laden and Zawahiri's concerns, and despite his divisively gruesome methods, by 2006 al-Zarqawi had managed to succeed where others had failed, by having brought together several previously disparate jihadist groups in Iraq under one umbrella. With the town of Baquba as its de facto capital, AQI had been able to establish a central council and, mindful of the need to reduce the perceived influence of foreigners in its ranks, made sure that it was under the nominal leadership of Iraqis. 47 Soon after, it released a video message stating that we hope to God that within 3 months from now the environment will be favorable for us to announce an Islamic Emirate. 48 In this sense, although dying just 2 months later following a U.S. airstrike on an AQI safe house in Baghdad, al-Zarqawi had already begun to lay some of the foundations for a more sectarian, national jihadist alternative to al-Qaeda that could commit to fighting near enemies and which seemed willing to form the sort of governmental structures needed to preside over an eventual Islamic State. Iraq, the Proto-Caliphate. Pressing ahead without Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, the new jihadist federation or alliance of the scented ones began to follow through on its promises and established the Islamic State in Iraq by the end of 2006. It also set up a cabinet of ministers and even an official media agency, Furqan. Creating further tension with al-Qaeda's core leadership, which still saw state building as part of a more idealized and long-term vision rather than an immediate goal. The new ISI also declared itself a proto-caliphate on the basis that the territory it governed was comparable in size to the Prophet Muhammad's first Islamic state in Medina. As one of its founders explained, ISI's birth symbolized the end of a stage of jihad and the start of a new one, in which we lay the first cornerstone of the Islamic Caliphate project and revive the glory of religion. 49. Problematically, however, this was a time when the Sunni insurgency in Iraq was losing momentum, not least due to the short-lived efforts to realign the Anbari tribes with the Baghdad government, which had temporarily robbed it of at least some of its natural recruitment pool. 50 As Princeton University's Cole Bunzel describes, the Islamic State project soon began to stumble, proving unable to offer Sunni Iraqis the same sort of autonomous powers that the Kurds in northern Iraq or the Shia in southern Iraq already seemed to be enjoying. 51 As Charles Lister puts it, its leaders had become overzealous and alienating and had overestimated their capacity to engender Sunni support. 52 Territorially, the Proto-Caliphate was also contracting, as although it hung on to small enclaves and fiefdoms, including the town of Al-Tarmiya, it was clearly having to retreat from some of its bigger strongholds. 53 Moreover, al-Zarqawi's alliance building seemed to be posthumously unraveling, with major groups withdrawing from ISI or simply refusing to join. The Islamic Army of Iraq, for example, even began to appeal directly to Osama bin Laden to restrain his affiliate. Many of ISI's rank-and-file fighters also started to drift away simply because they had seen the original organization as a vehicle for liberating Iraq from the US and Shia, rather than as a staging post towards building a caliphate. Some of its members entered into talks with the Iraqi government and even publicly denounced ISI, perhaps helping explain why 34 of ISI's 42 senior commanders ended up being killed or captured in a series of successful government raids. Muddying the waters further, elements of ISI were also understood to have had contacts and patrons within the distinctly secular Syrian regime. As journalists Michael Weiss and Hassan point out, an abundance of testimonies exist indicating how Bashar al-Assad, perhaps fearing the same fate as Saddam Hussein, had done all he could to jeopardize the U.S. occupation of Iraq. This, so it seems, had led to Damascus facilitating the flow of jihadist fighters into Iraq and, at least until 2009, offering AQI and then ISI members sanctuary in Syrian territory. 54 To some extent this relationship has been corroborated by a 2011 U.S. Court of Appeals judgment which confirmed that the Syrian government was liable to be sued for damages by the families of 2 U.S. contractors beheaded in Iraq some years before. Notably, the court proceedings stated that Syrian officials were understood to have provided material support and resources to both AQI and ISI. 55. The Islamic State, mysterious new leadership. With the Islamic State in Iraq seemingly in tatters, at first glance the prospects for a powerful national jihadist alternative to Al-Qaeda in Iraq appeared greatly diminished. Most intelligence analysts forecasted its future as being bleak in 2010, while U.S. officials claimed its leaders were little more than fictional characters and that it had lost any semblance of statehood. 56 Behind the scenes, however, nothing could be further from the truth, with ISI having already begun to recast itself around a much more advanced and better organized new leadership that was carefully and quietly preparing to take the organization far beyond the limited capabilities of the brutish Abu Musab al-Zarqawi or his ineffective successors. At the heart of this discreet resurgence was an Iraqi man called Ibrahim al-Badr al-Samari from the town of Samarra on the banks of the river Tigris, north of Baghdad. Little is known of his background other than the information provided by his official ISI biographer 57, but by piecing together snippets that have appeared in a number of recent studies, a slightly clearer picture has begun to emerge. Apparently the son of a Quranic teacher, he eventually moved to Tabchi, a poor area in East Baghdad, and began to serve as a children's prayer leader and then as a stand-in preacher whenever the cleric was away. 58 Later becoming a preacher in his own right back in Samarra, under the name Sheikh Ibrahim, and gaining the nickname the Believer given the seriousness of his disposition, he had then begun to study for a master's degree at the Saddam University of Islamic Studies in Baghdad's Adhamiyah district. 59 Remaining at the university while taking on another preaching position at a mosque in Diyala province, north of Baghdad, he is understood to have commenced a PhD. Described rather vaguely in his official biography as being in Islamic law, others have suggested the doctorate was actually in the rare field of Quranic phonetics and Quranic recitation. 60. Ibrahim's politicization seems to have begun at some point during his academic studies, having been encouraged by an influential academic to read Sayyid Qutb's work and then having been persuaded by one of his uncles to join the Iraqi branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. At some point in 2000, however, after having been mentored by a more jihadist-inclined member of the Brotherhood who had served in the Afghan campaign, it seems Ibrahim chose to leave the organization on the grounds that it was only about words, not actions. 61 Moving from Baghdad to the town of Kamin Anbar province after the US-led invasion in 2003, he became much more involved in militant activities, taking on the Nam de Guerre Abu Dua and likely associating himself with Sunni insurgent groups such as al-Zarqawi's original network and perhaps also a group called Jaish Ansar al-Sunnah or Army of the Sunni People. 62. At some point in 2004 it is widely accepted that Ibrahim was captured, interrogated at Abu Ghraib prison, and then incarcerated at a U.S. camp in southern Iraq named Buqa, so called after Ronald Buqa, who was one of the American fire marshals who had been killed trying to rescue victims of the 9/11 attacks. 63 According to a supposedly senior ISI commander later interviewed by The Guardian, this was where he had first met Ibrahim, who was understood to have been arrested by U.S. forces along with a few other suspects who have since been described elsewhere as al-Qaeda-affiliated friends in Fallujah. 64 This version of events has largely been corroborated by a widely circulating U.S. detainee personnel record form that seems to match Ibrahim's description and lists his arrest date as February 2004, although it only describes him as a civilian detainee despite him having been arrested alongside known insurgents. 65. According to The Guardian's interviewee, most prisoners seemed to defer to Ibrahim, even though he had only been there a short while, and he seemed to have a good reputation among the American prison guards on the basis that he was able to calm other prisoners down and resolve disputes. This may explain why he was respected very much by the U.S. Army and seemed to have special privileges, with the interviewee claiming that if Ibrahim wanted to visit people in another camp he could, but we couldn't. Intriguingly, the interviewee also described how Ibrahim was the opposite to the other jihadist leaders, he was remote, far from us all, but that at the same time he clearly wanted to be the head of the prison, and involved at the center of every problem. 66. Much of this narrative has been backed up by the claims made by another former Bucca prisoner, later interviewed by Abdel Bari Atwan, who explained that Ibrahim was allowed to give classes and lectures to other prisoners. 67 Similarly, the U.S. Major General who eventually became responsible for Bucca has since reflected that Ibrahim must have been plotting while he was incarcerated. He must have planned the whole rollout of the Islamic State. He also speculated that Ibrahim was deliberately placed there as some sort of infiltrator to recruit new ISI members, especially from the ranks of the former Iraqi army, and that Bucca had been running as a jihadist university, with most new inmates seeming to have foreknowledge of how the prison worked, and one of the large cells being openly referred to as Camp Caliphate. 68. Others have made much the same point, with The Guardian's interviewee claiming that Bucca had become a de facto networking hub, and that everyone wrote the contact details of their new friends on the elastic of their underwear so that they could all reconnect after their release. This inmate explained that it would have been impossible for so many like-minded jihadists and insurgents to have met together safely in Iraq at that time without such a protective environment as Bucca. 69 Another former prisoner has since described how Camp Bucca was a great favor the U.S. did to the Mujahideen on the basis that they provided us with a secure atmosphere, a bed, and food, and also allowed books, giving us a great opportunity to feed our knowledge with the ideas of al-Maqdisi and the jihadist ideology. As he put it, this was under the watchful eye of the U.S. soldiers. New recruits were prepared so that when they were freed they were ticking time bombs. 70. Details surrounding Ibrahim's release from Bucca are just as hazy as his entry, with Atwan's interviewee suggesting he was held until 2006, while a former U.S. Army officer claims he was there right up to 2009, when the camp was finally shut down and most detainees were transferred to the Iraqi authorities. 71 Much more plausible, however, is The Guardian interviewee's claim that Ibrahim was released in December 2004, only 10 months after his arrival. 72 Indeed, this version has since been confirmed by both the U.S. Department of Defense and Hisham al-Hashimi, a consultant to the Iraqi government. Rather incongruously, but seemingly in an effort to explain such a light sentence, an anonymous U.S. official later told the New York Times that Ibrahim was considered little more than a hanger-on and a street thug. 73 This description of Ibrahim as such a low-value target is not only strangely at odds with Ibrahim's known prominence within Bucca, but is also jarring given the accounts of a journalist who managed to interview Ibrahim's former university colleagues and found out that the U.S. had also arrested a number of Ibrahim's relatives, including his in-laws, on the basis of their kinship links to him. 74. Either way, released from prison, Ibrahim was quickly able to resume his rise within Iraqi jihadist circles. Having successfully defended his PhD thesis, he also co-founded his own organization, known as Assembly of the Helpers of Sunnah, which was understood to have been active in the insurgencies in Samarra, Diyala, and Baghdad. After al-Zarqawi's demise, it came under the umbrella of the new ISI, with Ibrahim himself being appointed as an ISI judge in 2006 or 2007. Serving on ISI's Sharia Law Committee and then also its powerful Coordination Committee, which was able to hire and fire ISI commanders, Ibrahim soon emerged as the organization's deputy leader. Legitimized by his time in Bucca, he was well regarded for both his excellent organizational skills and his command of exquisite classical Arabic, and was also understood to have played a key role in preparing an influential and future-focused text called the Strategic Plan to improve the political position of the Islamic State in Iraq. 75. Tip for succession. Within a few more years Ibrahim's golden opportunity arose following the deaths of ISI's two co-leaders, who were killed in April 2010 after an ISI captive had revealed to the authorities the location of their safe house in the Dharhar region near Tikrit. There are some important inconsistencies concerning the episode, given that the two men were reportedly found hiding in a secret basement accessible only through a door underneath the kitchen sink, circumstances which one would expect to have led to arrests rather than assassinations. Moreover, according to former U.S. Department of State senior advisor William McCants, a mole within Iraqi intelligence had already tipped off Ibrahim about the captive's confession, but Ibrahim had failed to pass along the warning to his two ISI leaders. 76. With Ibrahim far ahead of his rivals to fill the sudden leadership vacuum, former ISI members have since described how by this time his tribal origins had also begun to come into play. With his home Al-Buladin Badr tribe claiming descent from the powerful Quraysh tribe that had controlled Mecca at the time of the Prophet Muhammad's birth, Ibrahim could claim lineage from the very clan which, according to tradition, will produce the next Sunni caliph. With many of his followers duly appending al-Qurayshi to his name, and with Ibrahim taking on the new nom de guerre of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, even though he was not from Baghdad, he seemed to be signaling his intent not only to rule ISI but also to forge a new caliphate based in Baghdad that could then follow in the path of the first caliph, Abu Bakr al-Siddiq. 77 With purportedly much better ancestral credentials for spiritual leadership than al-Qaeda-endorsed clerics such as Mullah Omar, who had first declared himself as commander of the faithful in 1996 after draping himself in the Prophet Muhammad's cloak. Al-Baghdadi seemed to have finally emerged as a serious alternative to Osama bin Laden and Ayman Zawahiri. Indeed, 9 out of the 11 members of ISI's Central Council voted for his succession in preference to bin Laden's preferred candidate, and of the 2 that voted against, 1 was killed very shortly afterwards. 78. As one of the former Buqa inmates has explained, the networks al-Baghdadi had built in 2004 and then continued to nurture suddenly became important again after his ISI takeover, with the roles vacated by the 2 abruptly killed leaders quickly filled by the alumni of Camp Buqa. As he claimed, al-Baghdadi's upper echelons had been preparing for this moment since their time behind the wire of their jail 79. For those still in prison, al-Baghdadi also had a plan, as many had been moved from Buqa to the former U.S. prisons in Abu Ghraib, Tikrit, and in Taji, all of which by then were being administered by the Iraqi government. Organizing a stunning breakout in September 2012, ISI was able to free more than 100 from Tikrit, including an estimated 50 ISI members. Several suicide bombers were believed to have been deployed, while hundreds of mortar rounds were fired at the prison defenses. 80 Less than a year later, in an operation named Breaking the Walls, ISI managed to do it again, launching simultaneous attacks on Abu Ghraib and Taji. This time, according to Reuters and the BBC, a staggering 500 prisoners were somehow able to flee. 81. The Islamic State, a persuasive ideology. As well as introducing comprehensive strategic plans and preparing the Islamic State in Iraq for a much more expansionary future, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's rise through the ranks also coincided with the organization's transition into an ideologically driven entity. Par excellence. 82 Having substantially evolved from the simplistic and thuggish concepts that underpinned the Abu Musab al-Zarqawi regime, the new ISI was not only becoming a strategic rival to al-Qaeda and, with the increasing prominence of al-Baghdadi, offering a personal challenge to the authority of al-Qaeda's leaders, but was also turning into a serious theological alternative. At first glance, ISI seemed little different to other jihadist organizations, albeit with a stronger flair for sectarian violence and, by 2010 at least, a stronger emphasis on building up a new caliphate. As one study put it, if ever there was a familiar foe, the Islamic State was at 83. As with al-Qaeda, it appeared to subscribe to much the same sort of Salaf jihadism, which is essentially an extremist and minoritarian reading of Islamic scripture that is also textually rigorous, deeply rooted in a pre-modern theological tradition. Moreover, given its focus on tradition, Salaf jihadism also seeks to halt the idolatrous worship of false gods and the work of those seeking to dilute religious law with man-made law, including those promulgated by democratic legislatures. 84 As Utrecht University's Joas Wagemakers explains, ISI and its comparators essentially offered a more extremist and violent interpretation of Salafism, which is often thought of as an emulation of the first 3 generations of Muslims, known as the Salaf. 85. In many ways ISI's ideology was also not that much different to conservative Sunni states in the region, and especially those such as Saudi Arabia and Qatar where, as noted, Wahhabi thought continues to influence heavily their religious establishments. Given ISI's origins as a national jihadist organization and its professed aims of conquering and governing territories, this should come as little surprise as the ruling dynasties of both these monarchies first gained and held onto power by co-opting powerful and deeply traditionalist religious forces that were then successfully wielded against battlefield rivals. Certainly many of ISI's statements have been described as simply long quotations from Wahhabi scholars, including Saudi preachers. Even a number of ISI's in-house scholars were thought to be from the Gulf monarchies, with the influential ISI preacher Turki al-Bin Ali hailing from Bahrain and having claimed that ISI is the true inheritor of the Wahhabi movement. 86 As Princeton University's Bernard Haeckel argues, it's a kind of untamed Wahhabism. Wahhabism is the closest religious cognate to ISI. 87. Penning a controversial article entitled "You Can't Understand the Islamic State If You Don't Know the History of Saudi Arabia," retired MI6 officer Alastair Crooke also likened the group's ideologically driven foot soldiers in Iraq to the old Saudi Wahhabi Ikhwan militia. 88 Arguing that its jihadists were a neo-Ikhwan type of violent, fear-inducing vanguard movement, he effectively updated earlier claims made by historian Isam Akram that the previous generation of jihadists who had gone to fight in the Afghan campaign were best understood as Ikhwahabis. 89 Making much the same point, as ISI seemed to be expanding fast, the Financial Times' David Gardner described its fighters as being Wahhabis on steroids. 90 Naturally such accusations were publicly met with horror and indignation by Saudi and Qatari officials. However, the perception of ISI's ideology, if not its methods, among ordinary citizens in these countries is somewhat murkier. Foreign diplomats, for example, reported seeing ISI car stickers in affluent districts of Doha, while according to an online poll published by the London-based Al Hayat newspaper, 92% of Saudis surveyed on social media expressed the belief that ISI conformed to the values of Islam and Islamic law. Although a Saudi government spokesperson did question the poll's methodology and claimed the findings were inaccurate and exaggerated, a number of other Arab news sites continued to report on it. 91 As a recent Brookings Institute Islamic State Twitter census revealed, by far the largest number of tweets in support of ISI seem to originate from Saudi Arabia. 92 As Abdel Bari Atwan contends, such an obviously powerful resonance with ISI's extremism in the kingdom is readily understandable. Given that all Saudi children, even today, are required to study Wahhabi texts that many scholars believe are promoting and justifying jihad and militant Islam. 93. In an important difference with Wahhabism and, for that matter, Al-Qaeda's relatively more pedestrian interpretation of Salaf jihadism, ISI arguably made itself even more appealing to its fighters and followers by also adopting many of the tenets of a seductive text entitled Idara al-Tawahush, or the Management of Savagery. Penned in 2004 by Abu Bakr Naji, the nom de plume of an Egyptian jihadist, and clearly read and absorbed by al-Baghdadi, al-Bin Ali, and other ISI luminaries, the central thesis was that the Muslim world was having to pass through its most dangerous period, and in order for it to survive and form the nucleus of a new caliphate, its leaders would have to manipulate local instabilities and vacuums before then setting up a functioning Islamic state. Along the way, Naji foresaw that supporters of the caliphate would have to engage in a certain amount of savagery and public violence so as to disrupt, exhaust, and dehumanize their opponents, while simultaneously boosting recruitment to the cause and eroding any resistance in their own support base to carrying out acts of violence. As recent studies have explained, much of Naji's thinking seems to have been drawn from the work of 14th-century scholar Taqi al-Din Ahmad ibn Taymiyyah, who in turn became another mascot for ISI. Predating Muhammad Abd al-Wahhab by hundreds of years, Ibn Taymiyyah had written of the need to revive true Islam in the face of corruption, assassinations, and Mongol invasions. 94 After taking part in expeditions against the Syrian Alawites, who he considered more heretical than Jews or Christians, he also advocated both a substantial dose of violence against the Shia along with the suitably ISI-compatible policy of excommunication. 95. Opportunities in Syria. With the Syrian conflict erupting less than a year after Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's succession, and with the subsequent collapse in state authority across huge sections of the country, the Islamic State in Iraq's first major opportunity to exploit an Abu Bakr Naji-style vacuum and manage savagery had seemingly arisen, even if it was not in Iraq itself. Rebranding itself as Islamic State in Iraq and Al-Sham or Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant, to reflect its greater reach, from mid-2013 the expansionary ISIS soon made easy cross-border gains, being either welcomed or quickly overwhelming Sunni tribes in lawless eastern Syria. In some cases these tribes wanted to use their ISIS backing to exact revenge on old enemies, while with others al-Baghdadi moved quickly to strike deals with younger leaders when support from elders was not forthcoming. 96 Many of these rural Syrians had more or less been left to their own devices under Bashar al-Assad, and some of the same tribes that had publicly pledged allegiance to him during his last visit to the region in 2011 were among the first to switch to ISIS 2 years later. 97 Soon running up against al-Qaeda's Jabhat al-Nusra franchise, however, things became more complicated as ISIS was essentially trying to take over the same parts of Syria as its jihadist rivals. Opting to bluff it out, in January 2014 al-Baghdadi ordered ISIS units to enter and take complete control of the northern city of al-Raqqa. Any remaining al-Nusra forces were to be absorbed into ISIS on the basis that the al-Nusra leader Muhammad al-Jawlani was one of the Islamic State soldiers who had been sent on a secret mission to Syria. In fact, there was some truth to this, as it seems al-Jawlani had traveled to Iraq after Bashar's 2011 prison amnesty and had briefly served as the ISI governor of Iraq's Nineveh province. Some have claimed he was also a veteran of the earlier Iraq insurgencies and had been incarcerated at Buqa, just like al-Baghdadi, after being misidentified as an Iraqi. Regardless of his true career history, in 2013 al-Jawlani saw himself still on the rise and better able to prosper as a semi-autonomous al-Qaeda chief than as an al-Baghdadi subordinate. Rejecting the encroachment of ISIS into Syria and reaffirming al-Nusra's allegiance to al-Qaeda's core leadership, al-Jawlani effectively sparked one of the greatest disputes within the jihadist community, with supporters soon dividing themselves into either ISIS loyalists or those objecting to al-Baghdadi's dangerous defiance of Ayman Zawahiri and the Osama bin Laden legacy. 98 Writing to both protagonists, Zawahiri initially tried to apportion blame equally, but ultimately demanded that ISIS be disbanded and revert back to the old Iraq-focused ISI, while al-Nusra would be left to concentrate on Syria. 99 Refusing this apparently unrealistic solution, al-Baghdadi is understood to have made several key points that not only cemented the status of ISIS as a full-blown al-Qaeda rival but which also, so it seems, helped him to win over enormous popular support. Rather poignantly he argued that Zawahiri's insistence on recognizing the artificial state boundaries between Iraq and Syria, imposed by Britain and France nearly a century earlier, was an affront to Islam. 100 Secondly he argued that because he himself had never pledged allegiance to Zawahiri after bin Laden's death, ISIS was already beyond al-Qaeda's authority and thus not responsible for following its various guidelines. 101 Most provocatively, a few months later one of al-Baghdadi's deputies also accused al-Qaeda of having tolerated and collaborated with Iran and the Shia for many years. Based on a sizable grain of truth, this third salvo was a pointed reference to an unpopular letter purportedly sent by Zawahiri to Abu Musab al-Zarqawi warning him of mutually assured destruction should Iran ever be attacked. 102 With ISIS's spokesman declaring that al-Qaeda today is no longer the true seat of jihad, its leadership has become an axe trying to destroy the project of the Islamic State and the coming caliphate, and with ISIS's in-house magazine stating that Zawahiri has abandoned the true heritage left by Sheikh Osama, there seemed to be no turning back. 103 Having assassinated Zawahiri's personal emissary to Syria in early 2014, ISIS was soon branded seditious, and in a rather desperate audio message the increasingly isolated al-Qaeda leader declared something of an empty war on his powerful new rivals. 104 With the pushback against Zawahiri proving enough to keep al-Nusra on the back foot, ISIS was largely left to consolidate its hold over al-Raqqa. Not only a valuable asset, given its status as a provincial capital and its proximity to vast tracts of fertile farmland, the city also held great symbolism for ISIS. Having been an important summer residence for the First Abbasid Caliphate, and sometimes used by its fifth caliph, Harun al-Rashid, its ancient buildings, including some of the old caliphal walls, made it a particularly suitable Syrian base for the organization. 105 Already used to al-Nusra, most residents seemingly welcomed ISIS's commitment to basic law and order, providing much-needed stability to urban and peasant communities that had long been marginalized by the Syrian government and whose businesses had suffered greatly from the cheap imports that had previously flooded across the Turkish border. 106. Given the criminal acts now known to have been committed by the Free Syrian Army and other non-jihadist rebel groups, ISIS was also well placed to expand elsewhere in the country, including areas close to the city of Aleppo. According to one account, the arrival of ISIS in Manbij, a town previously under FSA control, saw Syrians flocking in large numbers to join the jihadist group or work with it at a local level. For the local community the difference was quickly felt. ISIS provided safety and security, its methods of justice were swift, and nobody was exempt from punishment, including its own fighters. As a resident described, the reason why people support the Islamic State is its honesty and practices compared to the corruption of most of the FSA groups. 107 Meanwhile, an elderly inhabitant of Deir Ezzor, closer to the Iraqi border, described how he had never felt as safe in 20 years, and as Bradford University's Paul Rogers has claimed, there were actually net refugee flows into ISIS's Syrian territory due to routine living conditions actually being safer in and around al-Raqqa than in chaotic and violent districts nearby that ISIS does not control. 108. Former FSA commanders have added more to the picture, explaining how ISIS vanguards would immediately disarm local communities and forbid the public display of weapons. They also set about dismantling checkpoints or at least making it possible to drive from one city to another again without having to pay bribes. 109 Interviewed by the Daily Telegraph, and then later by the author, a seemingly apolitical Syrian businessman who described himself as largely secular freely revealed that he had chosen to trade almost exclusively in ISIS-held areas. Although this meant he had to pay ISIS's fastidiously collected taxes, he nonetheless benefited from ISIS's prevention of theft and corruption. Similarly, several other businessmen and residents in the Aleppo region reported that owners of factories were moving their facilities to ISIS-held areas, attracted by lower crime, greater efficiency and, as one explained, because you can find everything from cotton to iron and plastics being processed here. 110 Making much the same point, a Syrian laborer interviewed by the New York Times praised ISIS for having got rid of the tyranny of the Arab rulers, while a townsman remarked that the arrival of the group's religious teachers had convinced him there was more to life than wanting to be rich. 111. Expansion in Iraq. Although far from suffering the sort of security vacuum present in Syria, Iraq by this stage had conditions that were almost equally conducive for the Islamic State in Iraq and al-Sham to push beyond its original strongholds. Convinced of fresh plots against his Iran-leaning administration orchestrated by Sunni states in the region, Nouri Maliki's administration had retreated even further into sectarian politics, arguably raising Sunni, Shia tensions to levels not seen since the Abu Musab al-Zarqawi insurgency. Certainly, worried that Iraq was now firmly in Iran's hands, the Gulf monarchies did little to disguise their opposition to the Baghdad regime. As Fuad Ajami suggested, the Gulf autocracies had hunkered down and done their best to thwart the new Iraqi project and were hoping to turn Maliki's Iraq into a cautionary tale of the folly of unseating even the worst of despots. 112 Firing back at his perceived enemies, and clearly holding them responsible for the resurgence of Sunni extremism, Maliki publicly stated that Saudi Arabia and Qatar were the two countries primarily responsible for the sectarian, terrorist, and security crisis in Iraq. He also claimed, although without substantiation, that along with supplying weapons they were providing political, financial, and media support to terrorist fighters. 113. In this context, ordinary Iraqi Sunnis were effectively caught between a rock and a hard place, with peaceful rallies against social injustice and economic discrimination in 2012 having led nowhere, and with protest encampments in the predominantly Sunni town of Hawija being broken up in mid-2013 by government troops. Black Al-Qaeda flags had supposedly been spotted in the town, but the consensus is that dozens or perhaps even hundreds of civilians ended up being killed. 114 Despite calls from the parliamentary speaker for Maliki to resign, government forces followed up on Hawija by shelling the Sunni-majority towns of Ramadai and Fallujah, and by the end of the year Maliki was claiming such operations were part of an ancient sectarian war, invoking 7th century characters. 115. Making matters worse, the Maliki administration had also resumed the process of squeezing out remaining Sunni ministers, having arrested more than 150 of the staff working for Finance Minister Raif al-Isa'i, and, so it seemed, being prepared to draw the Badr organization even closer into his circle of power. 116 Appointing Hadi al-Amri as his new transport minister, a Badr member who had once fought on the side of Iran in the Iran-Iraq War, Maliki had effectively given Tehran the green light to use Iraqi infrastructure to channel supplies and fighters through the country to fight in Syria. By its own admission, in 2014 the Badr organization was fielding 1,500 of its own men in Syria and was helping Shia Afghan militants travel from Iran to the combat zones. 117 Most dangerously, reports also began to circulate of Badr and other Shia militia working alongside government troops and, according to a lengthy Amnesty International investigation, even taking part in coordinated or joint operations in the most restive Sunni areas. 118 By summer 2014, with more than 60 worshippers killed by such forces at a Sunni mosque in Diyala, and with leading Sunni clerics who had previously urged nonviolent protests instead stating that self-defense has become a religious and legal duty, so defend yourselves and he who will be killed defending his money, family, or country will be considered a martyr. The scene seemed to be set for far more serious confrontation. 119. With everything in his favor, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi had naturally already begun to make his move, with ISIS having quickly taken control over Fallujah earlier in the year along with several other smaller towns and villages. But it was the stunning capture of Mosul in June 2014, Iraq's second largest city and home to over 2 million, that really announced ISIS's arrival. Exactly how ISIS managed to overwhelm such numerically superior government forces and enter the city so smoothly is still unclear, with some claiming they were accidental occupiers and with even ISIS supporters apparently flabbergasted. 120 But the victory really seems to have been the result of several months of preparations involving numerous diversionary feint attacks on other Iraqi towns, along with a long-running effort, known grimly as Operation Soldier's Harvest, to degrade Mosul's security services and intimidate or assassinate its officials. 121 Either way, a force of over 30,000 Iraqi troops comprising 2 divisions and various police units was swept aside almost effortlessly by 2 ISIS battalions thought to have been made up of less than 1,300 men. 122. ISIS's task was likely made easier by rampant corruption within the Iraqi military, with as many as 2/3 of the city's defenders believed to have been absent from their posts after having paid off commanding officers in return for semi-permanent leave. Moreover, ISIS appeared to have already been operating a shadow government in Mosul, with Turkish contractors working in the city having complained earlier in the year of having to pay taxes to both local officials and a local emir, and others reporting taxes being collected by ISIS on everything from mobile phones to vegetables. Also to ISIS's advantage was a sense that a significant proportion of Mosul's population actually welcomed the group's presence, with reports of Sunni civilians overrunning the barracks of predominantly Shia government soldiers, seemingly in tandem with ISIS. Local residents meanwhile described how the situation in Mosul quickly became quite calm as ISIS seemed to be courteous with the people and they protect all the government establishments against looters. 123 Far from invaders, Abdel Bari Atwan even claims that ISIS's vehicles were greeted by cheering crowds as they raced into the city center. 124. Consolidating their grip on the city, as they had done over al-Raqqa, ISIS seemed well aware of the need to avoid the sort of asphyxiating mode of jihadist governance once associated with al-Zarqawi's followers. Telling its fighters to accept repentance from those who are sincere, forgive your Sunni folk, and be gentle with your tribes, the ISIS leadership also instructed them not to wear uniforms or carry arms in central Mosul so as not to alarm residents, and even instructed them to absorb former Iraqi army officers into ISIS's ranks provided that they paid an $850 repentance fee. 125 Although a BBC documentary broadcast several months later aimed to portray ISIS's occupation of Mosul as unpopular and responsible for a poorly performing municipality, its strangely wobbly but high-definition video footage of empty classrooms with perfectly arranged chairs, along with scenes of piled-up refuse bags no different to those one might see in almost any other town, was unconvincing at best and dubiously propagandistic at worst. 126 Instead, the reality was perhaps that, for the Sunni majority at least, ISIS was a much better alternative than the increasingly sectarian, corrupt, and discriminatory government forces. As a Mosul resident told the New York Times only a few days after the suspicious BBC program came out, now there is more security and freedom, no arrests, no harassment, no concrete barriers and no checkpoints where we used to spend hours to get into the city. 127. The Caliphate restored. Firmly in control of major Syrian and Iraqi cities along with thousands of square miles of contiguous territory, governing a population of millions, and claiming allegiance from more than 80 Sunni tribes, by the end of June 2014 Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was ready for the next step of the plan. With a spokesman declaring on the first day of Ramadan that the caliphate had been restored, a few days later it was announced that the Islamic State in Iraq and al-Sham would henceforth simply be known as the Islamic State. Al-Raqqa would be its capital, as it had briefly been for the Abbasids, and al-Baghdadi would serve as its caliph. 128 Conveniently for the enemies of the Arab Spring, it was also stated that if you disbelieve in democracy, secularism, nationalism, as well as all the other garbage and ideas from the West, and rush to your religion and creed, then by Allah you will own the earth. 129 To underscore these supposed anti-Western credentials even further, videos soon followed depicting Islamic State units merrily bulldozing the border posts between Iraq and Syria that, in their eyes at least, were remnants of the Anglo-French Sykes-Picot Agreement and thus symbolized the infidels' destruction of the last caliphate. 130. On July 4, 2014 a man professing to be al-Baghdadi appeared in a remarkable televised sermon entitled A Message to the Mujahideen and the Muslim Ummah in the month of Ramadan. Soon broadcast around the world and delivered in the Great Mosque of Al-Nuri in Mosul, it was no coincidence that this was the same site where Saladin made his last speech before going off to lead the fight against the Second Crusade. 131 Heavily cloaked and sporting a large beard, the video showed the man walking slowly and seemingly emulating the kind of gestures associated with the Prophet Muhammad, at one point even cleaning his teeth with a miswak twig before commencing his speech. 132 Using what many have since described as flawless classical Arabic and with far better oratory skills than most Al-Qaeda supporting clerics, it contained almost every imaginable Salaf jihadist cliché and, as was widely pointed out, in many ways served as the ultimate counter-revolutionary response to the progressive, emancipatory, and cosmopolitan language of the Arab Spring. Notably, it warned Muslims not to be deceived by dazzling slogans such as civilization, peace, coexistence, freedom, democracy, secularism, among other false slogans, and called for the congregation to stand up, and free yourselves from the shackles of weakness, and against the agents of the Crusaders and the atheists, and the guardians of the Jews. 133 Importantly, and rather predictably for the sharper observers, the speech also made sure to distinguish between Caliphate jihadists and the shortcomings of non-Caliphate jihadists, with the speaker making pointed references to Al-Qaeda's abandoned obligations and the need for the new caliphate to offer extraterritorial citizenship to Muslims all over the world. 134. As expected, the speech drew heavily on the writings of Taqi al-Din Ahmad ibn Taymiyyah and Muhammad Abd al-Wahhab, but, as with other recent Islamic State missives, no mentions were made of Sayyid Qutb or scholars usually associated with the Muslim Brotherhood. 135 As Mark Lynch notes, this was likely due to feelings within the Islamic State and other jihadist organizations that since the Arab Spring the Brotherhood had evolved into something of a firewall against recruitment into violent jihadist groups. 136 As a former jihadist has put it, By this stage both the Brotherhood and even Al-Qaeda were seen as big refrigerators for the youth, essentially freezing and arresting their energy and thus reducing the pool of recruits available to the Islamic State. 137. From Nouri Maliki's perspective, having soon lost his post as prime minister after the disgrace of Mosul, but nonetheless managing to stay on as vice president, the timing and nature of these Islamic State declarations were deeply suspicious. Restating his claims on Iranian television that Saudi Arabia and Qatar were somehow behind everything, he argued that racist extremist ideologies such as Wahhabism were the root cause of the Islamic State's growth, and that the organization's primary aim was not a religious one, but rather to unseat both Bashar al-Assad's government and his own. 138. Indeed, after the Mosul mosque video went viral, Iraqi officials were adamant that the preacher was a trained actor, and certainly not Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. 139. Undoubtedly they had a point, as underneath all his heavy garb and facial hair it was impossible to say for certain that this was the same man who had earlier been arrested in Fallujah and then served time in Camp Bucca. Already known as the Invisible Sheikh due to his frequent wearing of masks. 140. It has since proven impossible to track down anyone with a credible claim of having actually met al-Baghdadi. Not one of the author's interviewees in 2014 and 2015 knew anyone who had, and the man featured in the July 2014 video has made no further broadcast appearances, with all subsequent al-Baghdadi speeches being audio only. In this sense at least, whoever the man really was, the Islamic State senior leadership seemed to have learned an important lesson from the old Al-Qaeda in Iraq and even Al-Qaeda's core, both of which suffered great and almost irreparable legitimacy deficits after the slayings of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi and Osama bin Laden. In the Islamic State's case, its reclusive and well-disguised caliph has in many ways been made immortal, with no promises of further, regular videos, and with the organization likely having no difficulties in creating and dressing up a new al-Baghdadi should the need ever arise. Although nobody remarked upon it at the time, the strange episode in the Mosul mosque should have also triggered memories in the minds of at least some historians. Not only were the contents of the sermon and the method of its delivery wholly in tune with Britain's historical efforts to buttress the Ottoman Caliphate and then its stillborn attempts to recreate one in Mecca, but it also resonated strongly with the White House's plans for Saudi Arabia's Ibn Saud to become the great Gupti Guk of the Muslim world and a counterweight to Gamal Abdel Nasser. Moreover, the specter of the big-bearded al-Baghdadi preaching from the pulpit tallied even closer to a less well-known CIA project dating back to the early 1950s to create a Muslim Billy Graham. So called after a Christian evangelical preacher who had rapidly acquired celebrity status, the CIA's chosen man was to serve as a great mystagogue who could promote caliphal ideas and thus help the U.S. counter the threats to its interests posed by the Levant's rising secular and progressive Arab republics. With a secret committee of specialists having formed to advance the idea of promoting such a man to mobilize religious fervor in a great move against communism, the memoirs of two CIA officers indicate it got as far as selecting a wild-eyed Iraqi holy man to send on a tour of Arab countries. 141. The resurrection of Saddam Hussein. Soon after the Islamic State's expansionary surge in 2014 and its eventual caliphate declaration, numerous reports began to circulate claiming that much of its dramatic rise was due to some sort of secret deal that had already been struck between its leadership and the remnants of the old Saddam Hussein regime. On the one hand, this supposed arrangement helped deepen the existing explanations of how the Islamic State's relatively small numbers of fighters had managed to occupy such big cities, but on the other hand it also appeared to undermine the organization's Salaf jihadist credentials, especially as it was accused of promoting and relying upon men who had earlier risen up the ranks of the ostensibly secular Iraqi Ba'ath party which, after all, had Arab nationalist foundations and whose secretary general was a Christian right up until his death in 1989. 142. Adding weight to this thesis, it was already known that one of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's deputies and, according to some, the man who had smoothed his succession in 2010, was himself a former Iraqi Republican Guard officer. With his real name being Samir Abd Muhammad al-Khlifa'i but with the nom de guerre of Haji Bakr, he was thought to have succeeded in purging the Islamic State of most of its non-Iraqi leadership, especially in military matters. 143 Meanwhile, a large number of other Saddam-era veterans, most of whom were believed to have been interned in Camp Bucca alongside al-Baghdadi, also seemed to have gained leading roles. 144 Abu Ali al-Anbari, for example, was a major general in the Iraqi army before joining Ansar al-Islam and then becoming the head of the Islamic State's Intelligence Council and its Governor-General for Syria. Similarly, Abu Muslim al-Turkmani was a former Special Forces officer and a member of Iraqi military intelligence before then serving as the Islamic State's Governor-General for Iraq. Fitting the same pattern, Abu Ayman al-Iraqi was a lieutenant colonel in Iraqi Air Defense Intelligence before later emerging as head of the Islamic State's Military Council. 145. In contrast, when Syrians began to join the Islamic State, many described how they had expected to become part of an Islamic utopia but instead found themselves being supervised and receiving orders primarily from shadowy Iraqis who moved in and out of the battlefield in Syria. Interviewed by The Washington Post, one former Islamic State fighter who had fled for Turkey described how when he had disagreed with his Iraqi superiors he was placed under arrest on the orders of a masked Iraqi man who had sat silently through the proceedings, listening and taking notes. He explained that the man, and the other members of the Islamic State's shadowy security service were in fact all members of Saddam's old intelligence service. With regard to military operations, he described how the Iraqi officers are in command, and they make the tactics and the battle plans, but the Iraqis themselves don't fight. They put the others on the front lines. 146 To some extent this dominance over the Islamic State's security apparatus has been corroborated by Ahmed Hashim, who has shown how al-Baghdadi made sure to move Saddam-era personnel into command positions for almost all of the sensitive aspects of the caliphate, including the all-important fund-collecting roles. 147. More intriguingly, at some point in early 2014, the Islamic State was also understood to have formed an alliance with the militant group Jaish Riyajal al-Tarika al-Naqshbandiyya, or Army of the Men of the Naqshbandi Order, which claims to represent a well-established Sunni spiritual order that traces itself back to the time of the first caliphs. 148 Having developed a strong presence in eastern Syria and western Iraq, including Mosul, by 2003 its leader seemed to be none other than Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, the former vice-chairman of Saddam's Revolutionary Command Council, and better known to most Westerners as the elusive ginger-mustached king of clubs in the US-produced list of Iraq's most wanted men. 149 Thought to have hidden across the border in al-Raqqa after the US invasion, al-Duri had effectively been running a shadow government of his own in Mosul before the Islamic State had come along. Moreover, he and his Naqshbandi colleagues had effectively inherited the old smuggling network they had set up in the 1990s with Saddam's blessing so as to help Iraq evade UN sanctions on imports. 150. By 2015 such murky Islamic State, BAATH relations seemed out in the open after Der Spiegel gained access to Haji Bakr's papers, who by then was believed to have been killed in a firefight somewhere in northern Syria. Not only did the documents detail the extent of the Islamic State's organization, including the existence of parallel intelligence agencies and carefully balanced hierarchies in regional government, but they also revealed its substantial cooperation with Saddam regime remnants and what even seemed Bakr's connections within Syria's BAATH regime. In particular, at one point he had established an understanding with Syria's powerful Air Force intelligence that meant the Syrian Air Force would refrain from bombing Islamic State positions in return for Islamic State commanders on the ground ordering their fighters not to fire at Syrian army soldiers. 151. Taken together, these revelations led many to assume that the Islamic State not only needed the assistance of elements in these current and former regimes, at least temporarily, but that it also sought to model itself upon them. As the Carnegie Middle East Center's Yazid Saei argues, the Islamic State's leadership had begun to mimic Saddam Hussein and the organization had become, in organizational and strategic terms, a clone of the Saddam Mukhabarat state. 152 Of course, as Georgetown University's Joseph Sassoon's rigorous history of the Saddam regime has shown, such rapid cloning would not have been easy given that the multilayered Mukhabarat had taken decades to build, but from the perspective of the former Iraqi officers, most of whom had been removed from their posts in 2003, or were later dismissed by Nouri Maliki, many seemed willing to gravitate to the Islamic State because it offered them a taste of power once again. 153 Going a bit further, Iraqi officials ousted by the Islamic State's advances have also reasoned that many of the former Baath members had joined in only because they thought the Islamic State was weak and could easily be sidelined in the future. The former governor for Nineveh province argued that maybe after 1 month the Islamic State would collapse and the Baath would then govern, while the former Anbar province police chief claimed that the plan of the former Baath members is to use the Islamic State as a Trojan horse to derail the political process and take over. 154 Others simply suggested that both groups saw each other as useful idiots in accomplishing their short-term goals. 155 To a great extent these assumptions seem valid, as there is little doubt that the Islamic State needed the expertise, connections, and resources of Saddam's veterans in order to gain and hold on to territory and to prevent a post-Maliki prime minister from forming another 2007-style Anbar Salvation Council. In Syria it also made considerable sense to maintain at least some regime links and to avoid mutually assured destruction with Bashar al-Assad's army, at least in the immediate term, as the Islamic State's primary goal was to gain supremacy in Sunni areas rather than taking on the government straight away. In this sense the Syrian Air Force intelligence's secret deal with Haji Bakr was merely a continuation of Bashar's 2011 amnesty for imprisoned jihadists and was entirely compatible with Damascus's stay out of our way, and we will stay out of yours strategy. The emphasis on short-termism and a marriage of convenience also seems valid, as after the Islamic State appeared to be on top of things it duly began to forbid Saddam posters being put up in its territory and reports began to circulate of uncooperative former Baath members being executed. 156 Similarly in Syria, after the consolidation of al-Raqqa and its demonstrations of military superiority over most other rebel groups, whether jihadist or non-jihadist, the Islamic State's arrangements with Damascus also seemed to go up in smoke after its units mounted a sustained and successful attack on Al-Tabqa airbase, one of the regime's remaining footholds in the region, and then executed more than 160 captured Syrian soldiers after filming a video of them marching in their underwear. 157 To complete the picture, however, it is also important to appreciate that the Saddam regime these former Iraqi officers had been part of had in many ways long since shed itself of any Baath credentials. Indeed, a compelling case can be made that Saddam himself had actively been subverting his own party, having recognized the usefulness of militant Islam and the necessity of keeping on board his core Sunni constituencies. As the University of Pennsylvania's Samuel Helfont has argued in a recent study, it was out of necessity rather than any genuine shift in ideological conviction that Saddam had also sought to instrumentalize Islam in Iraq's foreign policy. 158 The regime, for example, had not only been actively tolerating the described Ansar al-Islam's mini-Islamic State close to the border with Iran, and had allowed it to indoctrinate nearby units of the Iraqi army, but had also steadily been building up the Fedayeen. 159 This was a Sunni militia complete with its own safe houses and arms caches that had been killing off regime opponents while also acting as something of a moral police. In the latter days of Saddam's rule, it had even been carrying out public beheadings. As some have pointed out, the Fedayeen was also intended to serve as a sectarian fallback force in the event of a doomsday scenario such as a successful Shia or Kurdish revolt. 160 As Abdel Bari Atwan notes, it was no surprise that the purported facts sent by Saddam to the London-based Al-Quds Al-Arabi newspaper while in hiding in 2003 was laced with Quranic verse and jihadist rhetoric. 161 By this stage he also seemed to have Osama bin Laden's de facto support, with an Al-Qaeda communique from the time not only urging insurgency against the new Baghdad government, but also stating that the socialists of the Baath regime were worthy accomplices in any fight against the Americans. 162 In this context it is much easier to understand why, during his dramatic courtroom speech during his summer 2004 trial, the once avowedly secular Saddam twice complained to the judge that the court had ignored prayer time, questioned its Islamic credentials, and reminded everyone that Iraq was a state based on Islam. 163 Moreover, even when it came to light that Saddam had been offered a secret deal to make a televised request to tell the Sunni insurgents to call a ceasefire in exchange for leniency, he seems to have completely refused, forcing the US to deny all knowledge of negotiations. 164 Embarrassingly, however, only a few days later Britain's Daily Telegraph reported on such a deal, but with the British officials it cited rather implausibly, claiming it was the other way around, with the insurgents wanting Saddam to be released in exchange for them returning to the political process. 165. How far back the Islamization of Iraq goes is unclear, as during the Iran-Iraq War Baghdad's primary framing of the conflict was as Arab resistance to Persian encroachment, as it needed both Sunni and Shia Iraqis to fight in its armed forces. Nonetheless, by the late 1980s some Iraqi officials had begun referring to the war with Iran as a jihad and had dropped all references to Iraq being a secular state, and when Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990, many Sunni Arabs celebrated Saddam as a modern mixture of Robin Hood and Saladin. 166 Moreover, during the 1990s al-Duri had not only been tasked with sanctions busting, but had also been asked by Saddam to launch a faith campaign to make Islam part of Iraq's national identity. In a far cry from previous Baath administrations, clerics were placed on the government payroll and senior army officers were required to convert. As a former U.S. military intelligence officer describes, the strategy involved the sending into mosques of Baath members who would remain loyal as they established a foothold in the mosques from which the regime could then monitor or manipulate the Islamist movement. More visibly, Allahu Akbar, or God is Great, was added to the Iraqi flag while Sharia law punishments were introduced, including amputations, and nightclubs and many bars were closed. Already established, the Saddam University of Islamic Studies began to receive lavish funding, and it was during the time of this faith campaign that al-Baghdadi is first thought to have enrolled. Indeed, al-Duri is known to have been close to one of al-Baghdadi's academic mentors, and some claim that al-Baghdadi's ambition at the time was simply to join the Saddam regime's Ministry for Islamic Endowments. By far the most remarkable new institution, however, was the Mother of All Battles Mosque, which was opened in 2001. Featuring minarets in the shape of AK-47 rifles and Scud missiles, and supposedly containing a copy of the Quran written in Saddam's own blood, it was perhaps the most blatant symbol of the direction the regime was preparing to take Iraq. 167. Remaining and expanding, services and recruitment. Beyond its correct reading of the political and security landscapes in Syria and Iraq, much of the Islamic State's phenomenal expansionary momentum and, so it seems, the degree of popular support it then managed to enjoy, must also be put down to the organization's impressive ability to deliver services and to keep generating substantial recruitment. In this sense, the Islamic State soon proved it was capable of far more than simply providing better law and order and a fairer tax system than the powers it was supplanting. Adopting for their own ends the Islamic motto Baqi ya wa Tadamadad, or remaining and expanding, its leaders soon made clear the new caliphate was going to become much more than yet another guerrilla group or even a military power, as in theory at least it intended to cater to the needs of civilians, women, and children just as much as its battle-hardened fighters. Apparently wealthy, although with the sources of its income very unclear, the Islamic State was soon offering local officials, quickly admitted to the organization as supporters rather than as full-blown members, much higher salaries than those paid by the Iraqi or Syrian governments. Meanwhile, in an investigation published by a British newspaper entitled Why Business is Booming Under the Islamic State 1 year on, doctors and engineers revealed that their salaries had at least doubled. By the time of the capture of Mosul, the Islamic State was reportedly providing free hospital care, at least for its members, along with free vaccinations for children, nursing homes, free bus services, subsidies on basic foodstuffs, fixed fuel prices, and even a rent capping system. It had also set about repairing infrastructure in the towns it had begun to occupy, with numerous videos depicting its men filling in potholes, painting street signs, and even watering municipal flower beds. 168 Interviewed by the New York Times, several residents of Islamic State-held territory described how the group had been fixing power cables, digging sewers, and painting sidewalks. They also mentioned that it had begun to remove expired meat from markets and even claimed that prosthetic limbs had been introduced in clinics. 169. In terms of justice, new Sharia courts were reportedly swiftly set up, while separate police forces were established, including co-opted members of the town's original police and even traffic officers capable of issuing Islamic State parking tickets. In an effort to demonstrate it could be a more egalitarian provider of existing services than the previous government, citizen charters were also launched in newly occupied towns, clarifying the various laws and regulations the Islamic State expected its citizens to abide by. 170 Little different to the rules in Saudi Arabia, with the exception of introducing a total ban on cigarettes. The Islamic State's charters were also notable for their defining of the rights Christians and worshippers of other monotheistic religions could expect, provided they paid the necessary jizya or levy. Unsurprisingly, however, it appears that most Christians chose to leave, with their abandoned houses and even furniture and appliances having later been sold off in Islamic State property auctions. 171 In terms of financial organization, the Islamic State also seems to have been busy, having established the Muslim Financial House, a sort of central bank, at some point in 2014, and by the end of the year making the rather grand announcement that it was about to reinstate the ancient Islamic dinar by minting its own gold, silver, and copper coins. 172. Although somewhat contrary to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's apparent play to Saddam Hussein-era remnants, but of course then fully in line with the announced caliphate and the emphasis on citizenship for all, at about this time the Islamic State also began to recruit much more heavily from outside the region. Echoing Abullah Azzam's earlier calls for hijra or the obligatory emigration of all Muslims to the land of Islam, al-Baghdadi naturally wanted to increase the number of fighters at his disposal. 173 By January 2015 the U.S. Department of State estimated that 18,000 foreign fighters had already arrived in the Islamic State, with about 300 being Westerners. As a senior U.S. official claimed, "We haven't been able to stop the flow, but we have created more friction." Another conceded to the New York Times that "I still don't think we have our hands around it." 174 Painting much the same picture, a few weeks later the annual Munich Security Report stated that the number of foreigners fighting in Iraq and Syria had begun to exceed the total at the height of the 1980s Afghan jihad. It also noted that fighters from France and 500 to 600 from Germany have found their way, and the number of fighters hailing from Central Asia has also risen significantly. 175 Giving testimony at a U.S. Senate hearing the next month, a U.S. counterterrorism official stated that at least 20,000 foreign fighters from more than 90 countries were known to be in Syria. He stated that 3,400 were Westerners, of which 150 were thought to be Americans. 176 If anything, by May 2015 the flow seemed to be even higher, with a UN Security Council report warning that the number of fighters arriving in the Islamic State had increased by 70% since the previous summer, and that there were perhaps as many as 30,000 foreigners hailing from more than 100 different countries. 177. The majority of course were coming from Sunni Muslim majority countries, not only from predictable places such as Saudi Arabia and other Gulf monarchies, but from all across North Africa, including Tunisia and Libya. Even Morocco's interior minister, for example, freely confirmed that in 1 year alone over 1,000 Moroccans had gone to Syria. 178 Money-wise, as with the Islamic State's burgeoning civil service, such fighters were clearly being well paid, between $600 and $800 a month, or in the case of commanding officers even more. This compared very favorably with average salaries in the region, which in some cases were just a couple of $100s. 179 Indeed, confessing to interrogators after his capture in Pakistan, a Syrian recruiter for the Islamic State revealed that he and the preacher of a local mosque had been telling Pakistani recruits they would receive $600 a month if they were to travel to Syria and fight. 180. Giving us more detail on the apparent centrality of such foreign fighters to the Islamic State's military strategy, the testimony of a writer based in Mosul, which has since been translated and to some extent authenticated by research fellow Amin Javad al-Tamimi, reveals that the Islamic State sought to create an elite 4,000-strong foreign legion. Known as Jaish al-Khalifa or Army of the Caliphate, it was to serve as both a special forces division and, much like Heinrich Himmler's Waffen-SS, as an ideological vanguard. The testimony also indicated that it could be deployed overseas if necessary, and that its members were forbidden from marrying. According to an activist from Al-Raqqa, also cited by al-Tamimi, the bulk of its men were thought to have been drawn from Chechnya, Algeria, and Uzbekistan, with its leader being Abu Omar al-Shishani, known simply as the Chechen. 181 Indeed, just 3 months after these details were published, Russian news agencies began to report that the Islamic State's recruitment professionals had been found scouring Central Asia. Uzbekistan's national security spokesman claimed that annual salaries of between $20,000 and $30,000 were being offered, along with resettlement packages for families. 182. Going much further than Al-Qaeda and Azam's concept of hijra, however, the Islamic State also made it clear that non-combatants were just as welcome to immigrate. Shortly after the caliphate was declared, al-Baghdadi explicitly made a special call for judges, doctors, engineers, and people with military and administrative expertise. 183 Later on, a purported doctor with a British accent appeared in a video to urge Muslim doctors and nurses from all over the world to come and perform their duty. 184 From the Islamic State's perspective, such recruitment offered a similar win-win to the importing of fighters, as there was little doubt that the pool of professionals and bureaucrats in its territories, especially in Syria, had been severely depleted by more than 2 years of conflict. Reporting in early 2015, the New York Times agreed that such immigrants, including women and children, had indeed been making their way to Syria and Iraq, and claimed that even the West was struggling to halt the flow of citizens to the war zones. 185 The Washington Post, meanwhile, reported that the Islamic State had been posting pictures of its members holding kittens and jars of Nutella in an effort to win the hearts of female recruits with adorable animals and creamy chocolate. 186 The extent to which ordinary civilians have really managed to travel and join the Islamic State and then successfully integrate remains unclear, although for every story that appears in the international media featuring a Western woman or teenager having changed their mind after arriving and discovering no creature comforts, it seems likely that many more have gone there and have actually wanted to stay. According to documents seen by the author, vibrant women's community groups exist that have not only tried to provide checklists for things newcomers should try to bring along from their home country, but have also been actively compiling Islamic State recipe lists along with hints and tips on how best to please their future jihadist husbands. Remaining and expanding, masters of propaganda. Well aware of Osama bin Laden and Ayman Zawahiri's rapid marginalization after the Arab Spring began, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's organization had already begun to lay the foundations for the Islamic State's much more impressive media apparatus. With its members soon proving their mastery over potentially powerful new propaganda platforms, the Islamic State was soon described as a disruptive innovator. 187 In a far cry from their Luddite precursors, with the Saudi Ikhwan having shunned modern technology, and the Taliban even having smashed up television sets in the 1990s, the Islamic State's now infamous mass media prowess is perhaps best traced to the Usborne and then Yemen-based jihadist scholar Anwar al-Awlaki. Having pushed al-Qaeda to go much further than its old system of email lists, heavily moderated forums, and its vague declaration of cyber jihad as one of its 39 principles of jihad, al-Awlaki was to spend much of his time pioneering the use of media. 188. Extrajudicially killed by a U.S. drone strike in September 2011. 189 Al-Awlaki never lived to see the later implementation of many of his ideas by the Islamic State's experts who, so it seems, were keen to cover all bases. Appealing to traditionalists, their Dabiq magazine soon began to be distributed extensively online with its English-language context disseminated around the world and featuring much higher production values than anything Al-Qaeda had ever produced. Named after a Syrian town near Aleppo, Dabiq has special relevance for the Islamic State as it is prophesied in a hadith that in the end of days Jesus will return to Dabiq to lead an army of Muslims to victory against the armies of Rome. Similarly, the Islamic State's technical training magazine, a bi-monthly publication offering tips for would-be fighters, was soon easily accessible online and evidently became widely read. 190 quickly eclipsing Al-Qaeda's more modest audio-visual crew of just 3 technicians. 191 The Islamic State also began to rejuvenate the old Islamic State in Iraq's Furqan television network and then supplemented it with a Syrian equivalent, Al-Hayat, after the organization began to gain territory across the border. As with the magazines, both networks were keen to offer English translations, and sometimes original English language content. 192 In some cases, their audio messages were even translated into Russian, most notably Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's Caliphate Declaration, and there were soon repeated attempts to deliver satellite television broadcasts. 193 As Patrick Coburn observes, by 2014 the Islamic State may have yearned for a return to the norms of early Islam, but their skills in using modern communications and the Internet are well ahead of most political movements in the world. 194 Similarly, in summer 2015, FBI Assistant Director of Counterterrorism Michael Steinbach made clear in a congressional hearing that the Islamic State was making full use of strong encryption technology being implanted by social media platforms including Facebook and also favored by Apple's platform. Rather ominously, he warned that this had created dark spaces and a free zone by which to recruit, radicalize, plot and plan. 195 Certainly by this stage the crude offerings of other jihadist organizations along with propaganda produced by the region's governments were no match for the vast armies of social media users helping to circulate the Islamic State's increasingly catchy content. In this sense, having gone much further than Al-Qaeda, even under al-Awlaki, the Islamic State had evidently recognized and tried to harness the potential of viral marketing and branding. This meant that by the time it advanced into Mosul, support for the Islamic State in its target constituencies was already much higher than it had ever been for Al-Qaeda. 196 Most visibly, at least in summer 2014, the Islamic State was arguably making more use of Twitter than any other political organization had done before. In a report produced by the Brookings Institution, a well-crafted strategy was described involving dozens of thousands of highly active accounts spreading Islamic State propaganda. As the report also noted, methods had clearly been developed to evade the closure of loyalist accounts or, if necessary, the means to reopen them quickly using an established system. 197 Indeed, it was proving difficult for Twitter's parent company to determine which accounts were really sympathetic to the Islamic State and which were not. Although Twitter was able to spot and shut down obviously official accounts, satire accounts were often included in the culls, while users with similar names to Islamic State members also found themselves blocked. 198 Strangely, however, some well-known sympathizers were allowed to tweet freely for several months and amass dozens of thousands of followers. 199 While an account named Cyber Caliphate, which openly expressed pro-Islamic State views, managed to reach 100,000 followers in the run-up to its bizarrely unlikely but much publicized hijacking of US CENTCOM's Twitter account. 200 Following a detailed investigation, it was revealed that some of these Islamic State accounts were linked to IP addresses belonging to the British government's Department for Work and Pensions. But as a number of reports noted, these were IP addresses that had earlier been sold by Britain to 2 Saudi telecommunications companies in unpublished transactions. 201 Certainly, since the Islamic State's major growth spurt in 2014, an unusually substantial number of visits to the author's professional website have been from UK Government Department for Work and Pensions. As well as helping to glorify the organization, the Islamic State's more prolific Twitter users, known as the Al-Mujtahidun or the Industrious, were also using the platform to launch trial balloons to gauge public opinion. For example, a hashtag demanding that the Islamic State form a caliphate was launched a few months before the announcement was actually made. The resulting online discussion, almost certainly monitored by the Islamic State's leadership, will have given it a good idea of what sort of caliph was wanted, and, For example, how much things like the correct lineage really mattered. 202 Other platforms seem to have been a bit less useful for the Islamic State, with aborted attempts to create a Facebook clone called Muslim Book, and many of its banned Twitter users unsuccessfully trying to migrate to social media sites such as Diaspora. Russia's VK, Friendica, ASK.FM, and JustPaste.it. Rather innovatively, however, the organization proved itself adept at producing third-party applications, or apps, for smartphones and tablets. Reminiscent of the US-funded jihad-promoting textbooks exported to Pakistan and Afghanistan in the 1980s, there is evidence that the Islamic State has been behind a number of educational apps designed to target children. Among these has been Huruf, which helps to teach youngsters the Arabic alphabet by introducing vocabulary such as gun, tank, and rocket, and features Islamic a cappella nasht singing that is littered with jihadist terminology. 203 Meanwhile, other apps have allowed the Islamic State quickly to snowball messages and propaganda to thousands and even millions via social media bots. Notably, its Dawn of Glad Tidings app, thought to have been designed by a Palestinian sympathizer who had previously been a commercial applications developer, is understood to have played a pivotal role during 2014 as it allowed pro-Islamic State users to allow their social media feeds to be taken over by the organization. With most of the app's postings containing Islamic State news along with hashtags or links to allow new users to download it, at its peak it was generating approximately 40,000 messages a day. As J.M. Berger contends, even if there were no real people behind many of the postings, it was nonetheless part of a smart if deceptive social media strategy that allowed the Islamic State to create an appearance of momentum that gradually turned into real momentum and a growing base of support. 204 In this manner, as political scientist David Ferris claims, the Islamic State was able to manipulate social media so as to build up a vast imagined community alongside any real support base. 205 With its sympathizers' apparent predilection for posting spectacularly gruesome photographs and video snippets, usually involving dismembered Shia, it is important to note that the Islamic State's online campaign was clearly intended to go further than mere branding or indoctrination, as it also helped feed into the management of savagery strategy. With such images soon supplemented by lavishly produced state-of-the-art documentaries, notably a series entitled Solal al-Sawarim or Clanging of the Swords, and even a video game modeled on the violent but wildly popular Grand Theft Auto, the aim was not only to portray the Islamic State as being strong and winning on the battlefield, but also to desensitize its supporters to necessary violence while striking fear into the hearts of soldiers in the towns it was about to attack. 206 As Ahmed Hashim explains, most of this sort of propaganda was aimed at the game's console-playing toxic younger generation of jihadists that ranged from the self-radicalized to those seeking the sort of adventure that groups such as Al-Qaeda no longer seem to offer. 207 Indeed, in most of the videos watched by the author, and seemingly by hundreds of thousands of others given their popularity on YouTube, a seductive and addictive mix of real-time fighting scenes interspersed with high-quality graphics really made the organization's fighters seem invincible. In many instances the videos depict hovering sniper rifle sights, of the kind seen in many arcade games, which would then suddenly switch to the slaying of Iraqi soldiers, while in other scenes the Islamic State would show off its high-definition drone footage of the battlefields it was currently contesting. 9. The Islamic State, a strategic asset. Qui bono, to whose profit? With the Islamic State's explosive growth and territorial gains, increasingly at the expense of the Syrian and Iraqi states, it was undoubtedly emerging as a powerful on-the-ground ally for those committed to toppling or weakening the Bashar al-Assad and Nouri Maliki regimes. Meanwhile, given its much sharper sectarian edge than al-Qaeda, and its apparent willingness to take on Iran's proxies and fight them as its near enemies, the Islamic State was soon also the most viciously capable front-line force in what seemed an escalating Sunni, Shia region-wide conflict. More broadly, the Islamic State's reactionary mix of religious traditionalism and regressive practices was proving an especially potent counterweight to the sort of ideas that had threatened to spread in the wake of the Arab Spring. Certainly, in ideological terms, the announced restoration of the caliphate in 2014 fitted perfectly with nearly a century of British and US anti-nationalist, anti-communist, and anti-democratic Middle East policies, including multiple documented attempts by planners in London and Washington to actually restore it themselves. Although the new caliphate's savagery may seem unconscionably nihilistic, it has nonetheless served an equally important purpose for those on the outside, as even after the Arab Spring the surviving Western-backed autocracies have been able to reaffirm their status as the Middle East's moderates, just as they were during the War on Terror and, before that, against the threat of international communism. After all, as British MP Enoch Powell once observed, St. George and the Dragon is a poor show without a real dragon, the bigger and scallier the better, ideally with flames coming out of its mouth. 1. Beyond such dividends for the status quo, the rise of the Islamic State has been spectacularly good for business. By successfully resurrecting a long-feared militant creed thought capable of threatening everyone in the vicinity and perhaps one day even the global order, the Islamic State has done much to distract millions from the inconvenient truth that most of the world was actually becoming a safer place while, at the same time, its fiery statements and bloody actions have helped corral a whole panoply of governments into signing off on some of the biggest defense contracts and arms procurements in history. As the veteran New York Times correspondent Stephen Kinzer put it, even in 2015 this world of threats is an illusion. The US has no potent enemies. We are not only safe, but safer than any big power has been in all of modern history. Likening the newfound menace of the Islamic State to the previous round of Al-Qaeda hunting, he argued that heart-rending violence in the Middle East has no serious implication for US security. As for domestic terrorism, the risk for Americans is modest. You have more chance of being struck by lightning on your birthday than of dying in a terror attack too. In this sense, Kinzer makes a strong point, as although the U.S. Attorney General once claimed Al-Qaeda had 5,000 operatives in the US, while the British Army's Chief of Staff later called Islamic extremism the struggle of our generation, perhaps our 30 years' war, the reality was quite different. 3 Indeed, a secret FBI report from 2005 wistfully noted that although the Bureau had managed to arrest a few bad guys here and there, it had been unable to identify a single true Al-Qaeda sleeper cell anywhere in the country. 4. The manufacturing of evil, the new bogeyman. Soon identifying the world's new bogeyman, the international media spent much of the second half of 2014 pumping out tales of the Islamic State's thugs and their almost medieval barbarity. While many stories must have had a grain of truth, the majority were poorly sourced, and some were definitely made up. Reminiscent of the fake Viagra-fueled Libyan raping spree of 2011, one particularly dubious report claimed the Islamic State had issued an order that all women between the ages of 11 and 46 be circumcised. Although appearing on the front pages of most Western newspapers, including broadsheets, doubts quickly emerged after Mosul residents confirmed they had never even heard about it. 5 While reporting on Islamic State atrocities in 2015 became a little more cautious, the general theme remained much the same, with such stories continuing to appear on a regular basis, often generated by unverifiable social media sources or purported local activist groups sporting websites and logos not dissimilar to those of the Syrian media outlets that had popped up the year before. But with journalists understandably hungry for exclusives on the world's hottest topic, and newspapers unable to dispatch correspondents anywhere near the Islamic State's territories, this was perhaps as inevitable as it was unfortunate. Unsurprisingly, a wave of comparative analysis also began to appear, as writers soon jockeyed with each other to prove just how evil the Islamic State was and how dangerous it had already become. A firm favorite was of course the Soviet Union, even though there were much better comparators to choose from. In an essay for Reuters, for example, a U.S. academic who had worked extensively with the U.S. Agency for International Development and the World Bank on providing democracy assistance to fragile states tried to liken the Islamic State to the Bolsheviks on the basis that both groups were extremist radicals with threatening ideologies that had managed to seize strategically important regions. He claimed that the Bolsheviks' ruthless strategic vision had allowed them to go on to threaten Western interests for decades, while in much the same way the Islamic State was a rising revolutionary power that had gone from being just another terrorist group to master of a region 6. Even if such authors did not realize it, many of these Islamic State is evil pieces were eerily similar to those written about Moscow nearly a century earlier. As William Bloom notes, the net result of these early 20th century reports, published at a time when it also suited the Western powers to have an easily identifiable barbarian enemy, was to picture the Soviet Union as a kind of bedlam inhabited by abject slaves completely at the mercy of an organization of homicidal maniacs whose purpose was to destroy all traces of civilization and carry the nation back to barbarism. In February 1919, for example, even the Times correspondents told their readers that the brutal Bolsheviks were stripping women in the streets, and people of every class except the scum are subjected to violence by the mobs. 7 In this context, Bloom describes how literally no story about the Bolsheviks was too contrived, too bizarre, too grotesque, or too perverted to be printed and widely believed, from women being nationalized to babies being eaten. Although the U.S. Department of State later admitted the stories about women were fraudulent, by then their purpose had already been served. 8. Islamic State comparisons in Britain have been no less far-fetched than in the US, but have tended to focus more on the Second World War than the Cold War, perhaps reflecting the greater resonance of the conflict that took place on its very doorstep. Certainly by summer 2015, almost all key British ministers had collectively decided that Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was the new Adolf Hitler and, by extension, that the Islamic State represented some sort of supercharged fascism. The Foreign Secretary told an audience in June that the rise of the Islamic State had a startling parallel with the war against the Nazis, while a few weeks later, in reference to the iconic summer 1940 campaign against the Luftwaffe, the Defense Secretary described his belief that any fight against the Islamic State would be a new battle of Britain. 9. Either way, the ghastly specter of the resurgent Nazis or Bolsheviks was making a big impression, as although the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's intelligence chief stated in February 2015 that the U.S. remained unaware of any specific, credible imminent threat to the homeland. Only 3 days later, polls revealed that Americans considered the Islamic State to be the gravest threat to the U.S. over the next decade, with 84% claiming that the Islamic State was the most critical threat, far ahead of Al-Qaeda, North Korea, Iran, and other states and groups. 11 With some considerable cheek, given his organization's substantial history of financing and equipping Islamic extremists, a month later CIA Director John Brennan poured further fuel on the fire by claiming that the Islamic State was murderous and psychopathic and that using the term Islamic was wrong because it gave the organization the type of legitimacy that they are so desperately seeking, but which they don't deserve at all. 12 Chipping in, former CIA Director Leon Panetta warned that Americans should be braced for a long battle against the brutal terrorist group Islamic State that will test U.S. resolve. 13 Going perhaps the furthest, Britain's Prime Minister soon declared that the Islamic State had become an existential threat to the West, and that it was actively plotting terrorist attacks in Britain. 14 The Business of Evil, a history of cashing in. Such fear-mongering soon began to translate into Western military expenditure, as historically it had always done so. In this context, the Islamic State was again much like the Soviet Union, whose military capabilities were repeatedly and deliberately overstated by the architects of U.S. policy during the 20th century. As a former U.S. National Security Council member describes, the sclerotic Soviet Union is made to hum, to Stalin's horse-drawn army, complete with shoddy equipment, war-torn roads, and spurious morale. The Pentagon adds phantom divisions, then attributes invasion scenarios to the new forces for good measure. 15 Meanwhile, the Western public was continually reminded that the U.S. suffered a bomber gap, then a missile gap, and then a laser gap with the USSR. In 1980, as the Afghan War began, U.S. Senator Bob Dole claimed to Congress there was convincing evidence that the Soviet Union had developed a chemical capability that extends far beyond our greatest fears, a gas that is unaffected by our gas masks and leaves our military defenseless. On this basis, he argued, to even suggest a leveling off of defense spending for our nation by the Carter administration at such a critical time in our history is unfathomable. 16. As Mark Curtis points out, as the Cold War lumbered towards its end, the National Security Council very quickly became rational about the old Soviet threat, even retrospectively describing Moscow as a generally status quo, risk-averse adversary. 17. By this stage, of course, any period of the West not knowing what to do with itself was already over, as a number of non-Soviet apparitions had already been successfully generated and then used to justify increased spending. In 1986, for example, the Operation El Dorado Kenyan-Libyan fiasco had also been exploited to push more military aid in the direction of the Nicaraguan Contras. As Ronald Reagan warned, just a day before Congress was due to debate the topic, I would remind the House voting this week that this arch-terrorist Gaddafi has sent $400 million and an arsenal of weapons and advisors to Nicaragua. 18. Soon after, of course, the US had then set its sights on Saddam Hussein's regime. After Iraqi forces had brazenly marched into Kuwait in August 1990, George H. Bush immediately likened the episode to Hitler's invasion of Poland and even described it as World War Tomorrow. 19. Moreover, as the US and its allies grandly squared up to Baghdad, Bush claimed that our jobs, our way of life, our own freedom, and the freedom of friendly countries around the world will suffer if control of the world's greatest oil reserves fell in the hands of that one man, Saddam Hussein. 20. Soon, Saddam was accused of moving chemical weapons to the front lines, and within a few more months his regime was elevated into an active nuclear threat. 21. In what is now regarded as one of the finest pieces of war propaganda, the US public and lawmakers were further persuaded of both Iraq's evilness and the need for a massive military intervention following the babies in incubators testimony. Delivered before Congress's Human Rights Caucus in October 1990 by Nayara, a teenage girl who had only provided her first name, her emotive tale of personally witnessing Iraqi soldiers taking babies out of incubators in Kuwaiti hospitals soon went viral, being broadcast on most of the major US television networks. Although denied by the Iraqi authorities, Bush duly referred to the story more than 10 times over the following weeks, and 7 senators went on to cite it in their speeches backing military intervention, the vote for which was later won by a margin of only 5.22. With the green light given for action, and the barbarity of the enemy confirmed, the build-up was truly enormous. To take on Iraq's dilapidated armed forces, mostly made up of old Soviet-era weapons and tanks that had managed to survive the debilitating Iran-Iraq war, the US mobilized all 5 arms of its military with a total of 500,000 troops. 23. A campaign of mass airstrikes in January 1991 quickly softened up most of Iraq's defenses, and an advance led by huge numbers of armored units, Operation Desert Storm, easily rolled back Iraq's retreating army from Kuwait. In fact, as a New Yorker essay later explained, somewhere between several hundred to several thousand Iraqis were mown down on the highway of death as they tried to flee. In reports citing US witnesses, some of the surrendering troops were even shot dead as they tried to hand themselves in at makeshift checkpoints. 24. Despite such an obviously one-sided affair, however, the US needed its first major post-Cold War display of strength to have as big an impact as possible. Later concluding that their airstrikes had returned Iraq's power-generating capacity to 1920s levels, and that Iraq now had a broken economy, Department of Defense analysts along with other officials made it clear that non-military targets had deliberately been hit so as to cause maximum political damage. Norman Schwarzkopf, the general in overall charge of the campaign, later admitted that the impact of the war on Iraqi civilians was terrifying and certainly saddening. 25. In this sense he had followed the orders of his masters to the letter, with Secretary of State James Baker having earlier threatened to bomb Iraq back to the Stone Age. 26. Offering one of the best and most succinct explanations for this, a former U.S. Air Force planner has since claimed of the campaign's big picture that we wanted to let people know, get rid of this guy and we'll be more than happy to assist in rebuilding, we're not going to tolerate Saddam Hussein or his regime. Fix that, and we'll fix your electricity. 27. ostensibly to deal with Iraq's nuclear menace, and likely at the demand of Israel and the West's other regional allies. Desert Storm was also important cover for the US bombing of all 4 of Iraq's live nuclear reactors, the environs of which remain contaminated today. In this sense, the war was a highly effective mechanism for the circumvention of a December 1990 UN resolution that had called for appropriate measures to prohibit future military attacks on nuclear facilities. 28 Moreover, as with the later 2003 invasion, and in some ways as with the US nuclear attacks on mainland Japan in 1945, Desert Storm also proved an invaluable opportunity to test out advanced new weaponry on a people unable to fight back. As has since come to light, even shells containing depleted uranium were used, with a secret report produced by Britain's Atomic Energy Authority having warned that if the depleted uranium ever entered the food chain then it could cause serious health problems. It stated that it is in Britain and Kuwait's interest that this is not left to rear its head in the years to come. 29 But it seems no action was taken, as an investigation published in 2010, the coverage of which has now been removed from the website of the British newspaper that first covered it, noted that the extent of genetic damage suffered by the inhabitants of the city of Fallujah suggests that some form of uranium had been used and had led to cancer rates similar to that in the Hiroshima survivors who were exposed to ionizing radiation from the bomb and uranium in the fallout. 30. Only with the military phase coming to an end, however, did details of the biggest benefits of Desert Storm begin to surface, as it soon became clear the Iraq threat had been used effectively to protect U.S. defense spending that had earlier been facing reductions following the U.S. Army's withdrawal from Western Europe. Furthermore, plans to freeze production of the US B-2 stealth bombers were blocked after hawkish senators seized on Iraq's invasion of Kuwait to bolster their case for the radar-eluting weapon. As one claimed, it demonstrated the continuing risk of war and the need for advanced weapons, while another remarked, "If we needed Saddam Hussein to give us a wake-up call, at least we can thank him for that." 31 Later describing Desert Storm as the last classic war and as a war of necessity with vital U.S. interests at stake, a National Security Council analyst concluded that its outcome got the post-Cold War era off to a good start. 32 Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the US's main coalition partners in London and Paris seemed similarly aware of the dividends that would continue to accrue. As Margaret Thatcher warned, while trying to promote British arms sales to Saudi Arabia, Iraq, although temporarily crushed, remains a long-term enemy and aggressor. 33. Within a few more years, however, important truths about Desert Storm were proving harder to contain. The Nayara testimony, for example, was soon thoroughly debunked after it emerged that the girl was in fact the daughter of Kuwait's ambassador to the U.S. 34 Moreover, it was reported that a U.S. public relations firm had coached her, and, as claimed in the Columbia Journalism Review, it had sent out a video news release of the testimony to over 700 television stations. 35 As the New York Times stated, the incubator story seriously distorted the American debate about whether to support military action and called into question the integrity of some of the senators who had voted for it. 36. More seriously, the assumed circumstances that had led Iraq to invade Kuwait were also beginning to be unpicked. Although there had been a consensus at the time that Saddam saw 1990 as his last opportunity to get his hands on Kuwaiti oil, as without a Soviet Union there would be little prospect of Arab powers being able to play one superpower off against another again. 37 In reality it seems there was some considerable U.S. obfuscation. In particular, Saddam is understood to have sent a delegation to the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad prior to commencing action in August 1990, the members of which were told by the U.S. ambassador that Washington would not take positions over any border disputes. 38 Furthermore, according to reports appearing soon after in 2 major U.S. newspapers, there seemed to have been some considerable provocation from the Kuwaiti side, too, as when the Iraqi army reached Kuwait it discovered documents detailing secret meetings between the head of Kuwait's security services and the CIA. In one of these the Kuwaiti had justified his country's increasing oil production and stated that we agreed with the American side to take advantage of the deteriorating economic situation in Iraq in order to put pressure on that country's government. This revelation alone was understood to have been enough to cause Kuwait's exiled foreign minister to faint. 39. The very sudden portrayal of Iraq by Bush, Thatcher, and others as some sort of permanent enemy of the West and its allies also began to raise the eyebrows of those beginning to learn more about the US and British arms sales to Baghdad over the course of the 1980s. Indeed, with Thatcher having already discussed how to exploit Iraq's promising market for arms, it soon emerged that Britain had been exporting night vision equipment, missile launch platforms, and a host of other highly sophisticated weaponry to the Saddam regime. Giving the nod to private security contractors just as it had for the concurrent Afghan jihad, the British government was also aware of British firms hiring ex-SAS soldiers to serve as bodyguards to the Iraqi government. 40 Most worryingly, even after Iraq was accused of poison gas attacks on Kurds in Halabja in 1988, Britain still exported 3 tons of sodium cyanide and sodium sulfate, both recognized as nerve gas antidotes, while the US government approved the export of virus cultures and allowed a US company to sign a $1 billion contract to build a chemicals plant which, according to a former senior Defense Intelligence Agency officer, was clearly intended to be used to manufacture mustard gas. 41. Just 5 months after Halabja, a memorandum sent by Britain's Foreign Secretary to Thatcher observed that the Iran-Iraq ceasefire would lead to opportunities for sales of defense equipment to Iran and Iraq that would be considerable, and in this context a Foreign Office minister stated of Iraq only a year before the Kuwait crisis that "I doubt if there is any future market of such a scale anywhere where Britain is potentially so well placed." 42 The Department of Trade and Industry had meanwhile already allowed for the doubling of export credits for Iraq and had argued that this substantial increase reflects the confidence of the British government in the long-term strength of the Iraqi economy and the opportunities for an increased level of trade between our two countries. Certainly, even in 1989 Britain allowed several arms companies to attend a Baghdad arms fair. While a British company manufacturing machine tools described in a UN report as having the technical characteristics required for producing key components needed in a nuclear program continued to export them to Iraq until just 2 weeks before it invaded Kuwait. Even after, British-made ammunition was still able to get to Iraq, with exports to Jordan continuing despite the knowledge that it was a diversionary route for exports to Iraq. 43. The business of evil, the arms industry bonanza. Fast forwarding to 2014, the rise of the Islamic State was soon proving every bit as lucrative as the bogeyman threats of Muammar Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein. Passed in 2011, the U.S. Budget Control Act had originally called for a $350 billion reduction in the Department of Defense's spending, and there were even fears of cuts rising to $1 trillion. 44 But 3 years later such painful measures had naturally faded into memory, with Bloomberg reporting that there was now a new opening created for the restocking of U.S. arsenals. Moreover, echoing the various new military programs wheeled out after the Soviet intervention in Afghanistan in 1980, fresh calls were made to restart a mothballed project originally intended to develop warheads capable of intercepting intercontinental ballistic missiles from states such as North Korea and Iran. 45 In Britain's case the benefits have been a little more subtle, although Islamic State scare tactics have certainly played into the hands of those trying to protect the country's commitment to spend the NATO benchmark 2% of GDP on defense. 46 Stating that I would be lying to you if I did not say that I am very concerned about the GDP investment in the UK, the Army's Chief of Staff even warned that without such spending any future British deployments would have to be integrated into US forces, rather than working side by side. 47 Helpfully, the Islamic State's own propaganda videos also began to point out Britain's limited military capabilities, with one video even mocking the fact that the Royal Air Force only had a handful of planes. 48. More visibly the new menace has been used to help justify the creation of a new British-led naval task force in the Persian Gulf to combat smuggling and counter the poisonous ideology of Daesh, and to push through controversial plans for Britain to re-establish a naval base in Bahrain. Announced in December 2014, the Foreign Secretary revealed that this new base is a permanent expansion of the Royal Navy's footprint and will enable Britain to send more and larger ships to reinforce stability in the Gulf. In accompanying BBC and other British media reports, the base was described as being one of the most important Royal Navy bases in the world, and with the rationale behind it being that the threat of the Islamic State may have made Gulf monarchies content to invite British forces to set up on their soil so as to support British operations in Iraq against ISIS 49. The real reasons behind such a return to Bahrain in fact had little to do with the Islamic State. Not only did the base's £15 million price tag and the Bahrain government's reported promise to pay for its construction point to something a lot less substantial than what was announced, but its launch was actually conceived several years earlier, likely in an effort to emulate France's previously described establishment of Camp de la Paix in Abu Dhabi back in 2009.50, subsequently linked to significant France, UAE arms sales. Nicolas Sarkozy's coup was viewed with great envy by Britain's Conservative Party, which quickly announced a new Gulf initiative to boost Britain's presence in the Gulf after winning office in 2010. Indeed, even after Britain's December 2014 announcement, its Minister of State for Defence stated in Parliament that the new Bahrain base was merely a continuation of facilities Britain had operated there since the 1950s, and that negotiations to further enhance and improve these existing facilities with the government of Bahrain commenced in September 2012. 51 As Britain's ambassador to Bahrain further explained, the base was to be called HMS Jafar, in reference to the old colonial era base, and its completion in 2016 would help mark the bicentennial of British relations with Bahrain. 52 Causing much embarrassment for the Ministry of Defence, but perfectly illustrating the non-military rationale behind the project, parliamentary questioning later revealed that the base was actually going to be too shallow for Britain's new Queen Elizabeth-class aircraft carriers. 53. Much like Britain, France itself was also very keen to capitalize on the Islamic State threat by trying to protect its military spending and making sure of its share of any future arms sales to the region. After deploying 800 personnel to its base in Abu Dhabi, and several aircraft to a facility in Jordan, President François Hollande told the media in January 2015 that France was also going to send its flagship aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle to the Gulf so as to provide precious intelligence about the Islamic State in Iraq. Unsurprisingly, he added that the government needed to review the rate of cuts to French military personnel planned over the next 3 years to take account of security needs. 54. In close cooperation with the Western governments, almost all of their constituent arms manufacturers have also been making hay while the sun shines. Most obviously, the US's biggest firms have been booming, with their stocks reaching historic highs. Raytheon, for example, saw its share price increase from about $75 at the time the Islamic State began to make its gains in Syria, to over $125 by the end of 2015.55. Similarly, Northrop Grumman rose from $95 to a staggering $186.20 over the same period. 56 While in September 2014 it was reported that Lockheed Martin had reached its all-time share price record after a 19% year-on-year rise. 57. Explaining it best, in early 2015 the CEO of Lockheed Martin informed a Deutsche Bank analyst that any potential reduction in arms sales really isn't coming up on the grounds that there is still volatility all around the region and that this would continue to deliver new business, with the Middle East remaining a growth area for the company. 58 Making a similar point, the chief investment officer for a U.S. bank responsible for handling Northrop Grumman and Boeing's shares described to Bloomberg that as we ramp up our military muscle in the Middle East, there's a sense that demand for military equipment and weaponry will likely rise. Equally optimistic, the deputy manager for Lockheed Martin's F-35 Lightning project stated that there's no doubt the world is getting to be a more and more dangerous place, and there are countries around the world that could look to buy aircraft and artillery. There's a sense that there's less stability in the world than there was before. 59. Drone sales seemed a particularly promising growth area, with General Atomics announcing in February 2015 that it was about to sell Predators to the UAE, thus constituting the first transfer of US-manufactured armed drones to a non-NATO member. 60 A few days later Lockheed Martin revealed it was aggressively pitching for drone manufacturing joint ventures with governments such as the UAE and Jordan, while an existing UAE joint venture with a consortium of US, French, and Spanish companies stated that it saw a $4.5 billion Middle East drone market in the period up to 2023.61. The missile business was also doing well, with the unnamed country behind the first purchase of Britain's new Paveway 4 missiles in early 2014, worth £230 million, being revealed a year later as Saudi Arabia. 62 By this stage, of course, the British missiles were being used to bomb Yemen rather than the Islamic State. In April 2015, U.S. defense industry officials reportedly told Congress that they were expecting even bigger future purchases from the Arab allies fighting the Islamic State, and that these governments were going to buy thousands of US-made missiles, bombs, and other weapons, replenishing an arsenal that has been depleted over the past year. As one analyst pointed out, the air forces of these states, all of them monarchies, were previously a combination of something between symbols of deterrence and national flying clubs, but were now suddenly having to be used. The New York Times noted that Lockheed Martin seemed particularly active in pursuing such sales, as, according to its CEO, Lockheed Martin needs to increase foreign business, with the goal of global arms sales becoming 25 to 30% of its revenue, in part to offset the shrinking of the Pentagon budget after the post-9/11 boom. U.S. intelligence officials were also cited as believing that the proxy wars in the Middle East could last for years, which will make countries in the region even more eager for Lockheed Martin's F-35s, considered to be the jewel of the US's future arsenal of weapons. 63 Meanwhile, things were starting to look particularly good for Boeing, with Kuwait announcing in May 2015 it was going to spend $3 billion on the Super Hornet. Part of a massive $20 billion arms procurement program financed from the Emirates General Reserve Fund, the deal was described as just enough to keep the Super Hornet St. Louis production line running well into 2019. Boeing executives understandably confirmed the necessity of such near-term Middle Eastern orders, while Reuters predicted that without the Kuwait contract the St. Louis operation would have had to close down in 2017.64. For dozens of other companies and products, the Islamic State has similarly served to speed up major deals, including earlier stalled contracts that had suffered from significant political opposition. In June 2015, for example, the White House felt confident enough to lift restrictions on U.S. arms sales to Bahrain. Having been put in place following the kingdom's handling of its Arab Spring protests, business was finally able to get back to normal on the grounds that Bahrain was a partner against the Islamic State and that, according to the Department of State, it had made some meaningful progress on human rights reforms and reconciliation. 65 A few months later, authorization was finally given for the exporting of $1.4 billion of Boeing and Raytheon manufactured joint direct attack munitions to the UAE. Partly on the basis that it needed to remain an active member of Operation Inherent Resolve working to defeat the Islamic State. 66 Meanwhile, a long-running deal between Canada's General Dynamics Land Systems and Saudi Arabia involving the sale of armoured personnel carriers also at last seemed able to move ahead. Originally conceived to replace the decline from Canada's withdrawal from Afghanistan and to mitigate against the company's perceived risk of falling demand for the new vehicles, the deal had been repeatedly attacked in the Canadian media. Seeming to seal it once and for all, however, Prime Minister Stephen Harper explicitly invoked the Islamic State in order to quash his critics. He claimed in September 2015 that this is a contract with a country that is an ally in fighting against the Islamic State. A contract that any one of our allies would have signed. 67. Surprise, surprise, the Islamic State came from nowhere. Despite the huge threat to the global order that the Islamic State had supposedly begun to pose, along with the sudden need for multibillion-dollar upgrades of arsenals around the world, the U.S. government claims it did not see it coming. As late as January 2014, with the organization already in possession of significant Syrian territory and, as described, having taken Fallujah and setting in motion meticulous plans for the capture of Mosul and other parts of Iraq, Barack Obama still saw fit to liken the group to a junior varsity team trying to put on a Lakers uniform. In other words, Despite having access to all manner of intelligence briefings, the White House continued to see the Islamic State as a minor league player compared to the likes of Al-Qaeda. 68. In part this was due to the CIA's own spectacular underestimations, having put the Islamic State's strength at about 3,000 fighters at the beginning of 2014, but then abruptly revising this to between 7,000 and 10,000 by the summer. 69 In September, long before the barrage of third-party foreign fighter estimates began to be published, the CIA had quietly increased the group's total to a staggering 20,000 to 31,500 fighters. 70 As for the Department of Defense, the intelligence failure seems similarly acute, with Martin Dempsey, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, later admitting that the U.S. had no plans in place for the fall of Mosul because there were several things that surprised us about the Islamic State: the degree to which they were able to form their own coalition, the military capability they exhibited. In his words, "Yeah, in those initial days, there were a few surprises." 71. The reality, however, was that the world's best-resourced intelligence agencies were well aware of the potency and plans of the perceived national jihadist rival to Al-Qaeda. As the Times reported in 2007, U.S. intelligence officials were already stating that the post-Abu Musab al-Zarqawi organization, even referring to it explicitly by the current name, was planning the creation of a militant Islamic State within Iraq as soon as the U.S. withdrew. As they explained, this new state would stretch from Anbar to Nineveh, which is more or less the exact territory it gained in 2014, and they revealed that its leaders had already published a document entitled Notifying Mankind of the Birth of the Islamic State. 72 Meanwhile, a former CIA officer warned that the Sunni Arabs are preparing for cataclysmic conflict, and we will need somebody to protect the Christians. 73 Also on the ball, the previously described 2008 report commissioned by the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command's Army Capability Integration Center predicted perfectly the likely rise in these territories of a powerful Sunni Islamic State. 74. More damningly, in May 2015 a federal lawsuit served by the U.S. public interest law firm Judicial Watch led to the subpoenaing of several documents, including a 7-page Defense Intelligence Agency report. Dating from summer 2012, it had been marked secret but with the disclaimer "not finally evaluated intelligence," and according to its headers it had also been circulated to the CIA. As well as helping dispel the illusion of the moderate Free Syrian Army by stating that, in their estimation, it was made up of Islamists including jihadists that were the major forces driving the insurgency in Syria. It also revealed an awareness that since the beginning of the Syrian conflict Sunni mosques in Iraq had been recruiting Iraqi Sunnis to go and fight in Syria. As with the 2007 statements and the 2008 Long War report, it also warned that there was the looming prospect of a declared or undeclared Salafist principality in eastern Syria, thus including the Islamic State's eventual capital in al-Raqqa. Most worryingly, and in an apparent reference to Gulf monarchies and other funders of Syrian rebels, it stated that the rise of such a Salafist principality was exactly what the supporting powers to the opposition want in order to isolate the Syrian regime. 75. With regard to Nouri Maliki's increasingly Iran-tilting Iraq, the DIA report was just as forthcoming about the consequences of this new, strategically useful Salafist principality. It stated its existence would lead to the ideal atmosphere for the Islamic State to return to its old pockets in Mosul and Ramadi and will provide a renewed momentum under the presumption of unifying the jihad among Sunni Iraq and Syria. Going even further, and with the same sort of prescience and word-for-word accurate naming as the 2007 statements, the report noted that such gains in Iraq would allow the group to unify the rest of the Sunnis in the Arab world against what it considers one enemy, the dissenters, and that it could also declare an Islamic State through its union with other terrorist organizations in Iraq and Syria, which will create grave danger in regards to unifying Iraq and the protection of its territory. To cap it all, the report also second-guessed the now massive influx of foreign fighters, claiming that the new Salafist principality would see renewing facilitation of terrorist elements from all over the Arab world entering into the Iraqi arena. 76. Within a month of the DIA report's subpoena, Several high-ranking former officials from the U.S. including a former National Security Agency executive, former FBI agents, and a former Department of Defense official confirmed its apparent gravity and pressed for the need for a critical understanding of it. 77 Former MI6 agent Alastair Crooke then tried to provide one, writing that it indicated new life had been given to a pre-existing groupthink in Western intelligence agencies, that some sort of Sunni wedge could be driven into the landline linking Iran to Syria. He explained that planning for this had become particularly popular after the 2006 Israel, Hezbollah war and the West's perceived need to separate Iran further from its allies and proxies. 78. Going a long way to proving Crooke's thesis, former DIA chief Michael Flynn, who had been in the post at the time the report was circulated in 2012 and remained there until 2014, quite remarkably not only confirmed in a July 2015 Al Jazeera interview that the report had crossed his desk, but also explained that he paid very close attention. The intelligence was very clear. When asked if the U.S. government's decision to ignore the intelligence was deliberate or accidental, he then stated, "I don't know that they turned a blind eye, I think it was a decision. I think it was a willful decision." As if this was not enough, when the incredulous interviewer asked Flynn to clarify whether he meant there was a decision in the U.S. government knowingly to support such extremist groups, the former DIA chief doubled down by confirming it was a willful decision to do what they're doing. Moreover, when he was then asked why he did not try to stop arms transfers to the Salafist Principality while in office, he replied, "I hate to say this, but it's not my job." 79. The strangest road to war. At taking territory, weakening Bashar al-Assad, and driving sectarian wedges between Iranian allies, the Islamic State was certainly starting to excel. In this sense, on a strategic level, its big gains had made it by far the best battlefield asset to those who sought the permanent dismemberment of Syria and the removal of Nouri Maliki in Iraq. As former U.S. Ambassador to the UN John Bolton soon claimed, today's reality is that Iraq and Syria as we have known them are gone. The Islamic State has carved out a new entity from the post-Ottoman Empire settlement, mobilizing Sunni opposition to the regime of President Bashar al-Assad and the Iran-dominated government of Iraq. Terming his version of MI6's Sunni wedge as Sunnistan, he admitted it may not be Switzerland, but he argued this is not a democracy initiative, but cold power politics. Imagining how an independent state would one day be able to form, he described how it would provide a bulwark against Damascus and Baghdad and thus be well placed to receive financing from the Gulf monarchies. Moreover, he argued, such a new conservative Sunni nation would give Turkey, still a NATO ally, don't forget, greater stability on its southern border. 80. But unlike the Free Syrian Army, Jabhat al-Nusra, and the various other groups working towards much the same goals, the Islamic State's especially nasty modus operandi, evidently a key driver behind its success, had soon started to go viral. Widely circulating on social media in the form of videos depicting the mass shootings and decapitations of Shia prisoners, its methods were proving truly shocking and repulsive to the international community, even if they were a little different to those of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's thugs or others in the pre-YouTube era. With growing public pressure on the US and Britain to act, not least given their assumed responsibilities to Iraq in the wake of the 2003 invasion and their official sudden portrayal of the Islamic State as the new menace to Western civilization, something had to be done. Problematically, of course, the Islamic State was effectively on the same side as the West, especially in Syria, and in all its other war zones was certainly in the same camp as the West's regional allies. Moreover, the option of simply launching a few just-for-show retaliatory airstrikes against the organization, as the Bill Clinton administration had done against al-Qaeda in 1998, seemed a difficult sell to the critics, especially given the pushback experienced by the Western governments against strikes on Syria in 2013 and the Western public's growing awareness of the chaos in Libya after the 2011 intervention. Trying to find the right balance between being seen to take action but yet still allowing the Islamic State to prosper, the West's first few maneuvers in August 2014 were essentially attempts to establish red line perimeters for the organization. Having made no effort to avert any of the large massacres of Shia and Alawite populations in Iraq or Syria, the US and British Air Forces only swung into action when the non-Islamic Yazidis, an ethno-religious group in Nineveh province, seemed threatened with extinction or, in the case of their women, sexual slavery. 81 Latching onto the story, the international media depicted a substantial airborne mission to provide humanitarian aid to between 20,000 and 30,000 Yazidis stranded on Mount Sinjar's hillsides, all the while helping fend off the Islamic State's encroaching forces and paving the way for Kurdish rescue parties. 82 Giving the story even better legs was the Islamic State itself, which soon published media-friendly English-language pieces justifying its fighters taking concubines from pagan populations such as the Yazidis. 83 Not all were convinced by the episode's details, however. With reports in the New York Times suggesting that the US's claims of having resolved the situation were far from true, and a Washington Post correspondent questioning why, with all of the US assets around Iraq, has no one been able to provide a reasonable head count of the Yazidis. Furthermore, as a drone expert argued, there is no technical reason why we couldn't get a solid ballpark estimate of the number of refugees. The US has the ability to find out the number of Yazidis, but it might not be a high priority for the overall mission. 84. Meanwhile, in a parallel red line exercise, the US claimed it had struck a handful of Islamic State targets, including a sole mortar position, near the Kurdish majority city of Erbil, while simultaneously dropping aid to stranded civilians and helping Kurdish forces take control of the more or less abandoned city of Kirkuk. 85 Receiving much less coverage than the Sinjar mission, these small-scale actions were again interpreted as having been just enough to persuade the world that something was being done, while at the same time also making clear that Iraqi Kurdish heartlands were to be off-limits to the Islamic State and, so it seemed, even the Iraqi state. As Jackie Sutton of the Institute for War and Peace Reporting told the Australian media, now Kurdish forces have established themselves in Kirkuk, it's going to take quite a lot of negotiating by the Baghdad government to persuade them to leave. 86. As the father of current Iraqi Kurdistan President Masoud Barzani once stated, he trusted no other major power than the US and that the Iraqi Kurds were ready to become the 51st state of America. 87 Certainly, as a New Yorker essay noted at the time of the US Erbil operation, the survival of an independent or at least semi-independent Iraqi Kurdistan remained useful to US interests, even if the rest of the region was disintegrating, as Obama's defense of Erbil is effectively the defense of an undeclared Kurdish oil state whose appeal is best not spoken of in polite or naive company. 88 As Ahmed Hashim explains, however, U.S. support for Barzani required some considerable tact, as due to political considerations the U.S. cannot be seen to be focusing on making the Peshmerga Kurdish militia Islamic State resistant ahead of the Iraqi government forces. 89 In this sense it seemed that the U.S. was merely continuing with its no-win policy on the Kurds. As per an old U.S. Congress report from the 1970s which had explained of the prospects of Kurdish autonomy that neither Iran nor ourselves wished to see the matter resolved one way or the other, but that this was not imparted to our Kurdish clients, who were encouraged to continue fighting. 90 Similarly, a later CIA memorandum described the Kurds as a uniquely useful tool for weakening Iraq's potential and as a card to play against the Iraqi state. 91 By the middle of August 2014, with the US having ostensibly declared some sort of war against the Islamic State, even though it had actually done little to slow its progress, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's media machine went into overdrive in its efforts to capitalize on his organization's apparent new struggle against the ultimate apostate enemy. Even slicker than its early efforts, seemingly with access to new equipment, and with its staff having benefited from substantial training, a series of highly polished videos depicting several Western hostages began to be released. In all cases reportedly discovered by a company called Site Intelligence Group, a US and Israel-based jihadist monitoring group that has worked on US government assignments. Details of the videos often appeared in the international media before links even showed up on the social media feeds of known Islamic State supporters and sympathizers. 92 Unlike all previous Islamic State productions, none of which had ever shied away from showing prisoners and victims being killed, the new Western hostage videos were strangely sanitized, with nobody actually dying on camera, and with the prisoners, most of whom were captured journalists or aid workers, presented in Guantanamo Bay-style orange jumpsuits, likely for psychological effect. In each case a British-accented black-masked Islamic State member took center stage. Soon nicknamed Jihadi John by the tabloid press, he was later revealed to be a Kuwaiti-born Londoner who was previously known to British security services. 93 Holding an unusually small knife in the air while his captives kneeled, he ominously delivered warnings to the US and British governments. After several quick slashes with the knife, but with no blood appearing, the camera would then cut away with no video footage of the heads actually being severed. The final scene in each video was then always a shot of a body lying on the ground with what appeared to be blood around the neck and the severed head placed on top, followed by the masked man briefly introducing the next hostage. Released 10 days after the Yazidi and Erbil operations had begun, the first video featured an American journalist whose reports were being bought by the Global Post website. Earlier embedded with USAID-funded development projects in Iraq, he had previously been captured and held in Libya for 44 days during the 2011 conflict. 94 With the video going viral, an outcry predictably ensued in the US, leading to widespread public demands for a firm response to the Islamic State. There were, however, serious questions raised, with a number of commentators pointing to inconsistencies in the video, and conspiracy theories running wild on social media. Some of the authors' thoughts about the most obvious anomalies in the video, including the size of the knife and the incongruity of the final scene, were published by USA Today following a telephone interview, but were then removed from the online version of the article later the same day, presumably following an official complaint. 95 By that evening, Western police forces were even warning the public that simply viewing the video could trigger charges. 96 Within a week, however, more substantial criticism began to emerge, with the Times printing a report featuring anonymous experts from an international forensic science company which has worked for police forces across Britain, who confirmed that the video was probably staged and that if any murder took place, then it took place off camera. Among other discrepancies, the experts noted the strange incisions that seemed to have been made by the knife, and noted that camera trickery and slick post-production techniques appear to have been used. 97. Others, meanwhile, pointed to what seemed to be similarities between the new batch of Islamic State videos, notably their production values and news-ready format, and a known program of Iraq-focused CIA video sabotage strategies that had been considered and perhaps even implemented over the previous decade by an Office of Technical Services. As detailed in a Washington Post investigation published in 2010, these included the use of fake crawls in Arabic, messages that would appear at the bottom of television screens and could be inserted into Iraqi newscasts. Videos were also produced using the CIA's darker-skinned employees that depicted an Osama bin Laden imposter and his cronies sitting and talking around a campfire, and in one case a film featuring a Saddam Hussein look-alike having sex with a teenage boy. According to a former CIA official, the latter video was made to look like it was taken by a hidden camera, very grainy, like it was a secret videotaping of a sex session. Little more is known about the program, with a discussion broadcast on PRI's well-respected The World show just 2 days after the investigation's publication, having since been deleted online. Another former official has however claimed that because the CIA at that time was suffering from a lack of funding and expertise in such matters, the Office of Technical Services was eventually taken over by the Department of Defense, which, so he claimed, already had assets in Psy-War. 98. Since 2014 little further has been said about the authenticity of these Islamic State videos, in part perhaps because of the police warnings, but also because they have proven hard to find in their entirety. Even though an abundance of links to other, much more horrific footage published by the group, mostly involving the gruesome deaths of Syrian or Iraqi government soldiers, remained online throughout this period and continue to be hosted on various social media platforms, the Western hostage videos seem to have fallen into a different category. In Twitter's case, a new policy on removing the images of dead people had already been introduced about a month before the first video was released, ostensibly in response to the grieving relatives of a famous American actor who had recently committed suicide and whose pictures and videos were circulating widely. As a prominent terrorism analyst has since stated, although news reports attributed the new Twitter policy to the actor incident, there were hints that Twitter might have known the hostage video was in the works. The crackdown on the Islamic State had started prior to the video's release. In the 30 days preceding the hostage video, Twitter had suspended at least 80 Islamic State accounts, including all of its official outlets. As he also noted, curious journalists who had been asking why the accounts were removed were already being referred to the new Family Request Policy. 99. Either way, regardless of their authenticity, the controversial video series had important and fairly immediate consequences. From the perspective of the Islamic State, and especially its described efforts to supplant Al-Qaeda as the most legitimate and determined jihadist organization, the outpouring of anger in the West and the belligerent noises made by its officials worked wonders for the group's credibility. With the supposedly increased likelihood that the US would undertake serious military action against the Islamic State, this likely boosted the organization's local and foreign recruitment substantially. Indeed, as the management of savagery itself stated, the aim was to get the US to abandon its war against Islam by proxy, and the media psychological war, and force it to fight directly. 100 As analysts noted, such a perceived confrontation was also necessary because it made it harder for Al-Qaeda's core leadership and its affiliates to criticize any further Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and the newly declared Caliphate. 101. From the US government's point of view, the Western world's growing public rage could also be usefully corralled into an effective mandate to initiate a full-scale no-fly zone over the regions of Iraq and Syria that the Islamic State was understood to control. After all, who would be prepared to bring up the thorny issue of Syrian or Iraqi sovereignty if aircraft were primarily being sent to punish the perpetrators of such cold-blooded killings? Not quite able to back the US all the way given the 2013 parliamentary vote against airstrikes in Syria, Britain was nonetheless soon able to join in with such operations over Iraq, a task made much easier by the fact that the third Western hostage video, published on September 13, 2014, featured a British citizen. Working for a French aid agency, in 2013 the man had been captured in the Syrian town of Atma, very close to the Turkish border and nowhere near any Islamic State territory at the time. He was reportedly kidnapped along with an Italian colleague who was later released. 102 Within 2 weeks of the video's publication, British MPs had voted in favour of British participation in anti-Islamic State airstrikes in Iraq by a margin of 524 to just 43. The victim himself had, after all, followed the Islamic State script and warned in his own execution video that Parliament's earlier 2013 vote had been a selfish decision, while in the debate itself even Britain's opposition leader Ed Miliband argued that Britain could no longer stand by. 103. Naturally, the scale of the new US and British air campaign was not going to be anywhere near comparable to the strikes launched on Muammar Gaddafi's regime in 2011, or indeed Saddam Hussein's regime in 2003. Instead, it seemed the dual aims were to satisfy public demands for at least some sort of visible action against the barbarism of the Islamic State, while at the same time making sure that the air forces of rival powers did not begin to take matters into their own hands and actually try to destroy the Islamic State. In this context, if the Western powers had not begun to patrol the skies over the Islamic State's territory when they did, then there would have been the very real risk of states genuinely allied to the embattled Iraqi and Syrian governments, including Iran and perhaps even Russia, being able to fill the vacuum and do the job themselves. In many ways, putting it best, was the British Prime Minister himself, who argued on the back of the British hostage video that it was Britain's duty to join the new US campaign on the basis that the Islamic State was a direct threat to Britain, and that he was not prepared to subcontract the protection of British streets from terrorism to other countries' air forces. 104. A campaign of contradictions. Puzzlingly to many, In late September 2014, the first major actions of the still unnamed US-led campaign involved strikes on positions far away from any Islamic State territory. According to officials, this was because an even more dangerous and deadly organization than the Islamic State was understood to have emerged and to be operating in parts of Syria. Purportedly answering to Ayman Zawahiri himself and staffed by al-Qaeda veterans of the Afghan Jihad, the new Khorasan group was reportedly using territory in the region to plan and prepare for terrorist attacks in the West. 105 In this sense, freshly identified global jihadists had suddenly pushed the more national jihadists, including the Islamic State, into the background once again, with British media reports a little later claiming that, for the West at least, there was some crumb of comfort that al-Qaeda and the Islamic State are now at each other's throats. 106. Appearing in mid-September 2014, a lone Associated Press report had described an intelligence gathering that had taken place in Washington and whose participants had explained that the Khorasan group's leaders, under instruction from Zawahiri, were known to be recruiting Europeans and Americans whose passports would allow them to board a US-bound airliner. Hosting the event, U.S. Director of National Intelligence James Clapper had even said that in terms of threat to the homeland, Khorasan may pose as much of a danger as the Islamic State. Shortly after, and just 2 days before the anti-Islamic State U.S. campaign was due to begin, a follow-up Department of Defense briefing stated that the Khorasan group was nearing the execution phase of an attack either in Europe or the U.S. homeland. 107 Such warnings were later reiterated by a former CIA deputy director who, in trying to shift the narrative slightly, claimed that the Khorasan group was in fact the external operations arm for Jabhat al-Nusra and that they are intending to attack Western Europe and the US. They are a greater threat, direct threat, than is the Islamic State. 108. Doubts were understandably raised, not least because nobody seemed to have actually heard of the Khorasan group before. Moreover, as some analysts pointed out, the existence of such a unit did not seem to fit with al-Qaeda's modus operandi in recent years, not least because most of its affiliates were bogged down with fighting local insurgencies, and with even al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula understood to have only been able to allocate meager resources to global terrorist plots. 109 Causing much embarrassment, al-Nusra's Muhammad al-Jawlani later helped confirm these suspicions by telling Al Jazeera that the so-called Khorasan group, supposedly active within our ranks, doesn't exist. He also explained that it is merely a Western invention to justify the bombings. The Americans came up with it to deceive the public. They claim that this secret group was set up to target the Americans, but this is not right. 110. In any case, the new Khorasan specter was only of limited strategic use, as it seemed difficult to make a case that its influence extended to Iraq. Moreover, rumors that the Baghdad government was preparing to make a formal request for Iranian airstrikes continued to intensify. 111 While U.S. officials had already accused the Syrian Air Force of having launched cross-border strikes against the Islamic State in western Iraq's Anbar province. 112 Finally getting a name, Operation Inherent Resolve, and a mission statement to degrade and ultimately destroy the Islamic State. By October 2014 the US and Britain seemed finally ready to turn their campaign to the Islamic State itself, or rather the skies above the Islamic State. 113 As with other recent Western interventions in the region, including the 2011 Libyan operation, standard procedure required a smattering of Arab allies to be co-opted as legitimizing fig leaves. More a public relations stunt than anything else, the UAE media soon filled itself with pictures of a female Emirati jet fighter pilot, while the Saudi press did much the same with one of its princes, smiling from the cockpit. 114 With some helpful fighting talk, Bahrain's foreign minister publicly blasted the Islamic State, arguing that if Afghanistan was a primary school for terrorists, then Syria and Iraq are a university for them. He also announced that yet another new Gulf Cooperation Council Joint Command Center was being set up so as to help deal with the threat. 115 Unsurprisingly perhaps, it soon emerged that the Gulf monarchies were not really as involved as everyone had first claimed. Qatar and Kuwait, for example, were later understood to have not participated at all, having only provided logistical assistance, while a U.S. general soon admitted that the Saudi and Bahraini sorties were down due to their efforts in Yemen. 116 In fact, by December 2014 the UAE had completely suspended its involvement, just weeks into the campaign. 117 While in 2015 it was revealed that the US had been responsible for 94% of all sorties and that Saudi Arabia had stopped taking part months before. As a confused Scottish MP complained, it is of huge concern that Arab states appear to be more focused on the war in Yemen rather than the fight against the Islamic State. 118 The lack of results achieved by the large number of US and British aircraft and, presumably, the drones believed to be crisscrossing the skies of Syria and Iraq has, however, been much harder to explain. Not least given their supposed objective of eradicating an existential threat to Western civilization and given the comparatively limited military capabilities of their foe. Moreover, as numerous former inhabitants of what are now Islamic State-occupied towns have noted, not only is the surrounding terrain of open countryside and rolling hills perfect for airstrikes, and thus far less of a challenge than Afghanistan, for example, but the cities themselves provide few hiding places for military convoys or the sort of artillery and other heavy equipment the Islamic State is known to possess. For example, Al-Raqqa, as described by the author's interviewees, is not a place of tightly packed urban alleyways and underground car parks, but rather a fairly open-plan municipality with clearly identifiable public spaces, wide streets, and supply route highways that stretch hundreds of kilometers through vast tracts of mostly agricultural land. Citing poor intelligence, analysts soon remarked that only a tiny fraction of the campaign's sorties seemed to have led to actual bombings. Meanwhile, an Islamic State member interviewed by the Wall Street Journal claimed that the airstrikes had been lamer than expected, and soon after the same newspaper reported that despite months of supposed airstrikes the US had failed to prevent the Islamic State from expanding its control in Syria. 119 Touted as a major victory for the campaign, a series of well-publicized strikes in and around the Syrian-Kurdish border town of Kobane in October 2014 had of course led to a temporary Islamic State retreat, but in many ways this was something of a media spectacle, as the international press were safely camped out on a nearby Turkish hillside and were thus able to report on and even film the explosions of US ordnance pounding territory in the near distance. Less clear was how many Islamic State fighters were actually killed in this manner, rather than at the hands of the town's indomitable militia. After one particularly spectacular day of bombing, almost all of the world's front pages were taken up with scenes of a terrifying number of missiles almost simultaneously hitting a small hillock topped by a solitary Islamic State black flag that had been raised only the day before. Although the flag was described as being obliterated in a devastating airstrike, it seemed unknown if there were actually any casualties, with a circulating video of the attack showing only a single Islamic State fighter managing to run away. 120 Willing as ever to tie in with Operation Inherent Resolve's objectives, the Islamic State made sure to acknowledge this high-profile defeat. After first filming an English-language video in the suburbs of Kobane that falsely claimed its fighters were merely mopping up now, its subsequent videos admitted the retreat and vowed future revenge on the townspeople before making the usual threats to the US. 121 By March 2015, some 6 months into the operation, US military intelligence officials were quoted as saying that despite thousands of Islamic State fighters having been killed, the organization's senior leadership and nerve center remained largely untouched. 122 By summer 2015 the situation seemed little better and perhaps even worse, with the U.S. Senate's House Homeland Security Committee noting that the Islamic State had seen a doubling in the number of its foreign fighters, more than replacing any that the Department of Defense claimed had already been killed. 123 Indeed, despite Operation Inherent Resolve in the skies above it, the Islamic State was still evidently more than free to roam around most of its claimed caliphate. Indeed, its convoys, some of which stretched to hundreds of vehicles at any one time, had already driven all the way to the Syrian government's outpost in Palmyra in the very center of Syria, where its fighters had then filmed promotional videos in broad daylight. 124 And in Iraq it was proving equally resilient. In May 2015 it was able to take control of Ramadi, the capital of Anbar province, again by having crossed largely open terrain. 125. In parallel to the air campaign, the US had also been touting a $500 million program to retrain Syrian moderate rebels specifically to fight the Islamic State, presumably as a new priority over the earlier efforts to train them to fight the Syrian government. At the beginning of 2015, the Department of Defense stated it would be fielding 5,400 such anti-Islamic State fighters within a year, but by the summer it transpired that a mere 60 had actually materialized. As Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter admitted, "We know this program is essential. We need a partner on the ground in Syria to assure the Islamic State's defeat. But this number is much smaller than we had hoped for at this point." 126. Nonetheless, still pressing on with the renewed fantasy of US-trained Syrian combatants, and seemingly oblivious to reports that many had been kidnapped by Jabhat al-Nusra or had betrayed the US, officials continued to claim that their Division 30 was in fact fighting the Islamic State at its front lines in northwestern Syria and that the US was supporting its advances with air strikes. This, however, was news to the other local rebel groups fighting in the vicinity, as their spokesman told the Wall Street Journal that "We are fighting the Islamic State by ourselves." He also claimed that the US strikes were largely ineffective and rather worryingly described how Islamic State convoys were freely advancing only hours after the air strikes. 127. By the end of summer 2015, the incredibly poorly performing Division 30 project seemed to be fizzling out, with the Senate's House Intelligence Committee voting unanimously to slash its budget by up to 20%. Although the White House had reportedly tried to protect the CIA side of the operation from such cuts. 128. In any case, by September, the chief of CENTCOM admitted to the Senate's Armed Forces Committee that there were only 4 or 5 US-trained fighters still operating in Syria. 129. Even more remarkably, in terms of the US level of commitment to dealing with the Islamic State, it also came to light that after several years of service the US had deactivated its armed drone squadron in Djibouti, its only such base in East Africa, and for the first time since 2007 the US had no aircraft carrier stationed in the Persian Gulf. 130. With a replacement carrier not due to arrive until later in the winter, at the earliest. This meant that the US Navy had almost no means to project any force across Iraq at a time when the Islamic State was continuing to advance and even when it seemed Russia was preparing to enter the fray. 131. Explaining failure, the official line. The official explanations for such miserable military responses to the rise of the Islamic State have largely centered on convincing the public that the task is not as easy as it seems. Certainly, even though US war veterans observing the campaign have remarked that a few squadrons of 1940s-era Mustangs or Spitfires could have already easily turned the tide against the organization, and while US presidential contender Ted Cruz called for a James Baker-esque bombing of the Islamic State back to the Stone Age. 132. The Department of Defense has instead been sending out a message that nobody should be expecting such quick or decisive results. In January 2015, for example, a Pentagon spokesman told the media that Operation Inherent Resolve was all about a drumbeat, a steady building pressure, while a former US official justified the US limited support for Baghdad's counterattacks on the grounds it was passive tough love, not allowing the US to get drawn into Iraq, but still helping the country defeat the Islamic State. 133. A few months later, the chairman of the US Joint Chiefs of Staff similarly warned that any escalation in the campaign would be a mistake, even though the Iraqi government was repeatedly asking for it, and that there needed to be greater strategic patience. 134. Speaking from the same script, a few weeks later the CIA's director added his voice by telling an audience at the Council on Foreign Relations that defeating the Islamic State's capabilities will take years. 135. Soon after, when questioned on CBS's Face the Nation as to why every single Islamic State gain seemed to come as a surprise to the US government, he doubled down by saying that this is going to be a long fight. "I don't see this being resolved anytime soon. We need to turn back the Islamic State, we will turn them back, I have no doubt about it. But I think there is going to be unfortunately a lot of bloodshed between now and then." 136. The Department of State was of course very much in step with its deputy special presidential envoy to the US-led campaign telling CNN a week before Palmyra fell that long-term we are going to degrade and defeat this organization, but we have been clear from day one, it is going to take years. 137 By June 2015, even after the loss of Ramadai, a Department of State spokesman was still telling the media that despite the US airstrikes, any saving of Iraq from the Islamic State was still going to take 3 to 5 years. It's not going to happen overnight. 138 By late summer, the US line remained steadfast, with Barack Obama having told a press conference that the war would not be quick, this is a long-term campaign. The Islamic State is opportunistic and it is nimble, it will take time to root them out. 139 At an Aspen summit, senior Department of State official John Allen, himself a retired general, also described how the Islamic State emergency exploded in our faces, while other senior officials at the event tried to frame things in more tactical terms, arguing that the organization had become a fast-moving and confounding enemy, immune to some of the counter-terrorism methods that appeared to work more effectively against Al-Qaeda. 140 U.S. Army Chief General Ray Odierno soon echoed these sentiments, informing reporters that the U.S. had helped blunt the offensive by the Islamic State, but, right now we are kind of in a stalemate. Similarly, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff reiterated his earlier statements, revealing in September 2015 that the U.S. campaign had somehow become tactically stalemated. 141 Symbolic of this high-level indifference, or so it seemed, it also emerged that the Department of Defense had been very slow to assign any form of decoration to Operation Inherent Resolve, with a mere Velcro command-style patch only being introduced in October 2015, and a bronze medal finally appearing in March 2016. 142. From Britain's perspective, it was imperative to back the US explanation, with senior officials repeatedly stressing the need for patience and thus reducing the public's expectation of meaningful results. In February 2015, for example, Britain's outgoing ambassador to Saudi Arabia, described by the BBC as the Foreign Office's foremost Arabist, stated, "I wouldn't be surprised if we were looking at 10 to 15 years of instability and insecurity due to the crisis in the Gulf provoked by Islamic State." 143. A few months later, Britain's Foreign Secretary again likened the Islamic State to the Nazis, but this time in the context of it taking 5 years from Britain's evacuation of Dunkirk to finally defeating the enemy. 144. In terms of battlefield strategy, Britain had much less to defend than the US given its substantially smaller contribution to the campaign, so instead its military officials appeared to concentrate their explanations on the time-consuming and painstakingly accurate nature of British targeting. Claiming in mid-2015 that the Royal Air Force had been hitting Islamic State targets using a mixture of precision missiles and Reaper drones, British military officials seemed keen to portray an air of responsibility while also helping British citizens understand why a much larger array of enemy assets had not yet been destroyed. 145. Importantly, such highly individualized strikes, and especially those delivered by unmanned drones, also helped Britain to contribute to the US-led campaigns presence over Syria's skies, regardless of the 2013 parliamentary vote. In this sense, a legal workaround had been found to assassinate British citizens thought to be at large in Syria and who could conceivably be deemed threats to the national interest. In September 2015, for example, it was reported that RAF drones had managed to kill 2 young British jihadists, one from Cardiff and the other from Aberdeen. As a British act of self-defense, the Prime Minister claimed of one of the extrajudicial killings that there was a terrorist directing murder on our streets and no other means to stop him. 146. As some commentators pointed out, Britain's keenness to engage in such drone killings was also likely the result of mounting pressure on the government to be seen as a more reliable ally to the US in the wake of the 2013 vote. As a former British ambassador to the US had remarked earlier in 2015, Britain's special relationship with the US hangs by a thread. 147. British media reports soon also spoke of the dismissive view of a shrinking Britain that had already taken hold in the White House, with the BBC noting that any increased British involvement in Syria would help supply real additional military muscle to help counter the derogatory phrase, as the Prime Minister could then appear a firmer first friend to the US. 148 In any case, by early December 2015, the British government's problem was starting to take care of itself, as in much the same way that the Islamic State's first British hostage video had helped push through a vote on Britain's intervention in Iraq. A recent Islamic State-linked jihadist attack on Paris was soon used as the launch pad for a fresh vote on air strikes against Syria. This time, achieving a strong majority and with few pointing out that the enemy had changed from the Syrian government to the Islamic State, the result was in any case purely symbolic, as only 6 RAF aircraft were deployed, and over the next 3 months there was less than 1 British strike every 2 days on Islamic State territory in Syria. 149. Taken together, the ongoing manipulations of such an important campaign as Operation Inherent Resolve seem truly shocking, not least given that it was supposed to be putting an end to an enemy senior politicians had already identified as potentially threatening the global order and the Western world's way of life. But in many ways the abundantly manifest inconsistencies underpinning the US-led operation were nothing new, as not only in the aftermath of 9/11 but also in almost all other previous occasions where the West's strategic assets had proven unsavoury, the same sort of contradictions have also very much been in evidence. During the Afghan jihad in the 1980s, for example, Fawaz Gergs points out that the US administration's public statements were exceptionally hostile but no corresponding changes marked its actual behavior towards the new Islamists. 150 Moreover, and perhaps most disturbingly, the prophetic 2008 Long War report seemed to have also predicted quite accurately the sort of illusory campaign that would eventually need to be waged against the Islamic State, including provision for the establishment of certain red lines along with the US likely need to subcontract at least some of the work to Britain and other allies. In particular, it noted that US military action might seek to counter the Salaf jihadist movement by trying to use just the minimum level of military resources necessary to keep the jihadist movement from spreading. In this vision, the US might turn to some of its allies to conduct a significant portion of the global direct action effort against the movement. A few pages later, the report describes this as a contain and react approach that would allow the jihadists to have an area of sanctuary but would also involve deploying perimeters around areas where there are concentrations of transnational jihadists and periodically launching air/missile strikes against high-value targets. 151. Suspicions mount, challenging the narrative. The first publicly voiced suspicions about the minimalist Operation Inherent Resolve were understandably raised by those actually trying to fight the Islamic State on the ground. By March 2015, the Iraqi government still seemed to have no meaningful US air support, even as it tried to recapture Tikrit, while its earlier requests for Iranian air support were being stymied by Tehran's inability to really fly aircraft into western Iraq due to US claims that it was inappropriate for Iran to join the coalition. According to one Iraqi senior general, the Iraqi Defense Ministry had requested US coalition involvement but no air support from foreign allies had yet been provided. Importantly, such complaints helped undermine the Western media's narrative at the time, which centered on speculation that the US had either chosen to or had been asked to sit out from the Tikrit operation given the awkwardness of having to cooperate with Iran or the Shia militias fighting alongside the Iraqi army. Indeed, the Iraqi general was quite specific on this point, stating that with the advanced technology of the US aircraft and weapons they have, of course strikes by them are necessary. 152 Moreover, when US strikes were eventually forthcoming, apparently on the condition that Shia militias withdrew, the New York Times reported witnesses saying they saw carpet bombing and claiming that there did not seem to be any sense of urgency to help unseat the couple of hundred Islamic State fighters believed to be holed up in the city center. Iraqi officials were also quoted stating their belief that the Islamic State's Tikriti stronghold was in the easily targetable former palace of Saddam Hussein. 153. With the fall of Ramadi in May 2015, the criticism became louder, especially after an advisor to the Iraqi parliamentary speaker stated openly on television that the international coalition has played a bad role. people saw the international coalition dropping weapons for the Islamic State, they dropped heavy weaponry to the forces of terrorism in Ramadi. This is an act of treason. 154. Remarkably, the Washington Post later reported that Iraqi fighters say they have all seen the videos purportedly showing U.S. helicopters airdropping weapons to the militants, and that ordinary people also have seen the videos, heard the stories, and reached the same conclusion, that the U.S. is supporting the Islamic State for a variety of pernicious reasons. 155. While such claims could be dismissed as some kind of collective conspiracy theory, it is noteworthy that even the Iraqi Kurdish media had begun to ask serious questions about Ramadi. Publishing an interview with an Iraqi army officer, who was in command of one of the last units to retreat from the city after holding out in a sports stadium with about 60 other soldiers, the man argued that the Americans weren't really that serious in hitting the Islamic State to help us. He further contended that I don't think all the airstrikes and attacks on the Islamic State in the past year and a half have degraded any of the Islamic State's capacity. In fact, the Islamic State is getting stronger and has weapons that we don't have. 156. By June 2015, even Nouri Maliki's successor, Prime Minister Haider al-Abadi, was wading in, publicly stating that the US-led campaign was not doing enough either to help Iraq on the battlefield or to try to stem the flow of foreign fighters into the Islamic State. He also revealed that Iraq had received very few arms or ammunition despite coalition pledges to provide more. Almost none. We are relying on ourselves. 157. In this sense, he was echoing what the Iraqi parliamentary speaker had told Reuters earlier in the year. Until now, our feeling is that the international support is not convincing. We might see participation here or there, but it is not enough for the tough situation we are passing through. 158. By the end of the year, al-Abadi's position had hardened even further, and he stated that any further deployment of foreign soldiers to Iraq, including those from the U.S., would be considered a hostile act. 159. Beyond the Baghdad administration, the feeling among Shia militia leaders was expectedly much the same. Arguably conducting the majority of front-line operations against the Islamic State, by summer 2015 they seemed to have already worked out the rationale and methods underpinning the US contain and react approach to the jihadist organization. As one Shia commander put it, "We believe the US does not want to resolve the crisis but rather wants to manage the crisis. It does not want to end the Islamic State. It wants to exploit the Islamic State to achieve its projects in Iraq and in the region." He also noted that the promised ramping up of US-led airstrikes had still not materialized. 160. Though he may not have realized it, his suspicions may have been spot on, as only a few months earlier former CIA Director and CENTCOM Commander David Petraeus had told the Washington Post that the foremost threat to Iraq's long-term stability and the broader regional equilibrium is not the Islamic State, it is Shia militias, many backed by, and some guided by, Iran. Making the case that it was better for the Islamic State to survive than be defeated by Iran, he even attempted some moral equivalence by claiming that neither the Iranians nor the Islamic State are 10 feet tall. Moreover, when asked about pictures that had been circulating of Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani appearing on the battlefield against the Islamic State, Petraeus said, "I have several thoughts when I see the pictures of him, but most of those thoughts probably aren't suitable for publication in a family newspaper." 161. In Syria, those rebels finding themselves bearing the brunt of the Islamic State's assaults quickly drew the same conclusions as the Iraqi government, soon complaining of inexplicable absences of airstrikes at key moments. In May 2015, for example, while the world was busy watching the Islamic State's capture of Palmyra from Syrian government forces, the organization's convoys were also quietly making significant advances north of Aleppo, again along highways through open terrain, so as to cut off rebel supply routes from Turkey. As one rebel brigade member told Reuters, "The Islamic State is heading to the Turkish border. If this happens, I don't know who will be able to explain why the coalition is not bombing them." He also stated that it's one thing that they don't bomb the regime because of some international circumstances they need to take into account. However, failure to bomb the Islamic State on that particular front is not going to go down well with the rebels. 162. Perhaps unsurprisingly, even the US-backed Free Syrian Army seemed marginalized, with almost throwaway remarks attributed to US officials and FSA members published in a Bloomberg report revealing that the FSA had been cut out of the process for selecting targets for US airstrikes in Syria, and that the FSA's leadership has complained that the US has ignored its offers to share intelligence. 163. From the point of view of Syrian non-combatants, distrust of Operation Inherent Resolve also seemed to grow over the course of 2015. Having managed to conduct a survey of over 1,300 civilians across all 14 governorates, a reputable British market research firm revealed that 57% believed the situation had worsened since the US-led campaign began, while more than half opposed the airstrikes outright. Most worryingly, 82% of respondents believed that the Islamic State was a US and foreign-made group. 164. Meanwhile, a number of Syrian businessmen and local traders had helped the Financial Times compile a detailed report demonstrating that the Islamic State had actually been expanding its control and operation over Syria's key infrastructure, including 5 new oil refineries that it had bought. 165. As for the other actors involved in fighting the Islamic State, or at least trying to support the governments that were, a number of similar complaints have been made, albeit a little more tactfully. Soon after beginning its own airstrikes in October 2015 against all terrorists in Syria, 166, Russia's head of the main operations directorate of the General Staff revealed that Moscow's offer to share possible Islamic State targets with the US-led campaign had been rebuffed. As he put it, this means that either our partners do not have such coordinates, or that they for some reason do not want us to hit these targets. The reason for this remains unclear to us. 167. At the same time, a number of Russian military bloggers and social media users also expressed their surprise that there were even any Islamic State targets still left to hit, given that by that stage there was already supposed to have been a full year of sustained US-led strikes. Adding more to the picture, even officials from NATO member Germany began to express carefully their dissatisfaction. Having deployed 100 soldiers to a base just 30 kilometers from the Islamic State's front lines in Iraq, the German army had been trying to train up Kurdish Peshmerga militiamen. But in June 2015 it reported that its US-supplied intelligence had been frozen and that repeated requests for electronic surveillance assistance had gone unanswered. As German intelligence officers complained, without the technology of the Americans we're blind. With a slightly different slant to the Russians, Germany's Bild newspaper suspected that terminated intelligence cooperation was due to US fears that the CIA and DIA could end up being part of an ongoing German parliamentary inquiry into foreign spying. As it pointed out, Britain earlier this year threatened to end all intelligence cooperation with Germany if any details of joint operations were revealed to the inquiry. 168. Most seriously, and proving the hardest to brush aside, criticism of the lackluster Operation Inherent Resolve was also intensifying in the US itself. In May 2015, the straight-talking former Secretary of Defense Robert Gates rather charitably observed that we don't really have a strategy at all. We're basically playing this day by day. 169. But less than a week later there were hints of something much more sinister, as a number of serving intelligence and military officials told Bloomberg on the condition of anonymity that the US had had significant intelligence about the Islamic State's plans to attack Ramadi and that it was an open secret that such an operation was imminent. As Bloomberg's correspondent noted, this meant that the US watched Islamic State fighters, vehicles, and heavy equipment gather on the outskirts of Ramadi before the group retook the city in mid-May. In spite of this, the US did not order airstrikes against the convoys before the battle started. It left the fighting to Iraqi troops, who ultimately abandoned their positions. The correspondent also stated that the US intelligence community had good warning that the Islamic State intended a new and bolder offensive on Ramadi because it was able to identify the convoys of heavy artillery, vehicle bombs, and reinforcements through overhead imagery and eavesdropping on chatter from local Islamic State commanders. It surprised no one, one US intelligence official told me. Quoting a former advisor to Petraeus, the investigation also revealed that Iraqi government forces in Anbar had been forced to purchase weapons and ammunition on the black market ever since the US-led campaign began, as key supplies were simply no longer reaching them. 170. Substantiating much of this, in summer 2015 a group of DIA analysts based at CENTCOM came forward to explain that they had submitted documentary evidence and a joint written complaint to the Department of Defense's Inspector General in support of their claim that their Stalinist superiors were deliberately downplaying any pessimistic or critical reports on the US's efforts to defeat the Islamic State. They also claimed that their intelligence was being manipulated so as to portray a rosier picture of Operation Inherent Resolve. One official remarked that the cancer was within the senior levels of the intelligence command and explained that more than 50 analysts had made formal complaints, some dating back to the very start of the US-led campaign. Some of the complainants had reportedly then been asked to retire while some had voluntarily agreed to leave their positions. 171 In September 2015 a New York Times editorial described these attempts to alter the conclusions of rank-and-file intelligence officers as being particularly alarming. 172 Beyond officialdom, a number of prominent Western analysts have been busily identifying the campaign's other obvious inconsistencies and contradictions. As Charles Lister noted, progress maps produced by the Department of Defense that had tried to demonstrate how the Islamic State was no longer able to operate freely in 25 to 30% of the populated areas of Iraq it once could had in fact made no effort to account for territory actually gained by the Islamic State since the strikes began, or the other substantial areas in which it was still known to operate easily. Moreover, he observed that the Islamic State has been very minimally challenged since August 2014 and that he would fairly forcefully debate any of the Department of Defense's claims that the Islamic State's gains in Syria had been offset by its losses. Making much the same point, the Institute for the Study of War's Jennifer Caffarello reasoned that such maps were deficient as they excluded large sections of western Syria where the Islamic State was known to have been advancing. As she described, these fresh gains were particularly important as they are a forward investment for the Islamic State that will create long-term opportunities for further expansion into zones in which coalition airstrikes are unlikely, at least in the near term, to penetrate. 173 Putting it more bluntly, the International Institute for Strategic Studies Emil Hokaim warned, next time you read some grand statement by U.S. officials on the campaign against the Islamic State or see a CENTCOM map about Islamic State reversals, just Bennett. 174. Using a more quantitative approach to try to evaluate growing criticisms that Operation Inherent Resolve was not doing enough, Council on Foreign Relations senior fellow Mike Azenko said about proving that despite the supposed menace of the Islamic State and the vast territory it controlled, the US-led campaign nonetheless involved substantially fewer strike sorties than other recent US and NATO-led missions. According to his figures, by July 2015 the campaign had seen a daily average of just 11 such sorties. In contrast, there had been 46 a day against the Muammar Gaddafi regime in 2011, while the US had carried out on average nearly 600 a day over Iraq in 2003 and 86 over Afghanistan in 2001. Going back further, he noted that even NATO's strikes on Serbia in 1999 had averaged 183 a day. Although acknowledging that each U.S. air campaign faced changing circumstances, including a supposedly newfound desire to protect civilians, he nonetheless concluded of Operation Inherent Resolve that for a military campaign that allegedly intends to inflict a lasting defeat on the dispersed and large militant army that is the Islamic State, there is a relatively limited, though understandable given the concern of civilian casualties, number of bombs being dropped each day. 175. Agreeing with Zenko, former U.S. Department of State Chief Strategist on Counterterrorism David Kilcullen has similarly pointed out that since the campaign began there was only an average of 10 daily strikes on Islamic State targets and, as he argued, without even going close to putting troops on the ground, we could be doing a very significantly greater amount to deal with the Islamic State. 176 Nonetheless, despite so few actual strikes, the US-led coalition has managed to hit the Syrian and Iraqi armies by mistake on at least 2 occasions, with 4 Syrian soldiers being killed in their crucial Deir Ezzor redoubt while surrounded by the Islamic State, and 22 Iraqi soldiers bombed while advancing on the group in Anbar province. The US was also understood to have bombed a Syrian rebel unit that it had itself earlier trained. According to the unit's spokesman, 10 of its fighters were killed after a US airstrike hit brigade members while they were fighting Islamic State militants. 177. Helping to illustrate the situation further, it soon transpired that after Russia began its own airstrikes it had, as acknowledged by the British media, been carrying out more sorties in a day in Syria than the US-led coalition has done in a month. 178 Given the concentration of Operation Inherent Resolve aircraft over the skies of most Islamic State-held territory, and reports of the US having taken control of an old airstrip in the northeastern corner of Syria, it seemed, however, that Russia had little choice but to restrict its strikes to the northwest. 179 Rather ominously, U.S. Director of National Intelligence James Clapper warned that the Russian intervention in Syria risked becoming for Russia what the intervention in Afghanistan became for the former Soviet Union in the 1980s. 180. Going further than Zenko and Kilcullen, and perhaps getting a bit closer to the truth, has been Abraham Miller, a University of Cincinnati emeritus professor and a fellow of New York University's Salomon Center. Also comparing the strangely low intensity of Operation Inherent Resolve airstrikes with earlier US-led campaigns, but trying to link this to the post-Arab Spring landscape and its deepening sectarian fault lines, he made the realistic argument in June 2015 that the US had no intention of destroying the Islamic State, at least for the time being, and that any airstrikes were merely pinpricks. In his words, the Islamic State exists as a political structure whose function outweighs the political and military costs of defeating it, not just for the US but also for the Sunni sheikdoms of the Persian Gulf. He then concluded that the Islamic State fights Shia in Iraq and Syria. The threat they pose is tolerated even by the Gulf sheikdoms as long as the Islamic State is focused on stopping Iranian hegemony. 181 Although airstrikes launched against a retreating Islamic State convoy outside Fallujah in 2016, which purportedly killed over 250 of the militants, at first seemed to invalidate Miller's theory, with the US quick to give the impression its own aircraft had been behind them. It was soon apparent that the strikes had actually been carried out by the Iraqi Air Force, with the exact role of coalition aircraft remaining unclear, and bad weather and protecting civilians later cited as reasons for their non-involvement. 182. Follow the money, the self-funding narrative. In solving any mystery, at least with regard to an organization as wealthy and capable as the Islamic State, perhaps the second most important question that needs to be asked after qui bono is qui solve it, or who pays. After all, not only has the Islamic State proven itself capable of procuring or buying advanced weaponry that has been more than a match for its adversaries, but, as demonstrated, it was also able to set up very quickly public services for a population of several million along with an extensive network of public sector employment, and, so it would seem, a subsidy system far more generous than that of any of the states or groups it has been supplanting. In this sense, almost overnight the new caliphate was able to establish some of the same sort of allocative state structures, albeit more modest, than one might find in the oil-rich rentier state Gulf monarchies. 183 As the School of Oriental and African Studies Charles Tripp termed it, the rentier caliphate with no new ideas. 184 But puzzlingly, of course, this new Islamic proto-rentier state does not seem to have had the kind of sustained access to the billions of dollars in export revenues it would really need to pay for everything. Following the Islamic State's major gains in Syria and Iraq in 2013, and especially 2014, it seemed inevitable that fingers would start to point at suspected funders. After all, it was logical that if money supplies could be cut off, then the group would quickly wither from within, thus dramatically improving the prospects of anyone actually trying to defeat it. Naturally, given the Islamic State's ongoing strategic usefulness on multiple levels, this could not be allowed to happen, and it has been imperative that any substantial identification of the Islamic State's most generous and systematic backers does not take place. To forestall or undermine such an investigation, most efforts through the latter part of 2014, and most of 2015, duly concentrated on building up a self-funding narrative for the Islamic State. In many ways this was a better orchestrated repeat of an earlier attempt to do the same for Al-Qaeda in the weeks following 9/11. Back then there had been a well-planned but mostly ineffective campaign to portray Al-Qaeda as a self-sufficient criminal enterprise. Repeated references to Osama bin Laden's enormous inherited wealth were made by U.S. officials, despite earlier published findings that most of his fortune was already gone and that his network of businesses in Sudan was failing. 185 Exactly a month after September 11, a very thinly sourced story on Al-Qaeda's supposed finances then appeared in the New York Times. Co-written by a journalist whose later articles on Iraq's weapons of mass destruction helped justify the U.S. invasion but were later determined by the newspaper to be inaccurate, the October 2001 report cited unnamed U.S. officials' claims that bin Laden was using an international chain of retail honey shops to generate income and finance the movement of weapons and agents for Al-Qaeda. 186 Meanwhile, by simply repeating bits of this report, the BBC claimed that the CIA had been gathering information about Al-Qaeda's ties to the honey trade for several years. But it was not until last May 2001 that a top-secret report on the honey shops was distributed within the intelligence community. 187. By late 2006, as the US spheres of Nouri Maliki's Baghdad administration gravitating closer to Iran seemed to be coming true, the self-funding narrative was also beginning to be applied to Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's Al-Qaeda in Iraq, and then ultimately the same Islamic State in Iraq that Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was to join and then eventually lead. In particular, a classified U.S. intelligence report from October that year cited by the New York Times stated that al-Zarqawi's Sunni insurgency had managed to become self-sustaining financially, raising tens of millions of dollars a year from oil smuggling, kidnapping, counterfeiting, connivance by corrupt Islamic charities and other crimes that the Iraqi government and its U.S. patrons have been largely unable to prevent. The not-so-secret report also made sure to make very clear that terrorist and insurgent finances within Iraq, independent of foreign sources, are currently sufficient to sustain the group's existence and operation. Putting figures to it, claims were also made that the Islamic State in Iraq was netting $70 million to $200 million a year from such activities, including $36 million from hostage ransom payments. Importantly, the report was actually handed to the New York Times by officials rather than leaked, on the basis that the findings could improve understanding of the challenges the U.S. faces in Iraq. Incredibly, the officials revealed that it had been compiled by an all-star interagency group drawn from the CIA, the DIA, the FBI, the Department of State, the Department of the Treasury, and even CENTCOM. 188. Declining to take the document at face value, on this occasion the New York Times made sure to interview a number of independent analysts, one of whom described the report's findings as imprecise and speculative while another noted the absence of documentation of how the report's authors had arrived at their estimates. 189 Since then a former veteran jihadist, whose lengthy testimonies have now been published by Oxford University Press, has helped to expose such facile self-funding narratives. In his description of the Islamic State in Iraq and other such post-Al-Qaeda groups at the time, he said that the support infrastructure provided by Gulf financiers has been the elephant in the room, and I think in the emergence and spread, and its way of thinking. He has also explained how this network of Gulf private financing behind al-Zarqawi and others led to the militarization of jihad without restraint, without responsibility, funded and directed by the elite for their own purposes. The jihadist project has become privatized. Jihad is no longer an activity carried out by the whole Muslim world, it is jihad led by the rich. 190. Similarly, pointing to such external wealth streams, another former jihadist has revealed how youths at that time were taking up jihad as a profession. They are funded by the rich merchants, they think they are fighting for a cause, but really they are fighting for the objectives of others. 191 Referring again to the apparent privatization of jihad, and also the considerable continuity in funding networks from the original Afghan jihad to the contemporary insurgency, another former fighter, featured in the Oxford University Press volume, explained how the people who funded the earlier generations of Arab Afghans remain involved in financing activities. They are more responsible for this blackwatering of the jihad. He further remarked of the funders that it seems they are very active now, with events after the Arab Spring intensifying. 192. Adopting much the same template as the 2006 U.S. intelligence document, since the Islamic State's dramatic capture of Mosul in 2014, a slew of analysis pieces and think tank reports have tried to build up a similar self-funding explanation for the rapid expansion of the latest incarnation of al-Zarqawi's national jihadist organization. Mostly fueled by tidbits of gossip from the intelligence community or heavily recycled factoids only loosely checked at the point of origin, these have collectively, though mostly unwittingly, served to distract attention from the real networks responsible for boosting and then sustaining the Islamic State's coffers. First out of the starting blocks was the Brookings Institution, with a report published by its Qatar branch in November 2014 practically being a reproduction of the 2006 assessment. It described the Islamic State's funding model as having a focus on maintaining financial independence, in comparison to the traditional Al-Qaeda model of relying on external donors and financiers. Of its multiple sources of funding, these were understood to include oil, gas, agriculture, taxation, extortion, kidnapping for ransom, black market antique selling, and other illicit trades. Driving the point home, it concluded that after the Islamic State's seizure of further territory in 2014 it was likely that the group has continued to be financially self-sufficient. 193 Similarly, in an otherwise excellent article for Middle East Policy in which Ahmed Hashim rightly cautioned against the many unverified statements about the sources of the Islamic State's finance that continue to be issued uncritically by governments and the media, he nonetheless made no mention of possible external sponsors and instead simply put forward oil, tax, and extortion as the most likely explanations. 194. With the consensus quickly building, by March 2015 the Washington Post was confident enough to sport the lead "It's all about oil and extortion" for a feature entitled "Where Does the Islamic State Get Its Funding?" Neither the article nor its accompanying video included any discussion of possible donor networks. 195 Similarly, in May 2015 the New York Times produced what it claimed to be a breakdown of the Islamic State's finances. With extortion, bank looting, and oil representing the lion's share, again no mention whatsoever was made of external sponsorship. 196 In December 2015, the director of the U.S. Department of the Treasury's Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence told a British audience that the Islamic State has made more than $500 million from black market oil sales. It has looted between $500 million and $1 billion from bank vaults captured in Iraq and Syria. Worryingly, he also stated that unlike many other terrorist groups, the Islamic State derives a relatively small share of its funding from donors abroad. Rather, it generates wealth from economic activity within the territory it controls. This makes it difficult to constrain its funding. 197 Even as late as January 2016, the defense editor of a British broadsheet newspaper still felt comfortable in concluding that at a time when the Islamic State is using the millions of dollars it has seized from looted Arab banks and its lucrative oil smuggling operations to fund the growth of extreme Islamic ideology, the Saudi initiative to fund moderate Muslim leaders could prove vital in curbing the growth of Islamist-inspired terrorism. 198. There is no doubt, of course, that the activities briefly cited in such reports have been generating at least some income for the Islamic State. According to a local activist's account, for example, the organization was understood to have been collecting 2.5% of all proceeds from business owners under the guise of zakat or obligatory religious charity. The same source did, however, acknowledge that the zakat was then being redistributed to pay for services. 199 But most of the more widely circulating claims, including those put forward by US and British officials, that the Islamic State has been enriching itself by running a punishingly tax-heavy regime, have simply made no sense, not least given the organization's need to boost its popularity, but also in view of its efforts to provide local businessmen with a fairer and more consistent fiscal system than those found in neighboring territories. As regards looting, almost as soon as Mosul was captured, dozens of reports began to state that the organization's fighters had been sacking major banks, even though, As with heavy taxes, this was contradictory to the group's modus operandi. Likely derived from comments made by Iraqi lawmaker and one-time CIA asset Ahmet Chalabi, Fox News for example had come up with a surprisingly accurate figure of $429 million that had been purportedly hauled from the city's central vaults. This crime alone was described as making the Islamic State the wealthiest terrorist organization in the world, while quoted analysts explained this could help the group buy a whole lot of jihad. 200 quickly going viral, the narrative went mostly unchallenged, and U.S. officials waited nearly a year before acknowledging that the Mosul central bank had in fact not been pillaged and that the Islamic State had actually kept it open for several months, while even continuing to pay the salaries of its staff. 201 Indeed, as the Financial Times noted, not a single witness account has emerged of the Islamic State making off with any money, and executives and employees from among the 20 private banks and 15 government bank branches in Mosul say there is no evidence that militants stole any money. 202 Adding more to the picture, in May 2015 the chairman of Jordan's Capital Bank revealed in an interview that his Mosul branch was still going strong, having been completely unaffected by the Islamic State's presence. He also remarked that everything was business as usual in Mosul and that the lifestyle of the people was also unchanged. 203. Reminiscent of the Kosovo Liberation Army's trafficking in human organs, the Islamic State was even accused of profiting from the sale of harvested body parts. In February 2015, for example, reports circulated that bodies discovered in mass graves seemed to have missing kidneys and signs of surgical incisions. 204 Although certainly plausible, especially if the bodies were those of executed Shia prisoners, it seems unlikely that such an activity could really have been serving as a major source of income. To date there has been no follow-up investigation or any substantiating evidence apart from documents apparently seized in a U.S. raid indicating that the Islamic State had issued a ruling permitting the removal of organs from apostates in order to save the lives of Muslims. 205. A bit more credible, it seems, has been the idea that the Islamic State is doing a healthy trade in selling off Iraqi and Syrian antiquities. In summer 2014 a courier was intercepted while in possession of financial records showing how the Islamic State had made $36 million in such sales from just one Syrian province, and by spring 2015 Interpol estimated that $100 million a year was being made in this way, with its database having logged more than 5,000 missing artifacts in Iraq and Syria. 206 Helping the story along, in July 2015 the U.S. ambassador to Iraq described how early Islamic coins and jewelry had been found during a supposed mission to capture a key Islamic State leader is that these represented the first tangible evidence that the Islamic State's militants is selling artifacts to fund their activities. 207 Using archives of satellite imagery of archaeological sites to investigate these claims, a Dartmouth College anthropologist determined that antiquities were certainly being stolen in an organized manner from Islamic State-controlled areas, but that the activity was actually more widespread in areas controlled by Syrian rebels and Kurdish groups. 208. Of all the self-funding explanations, the most convincing has been that the Islamic State operates a lucrative black market oil smuggling network. After all, in such war-shattered territories, no combination of antiquity sales, zakat collections, or other assorted fees and tolls would be enough to explain the several hundred million or even billions of dollars to which the organization seemed to have access. By summer 2014 descriptions began to circulate of the new caliphate being effectively a petro-state on the basis it had cut out the oil middlemen and was reaping as much as $25 to $60 a barrel from oil fields in its possession. Others, meanwhile, claimed that the Islamic State was generating between $3 and $5 million a day from an estimated daily production of 80,000 barrels. 209 For the next 6 months, more or less every Islamic State-related article that appeared in the Western media recycled at least one of these statistics, but in almost every case offered no further evidence. There may be some truth behind the oil exporting narrative, as back in 2013 the European Union had relaxed its oil embargo on Syria so as to allow opponents of Bashar al-Assad to sell crude. and to help the civilian population. 210 But as with the other self-funding income streams, there seems to have been considerable exaggeration of the scale of such oil revenues and, as a result, a mostly unwitting effort to divert attention away from the Islamic State's primary financial resources. Notably, as with the delay in admitting that Mosul banks had not been looted, only in February 2015 did Department of Defense officials acknowledge that oil was unlikely to be the Islamic State's main income stream. 211 Within a few weeks, the G7's Intergovernmental Financial Action Task Force managed to reach the same conclusion, stating that although the Islamic State has been engaging in energy-related commerce, there was no sound estimate in existence for its revenues and that the trade had probably diminished in importance. 212 As to the real sources of income, the Department of Defense has now hinted that it knows donations have played a central role, but it has not yet expanded upon this, and some U.S. officials have persisted with claims that oil continues to generate hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue for the Islamic State. 213 Nonetheless, as the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Banks has described, a number of banks in the Middle East have been coming under increased scrutiny from the U.S. because, as he put it, the Department of the Treasury knows that the Islamic State needs constant funding, unlike Al-Qaeda, which may require a small amount of money to conduct specific operations. 214 Certainly by September 2015 the self-funding myth seemed to be coming to an end, with the Department of the Treasury's Assistant Secretary for Terrorist Financing admitting that the Islamic State had immense wealth and was a sprawling international organization with tentacles across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. 215 After describing this latter scenario to them, more than 90% of the author's interviewees on this topic agreed it was accurate, although a substantial number pointed out that the tentacles were actually going into the Islamic State rather than coming out of it. Indeed, a detailed Wall Street Journal investigation into the Islamic State's cash flow soon revealed that hundreds of money exchange houses in neighboring countries such as Turkey and Jordan were facilitating the daily flow of millions of dollars worth of currency into the organization's territory. 216 Despite such revelations, very little seems to have actually been done about the Islamic State's obviously generous external sponsors, with the Department of the Treasury having sanctioned only 4 suspected financiers during the first year of the US-led campaign, and since then only sanctioning a further 25. 217 Moreover, as the president of the Center d'Analyse du Terrorisme in Strasbourg pointed out, one of the latest batch had already been well known as an Islamic State financial chief for more than 15 months. 218 The British government has been similarly sidetracked, with the chairman of a parliamentary subcommittee on ISIL financing telling a hearing in March 2016 that the Islamic State's monthly income of $80 million was made up of 40% oil revenues and 50% from taxation by various means. He also stated that we are grossly underestimating the return the Islamic State gets from interest and making a turn on looted cash, while another committee member claimed this central bank issue may have been generating $20 million a month for the group. 219 Causing confusion, however, the head of the Foreign Office's Counter-DACE Coalition Communications Cell told the panel that it was certainly a problem in the early days of the organization that there was funding coming in from Gulf countries and other places. When pressed on this, he stated, "There was funding going from those countries, but we have no way of knowing who knew about that and what was happening about that." 220 Further challenging the government's narrative, in written evidence supplied to the subcommittee by Louis Al-Khatib, the director of the Iraq Energy Institute, it was claimed that discussions with oil professionals who have worked on Syrian oil fields now under the Islamic State's control indicate the group was never able to achieve refining of any significant quality to sell the oil outside of Syria above a maximum of $20 a barrel, and even this price occurred briefly over the summer of 2014. Al-Khatib also wrote that my calculations based on sources inside Syria suggest the Islamic State made no more than $200 million in a year from oil, at best case scenario, and that based on the analysis here of other estimated income, such as tax, the selling of looted antiquities and confiscated property, set against the estimated maximum operational costs of the group, which I believe to be well over $2 billion per year, it would appear that the Islamic State's income from private donors is far larger than previously estimated. 221. Notwithstanding its own admission about the Islamic State's oil economy, the Financial Action Task Force seems to have been equally slow at reaching any kind of consensus on what to do next. Although its 2015 report did briefly mention the existence of Islamic State donors who abuse non-governmental organizations, it nevertheless tried to extend the life of the self-funding narrative by claiming that most of the Islamic State's funding is not currently derived from external donations, but is generated within the territory in Iraq and Syria where it currently operates. It also confidently stated, but again with no substantiation, that the overall quantitative value of external donations to the Islamic State is minimal relative to its other revenue sources. Indeed, only one sentence in the entire report suggested the possibility that wealthy individuals in nearby Gulf states have played a role, while much more attention was given to small, low-level grassroots donations, including online crowdsourcing and even foreign fighters who were understood to have self-financed their travel to the Islamic State. 222 Most concerning, despite the existence of credible evidence to the contrary. And as with the British Parliamentary Subcommittee, the Financial Action Task Force still seemed keen to keep peddling the looting explanation. Notably, based on press reports, it claimed that the Islamic State's main source of funding was the pillaging of banks and sophisticated extortion rackets built by robbing and demanding portions of economic resources in areas where it operates. 223 On this basis, it even argued that the Islamic State had become a new type of terrorist organization with unique funding streams that are crucial to its activities. 224 Follow the money, the Islamic State's funders. With at least some fingers starting to point to a network of international sponsors being behind the Islamic State, perhaps similar to that which had backed Al-Qaeda and weathered 9/11 mostly intact, it seemed likely that the same donor-based system that had helped finance Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's organization several years earlier had not only survived but had managed to rejuvenate itself. Certainly, as the veteran jihadists featured in the recent Oxford University Press volume have pointed out, many of the same funding networks originally established during the Afghan jihad under diplomatic cover from the US have since expanded and come to dominate Salaf jihadist yards around the world, and have led to the working mechanisms that continue to allow this jihadist current to dominate today. 225 Given their ideological similarities and the demonstrable strategic value of the Islamic State to their foreign policies, some have naturally suggested that the organization is the latest baby of conservative Gulf monarchies such as Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait. Indeed, in the context of the well-documented roles of some of their state-backed bodies in having earlier financed Al-Qaeda, along with the known permissiveness of their security and judicial institutions towards Al-Qaeda operatives, this has been both a reasonable and logical line of inquiry. Getting the ball rolling just a few weeks after the Islamic State arrived in Mosul, former MI6 director Richard Dearlove told an audience that he had no doubt that wealthy Saudis had played a central role in the Islamic State's surge into Sunni areas of Iraq and Syria. Going further, he pointed to a Riyadh-led sectarian plot by noting that in the immediate wake of 9/11 a senior Saudi had once warned him that the time is not far off in the Middle East, Richard, when it will literally be God help the Shia. 226 A few months later, U.S. Vice President Joe Biden waded in, perhaps underestimating the viral capabilities of anything so provocative ending up on YouTube, telling a gathering at Harvard University that the biggest problem the U.S. faces in dealing with Syria and the rise of the Islamic State is America's allies in the region. He went on to answer a student question by explaining that Saudi Arabia and the UAE had been funneling weapons and other aid to Syrian rebels that had ended up in the hands of extremist groups. 227 Beyond the usual suspects in the Syrian, Iraqi, and Iranian governments, a number of other voices in the region have also since sided with Dearlove and Biden. Abdel Fattah Sisi, for example, has been using the opportunity to pin Islamic State funding on Qatar, the backers of his Muslim Brotherhood enemies. 228 While articles have appeared in the Arabic press echoing Dearlove's claim that a senior Saudi channeled generous funds to the Islamic State. 229 Meanwhile, in Kuwait, despite the government's public efforts that aim to show it is at least trying to do something about the Islamic State. 230 MPs such as Faisal al-Duwayzan have continued to complain that parties in Kuwait are contributing to the Islamic State and have warned that if the government does not educate its children, the Islamic State would be in Kuwait in less than 2 years. 231. Understandably, such high-profile and widely read accusations have greatly unnerved those who still seek to protect the reputation of the Gulf monarchies and in particular the formal alliances and lucrative business relations they continue to enjoy with the Western powers. On behalf of Qatar, for example, a multitude of reports have been published that have either sought to dismiss entirely the Emirates' connections with extremist groups such as the Islamic State or, in the BBC's case, have tried to relegate such links to being low-level, if they even exist. Some have pointed out that countries such as Qatar, which host Western military bases and branches of prestigious U.S. universities, could not possibly have policies or sympathies for the likes of the Islamic State or Al-Qaeda. 232 Similarly, only a few days after the U.S. Department of Defense admitted that donations were key to understanding the Islamic State's finances, Britain's ambassador to Saudi Arabia joined the debate by telling the BBC that any claims that Saudi Arabia was partly to blame for the rise of the Islamic State were nonsense. 233. In many ways, however, such spirited defenses have not been quite as necessary as they were after September 11. Certainly those hoping for the same sort of high-level links as the Saudi High Commission's backing of Al-Qaeda will probably be left sorely disappointed, not least because in the contemporary era such channels would be too heavily exposed to leakable evidence trails. There may, of course, still be some of the suggested low-level connections between the Islamic State and government apparatuses in the Gulf monarchies, but this time around most indicators seem to point to a much more elaborate and multi-layered web of fronts and proxies. Predictably perhaps, these appear more sophisticated than those which earlier channeled sympathizers' wealth to the likes of Osama bin Laden. As with most things to do with the Islamic State's growth, the 2008 Long War Report largely foresaw such a system. Referring to potential funders for the emerging and de facto US-blessed national jihadists, it noted that any assistance would mainly be covert and would imply advanced information operations capabilities. Moreover, as for the US's continuing need to be seen to be helping the Baghdad government, even if it was known to be gravitating towards Iran, it also hinted that any support for such jihadists would have to flow through secretive third parties so that the US could still continue aiding the host nations that would actually have to fight the Sunni insurgency. 234. Getting closest to the truth as to the identity of the donors has been former NATO Supreme Commander and US Navy Admiral James Stavridis. Now Dean of the Fletcher School of Diplomacy at Tufts University, he explained in September 2014 that groups such as the Islamic State represented a good investment for high rollers trying to get seed money to such organizations. As he put it, these rich Arabs are like what angel investors are to tech start UPS, except they are interested in starting up groups who want to stir up hatred. Alongside a number of current US officials, NBC News even reported Stavridis claiming that the biggest share of the individual donations supporting the Islamic State and the most radical groups comes from Qatar. 235. Agreeing with this, it seemed, only a few weeks later Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Martin Dempsey stated in a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing that he knew of individuals in major Arab allies funding the Islamic State. 236. From the front lines of the battle with the Islamic State, a large number of local officials and military commanders have continually been making exactly the same point. In early 2015, for example, a senior Kurdish official bluntly stated that the Islamic State was still receiving financial support from wealthy Arab donors and that any aid given by Gulf donors to other extremist rebel groups in Syria was simply being absorbed into the Islamic State or Jabhat al-Nusra. 237. Another prominent Kurdish official argued that it was not only supporters of the Islamic State in the Gulf monarchies that were helping to fund it, but also those who were afraid of it. In his words, Gulf donors give money to the Islamic State so that it promises not to carry out operations on their territory. 238. Under the headline Private Donors from Gulf Oil States Helping to Bankroll Salaries of Up to 100,000 ISIS Fighters, Britain's independent newspaper noted that most officials in Baghdad were privately expressing the same view, that the Islamic State's huge territory, military operations, but only limited resources meant that it could not possibly be sustaining itself without outside help. 239. Although the exact mechanisms for donations reaching the Islamic State are not yet fully clear, it appears that a more evolved version of the shadow banking network that earlier helped underpin Al-Qaeda's growth has again been serving as a vital conduit. After all, we know that the Islamic State was keen to keep banks and financial houses in its territory operating for as long as possible, and that it boasts of a substantial number of members who were former finance or informational technology professionals. Making the most of new communications platforms, as it has done with its media operations, the Islamic State is also known to have been creating and manipulating mobile phone applications, with the author's interviewees describing how front companies have developed apps for sympathizers to purchase, with the proceeds then eventually reaching the Islamic State. 240. More crudely, as with earlier Al-Qaeda campaigns, there has still been an important role for the simple smuggling of cash, often driven across the Islamic State's long and porous borders in expensive cars, themselves donations to the cause. In late 2014, for example, the U.S. Department of the Treasury stated that an unnamed Qatari businessman was known to have provided an Islamic State commander with $2 million in cash, while another individual was named as a Qatar-based Islamic State financial facilitator. 241. Moreover, according to another Department of the Treasury press release, a Syrian Islamic State member nicknamed Amir of the Suicide Bombers was understood to have been helping European recruits to reach the Islamic State. After having been told by his Qatari backers to use the funds for military operations only. He was also reported as having been enlisted to help with further fundraising efforts back in Qatar. 242. Based on interviews with rebels in Syria, the Wall Street Journal similarly claimed in February 2015 that Islamist fighters from Syria were known to have been traveling to Qatar and returning with suitcases full of money. U.S. officials were also cited as saying that the U.S. government had uncovered connections in Qatar's business, religious, and academic communities to groups including both Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. 243. Along with such direct money transfers to the Islamic State, whether electronic or cash in hand, another significant channel for donations has been ransom payments. Indeed, a substantial narrative has been built around the fact that a number of governments, including European states but excluding the non-negotiating US and British governments, are known to have been getting their citizens released after third parties have paid vast sums on their behalf. In April 2014, for example, a German publication cited unnamed sources in NATO claiming that 4 French hostages had been freed after a payment of $18 million. 244. Moreover, after being freed in June 2015, another French Islamic State hostage told reporters he was extremely happy to be French, because I am very happy with the way the French government handles this type of situation. Hinting that a substantial ransom had been paid, he stated, "Let's not be naive. I know there has been a compensation given to the group for my release. I just don't know what it was." He did, however, claim that when he met President François Hollande he was told somewhat enigmatically that France did not pay 245. In fact, although the French government went on to claim vehemently that it had not paid, Hollande later stated that France does not pay ransom. That doesn't mean other countries don't do it to help us. I concede that, we did everything we could and we succeeded because other countries helped us. 246. With many other hostages being released under very similar circumstances, attention has naturally turned to identifying who the wealthy intermediaries have been, and whether they are states or individuals. As numerous analysts have remarked, several European governments seem to have nurtured various proxies to facilitate ransom payments while ensuring they themselves do not break international protocols. 247. Unsurprisingly, perhaps, Qatar or people in Qatar have been repeatedly mentioned in this context, with a detailed investigative report from summer 2014 citing Western officials who indicated that Qatar plays a private role in meeting ransom demands and arranging swaps of prisoners on behalf of other states. 248. With no apparent criticism from such officials, and certainly no references made to ransom payments being de facto funding for extremists, it seems likely that Qatar or elements within it have in recent years been actively encouraged to take on this high-risk proxy role. In this sense, as with most other aspects of their recent Middle East policies, the Western governments and their intelligence services have preferred to shield themselves behind regional actors, and especially those with resources of their own. After all, following the 2011 seizure of documents in Bin Laden's Abbottabad compound, and the embarrassing revelation that the CIA had been making secret monthly cash payments to the Kabul government so as to help it pay for the release of al-Qaeda-held hostages, there has understandably been a need to avoid a repeat of such incidents. 249. In 2012, the Wall Street Journal reported that Lebanese officials had been tipped off that a prominent Qatari who was the cousin of the foreign minister was in Beirut to pass money to al-Nusra and had already visited the Sunni-majority border town of Arsal so as to distribute funds. Although arrested on terrorism charges, the man was understood to have been quickly released following strong Qatari diplomatic protestations. 250. Importantly, Arsal was the same town that then suddenly sprouted Islamic State checkpoints in 2014, a move that stunned many observers even though the group's flags had been spotted flying freely there before. With enough time before the Lebanese army managed to mobilize, the Islamic State managed to seize dozens of Lebanese policemen and soldiers before disappearing from the town almost as suddenly as they had arrived. 251. Although the Islamic State shot and beheaded a number of the captives, the rest were held hostage somewhere outside Arsal, with these survivors then becoming part of a proposed agreement in early 2015, which saw the nearby border region being promised to jihadists as a safe haven. And one of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's ex-wives being released from custody. 252. According to the Lebanese media, there were not only Qatari intermediaries behind the negotiations, but the chief of Lebanon's security services had only been informed of the possible deal after having met the chief of Qatar's security services while in Turkey. 253. Also noteworthy were the circumstances surrounding the release of nearly 50 Turkish citizens captured in Mosul by the Islamic State in June 2014. Released and returned to Turkey after 3 months, the Ankara government made it clear that no ransom had been paid and no promises had been made. According to some of the hostages, however, Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan had told them that there are things we cannot talk about. To run the state is not like running a grocery store. We have to protect sensitive issues, if you don't there would be a price to pay. Pointing to the same type of arrangement between the Western governments and wealthy proxies, the chairman of the Turkish Center for Economics and Foreign Policy Studies remarked, "This sounds a bit too good to be true. There are some very legitimate and unanswered questions about how this happened." 254. Indeed, the last time Turkish hostages had arrived home, back in 2013 after having been captured by extremists in Syria, they were even delivered on a private Qatari jet. 255. While such ransoms and other elements of the Islamic State's money supply may slowly be proving traceable, the tracking of its weapons has been a much harder task. The origin of some of its stock is of course obvious, having been purloined from Iraqi arsenals. Including advanced U.S. weaponry and dozens of Humvee armored cars, the organization's booty has frequently been paraded in its videos. Similarly, its many old Soviet-era tanks have likely been seized from retreating Syrian government forces, or other Syrian rebel groups that had managed to acquire them back in 2011. But neither of these liberated stockpiles fully explain the vast and seemingly unrivaled firepower of the Islamic State, which almost always seems better resourced than its enemies. Indeed, as several dozens of the author's interviewees have described, the organization has always had access to high-quality and plentiful weapons, more than the number of fighters, and it has always had sufficient ammunition and spare parts. Moreover, many interviewees noted that the highly prized U.S. equipment is rarely if ever used on the battlefield, instead being preserved for propaganda purposes. Casting at least a little light on one of the sources of these mystery weapons, a New York Times report from February 2015 described how a European investigator in Kobane had spotted a local militiaman on the street with what appeared to be a brand new US-made M16 assault rifle. With the Kurd claiming to have taken it from a fallen Islamic State fighter, the investigators' curiosity was piqued and the weapon was then photographed and identified. Turning out to be a Chinese-made M16 knockoff, it had had its serial number etched away with the rough spot then touched up with paint. Importantly, despite this two-stage effort to obscure the provenance of the rifle, the Geneva-based Conflict Armament Research and the Small Arms Survey managed to identify both it and its cartridges as coming from a batch that as recently as 2013 had been in the possession of rebel groups in South Sudan. 256. Although the 2015 New York Times report went little further than suggesting that these weapons had probably been supplied to the South Sudanese rebels by the North Sudanese intelligence services, it seemed very probable that the rifle and presumably others like it must have been transferred to Syria at some point in 2013 by an intermediary with interests in both Sudan and Syria. Indeed, an earlier report exists from summer 2013, which not only exactly matches the Geneva Organization's information but also states that in deals that have not been publicly acknowledged, Western officials and Syrian rebels say Sudan's government sold Sudanese and Chinese-made arms to Qatar, which then arranged delivery through Turkey to the rebels. Getting closer to an Islamic State smoking gun, but without realizing it at the time, the 2013 report also stated that emerging evidence that Sudan has fed the secret arms pipeline to rebels adds to a growing body of knowledge about where the opposition to the Syrian government is getting its military equipment, often paid for by Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, or other sympathetic donors. Moreover, it suggested that Sudan's economic crisis had spurred groups within it to sell such weapons to the highest bidder. As a U.S. official familiar with the transfers put it, Qatar has been paying a pretty penny for weapons, with few questions asked, while two other officials described how the weapons had then been airlifted from Khartoum to somewhere in western Turkey by Ukrainian-flagged aircraft. 257. Funders need facilitators, the role of Turkey. Although the expanding Islamic State soon began to share frontiers with several countries, including Jordan and Saudi Arabia, the bulk of the organization's supplies and funds are widely understood to have been flowing in through Turkey. As former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Wesley Clark told a CNN interviewer, "Let's be very clear, the Islamic State is not just a terrorist organization, it is a Sunni terrorist organization. It means it blocks and targets Shia, and that means it's serving the interests of Turkey and Saudi Arabia. All along there's always been the idea that Turkey was supporting them in some way." 258. Moreover, as Joe Biden pointed out during his Harvard University session, Turkey was known to have allowed most of the Islamic State's foreign fighters to cross into Syria, while a detailed report published by Columbia University's Institute for Human Rights reached much the same conclusion. 259. But despite such accusations leveled against Turkey, the tightening up of its borders has not been a priority for the NATO member. Having clearly identified the same strategic benefits to the Islamic State's survival as the US-led coalition behind Operation Inherent Resolve, as recently as January 2016 it was revealed that substantial tracts of Turkish territory still remained open to use by the Islamic State. Indeed, the jihadists were described as seeping through, while U.S. Secretary for Defense Ashton Carter rather weakly stated that Turkey must do more to control its often porous border. 260. According to flight maps, these areas of Turkey were the same ones over which it had downed a slightly straying Russian aircraft a month earlier and which had led to claims from the Kremlin that we have every reason to think that the decision to shoot down our plane was dictated by the desire to protect the Islamic State's supply lines to Turkey. 261. Much like the Gulf monarchies, on a tactical level, Turkey has naturally had little interest in trying to slow the advances of the most capable opponents of the Iran-leaning Syrian and Iraqi governments. Citing senior Iraqi sources, Patrick Coburn even claims that Turkish intelligence played a role in helping some of the Saddam-era army officers join the Islamic State. 262. Moreover, given its shared stance with Qatar on the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, and its recently announced intentions to build a military base in Qatar. 263. The Ankara administration has evidently seen long-term advantages in deepening its relations with the Gulf state that seems most familiar with the Islamic States. Financial affairs. On an economic level, Turkey has also had little incentive to challenge the Islamic State, as not only must businesses in its border regions be doing a healthy trade but, as Abdel Bari Atwan has pointed out, there would be significant risks to the $20 billion tourism industry if the Islamic State began to expand its influence in Turkey itself. 264. Closer to home, the arrival of the Islamic State on the doorstep of Kurdish territories in northern Syria and Iraq has likely been welcomed by Ankara, as the loss of Kurdish lands and fighters to such an organization greatly weakens the ability of Kurdish populations, including those in Turkey, to keep pressing for greater autonomy or independence. In this sense, the Islamic State's current fight against the Kurds fits almost perfectly into a decades-old Turkish policy of supporting jihadist groups to undermine broader Kurdish ambitions. Certainly there seems to be a resurfacing of memories of the 1990s, when Turkey was accused of airlifting jihadists from the aftermath of the Bosnian campaign so that they could then serve alongside Ansar al-Islam as shock troops against the Kurdistan Workers' Party. Importantly, when accused of doing this by several European governments in 1996, Turkish diplomats reportedly responded by claiming they had the tacit approval of the Bill Clinton administration. 265. Alongside this, Turkey was understood to have been tolerating a homegrown Kurdish jihadist organization that sought the creation of an Islamic State in southeastern Turkey and was willing to fight against the Kurdish separatists. In 1993, a Turkish parliamentary commission revealed that one of the group's training camps had been operating with military assistance. 266. While a former Turkish minister has since claimed that some of these jihadists were even receiving training at the security services headquarters. 267. In 2011, Turkey's role became even clearer when a former military officer testified in court that he had actually set up the jihadist organization. Known as Hizbul Contra or Party of the Contras, it had been designed with the intent of creating a Contra force to fight and kill militants of the Kurdish Workers' Party. 268. In this context, it is easier to understand why many of the Islamic State's fighters that participated in the first attacks on Kobane in summer 2014 were actually Kurdish. In fact, the Islamic State made much of the fact that their operational commander was a Kurd and that the organization was only interested in eradicating secular and apostate forces, not conducting ethnic cleansing. 269. The past policies also help explain the numerous videos that began to appear of Islamic State fighters near to the Kobane border apparently holding relaxed conversations with Turkish soldiers standing barely meters away from them, along with those that clearly depicted Islamic State fighters opening fire on the flanks of the town's defenders after suddenly emerging from behind giant grain silos next to the Turkish border. Indeed, in June 2015, the Kobane militias revealed that they had found a half-completed 440-yard tunnel dug by the Islamic State that appeared to be leading into Turkey, and was splitting into two directions. 270. In fact, just 3 days after this startling discovery, the Islamic State was reported to have re-entered Kobane after detonating car bombs and causing much confusion for the defenders. As the militia's official spokesman explained, it's not easy for the Islamic State to have returned back to Kobane. The primary information and the eyewitnesses say that they entered from Turkey, but officially we don't have confirmed information yet. Similarly, the co-leader of the Kurdish People's Democratic Party claimed there was a high probability that the attackers had entered Kobane from Turkey. 271. Interviewed by the Daily Telegraph, a witness also reasoned that the two cars which had been blown up most probably came from the Turkish side on the basis that if they had come from the Syrian side they would have first come across many more important targets, such as the main headquarters building 272. By summer 2015 the picture seemed a little clearer after a captured Turkish Islamic State fighter gave a rather unsettling account of how the organization was operating a shadow state in many Turkish border towns, from where it had been able to recruit freely, setting up an all-Turkish unit called Saif al-Islam or Sword of Islam. 273. Although many pointed to a brief flurry of Turkish airstrikes in Syria as signaling a change of heart from Ankara, this was on the basis they were part of an official response to an Islamic State-linked explosion in the town of Surik that had killed protesters demanding more Turkish assistance for the people of Kobane. More likely is that the primary targets were actually Kurdish positions. Indeed, Turkey's mini-version of Operation Inherent Resolve was concurrent with a much larger number of other airstrikes on targets linked to the Kurdistan Workers' Party, with the commander of Turkey's Air Force even admitting that a war was being waged against the group. Meanwhile, a series of raids on supposed Islamic State safe houses in Turkey were described as being cover for the rounding up of hundreds of Kurdish militants, while President Erdogan even told CNN that the Kurdish Workers' Party poses a primary threat to Turkey, whereas the Islamic State is a secondary threat to 74. Getting firmer evidence on Turkey's Islamic State connections has proven dangerous, with investigators that have got too close to the story having been killed or severely punished. After all, the three journalists from three different newspapers that broke the original story in 1992 of links between the Turkish military and Hizbul-Contra were all assassinated. 275 Fast forwarding to October 2014, American reporter Serena Shim had filed a report for Iran's press TV that claimed she had seen Islamic State fighters being smuggled from Turkey into Kobane in the backs of 8 convoys. Expressing concerns to her employers that she might be arrested, this proved to be her last report as she was then killed in a car crash the following day. 276 A year later, in October 2015, the aforementioned Jackie Sutton was found dead in Istanbul airport while en route to Iraqi Kurdistan. According to the Turkish authorities, she had supposedly killed herself after missing a connecting flight to Erbil and not having the money to buy another ticket. Claiming foul play, her friends and employer demanded not just a local investigation but also an international one, while CCTV footage later obtained by the British media seemed to show her shortly before her death moving quite normally around the airport with duty-free shopping bags. 277. Numerous others have been arrested and imprisoned, including reporters for Germany's Die Welt and Die Zeit, and the staff of a Turkish newspaper that has repeatedly stated it has proved that Turkish intelligence has been helping to supply the Islamic State. In June 2015, 4 Turkish journalists were also detained for having asked a local governor tricky questions about the Islamic State following the Kurdish militia's recapturing of the Syrian border town of Tal Abyad. Most seriously, in January 2016, another newspaper's editor-in-chief, who claimed to have footage of Turkish weapons being smuggled into Syria under boxes of medicine and warned that the Turkish government was arming Islamist militants in Syria, was sentenced to life imprisonment for the crime of espionage. 278. Despite such repression, a clearer picture has nonetheless begun to form with a number of credible reports and leaked documents helping better explain the mechanisms of the relationship. In November 2015, the Turkish Central Bank warned that unregistered cash entering the market had increased by 52% that year to $13 billion, thus raising doubts about the source of the financing as well as its sustainability in the markets. 279. Meanwhile, a Turkish media outlet managed to find and interview an Islamic State fighter who was being treated in a Turkish hospital. He stated that in addition to many Saudi families who believe in jihad assisting us, Turkey paved the way for us. Going further, he explained that had Turkey not shown such understanding for us, the Islamic State would not be in its current place. Turkey showed us affection. Large numbers of our fighters receive medical treatment in Turkey. 280. More damningly, later that year, a number of documents appeared online that were subsequently authenticated and have heavily implicated Turkish intelligence. They revealed that regular police units had stopped trucks belonging to the intelligence services that were ostensibly transporting humanitarian assistance for Turkmens in Syria, but which, according to the Gendarmerie General Command, were found to be containing weapons and supplies. In particular, 3 trucks were carrying 6 metallic containers. In the first container, 25 to 30 missiles or rockets and 10 to 15 crates loaded with ammunition. In the second container, 20 to 25 missiles or rockets, 20 to 25 crates of mortar ammunition and Dushka anti-aircraft ammunition in 5 or 6 sacks. The boxes had markings in the Cyrillic alphabet. 281. The scandal was so great that the Turkish government obtained a court injunction to force a full media ban on covering the story. The public prosecutor who had ordered the trucks to be searched was then removed from his post, and all of the 13 men who had been involved in the search were taken to court on charges of espionage. 282. Vindicating at least some of Serena Shim's earlier reporting, The documents seem to tally with accounts of Turkish intelligence managing safe houses on behalf of the Islamic State and Jabhat al-Nusra. Interviewed by the Daily Telegraph in November 2014, a former Free Syrian Army fighter who had been a prisoner of the Syrian regime openly described how he ran safe houses in Turkey for foreign fighters looking to join these groups. Reasoning that his cooperation with the Turkish authorities was practical, he argued that the most important thing now is to remove the Syrian regime and the Islamic State are the strongest group. I will do whatever it takes. 283. To some extent the documents also helped confirm a summer 2012 New York Times report in which activists stated that Turkish army vehicles delivered anti-tank weaponry to the border, where it was then smuggled into Syria. Moreover, in a likely reference to a small unit of CIA officers that the New York Times had been informed about by Arab and U.S. intelligence officials, the activists claimed this had been done with the blessing of U.S. officials. Indeed, these officials were understood to be operating on the southern border of Turkey for the purpose of helping allies decide which Syrian opposition fighters across the border will receive arms to fight the Syrian government. Described by the New York Times correspondents as using a shadowy network of intermediaries, presumably including Turkish intelligence, the operation effectively channeled a range of automatic rifles, rocket-propelled grenades, ammunition, and some anti-tank weapons, paid for by Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, across the border. 284. Criticism of Turkey's role by Western governments, notwithstanding Biden and Carter's brief remarks, has understandably been muted, and up until recently almost non-existent. Even following the release of the controversial documents and the heavy crackdown on journalists, most Western officials have only commented in very vague terms about Turkey's relationship with the Islamic State, and have mostly focused on fixable, single-issue concerns that are unlikely to damage their NATO allies' overall reputation. Nevertheless, since summer 2015 there have been a few exceptions to this, with a number of senior Western intelligence officials beginning to tell newspapers that they suspected an undeclared alliance between al-Raqqa and individuals in Ankara had hardened and, in one case, citing the contents of seized flash drives which indicated that links between some Turkish officials and Islamic State members were undeniable. 285. Amusingly for some, in October 2015, it was also reported that U.S. counterterrorism officials had finally begun to investigate how so many brand new Toyota four-wheel drive vehicles had managed to cross borders into the Islamic State. Although promising no action, the officials claimed the organization had hundreds in its inventory, while speculations were made that the cars had been purchased in the Gulf monarchies, shipped to Turkey, and then driven across with the complicity of border guards. 286. For those who had been following the dramatic rise of the Islamic State, this seemed to make sense, as many had already noted that its vehicles often featured all of the latest upgrades, sometimes including features only available to Gulf dealerships. Also implicating Turkey, analysts pointed to a flurry of reports appearing all over the world that indicated large numbers of such Toyotas were going missing. From Australia, for example, Monash University's Greg Barron reasoned that the vehicles were being stolen to order and then shipped in parts in containers to Turkey before then being delivered to the Islamic State. 287. 10. The Islamic State, a gift that keeps giving. The return of the war on terror. Beyond the immediate strategic benefits of the Islamic State's expansion in Iraq and Syria, and its broader implications for military spending and arms industries, the Western powers and their regional allies have been actively using the new threat to rekindle at least some of the counter-terrorism language of the war on terror. Most obviously, in countries like Saudi Arabia large numbers of dissidents of all persuasions have again been easily swept up under a wave of terrorism charges and, as described, their governments have been able to keep positioning themselves as moderate powers and thus credible partners to Washington and London. Meanwhile, in the West itself, the new menace of the Islamic State has given a sizable boost to the long-running, post-9/11 efforts to extend state powers over citizens and strengthen domestic security apparatuses. As Mark Lynch points out, By 2014 the rise of the Islamic State offered unprecedented political cover for heavy-handed security crackdowns on all forms of dissent in the name of combating extremism and terrorism. 1. In Britain, for example, MI5 director Andrew Parker soon warned that the threat from Islamic State-linked homegrown jihadists was so severe it was the highest he had ever seen in his 32-year career, and on this basis MI5 had to update its toolbox to include more types of computer attacks and online operations. 2. Even more notable has been the reaction of the French government to the November 2015 Islamic State-linked Paris attacks. Despite having launched only 2 airstrikes of its own on Islamic State territory in Syria since Operation Inherent Resolve began, the Élysée Palace was quick to announce a national state of emergency, with lawmakers soon agreeing to extend it for a further 3 months. Gaining unprecedented authority to raid homes and seize computers, France's security services had arguably become more powerful than they had been in decades. In January 2016, Prime Minister Manuel Valls declared that the state of emergency might have to last indefinitely, or at least until the Islamic State was completely defeated. In his words, this could take an entire generation. 3. The same month the Islamic State's latest propaganda video also helped to tip a long-running debate in Western parliaments, described by The Guardian as dark and dishonest, on the extent to which intelligence services should be able to read the public's emails, and especially those that have been encrypted. 4. Usefully featuring what seemed to be encrypted emails, the video strongly suggested such methods had been used by the Paris attackers and were likely to be used in the West again by future Islamic State operatives. But making sure to point out that the encryption featured in the video had been fabricated, U.S. whistleblower Edward Snowden told the public, if any official responds as if it's real, push back. Moreover, with reference to the British Prime Minister's stance, he asked, does the Islamic State see advantage in the West limiting access to strong security? Juxtaposing spooky fake crypto with the anti-crypto Cameron implies yes. 5. Meanwhile the threat of the Islamic State has been increasingly deployed in more mainstream Western political debates, with, for example, Cameron suggesting that al-Baghdadi would welcome Brexit, in reference to the campaign to remove Britain from the European Union, and with a surge in Islamic State-linked anti-Muslim rhetoric feeding into the U.S. presidential race. 6. In many ways the global nature of the war on terror also seems to have been resurrected by the Islamic State and in particular its raft of new international so-called affiliates. As Al-Qaeda's supposedly global tentacles once did, these spin-off organizations have dramatically improved the prospects for anti-terror Western or Western proxy interventions across almost the entire Arab and Islamic worlds. Certainly, despite having barely consolidated its heartlands in Iraq and Syria, the Islamic State rapidly produced scary black maps of its future territories and repeatedly stated its intent to conquer all Muslim-majority territories stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to East Asia. Recycling the old claims of a Western civilizational struggle against the agents of Al-Qaeda, in October 2014 former CIA Director Leon Panetta argued that this meant we're looking at a kind of 30 years war, that will have to extend beyond the Islamic State. With remarkable prescience he further predicted that the forthcoming, more internationalized Islamic State would include emerging threats in Nigeria, Somalia, Yemen, Libya, and elsewhere. 7. The Islamic State in Libya. With an uncooperative government still in control of the capital city, much like in Syria, it was apparent by the end of 2014 that most of the moderate groups, and even the more brazenly Al-Qaeda-aligned factions, were still failing to shape war-torn Libya in the interests of the Western powers, or allies such as Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Just days after the U.S. Department of Defense warned that the Islamic State had begun to use training camps in Libya, a group called Majlis Shura Shabab al-Islam, or Islamic Youth Consultative Council, was the first to pledge allegiance to the organization. Members of the cross-border Ansar al-Sharia militant organization soon joined in and, after declaring their presence in Sirte, Darna, and elsewhere, the new Islamic State in Libya was born. By the beginning of 2015 its leaders had announced that Libya was to be divided into 3 governorates in the east, west, and south. 8. As with the Islamic State's core operations in Iraq and Syria, there were soon signs its new Libya affiliate was much better resourced than the local competition, with it quickly setting up welfare services and distributing food to the population. 9 Fitting into the US nationalist jihadist template, it emerged that veterans of the formerly MI6-sponsored Libyan Islamic Fighting Group were also involved. Indeed, back in 2005 US officials had already described such veterans as sharing the aspiration of al-Qaeda. But having a more nationalist stance and preferring to focus on the near enemy as a priority. 10 Even so, as with the main operation in al-Raqqa, the new Libyan affiliate also appeared heavily staffed by foreigners, with an estimated 20% of its fighters hailing from elsewhere in the region, including Tunisia, Yemen, and the Gulf monarchies. In one of its first videos, featuring the same high production values as earlier Islamic State output, the focus was on a Saudi fighter who explained to the camera how he had chosen to travel to Libya to help build the caliphate there. 11 According to 2 truck drivers held captive in Sirte, and then interviewed by the New York Times, all of the city's jihadists bowed to a Saudi administrator and the entire Islamic State government is from abroad, they are the ones calling the shots. A former local government official similarly described how the Islamic State periodically rotates in new administrators, who typically are from the Persian Gulf, while others even claimed the infamous Abu Ali al-Anbari, the Governor-General of the Islamic State Syrian territories, had arrived by boat from Syria. 12. Soon going on the warpath, or so it seemed, the group's first major target was the leader of the Libya Dawn militias and thus a key supporter of the embattled Tripoli administration. Missing him by a matter of minutes, a luxury Tripoli hotel was bombed in January 2015, leading to the deaths of several civilian residents along with an American security contractor. Citing details of Islamic State-linked Twitter accounts supplied to them by the site Intelligence Group, the Western media portrayed it as an Islamic State operation, although Libya Dawn's spokesman was adamant it was perpetrated by remnants of the Gaddafi regime. 13. In any case, a few weeks later the so-called Islamic State in Libya struck again, seizing dozens of Egyptian Coptic Christians in Sirte and then appearing to behead them in another rather dubious propaganda video that terrorism experts, a New York University academic, and even a Hollywood director have since described as being faked with several technical mistakes that show it was manipulated. 14 Even so, with its reputation preceding it, the wealthy new group soon boasted of fresh pledges from other Libyan militias, and by the end of February 2015 Ansar al-Sharia was filmed parading a convoy of the now familiar brand new looking Toyota vehicles through Benghazi and then being welcomed by crowds making the Islamic State salute. As Abdel Bari Atwan notes, by this stage the Islamic State had control of, or at least a strong presence in, 4 different Libyan cities. 15. The first and most obvious beneficiaries of the emerging Islamic State in Libya were those still seeking to undermine Libya Dawn and buttress the Western-recognized and Tobruk-based House of Representatives. With their earlier airstrikes on Libya proving contentious and, as previously described, requiring considerable secrecy, Egypt and the UAE were now all clear to go public with rebranded anti-Islamic State interventions. Indeed, within just 24 hours of the Coptic Christian hostage video, Cairo announced fresh strikes to avenge the bloodshed and to seek retribution from the killers and reported that the Libyan government's air force had also begun to bomb jihadist targets. 16 Purportedly hitting Islamic State strongholds in Darna and elsewhere, it was nonetheless unclear what the actual targets were, with strong suggestions circulating that the primary objectives were militias still loyal to Tripoli. 17 Not long after, rumors also began to spread that the Western powers might try to join Egypt and the UAE by renewing their 2011 airstrikes, but this time avoiding parliamentary debates or the need for a UN mandate, on the basis that they were necessary to thwart the Islamic State. Several months later this seemed to be turning into a reality, with the U.S. Department of Defense stating that it stood ready to perform the full spectrum of military operations as required, and with revelations that Britain had already begun to carry out reconnaissance flights over Libya, and that British special forces had visited Tobruk so as to build up intelligence on the location of Islamic State fighters and draw up potential targets for possible British and coalition air strikes. As the British press noted, these strikes would be so limited that they would not warrant Commons authorization. 18. Among the other beneficiaries of the Islamic State's Libyan campaign has been the UAE-backed and former US-based Khalifa Haftar, who had remained in Libya, despite his setbacks, but had become an increasingly divisive figure. The Tripoli government had repeatedly rejected any peace settlement involving him, while militia leaders argued he would eat any unity government. Only after the January 2015 hotel bombing, and the apparent threat to all of Libya posed by the Islamic State, did the Tobruk government grudgingly begin to recognize officially Haftar's presence in the country. Within 3 weeks of the Coptic Christian beheadings video, and again apparently because of his strongman status, Haftar was even confirmed as the new commander-in-chief of the Tobruk-controlled armed forces. 19 Soon after, it was also reported that several thousand Libyan fighters loyal to Haftar, who had fled Libya after the revolution, were set to return. As the Libyan media claimed, they were understood to have received training in Egypt, supervised and financed by the UAE. 20 In May 2015, these claims were corroborated by 6 broadcasts on Turkish television of leaked conversations between Egyptian officials and a UAE general. Part of the same described series of leaks authenticated by British audio forensics experts, they also revealed that the UAE had agreed to send an arms shipment to an Egyptian port, from where it would be transported into Libya. The conversations included mentions of a C-17, likely in reference to the UAE's newly acquired fleet of 6 C-17 heavy transport aircraft. 21 Confirming much of this, subsequently leaked emails from Abu Dhabi published by the New York Times demonstrated that UAE diplomats were well aware that their ongoing arms transfers to Libya, which were described as being overseen at head of state level, were in violation of a UN embargo. Worried about blowback, one official recommended strategies to avoid exposing how deeply we are involved in Libya. We should try to provide a cover to lessen the damage. 22. Either way, by 2015 things were going badly for the Tripoli government. Not only was it still challenged by the pro-US administration in Tobruk and continuing to face airstrikes from 2 of the West's Arab allies, but its leadership was experiencing repeated Islamic State-linked assassination attempts. To make matters worse, the Qatar-backed and former CIA captive Adel Hakim Belhaoui had also resurfaced, but this time allegedly as part of the Islamic State in Libya. Making the allegation on mainstream U.S. television that Belhaoui was now firmly aligned with the Islamic State and supports their training camps in eastern Libya, U.S. intelligence officials told their interviewers that Belhaoui and other such Islamic State commanders in Libya could nevertheless not be attacked because the U.S. didn't have targeting authority to take them out. 23. Although Tripoli's fortunes began to improve in 2016, with the unsponsored unity government arriving in the city, and with its Tobruk and Haftar rivals seemingly marginalized, the apparently growing menace of the Islamic State continued to undermine its authority. 24 In February 2016, for example, the U.S. rejected any need for local authorization when it claimed to have hit an Islamic State training camp in Sabrata. As a coastal town, on the western doorstep of Tripoli, it was not only hundreds of miles away from Belhaoui's men and the group's other well-known strongholds in Sirte. 25 But as senior European politicians have suggested, it may not even have been a camp to begin with. Coming forward soon after the strikes, the Serbian Prime Minister revealed negotiations had already been underway to release 2 Serbian embassy employees held by a criminal group believed to be linked to the Islamic State and known to be based there. However, as the Serbian foreign minister complained, not only had the hostages lost their lives, but the US assertions were based on information that has to be checked. 26 As former British ambassador to Libya Oliver Miles observed, there was really no Libyan authority in existence that was able to invite them, the US, so I think they did it on their own. Moreover, he argued that most Libyans would have opposed very strongly such an intervention. 27 Even so, by May 2016 U.S. military activity in Libya seemed to have significantly increased, with Italy having given permission for its airspace to be used for defensive U.S. drone flights into Libya, and U.S. officials confirming that 2 outposts made up of special operations contact teams had been set up in Benghazi and Misrata. Although their mission was described as lining up local partners in advance of a possible offensive against the Islamic State, no U.S. teams appeared to have been sent to liaise with Tripoli. 28 Indeed, only a few days later the Prime Minister of the unbacked government, Fayez al-Sarraj, condemned the presence of such foreign ground troops on the basis that their intervention was contrary to our principles. 29. The Islamic State in Yemen. With Sana'a falling into the hands of antagonistic and potentially Iran-aligned forces in 2014, and with even a full-blown intervention in 2015, in de facto cooperation with Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, failing to deliver results on the ground, the situation in Yemen for the Saudi-led coalition was arguably just as bad as it was for the Western proxies in Libya. Following much the same pattern as in Sirte and Darna, however, a new Islamic State in Yemen had also announced itself and had begun to add a much harder, and in this case more sectarian edge to the conflict. Initially to the advantage of the Sunni-dominated forces in southern Yemen, including those of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, the hitherto unknown group was well placed to stoke further hatred of the Zaydi Shia Houthi movement. After all, as a member of Saudi Arabia's Council of Senior Scholars had already declared of Yemen's Houthis on state-owned television, "We are cleansing the land of these rats." 30. Claiming responsibility for two synchronized suicide attacks in March 2015 on Zaydi Shia mosques in Sana'a that killed at least 120 worshippers, including prominent Houthi leaders and clerics, the Islamic State in Yemen published a suitably slick propaganda video a few weeks later declaring a new al-Raqqa-aligned affiliate in Yemen. Featuring heavily armed men with brand new weapons and fully covered faces, it made sure to pay homage to earlier Islamic State productions, with two pristine Toyota vehicles visible in the far distance. 31 As with the new Islamic State franchise in Libya, there were initially doubts about its existence. As some pointed out, before these dramatic attacks there had been very few signs of the Islamic State's presence in Yemen, not least given AQAP's deep-rooted presence in the area, reinforced by its historically close links to Al-Qaeda's core leadership. 32. Nevertheless, an AQAP video in November 2014 had warned that its ranks were being infiltrated by the Islamic State, with one of its most prominent clerics condemning Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi for announcing a caliphate, and demanding that the Islamic State steer clear of Yemen. 33 Indeed, a number of earlier reports indicated that Islamic State trainers had been visiting AQAP and that a number of AQAP scholars had begun to express support for the Caliphate project. Some had called for solidarity with our Muslim brothers in Iraq against the crusade. Their blood and injuries are ours and we will surely support them, while a senior figure was understood to have suggested the announcement of the Islamic State of Iraq, Syria, and the Arabian Peninsula. 34. Even after the first mosque attacks, described by J. M. Berger as a potential Franz Ferdinand moment given its substantial and obviously sectarian implications, suspicions over the group's authenticity and capacity continued to linger. Although the Islamic State's Dabiq magazine had quickly reported on the atrocity, it was noted that it did not provide any of the usual martyrs' will images of the bombers, nor indeed any proof that they had been the perpetrators. 35 Others, meanwhile, pointed to a strange admission by the U.S. Department of Defense on the very same day as the attacks that the U.S. military had lost track and was unable to account for $500 million worth of weapons that had been supplied to Yemen's interior ministry in recent years by various Department of Defense and Department of State programs. Later suggesting the culprits had been Iran-backed rebels, though without providing any substantiation. The Los Angeles Times correspondents revealed that the missing cache included Humvees, M4 assault rifles, night vision goggles, body armor, and hand-launched drones. 36. Either way, as the conflict continued to worsen, the opportunities for the Islamic State in Yemen continued to grow, with the group going on to perpetrate several other sectarian attacks in Houthi territory as the Saudi coalition inched its way up the country. Most dramatically, in September 2015, it claimed responsibility for another double suicide bombing on the occasion of Eid al-Adha. Involving a man dressed as a woman, the attackers killed more than 10 people inside a Houthi-run mosque before a statement was released declaring it had been a security operation facilitated by God against rejectionists. 37 Likened to the deadly assaults on the Shia al-Askari shrine in 2006 and 2007 by the Islamic State in Iraq, the Islamic State in Yemen's 2015 attacks were seen as provoking fresh waves of retaliatory sectarian violence and the further destabilization of Sana'a. 38. The fight for Mali. Again in line with Leon Panetta's predictions, by the end of 2014 the Islamic State was poised to make significant inroads into West Africa. As with Libya and Yemen, resource-rich and strategically important countries with sizable Muslim populations such as Mali and Nigeria were becoming increasingly unstable as powerful Islamic extremists began to move beyond old al-Qaeda templates by laying claim to vast territories and large populations. Adopting the same sort of national jihadist model as Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's caliphate, their forces soon proved brutally capable of challenging and even unseating incumbent governments. Meanwhile, as with their comparators in Iraq and Syria, their advances once again seemed to play into the hands of those powers actively seeking the replacement of problematic administrations. In the case of landlocked Mali, Tuareg tribes that had earlier been promised fast-track citizenship in Libya, and had then fought for the regime, had little choice but to move back across the border after Muammar Gaddafi's fall. Mounting an insurrection in January 2012 in the northern part of Mali, their Azawad National Liberation Movement quickly seized control of 3 cities and, in the interests of survival, had merged with Ansar Dine or Helpers of Religion, an al-Qaeda-linked and undesignated terrorist organization. With Bamako's democratically elected government caught off guard, a military coup d'état soon pushed it to the side, with the new army leaders rapidly legitimizing themselves as defenders of the nation. 39 Unable to hold together, the Azawad, Ansar Dine alliance soon unraveled and then paved the way for even greater chaos as rival Tuareg factions fought among themselves while fighters from the more powerful transnational al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb organization began to arrive. Understood to be loyal to AQIM's constituent movement for unity and jihad in West Africa, which was seeking the creation of an Islamic state stretching across the entire Sahel, the semi-arid belt south of the Sahara, the men were not only from Mali, but from Algeria, Nigeria, and elsewhere. 40 Including the Emir of the Sahara and veterans from previous jihads in other countries, some were believed to have been trained by older jihadists from Saudi Arabia and the Pakistani tribal regions. Indeed, at one point, the mayor of Timbuktu claimed Pakistanis had been spotted in AQIM's ranks. 41 By the beginning of 2013, AQIM and Ansar Dine were not only holding their ground against the new government, but were evidently starting to win. Having pushed further south and taken control over Kidal, they were only held in check by a brief French intervention and subsequent UN mission to protect Timbuktu's UNESCO World Heritage Site. 42 Importantly, and in much the same way as the Islamic State's concurrent expansion in Syria and Iraq, the Mali jihadists seemed to be benefiting from a staggering array of sophisticated new weapons. According to a report prepared for the European Parliament, they not only appeared to have substantial funding but were understood to be sporting sniper rifles, anti-personnel mines, and even surface-to-air missiles capable of downing Mali Air Force jets. As the BBC described, the Mali armed forces were ill-equipped and its divided army was no match for the firepower of the rebels, while the well-resourced jihadists had become a multi-ethnic force motivated by religious fervor. 43 Since then the jihadists have remained firmly entrenched, with most analysts agreeing that the longer they remain, the less likely Mali is to ever have a democratically elected government again. 44 Moreover, according to French intelligence sources, any division between AQIM and Ansar Dine is thought to be narrowing, with both groups having moved closer to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, and AQIM's consultative council having already discussed defecting to the Islamic State. As J. M. Berger notes, a senior AQIM figure is understood to have shifted his loyalty from al-Qaeda to the Islamic State, While AQIM's Algeria-based affiliate Jund al-Khalifa or Soldiers of the Caliphate declared its allegiance to the Islamic State at the end of 2014.45, although no formal announcement has yet been made by AQIM in Mali, the format of the organization's latest videos nonetheless closely resembles that of the Islamic State's videos. Interpreted as paying visual homage to AQIM's brutal cousin in Syria, some are even reminiscent of Jihadi John, as they feature a British-accented fighter introducing South African and Swedish hostages to the camera. 46. As with al-Baghdadi's caliphate, accounting for AQIM and Ansardine's considerable and seemingly sudden increase in resources and firepower has proven difficult. Attempting the same sort of self-funding narrative as that applied to their counterparts in Al-Raqqa and Mosul, in 2013 the BBC asserted that the Islamists are far richer, earning money in recent years by kidnapping Westerners for ransom and trafficking cocaine, marijuana, and cigarettes. 47 French intelligence officials similarly contended that the groups were profiting handsomely from hostage-taking while also collecting heavy taxes from road traffic in their territory. 48 Much like the initial wave of reports on the Islamic State's wealth, however, these and other claims were mostly based on out-of-date statistics, including investigations conducted in 2010 and 2011 by the Center for the Study of Threat Convergence and the Geneva Center for Security Policy. 49. Dissatisfied by such explanations, analysts have increasingly pointed to the role played by wealthy external sponsors. France's Le Figaro newspaper, for example, had already tried to blame the French government for the rise of Mali's new Islamic State on the basis that Nicolas Sarkozy's outgoing administration had been supporting the Azawad National Liberation Movement at the same time it was still allied to Ansardine. 50 Others, such as the School of Oriental and African Studies' Jeremy Keenan, have also pointed to Algeria's intelligence services on the basis they feared an independent Tuareg state on their border and wanted to see the Azawad insurrection fail, even if it meant Islamic extremists gaining the upper hand. Furthermore, as more recent reports have noted, the Algerian government-owned Sonatrach oil company still theoretically holds a concession for exploration in northern Mali and may have been running into difficulties with the Bamako government. Notably, in October 2011 Reuters revealed the company had still not begun drilling in Mali, but intended to do so whenever it could. 51. While there may be some truth to Algeria's stance, and especially its position on the Tuareg tribes, the likelihood of it having directly equipped jihadists still seems remote. More convincing, and more closely in line with the well-documented funding channels for other jihadist groups across the region, have been assertions that wealthy Gulf monarchies or at least powerful individuals within them have been playing the leading role. As Keenan claims of Ansardine's leader, Iyad al-Ghali, he had been spending a lot of time in the wrong mosques while earlier based in Saudi Arabia. 52 Indeed, as the report prepared for the European Parliament also records, al-Ghali was known to have been serving as a Malayan consular officer in Saudi Arabia between 2007 and 2010 and had used his position to build up connections with wealthy Gulf donors. 53. As with almost all of the big expansions of other national jihadist groups over the past few years, one of the strongest links seems to be with Qatar. Certainly, despite Doha-based think tanks continuing to argue that the country's political engagements and humanitarian work in Mali are for the greater good, and that Qatar serves as mediator for conversation, cooperation, and the advancement of peace, the reality may be quite different. 54 Cited by the French media, a June 2012 report produced by French intelligence specifically mentioned Qatar's support for Islamist extremists in Mali. In particular, it detailed how the Al-Qaeda-linked Ansardine and AQIM have all received cash from Doha and that French intelligence sent several notes to warn the Élysée Palace of the Emirate of Qatar's international activities. 55. Going further, a researcher for the Center for International Studies and Research at the Sciences Po University in Paris stated that Qatar's special forces are now in northern Mali to ensure the training of recruits who are in place there, especially Ansardine. 56 While others agreed that Qatar has financed terrorists in northern Mali operations, including Ansardine. 57 Trying to ring the same alarm bell, when the mayor of Gao in Mali was asked by France's RTL if outside countries were supporting the Islamists and providing them with weapons, he replied, "But of course there are countries that support. The French government knows who supports the terrorists. There is Qatar, for example." 58 Providing fresh details in late 2014, a Deutsche Welle report argued that accusations of Qatari involvement in Ansar Dine were less controversial than other accusations, not least because Al-Ghali had also once lived in Doha. 59 Adding another angle, in a piece for Foreign Affairs, former U.S. National Security Advisor Elliot Abrams cited a French analyst's view that Qatar's risk-taking in Mali was being done on the basis that it sought to secure a role in the country's nascent gas industry. By having the ear of the jihadists, it was reasoned that Qatar could gain an advantage over rivals in the region and squeeze out any competition. To some extent these allegations were confirmed by the report prepared for the European Parliament, which described the determination of the Qatari authorities to take control of the hydrocarbon resources of an emerging new state of Azawad on the Malian territory. 60. Boko Haram, Nigeria under attack. Having managed to unshackle itself from its colonial past, and long claiming to be the world's fourth largest democracy, Nigeria had held fresh elections in 2011, described by The Economist as the real thing and more or less fair. Winning 59% of the vote, President Goodluck Jonathan soon saw his re-elected government presiding over one of the continent's fastest-growing economies, which in April 2014 managed to overtake South Africa and, courtesy of its oil industry, was worth an estimated $510 billion. 61 Accruing nearly 60% of all oil revenues, the government-owned Nigerian National Petroleum Company continued to hold majority stakes in all joint ventures with foreign concession holders and required that all foreign companies had to transfer portions of any profits back to the Nigerian government, given that the country's constitution states that all oil, gas, and minerals are the property of the state. 62 As the former CEO of an oil multinational observed, if the NNPC was properly managed, it has the potential to be bigger than ExxonMobil, the world's largest listed oil company, in terms of reserves and production. 63. Beyond the NNPC, Nigeria at the time was also understood to be rich in energetic indigenous entrepreneurs and had established giant local manufacturing conglomerates along with smaller private oil companies owned entirely by Nigerians. Of the latter, the Financial Times noted in late 2014 that they were part of a group of nascent homegrown companies which have expanded exponentially in the past 5 years by buying up assets from the supermajors. 64 Summarizing the situation, The Economist asked its readers to let Nigeria celebrate its newfound status for a moment, and then let it get on with the task of living up to being Africa's number 165. Continuing to stand its ground on economic nationalism, the increasingly wealthy and assertive Nigerian government had also been taking a more active role in Pan-African affairs. Most notably, as with Muammar Gaddafi's Libyan regime, it remained firmly opposed to U.S. plans to establish an AFRICOM headquarters in Africa. In particular, Jonathan made it clear that such a development, along with any similar sort of NATO encroachment, was not in Africa's interests, and that he was prepared to honor former President Umaru Yar'Adua's pledge that he would not allow his country to host a U.S. base, and that he was also opposed to any such bases in West Africa. 66 In summer 2012 Nigeria seemed to have won, as U.S. officials confirmed that AFRICOM would no longer seek to set up a headquarters in any part of Africa. 67. As with Mali, however, Nigeria had been experiencing an especially painful thorn in its side, as for several years a jihadist group called Boko Haram had been forcibly attempting to recreate the old Sokoto Islamic State that had previously existed in the north of the country before Britain's takeover in 1903. 68 As the International Institute for Strategic Studies Virginia Komali explains, Boko Haram was likely inspired by the 1978 Nigeria Association for the Eradication of the Innovation and the Establishment of the Sunnah. Known locally as Yan Izala, it had similarly been trying to set up an Islamic State, with its leader Abu Bakr Gumi understood to be acting with Saudi Arabian support and adopting a doctrine inspired by Wahhabism. Indeed, as Komali notes, Venezuela thrived despite its ongoing militant struggle due to financial support from Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. Moreover, it seems Boko Haram has also sought to model itself on the subsequent Dawat or missionary movement. Although its leader, Aminu al-Din Abu Bakr, had initially taken a pro-Iran stance, he was understood to have then switched to a more pro-Saudi position with Wahhabi tendencies. By the 1990s, this had led to a wave of missionaries descending on northern Nigeria to promote Wahhabism, hailing from countries such as Libya, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Sudan, benefiting from Saudi sponsorship. By 1999 the new governor of Zamfara had even pressed for Sharia law to be fully adopted, citing Saudi Arabia as an example. His proposed laws were aimed at implementing all Sharia punishments and ridding society of social vices and un-Islamic practices, and limiting interaction between unrelated men and women. 69. Although repeatedly attacking civilians and security personnel in its favored territories, until recently Boko Haram was still seen as a containable threat, though admittedly one with a grimly familiar modus operandi of spreading panic and spilling blood with murderous raids, bombings and beheadings. 70 In 2009, however, the group reappeared like never before with what seemed unprecedented capabilities. Launching a huge surprise attack, it simultaneously assaulted government soldiers across several states in northern Nigeria, leaving hundreds killed and injured. Although the catalyst was initially reported as an unpopular new law enforcing motorcycle helmets, Boko Haram's then leader, Muhammad Yusuf, soon told the Nigerian media that Jonathan's government had been targeting his followers and that democracy and the current system of education must be changed, otherwise this war that is yet to start would continue for long. 71. Like his predecessors at the helm of Dawat and Venezuela, Yusuf was believed to have been tutored by graduates of the Islamic University of Medina and strongly influenced by Saudi scholars, including Abu Bakr bin Abdullah, whose Wahhabi text The Secular, Foreign, and Colonialist Schools. Their history and danger has been described as providing theological backing for Yusuf's rejection of evolution theory and Western science. 72 Somewhat bizarrely, Yusuf was even interviewed by the BBC, during which he expressed profoundly anti-modern views, particularly about the harm of Western-style education, Darwinism, and the concept of the Earth being a sphere rather than flat. Even touching on the subject of rain, he stated that we believe it is a creation of God rather than an evaporation caused by the sun that condenses and becomes rain. Describing him as something of an enigma, the BBC observed that he was clearly highly educated and very wealthy, while a Nigerian academic described him as being a graduate, very proficient in English, living lavishly. People say he drives a Mercedes-Benz, and he is very well educated in a Western context. 73. Although captured and executed in summer 2009, Yusuf's death in many ways spurred the insurrection even further. Gaining access to 2 videos of the event, a BBC journalist reported seeing Yusuf making a confession and then scenes of his dead body riddled with bullets. According to the New York Times, security officers paraded Yusuf before television cameras and then summarily executed him in front of a crowd outside a police station. As its correspondent noted, this public spectacle became the decisive moment in which Yusuf's followers turned to wider violence, thus inflaming Nigeria. 74 Certainly with a major martyr for their cause, and under the new leadership of Yusuf's former deputy Abu Bakr Sheko, Boko Haram continued to expand rapidly. Known as a radical preacher with a history of personal violence, Sheko was also thought to be willing to bring Boko Haram closer to Al-Qaeda. 75 As the New York Times hinted, this may explain why the group seemed to receive very quickly a second major injection of funding and weaponry, as with help from Al-Qaeda or other sponsors, Boko Haram soon returned to Nigeria far more sophisticated and better equipped and was then able to stage more lethal attacks. 76 According to Komali, the new armaments included heavy machine guns mounted on trucks, which the group had never had before, along with difficult-to-manufacture explosive devices. Some of the latter were later described by forensic investigators as using technology that was not believed to be within the reach of a local outfit unless it had access to external know-how and resources. 77 To make matters worse, By 2011, Sheko's incarnation of Boko Haram also seemed to have begun experimenting with suicide bombings, complete with the now familiar martyr videos. Along with a penchant for murdering students in colleges, the chainsaw beheadings of truck drivers, and the blowing up of buses filled with passengers, these new tactics were described as unexpected by security officials on the grounds that they were very un-Nigerian actions. 78. Adding a nasty sectarian element, Christian churches also came under attack for the first time, including in areas previously assumed to be far beyond Boko Haram's reach. Seemingly an effort to push Christians away from their proto-Islamic state, these attacks were also seen as a significant departure from the pre-Sheko era, as before him Boko Haram had largely concentrated on military barracks and police stations. 79 By this stage, more or less in parallel with Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's emphasis on prison breaks in Iraq, Sheko had also begun to concentrate on releasing as many extremists as possible from Nigeria's jails. In one attempt, reportedly taking place after a number of Boko Haram members had returned from foreign trips, more than 700 inmates were busted out of Bauchi prison. As Komali explains, this was very much a change in trajectory for the group's leaders and can be put down to the byproduct of foreign influences, namely of the Al-Qaeda variety. 80. Boko Haram, the shift to the Islamic State. As with the jihadist advances in Mali, the sudden and repeated surges in Boko Haram's resources and, so it seemed, its fast evolving leadership have been perplexing. Complicating any understanding, there appear to be significant inconsistencies in the intelligence available on the group, and a number of equally contradictory responses to its dramatic expansion. In June 2009, for example, just 7 weeks before Muhammad Yusuf's first big insurrection that caught the Nigerian government unawares, a U.S. daily security cable sent to all embassies in Africa included a very explicit warning with 18 lines of text dedicated to it, claiming that extremists are planning a massive terrorist attack in Nigeria. Without substantiation, it further predicted that this would be a massive surprise attack and that it would be aimed at critical infrastructure, government officials, and members of the public that were opposed to the attackers' doctrines. It also stated that the attack is reportedly aimed at sparking sectarian clashes. Strangely, however, despite the apparent certainty that such a big-scale operation was on its way, the author of the warning seemed to have no idea of what group would be behind it, suggesting either Nigerian Shia, Salafia, or the Nigerian Taliban. 81. A few months later, and after Boko Haram had already swept into several provinces, a secret diplomatic cable was sent from the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria to the CIA, the DIA, and the U.S. National Security Council reflecting on the surprise attacks. Interestingly, the cable indicated that most interlocutors point to outside influences and settlers as the cause of Boko Haram. It also described the rate of arms coming into Borno as being frightening. With 14 lines of text on the subject, the cable's author seemed relieved that most of the embassy's informants in Nigeria were not bothered by the inflammatory killing of Yusuf, even if it seemed to be serving as the spark to light a civil war. Rather chillingly, however, the cable did sound a cautionary note about the Jonathan government's stance, stating that it was only the governing People's Democratic Party that regarded Yusuf's killing as a human rights concern. 82. Even stranger, it was only in November 2013, more than 3 years after Abu Bakr Sheko's succession, that the U.S. finally designated Boko Haram a terrorist organization. 83. Absurdly, this was despite the group having been long known to have links to multiple Al-Qaeda-linked organizations. 84. As early as summer 2011, for example, U.S. AFRICOM's General Carter Ham began warning that Boko Haram had likely established links to AQIM and argued this was potentially the most dangerous thing to happen. Not only to the Africans, but to us as well. 85. On several levels it seems he was completely correct. Boko Haram was understood to rule over a faction called Ansaru, also known as the Supporters of Muslims in Black Africa, which was made up of fighters who had briefly fled Nigeria after Yusuf's death and had temporarily joined up with AQIM in neighboring countries including Mali. Having later returned home, Ansaru was then renamed Yan Sahara or Men of the Sahara, and in 2011, while still part of Boko Haram, it released a video stating that it was Al-Qaeda's official affiliate in Nigeria and was to be known as Al-Qaeda in the land beyond the Sahel. 86 A later Reuters report corroborated much of this, explaining that for years intelligence officials have tracked visits by small subgroups of Boko Haram fighters to Mali, when its desert north was overrun by AQIM, where they met AQIM fighters for training and weapons. Citing Jennifer Giroux of the Center for Security Studies at ETH Zurich, the investigation also noted that there were broader links between Boko Haram and other extremist Islamist movements in the region. 87. In particular, beyond AQIM, Boko Haram was understood to have established ties with groups as far afield as Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula and the Somalia-based Al-Qaeda affiliate Al-Shabaab or the Youth. Indeed, in 2011 Boko Haram had already issued a statement declaring that "we want to make it known that our jihadists have arrived in Nigeria from Somalia where they received training on warfare from our brethren who made that country ungovernable." 88 Moreover, after Sheko stated several times that he himself aspired to be linked to Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram's leadership then reportedly began to consider establishing ties to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and was understood to be closing in on its dream of establishing an African caliphate. 89 By summer 2014, and only several months after its official U.S. terrorism designation, Boko Haram conquered Gwoza, prompting Sheko to announce it was now part of the Islamic State and had nothing to do with Nigeria. 90 In March 2015, seemingly dissatisfied with the lack of media coverage he had received, Sheko somewhat surreally repeated his pledge to al-Raqqa, stating that Boko Haram was indeed part of the Islamic State. 91 Driving the point home to the international media. The Islamic State's Dabiq magazine soon carried reports that jihadists in Nigeria had begun to issue pledges and that Boko Haram's declaration of allegiance had been officially accepted. 92. Also puzzling was Boko Haram's considerable surge in firepower shortly before its first proclamations of allegiance to the Islamic State. Even though the Nigerian security services had largely managed to stall Boko Haram's advances during the first half of 2013, with the group being described as a largely urban-based insurgency under pressure, by 2014 it had reportedly experienced a sudden desire for territory and was then able to expand massively. 93 Indeed, its capture of Gwoza and then most of the rest of Borno State was more or less in parallel with al-Baghdadi's surprise surge into Mosul, with the Independent describing deepening concerns among Nigerian officials that despite promises of assistance they had received from the US and Britain, they would be unable to stop Boko Haram's rapid takeover of a large area of its territory reminiscent of the Islamic State's lightning advances in Iraq. 94. Observing all of this, a coalition of Nigerian security experts and academics known as the Nigeria Security Network noted that Boko Haram seemed much better organized and equipped than ever before, and was beginning to operate more like a conventional army, with armored vehicles and artillery. 95 Making much the same point, a Cameroonian official observed that for the kind of operations that Boko Haram carries out, you need people of proven intelligence. They must be receiving explosive specialists and strategists. 96 Similarly, local tribal leaders told Western journalists that Boko Haram suddenly appeared to possess sophisticated weapons and a seemingly limitless amount of heavy weaponry, vehicles, bombs, and ammunition. One village chief even witnessed several state-of-the-art Toyota four-wheel drive vehicles turn up, bearing Boko Haram members. 97 Meanwhile, in a report published by Amnesty International that mostly focused on the Nigerian government's inability to prevent a Boko Haram kidnapping raid on a girls' school, which was described as a gross dereliction of duties to protect civilians, there was nonetheless a rather buried explanation that the authorities had been unable to repel the attack due to poor resources and a reported fear of engaging with the often better equipped armed groups. 98. Predicting his state's fate, Borno's governor had already warned it was going to be absolutely impossible for Boko Haram to be defeated on the battlefield as it is better armed and better motivated than our own troops, while other officials cited in a Council on Foreign Relations report confirmed that the group was gaining strength, acquiring better weapons, and fielding more fighters than ever. 99 Indeed, according to Virginia Comali's interviewees, many Boko Haram members by this stage were known to be from other nearby countries or even Sudan, with one interviewee even claiming that the majority of Boko Haram's fighters were not Nigerian. 100 This influx of foreigners was certainly evident in video footage later captured by the Nigerian military in May 2015, which depicts a Boko Haram gathering to administer Sharia justice and features what seems to be a large number of non-Nigerians, including many sporting headdresses known to be uncommon in Nigeria. At the center of the gathering, a prominent man who is either a preacher or a judge has his face completely covered with a white turban and is speaking in Arabic, rather than any of the local languages. 101. Also analogous to the rise of the Islamic State was the apparent recasting of Sheko as a more caliph-like and ultimately indestructible figure. As with al-Baghdadi's mysterious but unifying presence for the entire Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, Sheko was soon being described as a brand for Boko Haram's various factions, and seemed to have acquired an al-Baghdadi-like reputation for immortality after his lookalikes kept appearing in different videos even after the Nigerian government claimed to have killed him on 3 different occasions. 102 As Nigerian officials complained, almost every time Sheko did seem to surface, it was actually an impostor speaking in different cadences and with varying mannerisms, appearing much heavier or much darker in skin color, and the posturing was different between each man. 103. As with Aqim and Ansar Dine in Mali, there was also a noticeable improvement in Boko Haram's media and communications efforts, with most of its post-2014 propaganda films carrying all the hallmarks of the Islamic State. As J. M. Berger describes, in the weeks leading up to Boko Haram's formal pledge of allegiance to the Islamic State, its communications apparatus appeared to have been significantly upgraded. 104 Similarly, as Reuters noted, the group's earlier videos had usually been crude affairs and had mostly featured Sheko talking about local gripes rather than grander caliphal ambitions, whereas its more recent videos were much more professional, with video makers appearing to have had access to more advanced graphics and editing techniques. 105. From early 2015 the quality of Boko Haram's audio messages was also improving and they had begun to go multilingual, with English, French, Arabic, and Hausa translations. Most also featured Islamic State-like nasht chanting and even included excerpts from speeches delivered by leading members of the Islamic State. Meanwhile, the group was exploding onto social media, with the BBC speculating that the Islamic State's media experts were by this stage actively involved. Its reports further explained that one of the strongest signs of Islamic State influence lies in the concerted efforts to promote the new Boko Haram Twitter feed by a senior pro-Islamic State media operative, known on Twitter as Abu Malik Sheba al-Hamid, who claimed to have been in contact with the Boko Haram General Command 106. In another important similarity with the Islamic State and, so it seems, further proof of Boko Haram's surging funds, there are several indications that the organization had been able to improve substantially its salaries and had begun to offer numerous new financial incentives for its latest recruits. According to researchers who have attended debriefings of Boko Haram prisoners, all seemed to emphasize the monetary expectations of being members of the group. One would-be suicide bomber, for example, explained that his superiors had settled all his debts and had given his wife some money, while others revealed they had been promised wives and thus would be able to avoid needing expensive weddings. One inmate even complained that if the Nigerian government had been able to provide him with a loan to set up a small business, then he wouldn't have needed to join Boko Haram in the first place. Others, meanwhile, described how Boko Haram members were being sent across the borders with cash and, in the case of villages in Cameroon, were spotted handing out leaflets while preachers offered large amounts of money for those willing to embrace their ideas. 107. Boko Haram, generous sponsors. Before its big victories in 2014, and certainly before the 2009 uprising, few would dispute that Boko Haram's sources of funding were limited. The consensus back then was that the organization was probably a net extractor of wealth from its members, rather than a distributor, as it was known to rely primarily on subscription fees along with some modest revenue from small businesses operating motorcycle and car taxis in northern Nigeria. In some cases, its coffers may also have been supplemented by local politicians who chose to hire Boko Haram thugs to scare off prospective rivals. Certainly there is evidence of this having happened before 2009, with U.S. officials also confirming that local governments were having to pay off Boko Haram in something of a protection racket. 108. But even after Boko Haram's later and very obvious external injections of wealth and equipment, a number of attempts have still been made to extend the self-funding narrative. More or less interchangeable with the reports on the Mali extremist sources of funding, and of course those that have sought to explain the Islamic State's vast income, these have usually been poorly substantiated. In some reports, for example, drug smuggling was put forward as a major explanation, while in January 2015 a lengthy BBC article asked, "Where does Boko Haram get its money from?" before repeating the now familiar theory that when Boko Haram raids towns, it often loots banks. It also cited 3-year-old statements by Nigerian officials who back then had claimed that the organization extorts money from businessmen, politicians, and government officials, and threatens them with abduction if they fail to pay up. Ransom payments were also highlighted, with references to U.S. estimates that up to $1 million was being paid for the release of each wealthy Nigerian hostage, and often much more for foreigners. Somewhat incongruously, however, the BBC's overall conclusion was that Boko Haram was running on an annual net income of about $10 million and was, in the words of one quoted analyst, a low-cost insurgency. 109. Much like the Islamic State, there is little doubt that some substantial ransoms have been paid to Boko Haram. In 2013, the 92-year-old Nigerian former head of the Organization for Petroleum Exporting Countries was kidnapped and then released for an undisclosed sum 110, while at about the same time an estimated $3 million was paid by France, or perhaps its preferred proxy, to secure the freedom of a French family that had earlier been abducted by Boko Haram members in Cameroon. Meanwhile, Ansaru and other Boko Haram factions have been described as receiving Al-Qaeda training in hostage-taking in the Islamic Maghreb and of having developed a system in which they would always share a portion of their booty with Sheko's leadership whenever they returned to Nigeria. As Virginia Komali explains, some of this would be used to pay off the families of any dead fighters, while the rest would be used to help finance Boko Haram's main campaign. 111. As for the other self-funding activities, such as the allegations of bank looting, much less is clear. A captured Boko Haram spokesman has claimed that a portion of such robberies is always channeled back to Sheko for redistribution, but there seems little further evidence available and no firm indications of how much money was being stored in such banks in the first place. 112. With regard to drug trafficking, there has been even less to go on, as although a report was issued on the subject by Nigeria's National Drug Enforcement Agency in 2013, Nigerian commentators have pointed out that it was misinterpreted by the international media at the time, as in fact it established no direct links whatsoever to Boko Haram. 113. The subject of Boko Haram's foreign sponsors, as with those apparently behind AQIM, Ansar Dine, and the Islamic State itself, has naturally proven much more sensitive and has rarely been discussed by the Western media, although the Wall Street Journal did once get as far as stating that the African militant groups have become increasingly sophisticated, often thanks to expertise and advice shared by their patrons and allies in the Middle East. 114. Such reporting will eventually have to change, as it has already begun to do for the Islamic State, especially as evidence continues to build up of the sustained wealth and expensive weaponry that has been reaching Boko Haram and has allowed it to mount major military operations and operate its own resource-rich mini-caliphate. Estimates vary, but the extent of its capabilities and the sophistication of its arsenal point to the organization having received hundreds of millions of dollars over the last few years. Indeed, as a former U.S. military intelligence officer who is now based in Nigeria has claimed, as early as 2011 Boko Haram had likely already benefited from about $70 million in overseas donations. 115. Given the well-documented links between Saudi Arabia and Boko Haram's leaders, both past and present, some have reasonably suggested that either state-backed entities in the kingdom or wealthy individuals within it have continued to fund and grow the organization. After all, as with Ansardine's Iyad al-Ghali, it is now known that Sheko traveled to Saudi Arabia on a regular basis, with documents seized in Osama bin Laden's Abbottabad compound revealing that Sheko enjoyed easy and repeated entry to the country. 116 In an interview in early 2012, still more than a year and a half before the US designation of Boko Haram as a terrorist organization, the group's spokesman had even stated, "Al-Qaeda are our elder brothers." During the Lesser Hajj August 2011, our leader traveled to Saudi Arabia and met Al-Qaeda there. We enjoy financial and technical support from them. Anything we want from them we ask them. 117. Trying to bring things into the open, in summer 2012 a Nigerian security services official made the allegation that Boko Haram had been receiving money raised by a London-based charity which in turn was alleged to be associated with the Saudi-backed Muslim World League. 118 Acting on this, Britain's Lord David Alton raised the issue in Parliament, calling for a full inquiry and for Boko Haram to be proscribed as a terrorist organization. Although Parliament's concerns were passed on to the Foreign Office and the Charity Commission, the former made no response while the latter explained that no police investigation was going to be carried out on the basis that there are a number of registered charities with similar names to this organization, so the Commission is not able to confirm at this stage whether or not this relates directly to a UK-registered charity. 119. Refusing to go away, the allegations were further investigated by a group of US congressmen, who in May 2014 themselves accused the London-based charity of sponsoring Boko Haram, with their total funding estimates more or less tallying with those of the Nigeria-based former US military intelligence officer. 120 While the charity denied any involvement, the accusations put forward by both the British and US lawmakers then became the subject of an extensive refutation document produced by a consultancy firm with dual headquarters in Riyadh and London. 121 Inadvertently helping confirm the link between Saudi Arabia and the suspect charity, the document put forward numerous unusual counter-accusations. It suggested, for example, that alongside Alton there were several other high-profile British politicians and intelligence officials, including the former director of MI6, who held Islamophobic views and were infamous hardcore neoconservatives. 122. As with the Mali jihadists, there is evidence that such suspected Saudi funding for Boko Haram soon began to be supplemented and perhaps outweighed by donations from other backers using AQIM as their conduit, which, as described, was being increasingly linked to Qatari entities. As early as 2009, following Boko Haram's first big uprising and the death of Muhammad Yusuf, AQIM spokesman had not only promised his Salafist brothers in Nigeria that his leaders would cooperate with them but also that they would send weapons and ammunition. 123 In summer 2013, the U.S. Department of State corroborated the link, with a press release noting not only training and communications links between AQIM and Boko Haram, but also a flow of weapons. 124 In May 2014, the Jamestown Foundation's Jacobson further noted there was a financial and weapons transfer relationship between the two groups and argued that without this Boko Haram could not have got so violent. 125 A month later, the findings of a survey of Nigerian academics, journalists, and government officials pointed to local and international benefactors, and links to Al-Qaeda and other well-funded groups in the Middle East. Although the authors did concede that the actual source of the funding is as elusive as the militants themselves. 126 Since then, however, prominent Boko Haram analysts have continued to describe AQIM as the group's primary funder, with reports even beginning to circulate of Boko Haram fighters being found in possession of banknotes bearing the same marks as those known to have earlier been in the hands of AQIM. 127 Putting it best, perhaps, has been the New York Times, which has retrospectively explained that Boko Haram has been around for 2 decades. But money and training from AQIM gave its leader Sheko a substantial boost when he assumed control. 128. Boko Haram, delivering results. Regardless of the exact balance between its generous benefactors, after its massive growth in 2014, Boko Haram was certainly proving value for money. Having savagely destabilized the northern part of Nigeria, and with its Islamic State-linked proto-caliphate driving a sectarian wedge through communities, the group was placing increasing pressure on the embattled Abuja government and, much like the Mali insurgency, accelerating the demise of West African democracy. Whereas job creation, education, and electricity had previously been the country's main voting issues, polls revealed that the apparently unstoppable tide of Boko Haram aggression was changing this to national security. 129 Indeed, following a particularly brutal attack by the group in January 2015, just weeks before scheduled elections, public outrage seemed at an all-time high. As Freedom House's regional director put it, the attack is incontrovertible evidence that the human rights situation in Nigeria is only getting worse. The Nigerian government needs to take more active steps to protect its citizens and end this ongoing crisis. 130. With the elections postponed, and fearing a repeat of the Bamako coup d'état, pro-democracy Nigerians took to the streets in all major cities to protest against the conspiracy of the ruling clique and to help prevent a slide into anarchy by taking destiny into their own hands. Getting it half right, The Economist forecasted that Goodluck Jonathan's administration was on its way out, as the Nigerian people face the prospect of an unelected interim government on a security and counter-terror ticket as the country's security deteriorates rapidly. 131 Though not quite a coup nor a dictatorship, when the elections were eventually held in March 2015, Jonathan was comfortably defeated by former General Muhammadu Buhari amid almost martial law-like circumstances, tear gassing, voter complaints, and more than 50 deaths from attacks on polling stations. A former minister for petroleum in the 1970s, Buhari had taken power as a military dictator in the early 1980s, with the term Buharism becoming synonymous with military rule in Nigeria. 132 Having later declared himself a converted Democrat, and known to have good ties with the Western powers, he had then stood in 4 different elections, but on each occasion seemed unable to escape his past. 133 Getting closest to the truth, Britain's Channel 4 explained that Buhari's eventual victory in 2015 was largely down to major support in Nigeria's northern states, where Boko Haram has been waging a campaign of terror, including suicide bombings, kidnappings, and raiding villages, slaughtering civilians and burning homes. 134 Predicting most of this, in summer 2014, Gerald Horne, an endowed chairholder at the University of Houston, had also argued that those behind Boko Haram sought much the same outcome as had the backers of the old Afghan jihad against the People's Democratic Party in Kabul. Pointing out that Jonathan's government was a democracy and sought to protect rights, he also noted that it was trying to redistribute wealth so as to counter Nigeria's existing wildly radical maldistributions, and that the country now represented a substantial prize given its newfound status as Africa's largest economy. Fearing the worst, and likely influenced by the unfolding conflicts in Libya and Syria, he warned that any of the pledges made by the US and Britain to help the Nigerian government against Boko Haram were going to serve as pretexts for interfering more aggressively in the internal affairs of African states, particularly oil-rich Nigeria. In that regard, the regime of Goodluck Jonathan is rather shaky. 135 Given the US's primarily proxy-based post-2011 policies, such direct Western intervention did not of course materialize. Although there was a brief deployment in April 2014 of about 30 US advisors and several drones to help the Nigerian military find the hundreds of girls earlier kidnapped by Boko Haram, this highly publicized but rather narrowly focused operation was in many ways analogous to the Contain and React Yazidi and Kobane missions in Iraq and Syria. In other words, it was media-friendly proof that the US and its allies were reacting to the Boko Haram threat, but without actually taking any meaningful steps to destroy it. Indeed, with the action not dissimilar to the eventual and unenthusiastic Operation Inherent Resolve, the New York Times later reported that after 7 months the drone flights have dwindled, many of the advisors have gone home and not one of the kidnapped girls has been found. Moreover, despite several hundred drone flights having apparently taken place, These had yielded no results, while cooperation between US and Nigerian military officials was described as being almost non-existent. 136. Assessing the situation perfectly, Nigeria's ambassador to the US was understood to have accused the Obama administration of failing to support the fight against Boko Haram and to have himself stated that we find it difficult to understand how and why, in spite of the US presence in Nigeria with their sophisticated military technology, Boko Haram should be expanding and becoming more deadly. Supporting this view, the New York Times revealed that despite Boko Haram's continuing growth, U.S. officials in Nigeria had actually cancelled the last stage of U.S. training for a newly created Nigerian Army battalion. Rather laughably, given the US's close relationship with regimes such as Saudi Arabia and its own belated designation of Boko Haram as a terrorist organization, the Department of State tried to justify the US's reduced involvement on the basis that Nigeria's military had a dismal human rights record and that there are legal prohibitions against close dealings with foreign militaries that have engaged in human rights abuses. 137 Adding a little more to the picture, and in a close parallel with the Iraqi armed forces' complaints of poor supplies for its fight against the Islamic State, shortly before his election defeat, Jonathan told Voice of America that Nigeria had been facing difficulties in acquiring and operating sophisticated weapons. In an oblique reference to the U.S., he blamed this on Nigeria not receiving the blessing of the weapons parent country. 138. Helping place such calculated indifference to Boko Haram in the broader strategic context, when later interviewed by the author, Horn contended that the battle against Boko Haram is half-hearted from the U.S. viewpoint because of various constraints. Namely that certain nationals of the Gulf states are principal backers of Boko Haram. 139 While there is certainly much truth to this, it is also important to note how the U.S. military itself has been benefiting directly, albeit quietly, since Buhari's succession. In late January 2015, with Jonathan's chances crumbling and only weeks before Boko Haram's second and more public pledge to the Islamic State, U.S. AFRICOM seemed poised for a comeback. Continuing to ignore the Nigerian government's refusal of its presence in the region by having already established a drone base across the border in Niger and having dispatched 300 Special Forces troops to the Cameroonian border, AFRICOM's commander called for a large-scale counterinsurgency campaign and an across-the-board response in at least 4 West African countries. As he explained, this was to be part of a huge international and multinational response aimed at forces affiliated with Boko Haram. 140 With the more supplicatory Buhari soon meeting with AFRICOM officials and reportedly signing a deal, the Department of State appeared to forget its earlier human rights concerns and on the same day announced it would provide funding to help the new Nigerian government set up an anti-Boko Haram force. But with promises of only $5 million, the Islamic State's latest affiliate seemed just as safe as its home bases in Iraq and Syria. 141. Beyond AFRICOM's advances, the Boko Haram-assisted removal of Jonathan has also helped open up Nigeria's valuable state assets to the West. Conveniently for oil multinationals, Buhari quickly indicated his willingness either to dismantle completely the Nigerian National Petroleum Company or, as his central bank governor suggested, to reduce its stakes in future joint ventures to just 15%. Certainly there is a sense of pressure, as in a speech delivered to Buhari's party shortly after the election, former British Business Secretary Peter Mandelson stated that the new government must crack the NNPC nut within 100 days of taking office. Meanwhile, in addition to repeating allegations of corruption within the NNPC that have since been denied by the outgoing oil minister, the Financial Times described how Western diplomats and foreign oil company officials were complaining that as much as $100 billion of fresh investment from the likes of Royal Dutch Shell, ExxonMobil, and Total is sitting at Nigeria's door. 142 By July 2015 things were getting even more target-specific, as at the end of a very general speech that affirmed the US's supposed solidarity with the campaign against Boko Haram and the insecurity in the north, the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria went on to declare that as you improve the business climate, we encourage trade and investment, and then said as you continue the privatization of your power grid, we stand ready to help, through President Obama's Power Africa Initiative. 143. Beyond Panetta, Other pledges to the Islamic State. On top of those in Libya, Yemen, and in West Africa, there have since been several other pledges of allegiance to the Islamic State or, in some cases, strong expressions of interest from leaders of existing jihadist groups. Often with long histories of al-Qaeda engagement, these organizations now clearly suit the core strategic interests of the Islamic State's sponsors, along with helping to supply more fighters and resources to the cause. Meanwhile, from their perspective, the new recruits have evidently begun to receive much more tangible benefits than al-Qaeda's leaders were ever able to provide. In this sense, the Islamic State's franchising system has been well placed to take advantage of groups that have found themselves struggling, seeking financial support, or simply looking for better battlefield or communications training. 144. Giving Leon Panetta an almost 100% success rate with his prediction of which countries would go on to see internationalized versions of the Islamic State, by 2015 Somalia was also looking likely. Having emerged from the old Union of Islamic Courts back in 2006, al-Shabaab had formally joined al-Qaeda after Osama bin Laden's death and, as earlier mentioned, had then begun to reach out to other groups including Boko Haram. 145 With its leader Ahmed Abdi Godane killed by a U.S. drone strike in September 2014, the path had suddenly become much clearer for members to contact the Islamic State, especially those who had earlier rebelled by themselves trying to push for a caliphate in Somalia. 146. Facilitating the possible switchover, in summer 2015 the Islamic State began to release a series of videos promising Somalians a better deal than Ayman Zawahiri had offered, and by October CNN was reporting that a senior and former London-based al-Shabaab cleric had already changed sides. 147 Although al-Shabaab's new leadership quickly renewed their allegiance to Zawahiri, many regarded this as a temporary measure, as the group has since faced multiple defections from its senior commanders, many of whom have taken hundreds of their men with them. 148. Of those in Panetta's elsewhere category, most prominent has been the pledge made by Egypt's Ansar Bait al-Makdis or supporters of the Holy House of Jerusalem. Declaring their founding of the Islamic State in Sinai in November 2014, they have not only kept the Egyptian government thirsty for substantial arms purchases it can ill afford, but have also helped the Abdel Fattah Sisi regime maintain and justify a state of emergency over the bulk of the population. 149 Certainly the rise of an Egyptian Islamic State has provided significant cover for Karine Bonapartism and an extensive crackdown on all manner of opponents in the wake of the failed Muslim Brotherhood strategy. As Nathan Brown along with the Center for American Progress Mokhtar Awad have argued, the Brotherhood will find it increasingly hard to remobilize due to the ISISification of Islamist politics in Egypt, especially as frustrated youths continue to turn to the Islamic State as a solution. Although the substantial reorientation of the Brotherhood that they describe does not quite yet seem in evidence, there are nonetheless already alarming examples of Mohamed Morsi-era officials who have now called for assassinations and even suicide bombings. As Brown and Awad put it, this suits Sisi well as he seems to revel in the Brotherhood's now visible embrace of popular resistance, seeing it as proof of claims of Brotherhood violence. 150. In other parts of the Arab world, the pattern has more closely resembled the emergence of the new affiliates in Libya and Yemen, with the Islamic State having mostly come out of nowhere rather than taking over another group. But usually without the capability to gain territory or wage conventional war, these many affiliates instead seem to have been focused on keeping pressure on governments or organizations that remain a source of concern to the Islamic State's backers. On March 18, 2015 in Tunisia, for example, at the exact time its parliament was discussing a proposed but heavily disputed new anti-terrorism law that would have given the government significant new security powers, a massive blast at the Bardo Museum killed dozens of civilians, including tourists, while gunmen seized several hostages. 151 Quickly lending a hand to the story, Site Intelligence Group claimed that Twitter users associated with the Islamic State were overjoyed, while a day later, The Islamic State officially claimed responsibility for the attack and promised that there would be more. 152 On this basis Bajikata Sebsi took to the airwaves to state that Tunisia had no choice but to enter a mobilization phase so as to counter future terror threats. By the end of the month, and after Tunisian special forces ambushed and killed the perpetrators, with secret support from US troops, his government claimed it as a crowning success for Tunisia's new counter-terrorism capabilities. Buoyed by this, Sebsi then began to implement a NATO, Tunisia Individual Partnership Cooperation Program to help with defense reform and the fight against terrorism. 153 A few months later, with the nation again in mourning following another Islamic State-linked attack involving a lone gunman killing nearly 40 tourists on a beach, Sebsi doubled down on his message by promising painful but necessary measures in order to restore stability. 154. In contrast to the rising security states in Egypt and Tunisia, the Jordanian monarchy appears to have experienced no collateral benefits whatsoever from the rise of the Islamic State, not least given the prospects of a massive refugee crisis on its doorstep, and the known sympathies of communities in Man, Irbid, and the country's other more restive towns. 155 With a mature and well-functioning security apparatus that had already helped Jordan navigate through the Arab Spring and needed little extra justification for its powers, the calculated response, so it seemed, was to simply try to keep the Islamic State at arm's length. But with the organization's substantial expansion and eventual arrival on Jordan's borders in summer 2014, this was proving harder by the day, not least because the Islamic State had begun to accuse Jordanian intelligence of producing propaganda against the caliphate. Indeed, in June 2014 Jordan even released from prison Abu Muhammad al-Makdisi, the former mentor but then critic of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi and his proto-Islamic State. 156 Choosing perhaps the most potent comeback of all, in February 2015 the Islamic State released an unconvincing but nonetheless uncritically reported on video that purportedly showed a captured Jordanian pilot being burned to death while he was standing in a cage on the exact middle of a marked cross on the ground. By doing this the Islamic State succeeded in generating enough public outrage to force the Jordanian Air Force into very publicly launching dozens of air strikes against it and thus helping widen the monarchy's existing cleavages with its more jihadist-inclined opponents. 157. Russia and China, superpower implications. Outside of the Middle East and its obvious challenge to the Russian-backed Syrian government, the Islamic State has also usefully been rejuvenating at least some of the spirit of the 1980s Afghan jihad, and especially the intended byproduct of radicalizing and mobilizing Muslim populations in Russia's Central Asian territories and neighbors. In this sense, in addition to the Islamic State's described recruitment of foreign fighters and even civil servants from such countries, it has also been laying the groundwork for future jihadist resistance movements that can distract Moscow or potentially even destabilize Russia. In Chechnya, for example, by late 2014 the previously Al-Qaeda-aligned Caucasus Emirate was understood to be experiencing significant divisions, with many of its returning fighters having pledged their allegiance to the Islamic State after forming their own pro-Islamic State unit in Syria known as Jaish al-Mujahideen wa al-Ansar or Army of Emigrants and Partisans. 158 Indeed, following a series of attacks in the Chechen capital of Grozny, the majority of Russian analysts polled by the Moscow Times suggested that it was the work of the Islamic State rather than Al-Qaeda. 159. Meanwhile, a significant increase in Islamic State-related activity was also being reported in the northwestern Caucasus Republic of Karachivo-Cherkassia, leading analysts to conclude that southern Russia is becoming increasingly radical, as the ideology of the Islamic State spreads. 160 By early 2016, Russian officials had also begun to complain that the Islamic State was resting and replenishing itself in Georgian territory close to Chechnya's border. Although the Jamestown Foundation reasoned that it was hard to imagine that Moscow does not know the actual situation in the area, both Georgian officials and the U.S. ambassador to Georgia denied there was any Islamic State presence. 161. Equally worrying for the Kremlin, following on from Islamic State propaganda focused on stirring up Kazakhstan and other nearby states, In May 2015, the missing chief of Tajikistan's elite paramilitary police force resurfaced alongside other Tajikis, claiming he had defected to the Islamic State. Appearing in a professionally produced video, he promised to bring weapons back home and even referenced the Tajiki fighters who had returned in the early 1990s after the Afghan campaign and had tried to establish their own Islamic State. Notably, he vowed jihad on the Russia-aligned government and said, "Listen, you dogs, the president and ministers, if only you knew how many boys, our brothers, are here, waiting and yearning to return to Tajikistan to re-establish Sharia law there." 162. Without the same sort of precedent, the mobilization of the Islamic State against China has been more complex, and, thus far, arguably more successful. Although there are, of course, significant Muslim populations in northwestern China that the group can appeal to, the aim instead seems to have been to use the specter of the Islamic State to promote greater military spending and more powerful security states in pro-Western nations in Asia that either border China or can at least help encircle and contain Beijing's military ambitions. For those with Muslim majorities or communities, this has involved new pledges to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi by existing local groups, or in some cases the formation of smaller Islamic State-aligned cells. In Indonesia, for example, Jemaah Islamiyah, or Islamic Congregation, was understood to have declared its allegiance at some point in late 2014, with its leader Alim Abu Bakr Bashir having stated from prison in January 2015 that he had joined the Islamic State. 163. Similarly, the Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters along with other jihadist groups in the Philippines were thought to have joined at about the same time, while in May 2015 Singapore's Prime Minister warned that along with Singaporeans, the Islamic State has so many Indonesian and Malaysian fighters that they form a unit by themselves, the Malay Archipelago Combat Unit. 164. In Pakistan and India, both of which have featured as future provinces on Islamic State-produced maps, there has similarly been an increase in jihadist activity, with a number of local organizations appearing to have recently benefited from increased resources and then having announced alliances with al-Raqda. Among them has been Tehrik-i-Taliban or Taliban Movement, which, despite reports of divisions within its ranks, has confirmed allegiance to the Islamic State and declared its support for those mujahideen who fight for the sake of the survival of the caliphate. 165. Rather worryingly, following the arrest of an Islamic State in Pakistan commander in January 2015, Islamabad's respected Express Tribune, which is co-published with the international New York Times, claimed the man had arrived from Syria 5 months earlier and had confessed to his interrogators, though perhaps under duress, that his organization's funding was being routed through the US. 166. Helping put things in perspective amid the flurry of South Asian pledges, and just 2 days before the Express Tribune's expose, Barack Obama stated during a visit to New Delhi that the US saw a role for India in the battle against the Islamic State. According to an extensive Reuters report, he was there to facilitate a proposed joint US-Indian venture in drone manufacturing, but, as their correspondent put it, this was in the broader context of the US viewing India as a vast market and potential counterweight in Asia to a more assertive China. Moreover, as Reuters also noted, by this stage the US had frequently been frustrated with the slow pace of New Delhi's economic reforms and unwillingness to side with Washington in international affairs, including Islamic militancy. 167. Arguably even more important than the arming and co-opting of India into the US-China policy has been the necessary repositioning of Japan as a new military power capable of offensive operations and policing the Pacific coastlines. Hampered, however, by its pacifistic post-Second World War constitution and widespread popular pushback, the pro-US Prime Minister Shinzo Abe had been struggling for more than 2 years to rebrand Japan as a more militaristic nation. Nonetheless, in January 2015 things started to change rapidly, as precisely during Abe's tour of a number of Middle Eastern countries, the Islamic State chose to release a new series of hostage videos, this time featuring 2 Japanese prisoners in the now familiar orange jumpsuits. Making an absurd and, as most would argue, impossible demand for a $200 million ransom payment, and then distributing a follow-up video that seemed to show one of the men being executed. The Islamic State then strangely ignored the Japanese government's attempts to establish contact. Moreover, even though a British newspaper questioned the authenticity of the video, with its cited experts claiming that photoshopped images were being used, both the US and British governments were quick to respond, with Obama condemning it as a brutal murder. The US stands shoulder to shoulder with Japan, and David Cameron stating that the reported brutal murder of Haruna Yukawa and the further threats made by the Islamic State are yet another reminder of the murderous barbarity of these terrorists. 168. Either way, Japanese pacifism was being sorely tested and was quickly sidelined, with Abe soon promising greater Japanese support for Operation Inherent Resolve and Japan's Security Cabinet approving legislation that would implement a drastic shift in security policy, allowing the military to fight abroad for the first time since the Second World War. Under the bonnet, this of course required a reinterpretation of Japan's constitution and for the country to drop its long-held, self-imposed ban on exercising the right to collective self-defense and the provision of military aid to allied countries elsewhere in the world. As reported, members of the public still seemed divided and wary over the changes and were worried over future entanglement in wars through Japan's alliance with Washington. Street protests took place against the new war legislation, and a fight even took place inside Parliament. As the BBC described, the bill is not widely supported by the country at large. 169. Nonetheless, with the Islamic State at large, the Abe administration managed to pass a record-breaking $28 billion defense budget that included the purchase of F-35 jets, an Aegis destroyer, and drones. A new foreign intelligence agency was also announced, while in May 2015 Japan hosted its first ever arms fair. Run by a British security firm, it was described by The Economist as another sign that Japan is slipping its pacifist moorings. Indeed, Britain was well prepared for the new Japan, as announcements were soon made that Tokyo was developing an amphibious assault force modeled on the Royal Marines and that British experts had already begun to advise Japan on its naval strategy. 170. Epilogue: Keeping the wheel turning. Getting business back to usual. With the Arab Spring thwarted in its Tunisian and Egyptian heartlands, and leaderships compliant with international financial institutions, IFIs, largely reinstalled, most of the immediate threats to the interests of the Western powers, their constituent corporations, and their regional allies have been reversed. On the one hand, this means the same pressures and inequalities that had been building up prior to 2011 will, if anything, keep on increasing. In Raymond Hinabus's words, this means the counter-revolutions are making the region more vulnerable than ever to the pathologies of neoliberalism, including crony capitalism, inequalities, and vulnerabilities to the IFIs. 1. But on the other hand, the new mix of counter-revolutionary strategies seem just enough to get business back to usual, at least for the time being. In this sense, the externally sponsored new blend of authoritarianism in these and other Arab countries over the past few years, capable of quashing progressive ideas, keeping people off the streets, and securing themselves against the new national jihadists, is proving an effective handmaiden for a full-scale rebooting of both the Washington Consensus and Britain's Global New Deal. In fact, if we cut through the faux support for Arab democracy put forward in early 2011 by wrong-footed Western government officials, we find that the writing was already on the wall. With the dust barely settling on Tahrir Square, in April 2011 a British minister boldly declared that the Arab Spring is a timely reminder of the appeal our values and institutions have beyond our borders. As such, the transatlantic alliance must rapidly agree a basis for common action, the spread of capitalist democracy. To even more bluntly, Barack Obama himself then explained that America's support for democracy will be based on ensuring financial stability, promoting reform, and integrating competitive markets with each other and the global economy. And we're going to start with Tunisia and Egypt. 3. Back in Britain, by early May, Foreign Secretary William Hague launched the Foreign Office Business Charter and confirmed that commercial diplomacy will be central to all Foreign Office activities. Economic stability is the foundation for secure and prosperous societies, and diplomatic alliances and political influence is often built on strong commercial relations for softening their tone by at least paying homage to the spirit of the Arab Spring. The major US-based IFIs duly promised $40 billion to support the democratic transitions in Tunisia and Egypt, along with other Arab states in transition such as Libya and Yemen. Announced at the May 2015 G8 summit in Deauville, France, the IFI-led Deauville partnership also included the British government and the European Union along with their regional partners, 80% of which were Gulf monarchies. 5 As Adam Hani explains, this was part of a broader neoliberal design to link rhetorical support for democracy and good governance to the opening up of markets and other pillars of economic liberalization. And, as Francesco Cavatorta describes, it also showed that the IFIs were determined to demonstrate that their neoliberal policies had always been credible and that it was only poor governance in the Arab world that had hampered them in the past. 6 In Tunisia's case, the president of the World Bank claimed the revolution was primarily the result of too much red tape, while the organization's strategy briefing for Tunisia's transitional government made sure to mention the need for social and economic inclusion, governance, voice, transparency, and accountability. 7 Similarly, recasting itself as Arab Spring friendly, the IMF soon made sure to state that the IMF is different from the past and that it would pay specific attention to the underprivileged, to the poor. On the ground, few were convinced by this veneer of popular participation, with even the World Bank admitting that in Egypt the attitude of the people at large towards IFIs is uncertain. There exist possible negative sentiments. Reforms aimed at improving the environment for private investment may be deeply unpopular. Certainly in Tunisia, activists were already arguing that IFI loans were not a secondary question to the ongoing social struggles confronting the current Tunisian revolution, but at the heart of the struggle. They also complained that such interference raised economic, political, and social questions that relate to popular sovereignty and foreign control, and how we divide the wealth of the country and achieve rights for all Tunisians. Putting it best, perhaps, were trade union representatives who claimed that the IMF is dictating economic policy and people are unhappy because there is no social justice, freedom, or jobs. MPs, meanwhile, were particularly concerned over a draft law passed down to them that had been part prepared by the IFIs and the Paris-based Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. With criticism mounting on the grounds that it would open the country's resources up to exploitation by foreign companies and lead to greater indebtedness, ministers had to push back by replying that it was a requirement for foreign donations. Not all in the Tunisian cabinet were happy, however, as even though the World Bank had praised it for its commitment to deepening integration into the global economy to boost growth, it had also been warned to resist any pressure to increase wage levels in case it made the country uncompetitive, and had been criticized for introducing a scheme to assist unemployed graduates. 9. Either way, as the various Islamist-led and then deep state counter-revolutions began to take hold, the post-Arab Spring governments were soon able to re-embrace the IFIs and help turn the clock back to 2010. In Tunisia's case, loans from the World Bank were quickly accepted while agreements with the IMF have since been signed, the latter requiring the country to adopt wage restraint, reduce taxes for corporations, and implement an ambitious structural reform agenda that helps to rebuild Tunisia's economic model by promoting private sector development, and reduces pervasive state intervention. Although things have moved a little slower in Egypt, not least due to the counter-revolutionary recalibration in summer 2013, the overall trajectory has still been much the same. While the Muslim Brotherhood had postponed its IMF negotiations, this was only due to public pressure and was likely intended as a temporary delay. Indeed, in early 2013 Hillary Clinton warned that future U.S. aid for Egypt would be conditional on its completion of the IMF process, and in any case the Brotherhood was understood to have already given assurances to the US and the IFIs that it would prevent a true revolution of social justice taking place, including the equitable distribution of national wealth. Abdel Fattah Sisi's coup-installed regime was naturally then quick to pick up the baton, rapidly arranging World Bank loans and reappointing some of the same Mubarak-era officials that had earlier dealt with the IMF. 10 Cairo soon signaled its willingness to resume negotiations and began to implement some of the measures usually considered prerequisites for IMF financing. As the director of a major Egyptian investment bank explained, sooner or later we will have to resort to the IMF. For credibility first, before its money. 11. By 2014, and certainly 2015, things seem to be returning to normal, at least from the West's perspective, with a strong green light clearly given to the new regimes by the US and British governments. Picking up from where they had left off, multinationals and other Western companies began to flood back into the region, confident the local authorities knew their place and would continue to guarantee the supply of cheap Arab labor and easy access to their country's natural resources and former state assets. Jumping on the bandwagon, almost as if the events of 2011 never happened, influential New York Times columnist Tom Friedman used a survey produced by a UAE-based public relations firm and an interview with a gushing expatriate to argue that it was in fact the example earlier set by Dubai, the epitome of the Arab neoliberal order, that was the true capital of the Arab Spring, as its leaders had motivated other Arabs to demand more from their governments. 12 More chillingly, one of Britain's most powerful unelected officials was by this stage even telling the Foreign Affairs Select Committee that human rights no longer had the same profile it had had in the past, that it was secondary to Britain's prosperity agenda, and that the Foreign Office's primary purpose was the promotion of British business overseas. 13. The exploitation of Egypt. With rumors of a brand new Egyptian capital city beginning to circulate, all seemed to be moving in the right direction. Eventually announced in early 2015, the proposed development was to house the government along with foreign embassies and most of Cairo's elite. It was to take 12 years to build, was to encompass at least 70,000 acres, and was to be funded and developed almost entirely by foreign companies. Symbolically launched at a London-based investment conference, Egypt's investment minister explained that the government would incur zero cost in the city, and it will be totally developed, master-planned, and executed by a private sector company, a developer from the Gulf. He also described how the new city would prove that Egypt is really committed to an open market economy and that more than 25 projects in support of the city, including a denationalized electricity network, would be launched to attract foreign investments of $35 billion. 14. Soon after it was confirmed that the UAE-based real estate investment fund, Capital City Partners, would be serving as the regional gateway for global investors, and that the new city would have an airport as big as Heathrow, a building taller than the Eiffel Tower, and would even be named after one of the UAE's sheikhs. 15 Among those leaping onto the bandwagon was Khalif Al Habtoor, one of Dubai's top tycoons, who declared himself ready to jump on investment opportunities in Egypt. 16 Indeed, Abdel Fattah Sisi's new regime was very likely exactly what he had been waiting for, as amid the Arab Spring he had published an opinion piece in Gulf News arguing that Mubarak was maintaining stability, and had immediately responded to the protesters' demands, and that the uprisings across North Africa were a contagion that had the risk of spreading. 17. Arguably best placed among the international investors were British companies, as at the March 2015 Egyptian Economic Development Conference it was revealed that they were already responsible for 50% of foreign investments in the new Egypt. As Britain's ambassador explained, the British are coming in strength and we want to set an example to the world. Britain's commitment is about having a permanent presence at the heart of Egypt's economy. 18 Backing him up, Foreign Secretary Philip Hammond tweeted from the sidelines that a fresh $12 billion British petroleum deal to exploit Egypt's hydrocarbon resources was poised to become the biggest inward investment in Egypt's history, which represented a long-term economic plan. 19 Surprising many, it soon emerged that the BP agreement was the first of its kind in Egypt, as it involved no form of profit sharing with the government, as the British company would only be responsible for paying taxes and royalties. As one analyst argued, it meant Egypt was essentially privatizing its gas sector and handing control of natural resources to private companies, while exiled former MP Hatem Azam stated that the sudden decision would require deep investigation by the Egyptian people, represented by a legitimate parliament. 20. Also at the conference was former Prime Minister Tony Blair, who took to the stage to praise Egypt's recent IFI-friendly measures, including a new investment law, fuel subsidy reforms, and the promotion of the private sector. 21 Whitewashing the new regime's numerous atrocities. Blair also explained that I'm absolutely in favor of democracy, but I think you've also got to be realistic. For the first time in my memory you have a leadership in Egypt that understands the modern world. 22 With such public legitimation the path was soon clear for other Western officials to follow suit, with Italy's Prime Minister telling the media that Sisi is a great leader. Egypt invested in the future on the leadership of Sisi. In this moment Egypt will be saved only with the leadership of Sisi. This is my personal position and I am proud of my friendship with him. 23 By summer 2015 the narrative around Sisi was so solid that Britain's Secretary for Defense even published an opinion piece on the topic for an Egyptian newspaper. Laced with the usual references to the rise of the Islamic State, he claimed that we are strengthening Egypt's hands against the terrorists by supporting its vision of a more prosperous, more democratic society, and that Egyptians have rejected both extremism and authoritarianism. With a responsible and accountable government founded on rights, freedoms, and the rule of law, Britain is offering our solidarity in exchange. 24. On top of the Western-backed free-for-all and the new plans for Cairo, which academics have described as the wrong thing and likely to leave the old Cairo to fester, 25 other lucrative opportunities appeared to be re-emerging for the old local companies. Having struggled since 2011 given its association with Mubarak-era land deals, the Amer Group seemed particularly bullish again, with its spokesman telling the Financial Times that our sales are higher after Sisi's installation. We believe in Egypt, we compare ourselves to Emaar Properties of Dubai. Indeed, by the time Blair had delivered his resounding endorsement of the new government, Amer was once more reporting net profits and had launched 13 new luxury gated real estate projects across the country. 26 By the end of 2014 the company claimed its annual profits were up 670% and described this as a return to a pre-revolution growth trajectory. 27 Meanwhile, numerous other developers indicated they were again able to buy up cheap land under the umbrella of Egypt's Tourism Development Authority, an entity originally proposed by the U.S. Agency for International Development. As the University of New Hampshire's Jeannie Sowers argues, this new land rush not only benefited the big companies but also current and former higher UPS in the military and security services, who then resold land to tourism developers. In her view, this had led to a legal regime for selling coastal land cheaply, without customary use by local communities, without provision for low and moderate income housing. 28. In this light it is easier to understand why Egyptian society was not only becoming more unequal than it had been at any point since 2011, but was likely more divided than it had been under Mubarak. As Forbes noted, Egyptian billionaires under Sisi had quickly managed to increase their share of the country's GDP to 6%, with the top 8 businessmen controlling over $23 billion, an increase of 80% over their holdings prior to the Arab Spring. Although some of the increase may be explained by wealth repatriated from abroad, the bulk does seem to have been generated in Egypt itself. Meanwhile, in parallel to these new riches and opportunities, there has been a sharp uptick in poverty, with over 20 million Egyptians now believed to be living in such circumstances compared to 16 million before the revolution. 29. Wildcard number 1, opening up Iran. Beyond the other, more violent counter-revolutionary responses in Libya, Syria, Yemen, and elsewhere, the Western powers were also intent on turning important domestic events in Iran to their advantage. Long planned, of course, and firmly in the pipeline well before the Arab Spring even began, parts of the US and British governments had been pursuing some sort of opening up of the Iranian economy under the pretext of a nuclear deal. If signed and ratified, this was to lead to Iran agreeing to various limits and restrictions on its civilian nuclear energy program in exchange for sanctions being lifted. Justifying it best was a British minister, who as early as 2007 stated that we want Iran to be much more engaged, because Western Europe needs Iranian gas very badly and there are 68 million people in Iran, and it is a market that the Chinese are positively slavering at. I do not think that any of us want to isolate Iran. 30. Given the vagaries of Iranian leadership and its troubled history with Washington, not least with the Israel lobby, the White House could not have been sure everything would work out. But with Tehran emerging as a relative pillar of stability in an increasingly destabilized region, and with Hassan Rouhani's more moderate presidency focused on delivering improvements in standards of living and thus preventing a second green revolution, a sufficient chunk of the U.S. political and economic elite had begun to see only a win-win situation in bringing Iran in from the cold. In this sense, an important U.S. wildcard seemed to be turning up trumps, as long before the deal finally went through and the sanctions began to be removed in January 2016, a veritable gravy train of Western officials and businessmen had already begun to arrive in Iran. 31. Amid numerous pieces in Western newspapers extolling Iran's distinguished culture and advertising luxury tours of its ancient wonders, as early as spring 2015 reports also began to circulate that ExxonMobil was engaging lobbying firms to monitor all political activity relating to the nuclear deal and Iran's negotiations with the U.S. government. Soon after, it transpired that several European oil companies had started to send their executives to Tehran, with the CEO of Italy's ENISPA stating that investments in Iran could begin very soon and that Iran's national oil company had an outstanding credit position. By the summer, Royal Dutch Shell was similarly establishing a presence, while Russia's Lukoil kept quietly meeting with Iran's oil minister on his trips to Europe. 32. Industry analysts soon reasoned that Iran represented an easy path to growing production, you could get a pretty good bump pretty quickly, while one Western executive told the Financial Times that Iran was like a multi-billion-dollar candy store ready to open its doors. Even better, Iranian experts had begun to indicate that Rouhani wanted to make the investment environment as favorable as possible by treating the oil multinationals as partners in long-term 30-year joint ventures that would look and smell like production-sharing deals. According to Iran's deputy oil minister, there would be as many as 50 such projects worth over $185 billion up for grabs, including some in the huge and mostly undeveloped North and South Pars gas fields and others in some of the world's biggest oil fields containing hundreds of billions of barrels of oil. 33. With the nuclear deal continuing to build momentum, the final months of 2015 saw things really take off, with Royal Dutch Shell and Total announcing they would each build 100 fuel stations across Iran as soon as the sanctions lifted, and with British Petroleum having dispatched its own fact-finding mission to Tehran. 34 After Iran claimed that $2 billion worth of European investments had already been agreed, France's foreign minister visited in person and promised that hundreds of French business leaders were due to follow in his footsteps to cash in on oil and cars, and that Rouhani was going to be invited to Paris for a state visit. Even Japan's deputy trade minister turned up for what the Japanese media described as a mission to avoid Japan being beaten by European and US companies. 35. With the lifting of sanctions almost a certainty, more than 500 European executives arrived in Geneva at the end of September 2015 to meet with delegates from Iran's national oil company, the Tehran Stock Exchange, and several other entities. As the conference's organizer explained, the event was not just about oil and infrastructure, but was also about the biggest prize, to access Iran's 80 million population. As the representative of a Western drilling company remarked, the nuclear agreement with Iran has effectively opened up a sleeping giant and the last major untapped emerging market economy. Iran has the potential to become a G20 country within a short space of time. 36 This was definitely no exaggeration, as within days of the nuclear agreement going through, Iran began to reveal details of dozens of mouth-wateringly huge contracts that were being prepared, including a massive $25 billion purchase of 118 new Airbus passenger jets to replace its national carrier's aging fleet. 37. A new Iran, a new sectarian war. With the deals every bit as good as the ones Western companies had been signing with the Gulf monarchies during their heyday, By 2015 it stood to reason Iran had once again become a sort of favored partner. With such big investments at stake, and the promise of much more to come, it became essential that the new Iran should never be directly attacked or significantly destabilized by its regional rivals, including Saudi Arabia and its other Western armed neighbors. For Washington and London, the best way to safeguard against this, it seems, has been to return quietly to an older, tried and tested strategy that seeks to ensure that no Middle East hegemon will ever be able to defeat another. In this context, with direct lines to both Riyadh and Tehran, and long before the ink had dried on the nuclear deal, the US and British governments had already begun to try to manage and contain something of a stalemate between the two camps. Ideally, neither Saudi Arabia nor Iran would be able to press home advantages in their various proxy wars, while both sides would have to commit indefinitely to heavy military spending and the strengthening of their security apparatuses. As an important strategic bonus to this new Cold War, the increasingly sectarian foreign policies pursued by both powers have also helped reduce the risk of further Arab Spring-style protests occurring in their expanded spheres of influence. After all, not only do Saudi Arabia and Iran's respective forms of authoritarian theocracy continue to serve as brakes on any prospects for meaningful reform in the wider Middle East, but the highly reactionary stances the two powers have had to adopt in order to keep their local power bases and regional proxies on board have meant both regimes have an equally vested interest in maintaining the counter-revolutionary status quo in the territories they now contest. In many ways, the West's position on the new Saudi-Iran standoff is reminiscent of Harry Truman's views on Nazi Germany before the US entered the Second World War. After all, as his well-documented remarks on Adolf Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union reveal, he and others did not really want to see either side winning, while any long drawn-out fight between the two sides was seen as ultimately suiting US interests. 38 In the Middle East itself, the desire for such similarly balanced conflicts is of course nothing new, with the Iran-Iraq War of the 1980s having helped cancel out the two major powers of the day, while the other Gulf states were left to cower under the West's protection. As described, even though the US had officially banned arms sales to both combatants, Baghdad was being heavily armed by the Western powers, while creative covert mechanisms were developed to ensure that Iran still got what it needed. As William Bloom notes, this had the effect of enhancing the ability of the two countries to inflict maximum devastation upon each other and stunt their growth as strong Middle East nations. 39. The usefulness of encouraging and promoting sectarian divisions in the region also has pedigree, not only to help spur and sustain such conflicts but also to prevent any shared senses of community or common identities forming, in this case between Sunni and Shia. 40 As a British Secretary for India once noted, this division of religious feeling is greatly to our advantage, while another British official once observed, the better clashes of Muhammadans are already a source to us of strength and not of weakness. 41 Fast forwarding to the late 20th century, as endowed Columbia University professor Mahmoud Mamdani explains of the Ronald Reagan administration's Middle East strategy, it was not only about trying to push Sunni extremists into a holy war against the Soviet Union, but was also aimed at turning a religious schism inside Islam, between minority Shia and majority Sunni, into a political schism. Thereby it hoped to contain the influence of the Iranian Revolution as a minority Shia affair. 42. Even in the wake of 9/11, as the US began to launch its Saudi Arabia blame-deflecting strategy, it seems its main backup plan also relied on stoking up sectarianism. Notably, when George W. Bush's first chairman of the Defense Policy Board co-published his memoirs on the War on Terror with a prominent Bush speechwriter, it was revealed that the White House had already identified the Shia of eastern Saudi Arabia as potential agents provocateurs in the event that the US needed to turn publicly against Riyadh. As they put it, independence for the eastern province would obviously be a catastrophic outcome for the Saudi state. And this might be a very good outcome for the US. Certainly it's an outcome to ponder. Even more certainly, we would want the Saudis to know we are pondering it. 43 Making much the same point, the Hudson Institute's Max Singer argued that the secession of the Shia in the East might well accelerate the fall of the Saudi regime, and if that was the case then so be it. 44. More recently, the largely beneficial prospects of a worsening sectarian fault line were also raised in the 2008 report commissioned by the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command's Army Capability Integration Center. In rather chilling terms, the possibility of a sustained Sunni-Shia conflict is discussed, along with predictions of an upsurge in Shia identity and confidence and the need for the U.S. to walk a diplomatic tightrope between its Sunni allies and the Iranian front. 45. To a great extent, this future U.S. role as sectarian arbitrator was also envisaged by Johns Hopkins University's Vala Nasr, whose influential 2006 volume, The Shia Revival, How Conflicts Within Islam Will Shape the Future, along with several follow-up articles, argued that the character of the region will be decided in the crucible of Shia revival and the Sunni response to it, and that this situation would offer both the US and Iran the opportunity to manage future tensions between Shia and Sunni. 46. Writing in 2012, Hamid Dabishi could see things more clearly in the post-Arab Spring context and demonstrated that the specter of a Shia crescent had indeed been brought back to the region with a vengeance, especially by the West's allies, most of which are Sunni-led dictatorships. In his words, this was going to become a manufactured sectarianism, which can divert attention from the main issues afflicting the region's people. 47. Returning to the issue in early 2016, NASR got even closer to the truth, as although he still framed the worsening sectarianism as part of a great power rivalry between Saudi Arabia and Iran, as opposed to the external manipulation of these states by the Western powers, he nonetheless astutely observed that the manipulation of sectarian interests had divided opposition movements and shattered the hope for cosmopolitan politics. Looking into the rather grim future, he also warned that sectarian interests are now too tightly interwoven with regional politics, high and low, to subside any time soon. 48. Putting all this into practice, the West's diplomatic tightrope has clearly led to some remarkable U-turns since the opening up of Iran's economy. On the one hand, both Washington and London have softened their stances considerably on Iran's regional allies, including Hezbollah, which has been deemed more of a liberation movement than a terrorist organization by the CIA, and even Damascus. 49. Indeed, in early 2016 the BBC subtly began to change all references to Bashar al-Assad's administration from regime to government, while almost all senior Western politicians dropped their explicit calls for al-Assad's removal, with some even hinting at future cooperation and engagement. 50. On the other hand, the Western powers have done very little to ensure that Saudi Arabia actually wins against the Iran-linked Houthi movement in Yemen, as although British advisors are understood to have been helping with target acquisition, and there have been a very small number of US troops in the country, there is little real evidence of any further assistance. 51. The US, for example, at one point even sponsored a UN Security Council session that drew attention to the dire consequences of the conflict, while in summer 2015 senior US envoys reportedly began to meet secretly with Houthi leaders in discussions brokered by Omani officials. While much of the conversation was likely focused on prisoner swapping, the US envoys admitted that the Houthis were acting like a legitimate government and that possible political transitions were also being explored. 52. As regards Riyadh's ramping up of sectarianism, however, there has of course been very much tacit support, with US and British officials having done nothing to prevent the kingdom's beheading of several Shia activists, including the prominent cleric Sheikh Nimr al-Nimr, on 2 January 2016. Moreover, when the gruesome news hit the international media, the US government was among only a handful in the world not to condemn the killings, with the Department of State's spokesperson instead trying to focus attention on the retaliatory burning down of Saudi Arabia's embassy in Tehran. 53. Wildcard number 2, American oil. As with the lifting of sanctions on Iran, the arrival of new oil production technologies including shale extraction had long been anticipated, but nobody could be quite sure when and how it would begin to impact on the international oil industry, or for that matter the political economy of the major Middle Eastern crude oil exporters. According to leaked US diplomatic cables from 2009, Saudi Arabia was already alarmed by the tenor of discussion in the West about shifting away from reliance on oil and gas, and moves to develop energy independence. As the U.S. Embassy put it, Riyadh was concerned that the world will turn away from their main source of livelihood before they have a chance to catch up. 54 A year later, the author's interviewees in Texas predicted big changes within just a few years, as did the University of California's Amy Myers Jaffe, writing for Foreign Policy in 2011.55, almost on schedule. In 2013 there were strong signs that U.S. production was beginning to catch up with Saudi Arabia and Russia, and by summer 2014, Cowboyistan officially became the world's biggest oil producer. 56 Coupled with declining Chinese demand and the parallel prospects of Iranian oil eventually returning to the market, oil prices quickly began to fall from highs of over $100 a barrel to around $50, and then to just $37 by the end of 2015. Unable to make temporary production cuts in order to raise prices as they would have done in the past, Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf monarchies, all still dependent on oil exports, instead had little choice but to try to protect their market share and hope that a short period of very low prices would be enough to drive their new competitors out of business. After all, they were entering 2015 with the advantage of sizable sovereign wealth funds and foreign currency reserves to fall back on, while most of the shale producers had much higher operating costs and wafer-thin profit margins. While the number of U.S. oil rigs undoubtedly did begin to fall, with some companies struggling to refinance, many remained highly active as new efficiencies were found and costs began to drop. Indeed, over the course of the year the overall rig count may have fallen from 1609 to just 536, but overall oil production barely changed. 58. Threateningly for Saudi Arabia, with most of its described post-Arab Spring countermeasures having relied on ever-increasing public spending, it soon transpired that the state budget's break-even price for oil had reached close to $100 a barrel, some $30 a barrel more than needed by Iran or other competitors, and more than $50 above most long-term oil price predictions. 59 Indeed, even the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries had begun to warn that oil would not reach $100 a barrel again until 2040 at the earliest. 60 With a widening deficit and doubts about Saudi Arabia's ability to reform and reverse the decline anytime soon, alarm bells began to sound. Reportedly having run a deficit in 2015 equivalent to more than 20% of its GDP, it was understood Riyadh had already withdrawn more than $115 billion from its reserves in order to cover the shortfall. 61 On this basis the IMF warned that Saudi Arabia had only 5 years of financial assets remaining, while CNBC analysts predicted it would go broke by summer 2018. 62 While the near-term prospect of a major U.S. ally collapsing was certainly a cause for concern for some in Washington, for others it nonetheless opened up a new set of opportunities. In particular, Western officials and consultants suddenly found themselves much more able to encourage Riyadh to sell off state assets in order to raise funds. Moreover, as the situation continued to worsen, it soon became clear that all of the kingdom's assets were potentially on the table, including the oil industry crown jewels that the Al Saud had managed to hang on to for many years. Importantly, such Western-led advances on Saudi Arabia's core assets were already very much in the pipeline, even if moving slowly. A series of new private sector-run cities, for example, had long been under construction. Intended to serve as the kingdom's future ports, industrial zones, and even touristic destinations, they were envisaged as the medium and long-term means of diversifying the economic base. Among them was King Abdullah Economic City, which was expected to serve the needs of 2 million inhabitants and was being developed by the same companies as Egypt's new capital. As a spokesman for the project described, the business model of an entire city being built by the private sector is so unusual that it required adjustments from the beginning. 63 Similarly planned a while ago, Saudi Arabia also opened up its stock market, the Tada'il, to foreign investors in May 2015. Even though the timing was bad, with it mostly ending up selling debt, it was still further evidence that Riyadh understood what was wanted of it. 64 Indeed, as a British minister had earlier warned, the one area in which Saudi Arabia still needed to change was its investment climate. As he argued, it needs modernization. Please do your best to open up as many sectors as possible to foreign investors. 65 Fast forwarding to September 2015, with the oil price crash really beginning to bite, Saudi Arabia duly declared that foreign ownership of shares in retail and wholesale companies could increase from 75 to 100%. At the same time, U.S. businessmen were informed by Deputy Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud that the state-owned Aramco would open a series of new projects in refining, distribution and support services to foreign participation. Rather vaguely, he also hinted at new opportunities for foreign banks to enter the kingdom, as most banks already operating were nearing maximum credit limits. 66. By early 2016, full capitulation seemed imminent, as oil prices had dipped below $30 a barrel for the first time in 14 years, and it emerged that Saudi foreign assets had fallen by $19 billion in 1 month alone. Emulating Muhammadu Buhari's new Nigeria, an announcement was soon made that the electricity sector was slated for privatization, and that the Capital Markets Authority, the entity behind the THIRD-WORLDISM, had started to seek advice on an initial public offering for 2018. More dramatically, and catching many analysts off guard, Prince Mohammed granted The Economist an exclusive interview and used it to drop the bombshell that Aramco itself could begin to float shares. 67 By far the kingdom's greatest asset, and hitherto considered a non-negotiable red line for Riyadh, the veiled message was reportedly met with much shock and laughter in the financial world, while others claimed that the one thing that works well in Saudi Arabia is now under threat. 68 Not everyone, however, will have been concerned or perhaps even surprised by the announcement, as several months earlier, and just 2 weeks before he joined British Petroleum's board of directors, former MI6 director John Sawers wrote in the Financial Times that the young prince was injecting professionalism and youth in a kingdom that, while not under immediate threat, faces challenges that need skillful handling. 69 Either way, it soon emerged that Aramco was going to begin by listing 5% of its shares and would be targeting London, New York, and Hong Kong for international listing. As the vanguard of a new Vision 2030 plan for the Saudi economy, as prepared by McKinsey Management Consultants, the Aramco sell-off would also see foreign oil companies such as British Petroleum and ExxonMobil taking strategic stakes, offering them access to upstream operations. 70. A new Saudi Arabia, a new chapter. Even in the most bearish scenario of a fully mothballed U.S. shale oil industry, a consensus began to emerge that such reversals would only be temporary, as even modest future price rallies would soon see idled rigs roaring back to life. 71 Moreover, with such new technologies spreading across the world, shale and other new oil production methods were thought unlikely to remain a US-only phenomenon for much longer. In this sense, Saudi Arabia had already lost its long-held status as the world's sole swing producer capable of influencing prices on its own. Further eroding the kingdom's historically privileged position in Western policy circles, the impact of the new oil era on its domestic economy was beginning to undermine rapidly its ability to keep recycling oil revenues back to its Western allies. Certainly, even in the most bullish scenarios of oil prices eventually trebling or quadrupling, it became evident that Saudi Arabia would soon have little or no surpluses left to keep financing its historically massive arms purchases or overseas investments. Already there were signs that Riyadh's difficulties were going to jeopardize its standing as the US's primary Middle Eastern client, with several indications by the end of 2015 that Saudi Arabia had either begun to withdraw or had begun to consider withdrawing some of its holdings in U.S. Treasury bonds. In something of a warning shot for Saudi Arabia, within weeks of these rumors the first ever mainstream media coverage of these secretive investments began to appear, with former and current U.S. officials calling for more details on the true extent of the kingdom's investments in the U.S., an unpalatable prospect for a regime presiding over millions struggling with unemployment and poverty. As a series of unprecedented Bloomberg reports described, the bond purchases had been part of a special agreement reached between Saudi Arabia and U.S. after the 1973 oil price shocks, which allowed them to remain above scrutiny and not to be fully included in the Department of the Treasury's otherwise comprehensive breakdown of more than 100 other sovereign investors. As a former Department of the Treasury Assistant Secretary argued in January 2016, it's mind-boggling they haven't undone the special agreement, but it's hard to justify this special treatment at this point. 72. With Riyadh on the defensive, a few weeks later Turki bin Faisal Al Saud, a former Saudi ambassador to the U.S., took to the local media to remind Washington that we buy U.S. Treasury bonds, with small interest returns, that help the US economy. 73. By March 2016, following a fresh flurry of 9/11 related accusations about Saudi Arabia in the mainstream Western media, the language had become a little more threatening. Notably, the New York Times reported that Saudi officials had begun to tell U.S. lawmakers that if U.S. courts took any further 9/11 related action against the kingdom, then Riyadh would be forced to sell up to $750 billion in Treasury securities and other assets in the United States before they could be in danger of being frozen by American courts. 74. A few weeks later the Saudi foreign minister confirmed his government's position, making clear that it was a warning to the U.S. as such actions could cause an erosion of investor confidence in the U.S. 75. Unfazed, on May 17, 2016 the Senate unanimously passed a bill allowing the families of the 9/11 victims to sue the state of Saudi Arabia for any role it may have had in the attacks, and thus supporting the New York federal court judge's original ruling in 2014. 76. Perhaps coordinated, just 5 days earlier one of the 9/11 Commission members came forward in what was described as the first serious public split among the 10 commissioners since they issued their 2004 report. Speaking to the media, John F. Lehman claimed there was an awful lot of participation by Saudi individuals in supporting the hijackers, and some of those people working in the Saudi government. He also revealed that the commission had been aware of at least 5 Saudi government officials who were strongly suspected of involvement in the terrorist support network, and that although they may not have been indicted, they were certainly implicated. There was an awful lot of circumstantial evidence. More cautiously, 2 other commissioners also stated that when it comes to the Saudis, we still haven't gotten to the bottom of what happened on 9/11, and that lines of investigation that were pursued by Congress were never adequately explored by the Commission. 77. Furthermore, less than 24 hours before the Senate's ruling, and this time almost certainly in coordination, the Department of the Treasury chose to respond to a Bloomberg Freedom of Information request and finally ended 43 years of secrecy on Saudi Arabia's U.S. Treasury bonds. Unsurprisingly, Saudi Arabia's holdings had already fallen by 6% from January to March in 2016. 78. Straining the relationship further, the new oil dynamic and mounting pressure on Riyadh was also beginning to raise the prospect that Saudi Arabia might finally have to depeg its real currency from the US dollar. Throughout 2015 speculation grew that the kingdom would eventually have little choice in the matter, as it would inevitably need some fiscal autonomy and a currency devaluation in order to buy some breathing space. 79. Indeed, having run out of options, oil-exporting Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan had already done exactly that, while rumors whirled that other petro-states would soon have to follow suit. 80. By January 2016 the rial was certainly more volatile, hitting an all-time low against the dollar in forward markets, and with the Saudi central bank then warning all commercial banks in the kingdom against betting on future currency depreciation. 81. Sensing danger, State Capital's Zachary Schreiber, who had correctly predicted the timing of the oil price crash in 2014, soon revealed that he was shorting the Saudi rial. As he saw it, the kingdom's economy would be structurally insolvent in 2 or 3 years. Its central bank asset sheet was much lower than expected, and any selling of the Aramco Golden Goose would be insufficient to meet the deficits. 82. While it still seemed likely that Riyadh would do everything in its power to avoid a depeg, even if this meant draining all of its reserves, U.S. planners clearly had little choice but to prepare for the eventual demise of the petrodollar. How exactly Saudi Arabia's dramatically changing fortunes would factor into the US Middle East policy was not clear, as for some the existence of a functioning Saudi state was undoubtedly still perceived as the best option, not least for the exploitation of its remaining hydrocarbon resources at a time when its stricken economy and major state assets were about to be prized open by foreign investors. Furthermore, for those who saw the Saudi-Iran stalemate and the associated sectarian conflict as the best way to retain regional balance, the survival of Saudi Arabia as a military power was obviously preferable, especially if, as already seemed the case, it could be left to its own devices on the battlefield and corralled into further wars of attrition. Hinting at his support for such a strategy, in an exclusive conversation with The Atlantic published in March 2016, Barack Obama agreed with his interviewer that he was less likely than his predecessors to axiomatically side with Saudi Arabia in its dispute with its arch-rival, Iran. He also called on Riyadh to find an effective way to share the neighborhood and institute some sort of cold peace with Iran. Moreover, he described how sectarian conflicts continue to rage and our Gulf partners, our traditional friends, do not have the ability to put out the flames on their own or decisively win on their own, but made it clear that if this meant the US needed to start coming in and using our military power to settle scores, then this would be in the interest neither of the US nor of the Middle East. 83. Not all, of course, have seen things this way, as the US and other Western powers have long planned for the prospect of the Saudi state's collapse and, of course, how best to benefit from it. Undoubtedly by late 2015 there were stronger signs than ever that influential elements in the West believed the kingdom must soon be framed as a former ally and perhaps even a rogue state. Riding on a relentless media wave of Saudi-bashing articles and even denunciations of the US-Saudi alliance in New York Times and Washington Post editorials, numerous officials and politicians, including US presidential hopefuls and British opposition leaders, all began to stake out their anti-Saudi positions. 84. Providing additional indications of this shift of mood, in January 2016 the British government announced it was launching a full investigation into the foreign funding and support of jihadist groups in Britain. As something that had never happened before, even after September 11 and the July 2005 London bombings, the British press predicted its findings were likely to lead to a standoff with Saudi Arabia. Beyond Britain, the German government also seemed to be hedging its bets, with Vice-Chancellor Sigmar Gabriel telling the media that the Saudi regime poses a danger to public security through its support for Wahhabi mosques around the world and that we have to make clear to the Saudis that the time of looking away is over. 85. More subtly there is evidence that Western intelligence agencies had also begun to harden up their positions and were more willing to spill the beans on Saudi Arabia. In December 2015, for example, German intelligence uncharacteristically issued a statement declaring that Saudi Arabia was destabilizing the Arab world and that its deputy crown prince was pursuing an impulsive intervention policy. 86. Starkly different to all previous public Western criticism of Saudi Arabia, it did much to shift opinion further against the kingdom, not least because it likely reflected the views of other European intelligence agencies, and perhaps even MI6. Equally out of place, a few weeks later a lengthy report appeared in the New York Times that was ostensibly focused on Saudi Arabia's support for CIA-backed rebels in Syria, but in fact went much deeper. Citing unnamed former diplomats and intelligence officials, it not only reminded readers of the kingdom's role in financing the Afghan jihad but also printed the first ever mainstream media acknowledgement of Saudi intelligence's Old Safari Club, an organization that used to run covert and black operations in Africa on behalf of several other countries. Going further, it also made the allegation that a former Saudi ambassador to the US had personally helped fund the Nicaraguan Contras and broker the Iran-Contra deal. 87. If the large body of existing proof of Saudi Arabia's activities does end up being more widely publicized, and Western governments are obliged to take action, there are it seems only limited options available to them beyond publicly chastising the kingdom or perhaps imposing Iran-style sanctions. Destroying it from the outside, or mounting a Henry Kissinger-style teaching it a lesson operation, appear distant prospects, especially given the West's current proxy-based Middle East policy. Much more likely in this scenario is for Saudi Arabia to be maneuvered into a position in which existing regional forces are more able to degrade it from within and, if necessary, eventually destroy it. Naturally, the 2008 Long War Report had considered such an outcome, with its scenario of a major Muslim state going bad having specified the prospect of jihadists launching a successful fundamentalist uprising in Saudi Arabia. 88. In this sense, the Islamic State, or its next incarnation, may be poised to serve another important strategic function, as it is undoubtedly one of the best placed organizations to drive a wedge through Saudi Arabia. As discussed, the Islamic State not only enjoys a significant support base within the kingdom, including elements of the religious establishment, but any Saudi sponsors that it has seemed to be much more diffuse and some steps removed from the sort of state-backed institutions that had historically helped finance Al-Qaeda. Moreover, in the eyes of many of the country's more restive conservatives, the Islamic State's ideologies and seductive sectarian rhetoric offer something of a purer and more consistent vision of an ultra-conservative Sunni Islamic State than that currently being administered by the financially and militarily struggling Al Saud regime and its McKinsey-advised deputy crown prince. The divisions certainly run deep, with 52 senior Saudi clerics, including associates of the royally appointed Council of Senior Scholars, and some with millions of Twitter followers, jointly issuing a pointedly sectarian statement in October 2015 asking the public to answer the call to jihad and to go to Syria to aid the oppressed and the mujahideen. Although neither the Islamic State nor any other group was mentioned by name, it was still a significant step as it brazenly undermined a 2014 Saudi decree that had designated such entities as terrorist organizations and had criminalized any attempt by Saudi citizens to go and join them. 89 Only a few months later, a former preacher at Mecca's Grand Mosque declared that we follow the same thought as the Islamic State, we do not criticize the thought on which it is based. Reflecting on who had actually started it all, however, he later suggested that intelligence agencies and other countries may have helped it to develop, providing them with weapons and ammunition, and directing them 90 soon after this, with the Western media reporting on a flurry of new fundraising campaigns in Saudi Arabia in the wake of an Iraqi army advance on an Islamic State stronghold in Fallujah. Even a spokesman for the kingdom's Ministry of Interior admitted that you cannot control the sympathies of people. 91. From the Islamic State's perspective, much as Al-Qaeda had eventually seen it, the destabilization and then occupation of Saudi Arabia would be a grand prize given its resources and control over the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. Though not a priority in the early days, with Iraq and Syria as the main focus, by 2015 Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi had nonetheless begun to increase the pressure on Riyadh. Most of the Islamic State's early attacks on the kingdom were aimed at the Shia minority in the east or the rejectionist Ismailis in the south in an effort to underscore its better anti-Shia credentials and prove the Al Saud weak. 92 But more worryingly for Riyadh, there were soon also a number of attacks on Saudi military and security targets, with the mosque frequented by special forces being blown up in August 2015, and 2 Saudi generals assassinated separately on the northern and southern borders, along with numerous killings and car bombings in other cities across the kingdom. 93 By early 2016, the frequency of such attacks had noticeably increased, with repeated gun battles taking place in and around Mecca, Bisha, and even outside the capital. 94. Unable to mount a convincing response to the Islamic State's challenge and the rather asymmetrical nature of the threat, Riyadh has done little more than make mass arrests of suspects, hoping at least some are key Islamic State operatives, along with issuing hollow warnings that the Saudi government will sue those who dare to compare the kingdom to the Islamic State. 95 Meanwhile, the Al Saud regime has been goaded further by the Islamic State, which has issued maps depicting the country as a future governorate, Wilayah Najd, and has released numerous propaganda videos laying claim to Mecca. More provocatively, and in something of a departure from its earlier attacks on Houthi targets in Yemen, the Islamic State also began to target the Saudi-liberated Aden. 96 By late 2015, Saudi-led forces were being killed in coordinated suicide bombings while a wave of assassinations commenced, including that of the city governor. In January 2016 the Islamic State even mounted an assault on the presidential palace while President Abd Rabbo Mansur Hadi was still inside at point 97. In these circumstances Saudi Arabia's riskiest move would be to end up militarily confronting the Islamic State, either in Yemen or even worse by taking the fight to its heartlands in Syria or Iraq. With little chance of overall victory, especially if the Islamic State morphs into a more diffuse insurgency, and with Riyadh having to sustain a concurrent struggle against Iran and its allies, such a campaign would only serve to weaken the kingdom further. Nonetheless, for those who seek the demise or further debilitation of Saudi Arabia, it is certainly possible that Riyadh may buckle under pressure, as many of its concerned citizens have been calling for firmer action, while numerous Western officials and politicians have demanded it takes a more active role in cleaning up its own backyard. Point 98 As U.S. Secretary for Defense Ashton Carter contended, the kingdom and its Gulf allies needed to stop complaining and to get in the game, while Obama implied Riyadh was a free rider on U.S. foreign policy. Point 99. By the beginning of 2016 it seemed at least some senior Saudi officials had begun to think the unthinkable, with cautious statements made that the kingdom would consider deploying thousands of special forces troops to Syria to fight the Islamic State. Although the proviso was made that this would only take place under the banner of an international US-led coalition, and even though Washington was already aware that the Syrian and Iraqi armies had managed to begin clawing back at least some territory from the Islamic State, the prospect of a direct Saudi intervention, no matter how potentially calamitous or unnecessary, still seemed to be music to the US ears. As a Department of State spokesman put it, "We welcome this proposal by the Saudis to intensify their efforts by introducing some sort of ground elements into Syria. But exactly what that's going to look like and how that's going to play out I just don't think we can say right now." 100. Alia iacta est.